Within the boundless void, the Soul Emperor, immersed in slumber, was suddenly roused as a novel titled Do Patsang Xiong tumbled before him. Upon perusing its contents, he traversed the void to stand before Xiao Yan. 3 years later, atop the Yunlan Sect, Xiao Yan, clad in white, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaiming, "Keek keek, nailing Yinran, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." Chapter 1. The Soul Emperor encounters a copy of Do Patsang Xiong, 9-star Do Saint Pinnacle. As he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the white-robed man before him, Xu Wutuanyin could not help but express his astonishment. "Soul Emperor, I never imagined you truly survived. If Xiao Xian were aware from beyond the grave, I wonder what his sentiments would be." In the Doqi continent, Zhongzhou, Soul Realm, the clan leader, the Soul Emperor, sat cross-legged upon a jade mat, draped in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. Yet his handsome visage was shrouded in an inescapable gloom, and his starry eyes appeared dim and filled with uncertainty. "Soul Emperor, during your convalescence, the ancient clan has grown exceedingly powerful, not only claiming the heavenly tomb as their own, but also swallowing a significant portion of the Xiao realm. They are now the foremost power in the Doqi continent." Observing the Soul Emperor's silence, Xu Wutuanyin continued to provoke him. He bore no concern that the Soul Emperor might retaliate. He understood this man all too well. What could be said and what must remain unspoken was crystal clear. Moreover, having sheltered the Soul clan for a millennium, what harm could a few words of reproach bring? Since the blood-soaked battle between the Soul clan and the Xiao clan at the Heavenly Tomb a millennium ago, following Xiao Xian's self-detonation upon ascending to the Pseudo-Do Emperor realm, the Xiao clan was nearly annihilated, the Soul clan severely weakened, and the Soul Emperor himself gravely injured. The entire Doqi continent was dominated by the ancient clan, with the Soul clan surviving solely under the protection of Xu Wutuanyin. So what of a few reproachful words? What of it? As he gazed at the indifferent Soul Emperor before him, Xu Wutuanyin found himself momentarily at a loss. It was his first encounter with such a troubled Soul Emperor. After a prolonged silence, the Soul Emperor finally spoke, inquiring, "Xu Wutuanyin, do you believe in fate?" "Keek keek," Xu Wutuanyin chuckled. "Fate is a fickle mistress. Those who believe in it invariably encounter misfortune." The Soul Emperor could not help but furrow his brow, his expression growing serious. However, certain matters were indeed beyond his disbelief. "You may leave. The Soul Realm need no longer remain concealed." With an irritable gesture, the Soul Emperor dismissed him. "Are you not concerned that Gu Yuan might seek trouble? He too has reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Do Saint." The flames surrounding Xu Wutuanyin surged, for the ancient clan had relentlessly sought the whereabouts of the Soul Realm over the past millennium, attempting to seize the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor's jade. He had presumed that upon the Soul Emperor's recovery, even if vengeance were sought, it would be meticulously planned. However, he had not anticipated such overt behavior. If he possessed such audacity, after Xiao Xian's self-detonation, he would have stormed into the heavenly tomb to slay both you and me, rather than allowing us to converse here now, scoffed the Soul Emperor. Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor, alongside Xiao Xian, represented two distinct types of individuals. This man harbored no ambition to break through to the Do Emperor level, nor did he possess the resolve to fight to the death. Had the Soul Emperor been in Gu Yuan's position after the battle at the Heavenly Tomb a millennium ago, another Do Emperor would have emerged in the Doqi continent following the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor. At that time, after Xiao Xian's failed ascent to the Do Emperor realm through the power of his bloodline, he detonated himself, annihilating a large portion of the Soul clan's elite. The Soul Emperor was gravely wounded, and the Xiao clan suffered devastating losses, their remnants forced to flee. At that juncture, had Gu Yuan resolutely entered the Heavenly Tomb, weathering the aftershocks of Xiao Xian's explosion to slay the Soul Emperor and seize the Soul clan's Tuo Shi ancient Emperor jade, and then spend a millennium searching for the remnants of the Xiao clan, systematically eliminating the remaining 5 great clans, he would undoubtedly ascend to the Do Emperor. Yet, Gu Yuan refrained from such actions. "Keek keek, you truly underestimate him," Xu Wutuanyin sneered as he withdrew. After Xu Wutuanyin departed, the vast chamber was left in silence, with only the Soul Emperor remaining. Suddenly, the space around him shifted, completely sealing him within. "Tsk, that cunning fellow even guarded against me." In the void, Xu Wutuanyin, who should have retreated, concealed himself within an imperceptible realm, begrudgingly withdrawing his gaze of observation while muttering a curse. Within the sealed space, the Soul Emperor directed his gaze toward the hidden location of Xu Wutuanyin, a hint of playful intrigue curling at the corner of his lips. "Xu Wutuanyin, you have indeed concealed much from me." With a delicate gesture of his hand, a tome materialized before him, emblazoned with 4 gilded characters, Do Patsang Xiong. This book had appeared in the chamber unbeknownst to him, When the Soul Emperor awakened from his slumber, it lay quietly before him. The narrative within recounted the tale of a descendant of the Xiao clan named Xiao Yan, who, after being jilted by his fiancée Nalan Yunran, established a 3-year pact to pursue revenge alongside an elderly man residing within a ring. To his astonishment, in the story's climax, he found himself portrayed as the final antagonist, ultimately vanquished. Is this true? The Soul Emperor found it laughable that a junior, having cultivated for less than 100 years, could attain the Do Emperor rank and slay this seasoned powerhouse. As he pondered, a sudden chuckle escaped his lips. How amusing. Xiao Yan, a future master alchemist and Do Emperor? Should he be utterly extinguished in his infancy, or first discern the veracity of the contents within this tome? Most importantly, who had delivered this book to him? Unless it were a high-ranking Do Emperor, no one in the entire Do-Chi continent could traverse the barriers of Xu Wu Tuan Yin's defenses to enter the Soul Realm and deposit a book before him, especially in his presence as a 9-star Do Saint pinnacle. As for whether it was Xu Wu Tuan Yin himself who placed it there, the novel explicitly detailed how Xu Wu Tuan Yin had deceived him, to the extent that he remained unaware of the existence of the Imperial Pill's embryonic form. Based on various nuances within the narrative, it could be surmised that Xu Wu Tuan Yin initially intended to secretly intercept the Imperial Pill's embryonic form and subsequently ascend to the Do Emperor realm to rebel against him, only to ultimately be outmaneuvered by Xiao Yan. The Soul Emperor's gaze once again traversed the sealed space, observing Xu Wu Tuan Yin as he gradually withdrew the dark flames enveloping the exterior of the Soul Realm. At this moment, the void-devouring flame suddenly sensed a wave of malevolence. Yet it vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed at all. However, it felt a surge of tension coursing through its entirety. Having reached the nascent stage of the 9-star Do Saint, it could not succumb to an inexplicable whim. There must have been an entity with powers far surpassing its own that had just directed overwhelming hostility towards it. Who lurks in the shadows, too afraid to reveal themselves? The void-devouring flame roared, torrents of blazing fire sweeping across the boundless void, attracting countless furtive gazes from the darkness. Among these gazes were confusion, fear, surprise, and doubt. The Do Saints of Duki continent, who had endured through the ages, found themselves witnessing the re-emergence of the void-devouring flame after millennia, only to observe it in a state of frenzy. Simultaneously, Gu Yuan, seated in the grand hall of the ancient clan, was astounded to discover the resurrection of the Soul Realm, alongside the void-devouring flame, which had ascended to the rank of 9-star Do Saint. Following this revelation, Gu Yuan contemplated a terrifying possibility. The Soul Emperor was still alive. With flames igniting at his fingertips, the Soul Emperor, who had memorized the entirety of Battle Through the Heavens, decisively reduced the book to ashes. He conveyed a message to a certain location in the central continent. Soul Destruction, I require you to personally attend to certain matters. Remember, it must be you. Do not send your subordinates one by one. Chapter 2. Accepting Xiao Yan as a disciple. Strength in this world holds paramount importance. Lacking it renders one less significant than a mere pile of refuse. At least refuse dares not be trampled upon. The young man's shoulders quivered slightly as his deep, self-deprecating laughter, tinged with indignation, echoed mournfully atop the mountain. In the Do-Chi continent, northwestern region, within the Gamma Empire, in the city of Wutan, at the rear mountains of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan's fingers tangled in his raven locks, drawing blood from his gums. Moments ago, he had endured the greatest humiliation of his life, although he displayed no outward signs of distress in the Grand Hall. Every word uttered by Nalan Yunran pierced his heart like a sharpened blade, leaving him trembling. I refuse to suffer such indignity again. He opened his left hand, marred by a crimson streak, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Young lad, it seems you are in dire need of genuine assistance. A gentle voice interrupted the words of Yao Lao. Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly gazed skyward, locking onto a figure clad in white. Suspended in midair, none other than the Soul Emperor. A dozome, his pupils constricted, and a wave of shock coursed through him. Only those of legendary status could possess such power. In an instant, myriad possibilities flooded Xiao Yan's mind, and he instinctively took a half-step back, battling the urge to flee. Indeed, an intriguing little fellow, the Soul Emperor chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze toward the black ring in Xiao Yan's hand, which contained Yao Lao. This must be my fate. Yao Chun sighed wearily, his figure materializing. This esteemed one has been located by you. I, Yao Chun, have no objections. However, I implore you not to burden this young brother. He is unaware of the circumstances and has been subjected to 3 years of my absorbed Do-Chi. He should not meet such a wretched end. Your Excellency is mistaken. I am not of the Soul Palace, the Soul Emperor replied, shaking his head. Yao Chen exhaled deeply, relieved that the Soul Emperor was not affiliated with the Soul Palace. There remained a chance for negotiation. I am the Soul Emperor, the head of the Soul Clan. The subsequent words of the Soul Emperor resonated in Yao Chen's ears like thunder. Instantly, Yao Chen's spiritual form dulled. How could Yao Chen, hailing from the ancient 8 clans, be unaware of the weight that name carried? Having traversed the continent for many years, he had dealt with numerous Dosheng powerhouses, all of whom were fiercely proud and exceedingly difficult to handle. Yet, none could maintain composure under the name of the Soul Emperor. At the pinnacle of a 9-star Dosheng that signified the utmost strength on the Doqi continent, the Soul Clan represented the apex of superclans. The so-called Soul Palace, the foremost power in the Doqi continent, was merely their subordinate organization. Yet, should he not have perished in the battle of the Heavenly Tomb long ago? Fear not. I initially intended to obliterate the Xiao family, the Soul Emperor declared in an unsettlingly calm tone, sending chills down Xiao Yan's spine. At that moment, Yao Chen found himself at a loss for words. But my intentions have shifted. The Soul Emperor's gaze settled upon Xiao Yan. If this esteemed one finds merit in this child, he may leave. Yao Chen felt a pang of bitterness. He recognized Xiao Yan's potential. His spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and his cultivation aptitude was commendable. Given time, he could assist in the reconstruction of his physical form. You are mistaken, esteemed one. While I wish to take on a disciple, I harbor no intention of usurping anyone. How about we jointly instruct this youth? You shall teach him alchemy, and I shall guide his cultivation. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. Very well. Let this matter rest in your hands. The Soul Emperor gestured, and Han Feng, bound like a zongzi, appeared beneath the stone platform. Yao Chen gazed at the contorted figure on the ground. That face had haunted his dreams even in the depths of slumber over the years. Han Feng, his beloved disciple. Oh, why had he betrayed him? The burning decision was hardly a commendable technique. Yao Chen regarded the Soul Emperor with a complex expression, unsure of how Han Feng had ended up in his grasp, as if he had been delivered to Xiao Yan. Yet, such details seemed trivial now. This man has brought his own demise. Yao Chen cast a long, sorrowful glance at Han Feng, whose eyes brimmed with a desperate yearning for survival, before resolutely turning away. I beseech you, esteemed one, to eradicate this scoundrel. With pleasure. The Soul Emperor chuckled lightly, and with a mere wave of his hand, Han Feng's body was reduced to dust. A brilliant azure flame erupted forth. The Soul Emperor extinguished the sea heart flame, swiftly erasing the flicker of consciousness that had just emerged, sealing it within a jade box, reinforcing the seal. Xiao Yan stood in astonishment, utterly overwhelmed by the unfolding spectacle. The Soul Emperor? A Dosheng? With a mere gesture, he subdued a Doang? Xiao Yan, possessing merely a third-tier Do-Qi cultivation, could not perceive the fluctuations of the Soul Emperor's power, but he could distinctly sense the Do-Wang aura emanating from Han Feng. That power could likely topple the entire Xiao family with a single motion. Yet, such a formidable being had effortlessly reduced Han Feng to ashes. And this person sought to take him as a disciple? After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Xiao Yan was engulfed by profound dread. What could he possibly possess that would attract such a powerful figure? With his seemingly worthless talent, it was likely he would never again break through to the Doja realm. Do you not yearn for strength? Do you wish to endure such humiliation again? The Soul Emperor, having resolved matters regarding Yao Chen, flashed before Xiao Yan without hesitation, fixing his gaze upon the young man. I am willing, Xiao Yan blurted out, momentarily stunned. He had intended to refuse, yet the words transformed into a declaration of acceptance. A fervent desire for power enveloped his heart. The indignity of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Excellent. The Soul Emperor nodded in satisfaction, recognizing a flicker of familiarity in Xiao Yan. Countless years ago, beneath the sacred mountain of the Soul Realm, a similarly destitute youth had once roared against the heavens, lamenting the unfairness of fate. His cultivation talent had been dismal, and his identity was merely that of a slave nurtured by a member of the Soul Clan. His master had even deemed it unnecessary to bestow him a name. Now, that very youth had adopted a resounding title, the Soul Emperor, who had dominated the Doqi continent for millennia. The Soul Emperor casually retrieved a storage ring from his spatial realm and tossed it to Xiao Yan, saying nonchalantly, "Take this storage ring. Imprint your blood upon it to acknowledge ownership." Inside, You will find elixirs and rare treasures to aid in your cultivation and restore the soul of the esteemed Yao. Now, you may descend the mountain. Guests are arriving. Xiao Yan accepted the storage ring, his heart brimming with excitement. Even the typically composed Yao Chun could not hide the additional wrinkles forming on his face from the smile. After watching Xiao Yan descend the mountain, the Soul Emperor turned his attention. Gu Yuan, now that you have arrived, why conceal yourself? Chapter 3. Gu Yuan, now that you are here, why conceal yourself? The Soul Emperor pivoted, his gaze traversing the expanse, seeking a particular spot in the void. As the gentle breeze rustled and leaves danced in the air, Gu Yuan's figure gradually emerged. Ha! Soul Emperor, after a millennium, your perception remains as keen as ever. Gu Yuan gazed calmly at the formidable adversary who had vanished for a millennium, a visage unchanged since 1,000 years past. Beneath the suave and affable exterior lurked a heart as sinister as that of a demon. The passage of time had merely added a touch of weathering to his appearance. The Soul Emperor chuckled softly. A touch of weathering? What an amusing expression. As the wind ceased, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. Yet the surrounding luminosity abruptly diminished several degrees. Gu Yuan's sleeves fluttered without a breeze, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden hue as he summoned his awe-inspiring power. To strike at first sight, how utterly tedious. The Soul Emperor maintained a serene smile, and with a flick of his wrist, the blood blade of the Emperor materialized in his hand. You released the void-devouring flame from its seal to inform me of your return? Just in time, for I have not engaged in battle for a millennium and could use a little exercise. Gu Yuan extended a finger, golden chi erupting from his fingertip to form a colossal golden digit. Ancient Emperor's guiding finger. Old man, Gu Yuan remarked, you seem to be significantly younger than I. The Soul Emperor swung his blade, unleashing a tempest of blood-colored chi that surged towards Gu Yuan like a tidal wave. The collision of the colossal wave and the grand finger erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance, a cataclysmic energy storm shattering the surrounding space, exposing the void to the material realm and voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. Were it not for the deliberate restraint of the two Do Saints, half of the Gamma Empire would have been reduced to dust. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yan, who had not yet retreated far, gazed in astonishment at the clash between the two. We must hurry. The Soul Emperor is being ambushed by another Do Saint. A voice urged in his ear. At that moment, Yao Chun was engulfed in sheer panic, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences of a shattered space. Had he been at his peak, he might have dared to confront the void. But now, as merely a spiritual entity, and with his host being a mere third-tier Do Chi novice, the thought of being drawn into the void was terrifying. Even a typical Do Saint might not be able to rescue him. Xiao Yan immediately sprinted toward the Xiao clan, his feet barely touching the ground as he raced against death. Upon reaching the back door of the Xiao residence, he found the entrance tightly shut, with numerous clan members gripping crossbows, their expressions tense as they watched him. It's Xiao Yan. Let him in. Xiao Zhan, recognizing his son from afar, hastily instructed the clan members to lower the ladder for him to climb up. As Xiao Yan entered the courtyard, he realized the door had been barricaded with various explosives. Anyone attempting to force entry would be met with a devastating explosion. Yenner, do not be anxious. Our clan's strongest are all present. The experts battling on the back mountain are not to be trifled with, Xiao Zhan reassured Xiao Yan. The clan members of the Xiao family still in Wutan City had gathered, bolstered by the clan assessment, comprising 3 Grand Dome Masters, 27 Dome Masters, and over 100 fighters. Whoever dared to approach would need to weigh the cost. Xiao Zhan's confidence soothed the nerves of the Xiao clan members. Given the aftermath of this battle, there must be at least 2 Do Kings, the Grand Elder remarked solemnly, gazing toward the back mountain. Do Kings? Gasps of shock echoed among the crowd. Patriarch, what shall we do? Can we withstand Do Kings? This is dreadful. They must not come our way. Seeing the chaos among the people, Xiao Zhan reprimanded. Calm yourselves. Even if they're truly Do Kings, I have my ways. His composure stemmed not from his own strength, but from the presence of Xiao Suner, also known as Gu Suner, who resided with them. Only he knew that the ancient clan had dispatched a Do Huang to protect them closely, and if the Xiao clan found itself in peril, that Do Huang would undoubtedly intervene. Xiao Zhan's calm demeanor steadied the hearts of the clan, their expressions tense as they continued to focus on the back mountain. Only Xiao Yan knew that it was not 2 Do Kings clashing, but 2 Do Saints engaged in combat. Master Yao, should I reveal the truth to my father? Xiao Yan pondered. Despite enduring oppression and neglect over the past 3 years, he still wished to shield his kin from harm, especially his father and Xiao Suner, the 2 who had never left his side. There's no need. The 2 battling on the back mountain, One is the Soul Emperor. Although I cannot fathom why he would take you as a disciple, he should harbor no ill will towards you for the time being. As for the other, Yao Chan hesitated before voicing his conjecture. Given that he can contend with the Soul Emperor, he must be among the world's most elite. Aside from the ancient clan's leader, Gu Yuan, I can think of no other. But if it is indeed Gu Yuan, he would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. That is a relief. Xiao Yan sighed in relief. As the tremors from the battle subsided, night fell, and Xiao Zhan ordered some to remain while others returned to rest. Xiao Yan, stay a moment, he suddenly said, observing his son before him. A mix of emotions swirled within him. As Xiao Yan's father, how could he not know what Xiao Yan sought on the back mountain? Each time he faced adversity, he would retreat to the back mountain with the necklace left by his mother, shedding tears. Until now, as the back mountain was the Xiao clan's territory, he had refrained from intervening. However, with the current turmoil, it was imperative to have a serious conversation with Xiao Yan. In the dim light of Xiao Zhan's chamber, the father and son sat together for a heartfelt conversation, the flickering candlelight casting their shadows on the wall, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Yenner, in just one more year, you will undergo the coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Zhan remarked after a moment of silence. Yes, father. Before that, I will strive to advance to the Dome Master level. Xiao Yan replied, a smile suddenly brightening his face. Despite his 2 lifetimes, his respect for Xiao Zhan was genuine, especially after witnessing the fickleness of human nature over the past 3 years, making this bond all the more precious. Xiao Zhan forced a smile. Both father and son understood what the coming-of-age ceremony entailed. Once he passed it, without the potential for cultivation, he would be stripped of his qualifications to seek Do Chi techniques in the Do Chi Pavilion, relegated to handling mundane affairs for the clan. This was the clan's rule. Even as the patriarch, Xiao Zhan could not alter it. The condition for remaining in the clan to cultivate was to reach at least the 7th tier of Do Chi before the age of 16. Advancing 4 tiers in a year? Even if Xiao Yan regained his talent, it was an impossible feat. Moreover, at present, he had to say, I am sorry, Yenner. As I mentioned last night, if in a year your Do Chi does not reach the 7th tier, I will have no choice but to assign you to the clan's enterprises. After all, this family is not solely governed by me. Those old-timers are always ready to pounce on my missteps, Xiao Zhan confessed, a hint of guilt in his voice as he looked at his son, who was brimming with confidence. As for Xiao Yan's aspiration to ascend to Dome Master, Xiao Zhan regarded it merely as a comforting platitude. Go rest now and avoid the back mountain. It is not safe. Yes, father. Chapter 4. I want to become an alchemist. The cool moonlight poured through the open window, white frost blanketing the tidy floor. Returning to his room, Xiao Yan refrained from lighting a lamp, instead lying on his bed, processing the events of the day. Kid, why not hurry and open the Soul Emperor's storage ring to see what treasures lie within? The ethereal essence of Yaochen emerged from the black ring, its semi-transparent form illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an aura of sanctity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan sat upright, retrieving from his bosom the storage ring bestowed upon him by the Soul Sovereign, the Soul Emperor, a relic that possessed an ancient and majestic design, akin to a work of art. Is this truly a storage ring? What must I do? He inquired, raising the ring before Yaochen. Pierce your fingertip and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan extracted a dagger from beneath his pillow, slicing open his finger. A droplet of crimson blood slowly descended from the wound, landing upon the surface of the storage ring. Yaochen gazed in astonishment. Realizing that this lad had concealed a dagger beneath his pillow, his wariness was palpable. As the blood seeped into the ring, a vast expanse of space unfolded within Xiao Yan's spiritual perception. His eyes widened in awe at the myriad treasures contained within. What exquisite items are these? Yaochen extended his soul energy, utilizing Xiao Yan's command over the ring to enter the storage space. Yaochen gasped, his breath caught in all once more. This marked the 3rd time today he had been taken aback, for the Soul Emperor had indeed bestowed an abundance of gifts upon him. Top-tier foundation-building elixirs, premium pulse-protecting pills, and several exquisite energy-gathering powders, enough to ensure Xiao Yan's steady cultivation to the realm of the Dough Fighter. Countless large chests brimming with high-quality herbs and magic crystals lay within, sufficient for the crafting of nearly all 1st to 3rd grade pills. The primary limitation in the growth of an alchemist is the availability of resources. As alchemy inherently possesses a success rate, an exceptional alchemist consumes vast quantities of resources throughout their development. These extraordinary treasures entirely resolve Xiao Yan's initial woes regarding the scarcity of cultivation materials. A delicately crafted alchemy furnace, seemingly the most popular novice furnace of the central continent, stood among the items. Its reliability was remarkable, enhancing the alchemist's inspiration, and its walls were inscribed with defensive formations that would effectively shield the alchemist in the event of an explosion. The final items were 2 jade boxes. One contained a peach blossom flame, the gentlest and least potent of spiritual fires, which a Dough Fighter alchemist could merge and consume. The other housed a 6th-grade pill, the soul melding pill. This miraculous concoction could facilitate the fusion of soul and body, rapidly restoring soul power while completely healing any past wounds to the spirit. Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor. This was undoubtedly the most crucial item for him. With this pill, his soul power could be restored to its zenith within 3 months. Yet, amidst his excitement, a deepening worry creased his brow. He could not fathom why the illustrious Soul Emperor would seek to take under his wing a mere boy from a small family in a remote region of the continent. Indeed, while Xiao Yan's talent appeared commendable to Yao Chen, he believed that, even without such tutelage, Xiao Yan would eventually rise to become a formidable dozone, dominating his domain in time. With Yao Chen's guidance, perhaps centuries hence, the Doqi continent might yet witness the emergence of an 8th-grade alchemist among its ranks. But that was all there was to it. Yao Chen scrutinized Xiao Yan, observing him from various angles, until the latter grew visibly uneasy under his gaze. Yet no explanation surfaced in Yao Chen's mind. Although this lad shared the surname Xiao, there seemed to be little connection to the Xiao clan that had perished a millennium ago. The tale of the Xiao clan's annihilation was widely known, yet among the Dou saints of the central continent, whispers persisted that the clan's patriarch, Xiao Xian, had entrusted his legacy to the ancient clan leader Gu Yuan before his demise, safeguarding a branch of the Xiao clan in some hidden enclave of the continent. Such rumors, however, were relayed to Yao Chen by a Dou saint, and their veracity was uncertain. Nevertheless, if the tale held any truth, a Xiao clan under the protection of the ancient clan would undoubtedly retain resources, even absent the bloodline of the Dou Emperor. While the Xiao family within the Gamma Empire boasted only a single great Dou master among its ranks, it bore no resemblance to the illustrious Xiao clan of a millennium past. What are you plotting? Xiao Yan, feeling a chill under Yao Chen's scrutiny, tightened his grip on the dagger and cautiously retreated. Yao Chen shook his head, recognizing that the intricacies of this matter were beyond his contemplation. The affairs of the Soul Emperor were not something ordinary individuals could meddle in. This youth, Yao Chen remained silent, reflecting on the 3 years during which he had absorbed considerable amounts of Xiao Yan's Doqi. His decision to remain hidden had not been without purpose. He sought to assess Xiao Yan's mindset in adversity. Should Xiao Yan succumb to cynicism and face the world with a heart full of hatred? Yao Chen would not reveal himself, but rather seek another host, waiting until he found a disciple whose disposition he deemed worthy of his guidance. Indeed, Xiao Yan's present circumstances were a consequence of Yao Chen's own design. The 3 years of unwarranted tribulation would have been a devastating blow to an ordinary child. If Xiao Yan failed this trial, he would be relegated to the mundane affairs of his family, forever severing his path to cultivation. Yet Yao Chen could no longer bear the weight of betrayal. The past 3 years had been a gamble, with Xiao Yan's fate and Yao Chen's soul as the stakes. But fortune had favored Yao Chen. Xiao Yan's character proved exceptional. He had not succumbed to despair over the years. Now, with the emergence of the Soul Emperor, the intent to accept this youth as his disciple was evident, and the generous resources offered were undoubtedly aimed at cultivating him into an alchemist. With Yao Chen himself as his mentor, this was Yao Chen's opportunity, a chance to reshape his physical form and perhaps advance further. He could not afford to abandon it. Xiao Yan, can you endure solitude? Yao Chen asked, retrieving a vial of foundation-building elixir and a pulse-protecting pill from the storage ring, turning to face Xiao Yan. Absolutely. Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod, sensing the excitement stirring within him as he observed Yao Chen produce the 2 elixirs. Under Yao Chen's instructions, Xiao Yan fetched a basin of warm water, and Yao Chen opened the jade vial containing the foundation-building elixir. A droplet of emerald liquid gracefully ascended from the vial and floated into the basin of clear water, transforming it into a vibrant hue of azure. For the time being, you shall cultivate within this mixture. Given your talent, breaking through to the Dou fighter realm within 6 months should be a trivial matter, Yao Chen declared confidently, clapping his hands together. He then handed the pulse-protecting pill to Xiao Yan. Consume this pill. It will safeguard your meridians and enhance your absorption of the elixir's potency. 1 year to become a Dou fighter? Xiao Yan's heart swelled with joy as he eagerly nodded. The prospect of advancing from the 3rd stage of Doqi to the Dou fighter realm within a year was nothing short of extraordinary. It must be noted that the progression through the Doqi realm was notoriously sluggish. Even exceptionally talented Dou fighters might only advance 2 stars in a year. Yet none could ascend an entire stage. With the aid of the elixir, he could indeed achieve the Do fighter rank within a year. These pills are truly miraculous. I, too, aspire to become an alchemist, Xiao Yan declared with fervor, inspired by the Soul Emperor's grand generosity, which successfully ignited within him a yearning for the identity of an alchemist. Chapter 5. The Ritual Test. A year swiftly passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for Xiao Yan's coming-of-age ceremony was now but a month away. In the mountains behind the Xiao residence, Xiao Yan stood, clad in white robes, with his hands clasped behind his back. His tall figure and handsome visage were complemented by the oversized ruler strapped to his back. As the wind stirred, it tousled his flowing locks. Ah, your current demeanor bears a striking resemblance to the Soul Emperor's. Are you attempting to emulate him? Yao Chen's voice suddenly resonated, as his figure gradually materialized from the air above. Master Yao, do not mock me. If I could achieve even a fraction of your prowess, the rise and fall of the Gamma Empire would be but a thought away. Xiao Yan turned to glance at Yao Chen, offering an awkward smile. It's only a matter of time, Yao Chen replied with unwavering confidence. Is it truly just a matter of time? Xiao Yan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power within. His consciousness sank into his lower abdomen, where a palm-sized, rosy vortex spun slowly. At its center, a mesmerizing peach blossom unfurled. With a mere thought, the blossom transformed into a pink flame that appeared in the palm of Xiao Yan's hand, radiating a remarkable warmth, albeit gentle. The peach blossom fire, a treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor upon his departure, originated from the body of a fifth-tier magical beast, the Kuei Mu beast. Among spiritual fires, it is considered one of the easiest to tame, yet it is comparatively inferior in temperature and destructive power to others. Nevertheless, it remains a beloved choice among low-tier alchemists, although its price is exceedingly steep, making it difficult for many to acquire given their limited abilities. 2-star Do fighter. Yao Chen had initially thought it remarkable that Xiao Yan could ascend to Do fighter within a year. Yet, this child continually surprised him. Not only had he reached Do fighter in just 10 months, but he also chose the burning decision as his cultivation method, devouring the peach blossom fire and elevating it to mid-yellow tier. The burning decision was an ancient technique Yao Chen stumbled upon during a training expedition. Originally a low-level yellow tier method, but capable of advancement through the consumption of spiritual or exotic fires. In theory, as long as enough exotic fires were consumed, it could continue to progress indefinitely. At this moment, Xiao Yan's strength had grown 100-fold compared to a year prior, granting him the qualifications to establish himself in the Do-Chi continent. Today, I shall redeem myself from years of humiliation. I do not seek revenge. Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his fist, the peach blossom fire in his hand bursting into flames, scattering in all directions. Gritting his teeth, he continued, I merely wish to convey to everyone that while you may humiliate me, you shall never trample upon all that I hold dear. Xiao Yan turned and descended the mountain, the remnants of the battle between the Soul Emperor and Xiao Xian still lingering in the air, the rift in space resembling an intricate spider web. The back mountain of Xiao family had now become a notorious forbidden ground in the Gamma Empire. Yet, over the past year, he had frequented it, merely to spur himself on, determined to grow strong one day. Look, it's that useless one, finally showing up after dawdling. Afraid of losing face, perhaps? If so, he should have just hidden away and not come at all. After avoiding it for nearly a year, what's another month? Laughter echoed from all directions, the mocking voices of certain Xiao family members piercing the air. Dressed in white, Xiao Yan stood calmly among the crowd, having retrieved the Xian heavy ruler into his storage ring. He preferred to maintain a low profile. Brother Xiao Yan, you have finally emerged. Xiao Suner stood beside him, nervously tugging at her clothing, glancing occasionally at the composed youth beside her. It had been a long time since she had seen Xiao Yan, a fact particularly hard for a girl in her adolescent years to accept. For a young girl, love is possessive. She wished for no separation, even for a moment. Since Xiao Yan's emergence, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, shedding the despondency of before to become more confident and poised. This change delighted Suner, yet also left her somewhat anxious. Had her brother forgotten her after a year of absence? Suddenly, a warm hand rested on Xiao Suner's head, ruffling her hair playfully. I have emerged. Shall we explore the marketplace tonight? I'll buy you some delicious treats. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Suner, his gaze filled with affection. She was one of the few who had not abandoned him, making her one of the most cherished individuals in his life. Xiao Xun Fotza, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet, the shy girl did not pull away. Instead, she nodded with joy. All right, then it's a promise, Xiao Yan replied confidently, casting his eyes toward the black stone monument. However, this scene only fueled the surrounding gossip, many young male relatives glaring at Xiao Yan. Xiao Suner was the jewel of the Xiao family, the dream girl of countless young men. How dare that mere waist touch Miss Suner's head? Xiao Ning, amidst the crowd, ground his teeth in fury, casting an angry glance at the blushing Xiao Suner, his heart nearly boiling over. Xiao Ning, the grandson of the elder, Xiao Yan's cousin, and Xiao Yu's younger brother, was considered a genius. He had harbored feelings for Xiao Suner since childhood, burying his affection while Xiao Yan was still a fallen genius. However, as Xiao Yan's circumstances changed, he became increasingly overt about his feelings. Yet, Xiao Suner remained indifferent. With anger bubbling within him, Xiao Ning took a deep breath, forcing a smile to reappear on his face. In front of the gathered crowd, he slowly ascended the high platform. Next, Xiao Ning, the handsome youth, stepped forward onto the stage, pressing his hand against the black stone monument. Do Qi 9 stages. The tester's words ignited an uproar across the venue. 9 stages of Do Qi marked the highest level reached thus far. The elder nodded in satisfaction from the observation stand, pleased with his grandson's accomplishments. At such a young age, to possess such cultivation was commendable. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's rejection of the Yunlan Sect's energy dispersal, his grandson might have already broken through to Do Fighter, becoming the second prodigy in the Xiao family within a century to ascend before the age of majority. Naturally, the first was Xiao Yan himself. Contemplating this, the elder cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, filled with contempt. Once fond of the boy, he had extended considerable help after Xiao Yan's Do Qi vanished. Yet all the resources had vanished without a trace, making no impact. The subsequent decline of Xiao Yan, along with his reckless 3-year agreement that angered the Yunlan Sect, had placed the family in a precarious position. Xiao Ning gleefully regarded Xiao Yan, his gaze seemingly taunting, as if to say, "See? The only one worthy of Suner is me, not a mere waste like you." But none of this fazed Xiao Yan. He leaned closer to Xiao Suner, quietly sharing amusing anecdotes from the past few days. Suner recounted how her tricolor cat had decisively defeated the large black dog at the entrance, prompting laughter from both. This display of camaraderie infuriated Xiao Ning further, his teeth grinding to the point of bleeding, his fury nearly overwhelming him. Xiao Ning, step down. The tester barked. Yes. Xiao Ning's voice dripped with resentment. Next, one after another, individuals took their turns, none making a significant impression until Xiao Suner's Do Fighter strength was revealed, igniting the atmosphere once again. Truly worthy of my affection, Xiao Ning thought, eyes alight with fervor. In his mind, he and Xiao Suner were destined to be together, with Xiao Yan as the obstacle standing in their way. Next, Xiao Yan. The tester's voice echoed through the square. Brother Xiao Yan, it's your turn, Xiao Suner said, casting a worried glance toward him, her hands clasping his right hand, her eyes filled with concern. Raising his head, Xiao Yan looked indifferently at the black stone monument on the high platform, the surrounding voices of his clansmen's schadenfreude echoing in his ears, eliciting a faint smile from him. Suner, today marks the culmination of all these years of humiliation. Xiao Yan exhaled softly, striding towards the high platform. Xiao Suner released her grip, gazing blankly at Xiao Yan's retreating figure. In that moment, he radiated an aura of confidence, as if the genius of yesteryears had returned. Under the scrutiny of myriad complex gazes, Xiao Yan ascended the high platform, standing before the black stone tablet. The examiner regarded the young man before him with a mix of emotions. He had witnessed the rise of this prodigious youth, and he had also seen his gradual decline. He had watched him build a towering success, only to witness his eventual downfall. Today, barring a miracle, this would likely be the last time this young man participated in the family Do Qi test. Clad in a white robe, Xiao Yan stood before the black stone tablet, his chest slowly rising and falling. At this moment, his composure belied the turmoil within. He extended his palm, resting it upon the cold, smooth surface of the black stone tablet. Amidst the gazes of pity, schadenfreude, and concern, a brilliant light erupted from the stone tablet. Upon its surface, golden rays coiled and formed several grand characters. 2-star Do Fighter. The entire square fell into a momentary hush, only to erupt into a cacophony of disbelief. How is this possible? The black stone tablet must be malfunctioning. How could this waste be a 2-star Do Fighter? He must have tampered with it. Amidst the rising tide of skepticism, the grand elder of the Xiao clan suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest and stood up. Leaping down from the observation area to the high platform, he hurried to the black stone tablet, placing his palm upon it, and, after a careful examination, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. After a brief contemplation, he bellowed with the might of his Do Qi, silence. The black stone tablet is not broken. Xiao Suner covered her mouth with her small hand, feeling a mix of disbelief and deep emotion. My son's cultivation has returned. On the observation platform, Xiao Yan, in the prime of his life, had a single tear slip from the corner of his eye. He had witnessed all the slander Xiao Yan had endured over the years. Yet he had been powerless to intervene. Clan rules superseded all, for a once mighty family like the Xiao. Only by adhering to these rules could they hope for a thread of survival. Crack! In his excitement, Xiao Zhan crushed the teacup in his hand into a fine powder, the remnants mingling with the tea as they slipped through his fingers. The other three elders were equally astonished, their shock palpable. To ascend from the third stage of Do Chi to a two-star Do fighter in just 1 year? Such speed was unprecedented, utterly astounding. What miraculous elixir had the clan leader provided for Yin'er to achieve such rapid progress? The second elder stared blankly at Xiao Zhan. Not long ago, he had mockingly suggested that Xiao Yan should have reported to the market early today. But now, it seemed the second elder's face was stinging from the slap of reality. My son Xiao Yan's progress is solely due to his innate talent and relentless effort. Xiao Zhan cast a disdainful glance at the second elder. This is impossible. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning, who had been reveling in his own 9th stage Do Chi prowess, felt a sense of unreality wash over him. In that instant, he was reminded of 4 years ago, when the 12-year-old prodigy stood atop the high platform, now once again gazing down upon him from great heights. No, this cannot be. When Xiao Yan fell from his throne of genius, Xiao Ning had been the most elated, for his own talent was not lacking. One could even argue he was the foremost among the Xiao aside from Xiao Yan. Yet, all his brilliance had been overshadowed by Xiao Yan, and no matter how hard he tried, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Yan. The white-clad youth atop the platform bore an indifferent expression, his figure exuding an exceptional grace, the sole focus of the entire assembly. Just as it had been 4 years prior. Brother Xiao Yan, so impressive. Suddenly, Xiao Suner's excited voice pierced through the crowd, her exuberant tone seemingly intended for all to hear. The genius has returned. So handsome. Where can I get that white robe? I want one too. The praises from some were as piercing as daggers, causing Xiao Ning to clench his fists, unwilling to accept the reality that Xiao Yan had reclaimed his status as a Do fighter. This is a lie. It must be a lie. Xiao Ning's feet moved as he approached the high platform, his gaze locked onto Xiao Yan. The surrounding crowd began to murmur at this sight. The grand elder on the platform furrowed his brow. He could surmise what his grandson was contemplating. However, many shared Xiao Ning's sentiments, believing there must be some hidden trickery behind Xiao Yan's achievement. Xiao Ning stepped down. The grand elder admonished. No, Grandpa, I must challenge Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning gritted his teeth, pointing accusingly at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned to Xiao Ning, his gaze tranquil. He had long anticipated that some would doubt his capabilities and that impassioned clan members would seek to challenge him. Very well, I accept your challenge, Xiao Yan replied calmly. The grand elder relaxed his furrowed brow. He had opposed Xiao Ning's challenge to Xiao Yan, but his reprimand was merely due to Xiao Zhan's presence in the audience. Since Xiao Yan had no objections, then let the duel commence. With a wave of his hand, the grand elder summoned several clan members to move the black stone tablet away, clearing a space for the two to engage, while Xiao Ning primed himself for battle. Xiao Yan appeared at ease, even finding the time to wink at Xiao Suner, eliciting a bright smile from her that further fueled Xiao Ning's fury. He summoned his Do Chi, preparing for a swift victory to expose what he believed to be Xiao Yan's deception. In his view, achieving the rank of Do fighter in less than a year, after having risen from the 3rd stage of Do Chi, was nothing short of a miracle. An ascent to Do fighter was simply impossible. Begin. With a call from the Xiao clan's instructor, the duel officially commenced. After exchanging respectful bows, Xiao Ning immediately activated his Do Chi and charged at Xiao Yan. As everyone watched Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, hearts raced with apprehension. It must be a trick. Below the platform, aside from Xiao Suner, who had been by Xiao Yan's side, another girl had been observing his every move, Xiao Mei, Xiao Yan's cousin. Once Xiao Yan's loyal follower, she had harbored feelings for him, but had decisively distanced herself when his cultivation regressed. Now, she bit her lip, her emotions in turmoil. If Xiao Yan's strength had truly returned, did that not imply her earlier decision to abandon him was misguided? On the other hand, Xiao Suner clasped her hands over her chest, watching Xiao Yan with unwavering faith. Her brother Xiao Yan would never lose. Mountain-splitting palm, Xiao Ning launched his attack with a yellow tier Do technique, evidently intent on overwhelming Xiao Yan with brute force. Yet, even as Xiao Ning closed the distance to within 3 steps of Xiao Yan, the latter remained utterly unresponsive. What is happening? On the platform, Xiao Zhan, once brimming with confidence, now felt his heart clench in anxiety. Why isn't Yenna moving? Xiao Yan's heart raced with worry. Could it be that Yenna was caught off guard? Indeed, it was possible that he had employed some underhanded means to deceive the Black Stone Tablet. To ascend from the third stage of Do-Chi to Do-Fighter in a year was almost inconceivable. If Yenna had truly resorted to such tactics, being exposed today could lead to minor injuries, or worse, the Grand Elder revoking his cultivation and banishing him. No, this cannot happen. Xiao Yan's gaze turned steely. Even if Yenna had employed despicable means, he remained his son, Xiao Yan. Even if it meant defying clan rules, he would protect Xiao Yan, regardless of the cost to his position as clan leader. Xiao Yan abruptly rose to his feet, yet the Grand Elder, who had already returned to the observation platform, was well prepared and immediately obstructed Xiao Yan's path. Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with fury. Deception must be met with consequences. It is for his own good, the Grand Elder replied coldly. On the high platform, the outcome of a duel had been decided in mere moments. A figure was violently hurled through the air, blood tracing a perfect arc in the sky. Xiao Ning. Chapter 7. A Chance for Redemption. Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings with an indifferent gaze, his white robe stained with flecks of blood, his right fist still poised, as if in mid-strike. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of the young man's garment. The square fell into a profound silence. Xiao Ning. Suddenly, a desperate roar pierced the stillness. Xiao Ning's father, Xiao Yan, disregarding all obstacles, charged up the high platform. The guard station nearby were caught off guard and, of course, dared not impede his advance. With a sickening thud, Xiao Ning collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, his right arm grotesquely severed. A jagged bone protruding from the gory flesh, an utterly horrifying sight. Xiao Yan rushed to his son's side. Disbelief painted across his features as he tremulously reached out to touch Xiao Ning's mangled arm. Xiao Ning emitted a weak and agonizing wail. He had lost again. For years had passed, during which he had believed that the once promising prodigy was a relic of the past, and that he would rise to seize all that had belonged to Xiao Yan, the attention of their kin, superior cultivation resources, the reputation of a genius, and even the affection of Xiao Suner, who had once admired Xiao Yan. Yet, standing there, Xiao Yan dealt him a crushing blow with his unexpectedly restored strength, conveying the message that those things which had never rightfully belonged to him now remained out of reach. But why? Xiao Ning struggled to rise, his gaze locking onto Xiao Yan. The young man in white stood illuminated against the light, his handsome visage shrouded in shadow, with only his indifferent eyes resembling dark voids, captivating all who beheld them. Xiao Yan. A formidable aura surged forth as Xiao Yan glared furiously at Xiao Yan. He had assessed Xiao Ning's injuries. Unless they could procure an expensive healing elixir, the damage was nearly irreversible. A mere one-star Do Master? Xiao Yan frowned. He had not intended to deliver a fatal blow. Although Xiao Ning was insufferable, he was nonetheless a member of his clan. The extent of Xiao Ning's injuries was entirely self-inflicted. Their confrontation, though fleeting, had seen Xiao Ning unleash his full strength, with a single earth-splitting palm nearly depleting half of his Do-Chi. However, there existed a significant disparity between a fighter's prowess and their Do-Chi, especially considering that Xiao Yan was far from an ordinary fighter. With the enhancement of the mid-tier Huang Stage Burning Decision and Peach Blossom Fire, he was fully qualified to contend with high-star fighters. It was his own excessive force that caused the backlash. What concern is that of mine? Xiao Yan retrieved the Xian Zhongqi from his storage ring, the Peach Blossom Fire erupting from his Dantian to envelop the weapon's surface. He remained vigilant, wary of Xiao Yan's potential assault. How brazen of you to say it is of no consequence. Xiao Yan, however, was not inclined to hear his explanation. He took a decisive step forward, his eyes brimming with resentment. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave as he summoned his Do-Chi, eager to ascertain the difference between a fighter and a Do Master. He had given no thought to safety, disregarding the fact that the Xiao clan's guards were poised to intervene. He knew that the spirit of the medicine elder within his ring would prevent Xiao Yan from inflicting even a scratch upon him. Father, no. Just as the tension reached its peak, Xiao Ning, still coughing up blood, grasped the hem of Xiao Yan's trousers, pleading with his eyes for restraint. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan lifted his gaze toward Xiao Zhan on the observation platform. The clan leader of the Xiao family was ablaze with Do-Chi, a pale blue lion's head forming behind him. Xiao Yan was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing that should he dare to take another step, both he and his son would surely meet their demise. The Grand Elder's expression tightened as he too glanced anxiously toward the high platform. His earlier confidence in detaining Xiao Zhan had evaporated. After all, He was the strongest within the Xiao clan. Within the bounds of the rules, he could challenge Xiao Yan, yet should he violate clan regulations, he would undoubtedly face formidable retribution. At this juncture, the guards of the Xiao family had encircled Xiao Yan, while two Dou masters positioned themselves beside Xiao Yan, ready for any eventuality. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan bent low, clasping his hands in a gesture of submission, and humbly requested, "I implore you to allow me to take Ninger back for recuperation before I face the law at the enforcement hall." The surrounding guards remained silent. The leader of the guard visibly conflicted. In principle, such an action was not permissible. Granted, a resounding voice echoed as Xiao Yan assented to Xiao Yan's request from the observation platform. "Thank you." Xiao Yan cautiously lifted Xiao Ning into his arms, and the surrounding guards parted to create a passage for him, with only the guard captain following closely behind. Xiao Yan shook his head. Stowing the Xianzhong Qi and Peach Blossom Fire, he descended from the high platform, making his way toward the crowd. The members of the Xiao clan instinctively cleared a path for him, their whispers of astonishment rivaling the shock experienced by Xiao Ning in his moment of defeat. Xiao Yan approached the utterly bewildered Xiao Suner, reaching out to gently ruffle the girl's hair, leaning in with a teasing smile as he asked, "Are you surprised?" Xuan Yan nodded vigorously. "Big brother Xiao Yan, how did you accomplish this?" The girl was eager to uncover the secret. "My cultivation has simply returned. Nothing more," Xiao Yan replied, a smug expression gracing his face. "Such an extraordinary occurrence cannot be so simple." Siusuna apudel, hier alms cost defensely over her ist. Wholly unconvinced by Xiao Yan's dismissive explanation. Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the observation platform, where Xiao Zhan, having withdrawn his Dou Qi, looked on with pride at his son. Suddenly, Xiao Yan raised his fist triumphantly, casting a proud glance at his father. "You little rascal, reveling in your own glory." Xiao Zhan chuckled, feigning indifference as he turned his face away, though the corners of his mouth threatened to curl into a broad smile. He had known all along that his son, whom he cherished, would undoubtedly return. As the last few individuals concluded their assessments, the ceremony drew to a close, and the crowd in the square gradually dispersed. Xiao Yan prepared to accompany Xiao Suner to the marketplace for a long-awaited outing, including a visit to the auction. Just as they reached the exit of the square, Xiao Yan sensed a complex gaze upon him. Following the source of the sensation, he spotted another young woman quietly observing him from within the crowd. Upon meeting Xiao Yan's gaze, Xiao Mei suddenly became flustered and turned to flee. Yet, Xiao Yan was quicker, blocking her path without hesitation as he retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage ring. "I recall you are quite familiar with Xiao Ning. This contains a healing elixir. Please deliver it to him." After placing the elixir in Xiao Mei's hands, he promptly returned to Xiao Suner's side. She bore no resentment, merely curious about the contents of the vial. Xiao Yan smiled as he explained to her, and together they walked away hand in hand. Xiao Mei stood frozen, staring blankly at their retreating figures. Once she had walked side by side with Xiao Yan, had she not? Yet could she still stand beside him now? Chapter 8. Soul Jade, Little Medical Fairy. Today was filled with joy. The remnants of the sunset scattered across the evening streets as Xiao Suner waved goodbye to Xiao Yan. An elderly man stood beside her, his gaze tranquil. He was the young lady's devoted guardian. "I still wanted to escort you home," Xiao Yan remarked helplessly, glancing at the old man, yet feeling powerless. According to his father, Xiao Zhan, this elder had been newly appointed as Xiao Suner's guardian from her hometown, responsible for her safety. "Miss Suner's safety is of no concern to young Master Xiao," the old man replied, shaking his head. Before turning to Xiao Suner with utmost respect, "Miss, it is time to return." "Allelicht, Xiao Xun nodded. Xiao Yan watched the pair depart, his smile gradually fading. After casually glancing around, he swiftly slipped into a narrow alleyway. When he emerged, he had donned a black cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, his face shrouded in darkness. In truth, even if Xiao Suner had not left, Xiao Yan would have found an excuse to leave early, for just moments ago, a divine thought had suddenly manifested within his mind. Within half an hour, come to the Mitre auction house and present the black card from your storage ring. They will instruct you on which room to go to. Xiao Yan, with a peculiar expression, retrieved a black card from his storage ring. He was certain this item had never existed within its confines before. Could it be that his master had returned? Xiao Yan could hardly fathom who else possessed the ability to directly place items into his storage ring. "Yao Lao, what do you think? Could it be our master?" Xiao Yan communicated his thoughts with Yao Chun, yet received no response. "Yao Lao," he called out again, but after several attempts, a fearful voice finally emerged. "No, it is another Dou Saint, essentially a subordinate of your master." "A subordinate of a Dou Saint?" Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing that his elusive master, who had not been seen since revealing himself a year prior, actually had a Do Saint as a subordinate. Prior to this, Xiao Yan had little understanding of the immense power of the Soul Emperor. After all, the realm of Do Saints felt too distant, too far removed from any sense of reality for him to imagine the capabilities of such formidable beings and the vast chasm between their strengths. Subsequently, regardless of how Xiao Yan called out, Yao Chen offered no further reply, as if he had chosen to conceal himself. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan decided to heed the divine instruction, reasoning that if the entity could stealthily place items into his storage ring, erasing him would surely be a trivial task. Yet, since the individual had not taken action, it seemed they bore no ill intent. Upon arriving at the miter auction house, Xiao Yan presented the black card to the gatekeeper. "Please wait a moment, my lord." After verifying the authenticity of the black card, the gatekeeper respectfully led Xiao Yan into the auction house. A beautiful young woman approached, and after a brief whisper from the gatekeeper, she promptly beckoned him. "Young master, this way please." The woman slightly bowed and turned to lead the way. Xiao Yan remained silent, following her as he keenly observed his surroundings. Although the Xiao family was one of the three great families of Wutan City, it was Xiao Yan's first time in the Tianzi VIP rooms of the miter auction house. The decor in the Tianzi area was understated yet luxurious, truly expanding his horizons. "Here we are, the esteemed guest is waiting for you in this room." After another courteous gesture, the woman turned to leave. Xiao Yan glanced up at the plaque on the room, Tianzi number 1. Before he could knock, the door swung open on its own. A girl with purple hair sat inside, watching the auction unfold below. She wore a black and white dress, her slender waist and long legs elegantly poised, presenting only her back to Xiao Yan. An orchid in a secluded valley. Xiao Yan stood frozen at the door. In both of his lifetimes, he had never encountered a woman with such grace. Is this the Do Saint? He felt uncertain, but with Yao Lao remaining silent, he had to rely on himself. "Are you not coming in?" The purple-haired girl turned her head, her exquisite face adorned with a scrutinizing gaze. All right." Xiao Yan steeled himself and stepped inside, the door of the private room closing behind him. He removed his hat and clasped his hands, saying, "I am Xiao Yan, honored to meet you, esteemed one." "Esteemed one is too grand. I am your senior sister, Soul Jade." The purple-haired girl waved her hand. "Please, have a seat. We should be of similar age." Soul Jade added, sizing up Xiao Yan, noting that her junior brother was quite handsome. "Is that so?" Xiao Yan reciprocated the curiosity, observing his senior sister. She appeared young, at least seeming much younger than him, yet she exuded a sense of maturity. Soul Jade nodded, and the two began conversing within the room. "So you're Xiao Yan? I've heard of you," Soul Jade remarked, her expression revealing surprise, as if this name was familiar to her. "Sister, you have heard of me?" Xiao Yan queried, puzzled, for he had never stepped foot outside the Gamma Empire during his peak fame. "Yes, I was once from the Gamma Empire as well. After being taken in as an adopted daughter by my father, I took the name Soul Jade," she explained with a light laugh, recounting her background. Though Soul Jade was from the Gamma Empire, her childhood had been turbulent, lacking a name of her own. By fortunate coincidence, she had acquired medical skills and joined a mercenary group in a place called Qingshan Town to survive. The mercenaries traversing the Monster Mountain range affectionately dubbed her the Little Medical Fairy. The turning point of her fate occurred a year ago when she encountered the gravely injured Soul Emperor during a herb-gathering expedition and skillfully healed the Do Saint, leading to her adoption and her new name, Soul Jade. Little Medical Fairy? What a delightful title, Xiao Yan mused. That was merely a name given by the mercenaries. Soul Jade said, her head held high with a hint of shyness, though clearly proud of the title. It seemed this purple-haired girl had been taken in by his elusive master after he was ambushed. Wait a moment, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed a discrepancy. If we go by timing, I should have arrived first. You ought to refer to me as senior brother. He pointed out the logical inconsistency in Little Medical Fairy Soul Jade's words. Soul Jade scoffed, evidently unimpressed. Master says that the one who achieves first takes precedence. Thus, even though you entered before me, you should still call me senior sister. As she spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Soul Jade. Little Medical Fairy Soul Jade, 1-star Doling. Keek. Soul Jade, though this lad is a year older than you, he is merely a 2-star Do fighter. Do not frighten him. A third figure suddenly materialized in the private room, where only Xiao Yan and Soul Jade had been. A middle-aged man in a black robe slowly emerged from the void. Chapter 9. Keek. Yao Chun. Feigning sleep to evade me will not suffice. The middle-aged man in the black robe gradually took form. Soul Miashing, the Lord of the Soul Palace, 5-star Do Saint, gold medal instructor of the Do Huang Accelerated Training Class, founder of the external business on the Do Chi continent. and captain of the transport fleet. Was this the Do Saint who had summoned him? Xiao Yan was awestruck. Such stealthy methods were truly terrifying. Within the Black Ring, despite Xiao Yan's persistent calls, Yao Chun, who had previously been reluctant to reveal himself, let out a long sigh and materialized. His semi-transparent figure startled the little medicine fairy. A celestial soul? A Do Saint? No. This individual was an 8th-tier alchemist in life, which accounts for his formidable spirit, Soul Destroyer explained. An 8th-tier alchemist? Is he the alchemical mentor my father sought for me? The little medicine fairy quickly rose from her seat. Her face illuminated with curiosity as she circled around Yao Chen's ethereal form. Indeed, it is he, Yao Chun. Do you have any objections? Soul Destroyer displayed a gentle smile, though his tone bore more resemblance to a threat than a negotiation. None at all. Yao Chun internally chuckled at his predicament, but ultimately acquiesced. As one of the pinnacle alchemists on the continent, teaching 2 young individuals was trivial. However, he pondered the true intentions of the Soul Clan in insisting he instruct others in alchemy. Did they not possess their own alchemists? Soul Destroyer discerned Yao Chen's outward compliance belied a certain dissatisfaction within, and he smirked inwardly. It is not without compensation for you to teach. There is a reward. Oh, Yao Chen raised his head, intrigued. You were poisoned and had your physical form destroyed through collusion between your rebellious disciple Han Feng and several enforcers from our Soul Palace. Thus, this serves as both compensation and remuneration. Our clan leader has prepared the corpse of a 5-star Do Saint for your resurrection. How does that sound? Are you satisfied? Soul Destroyer appeared casual in his delivery, yet he himself had been taken aback when he first learned of this arrangement. He had almost believed that the Soul Emperor, dissatisfied with his management of the Soul Palace during the Millennium of Healing, intended to eliminate him to resurrect Yao Chun instead. After diligently gathering fragmented maps for half a year, he ultimately discovered they were remnants of a treasure map left behind by the 9-star Do Saint, the pure Lotus Demon Saint. In the end, not only did he assist the Soul Emperor in subduing the pure Lotus Demon Fire, but he also encountered a Do Saint from the Xiao clan from a millennium ago within the space of the Demon Fire. The 5-star Do Saint's corpse that Soul Destroyer referred to was that of the Xiao clan Do Saint. What was his name again? Xiao Chun or Xiao Cheng? In any case, it was of little consequence. A 5-star Do Saint. Yao Chun was profoundly astonished. If Soul Destroyer's words were true, this would undoubtedly be an extraordinary fortune. After his resurrection and years of diligent cultivation, he could certainly break through to become a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Dochi continent. Do I truly need to deceive you? You may rest assured in instructing these 2 young ones. Our Soul Clan has never failed to honor those who collaborate with us. Unlike the miserly other clans of the Alchemist clan, the Emperor places great emphasis on clear rewards and punishments. Soul Destroyer's words pierced Yao Chen's heart deeply. Indeed, the Soul Clan's reputation among the ancient families was far from favorable, and the Soul Emperor's ambition was well known. However, the reason other clans had not united against the Soul Clan was quite simple. None of them were virtuous, and who did not covet the ancient imperial jade? Who among them did not harbor some unspeakable misdeeds? Who was nobler than whom? It was merely that the Soul Clan was the strongest and most active. Very well. Yao Chun was evidently stirred, his ethereal form wavering slightly. He turned to the little medicine fairy, smiling warmly. Soul Jade, why do you not pay your respects to your master? The little medicine fairy immediately knelt respectfully, her youthful eyes sparkling with desire. If one were to ask a healer what their greatest dream is, the answer would undoubtedly be singular, to become an alchemist. And now, this opportunity lay before her. The image of the scholarly man, the first person to treat her kindly, filled her mind, overwhelming her with gratitude. The great kindness of my adoptive father. The little medicine fairy would forever remember. In that moment, she had wholly regarded the Soul Emperor as her own father. Master, please allow me to bow in reverence. The little medicine fairy earnestly bowed her head 3 times to the ground. Good child, rise. Yao Chen's face blossomed with joy. He had just tested the little medicine fairy's talent with his spiritual energy. Though her spirit power was not particularly strong, she possessed the rare and exceptional poison physique, which would undoubtedly yield remarkable results when concocting unique poison pills in the future. Xiao Yan looked on, bemused by the spectacle before him. So, how shall their ranks be determined? Clearly, both the Soul Emperor and Master Yao Chun held seniority over him. Yet, when he considered the little medicine fairy's single-star dose spirit cultivation, he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Her strength was sufficient to dismantle all factions in Wutan City, so it was prudent not to provoke her. A disciple is a disciple, I suppose, he thought, chuckling. After the bowing ceremony, The little medicine fairy suddenly leaned close to Xiao Yan, her body nearly brushing against his. A delightful fragrance wafted into Xiao Yan's nostrils. And at that moment, he comprehended just how captivating the little medicine fairy truly was. Her delicate features, statuesque height, and slender waist exuded an air of both fragility and allure. Xiao Yan, my junior brother, our relationship has now progressed to a new level, the little medicine fairy said playfully. Understood, Sister Soul Jade. Xiao Yan intentionally turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze, his face inexplicably flushed. Enchantment? Yao Chun raised an eyebrow at the two young individuals, then burst into laughter. It seems Xiao Yan is indeed fortunate. A smirk of mischief played on Yao Chen's lips. However, when he turned to glance at Soul Destroyer, he found him wearing an equally broad grin. But as soon as the latter noticed someone looking at him, he instantly resumed a serious demeanor. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. The clan leader has stated that he will personally come to Wu Tan City to assess your cultivation in 2 months and will take you out for training. During this time, you must diligently cultivate. Otherwise, should you perish during your training, I will undoubtedly choose a woman's body for your resurrection. Soul Destroyer flashed a cruel smile. Trust me, after experiencing the benefits of womanhood, you may no longer wish to return to being a man. Soul Destroyer's words sent a shiver down Xiao Yan's spine. To die and be resurrected as a woman? What kind of madness is this? Being my sister would not be so bad. The little medicine fairy giggled, covering her mouth. That is quite unnecessary. I will do my utmost to succeed in my training, Xiao Yan assured fervently. Hee. Soul Destroyer's laughter shattered the void as he departed, leaving Xiao Yan and the little medicine fairy gazing at one another. Chapter 10. Sister, I shall buy you anything. Lily Wearer, come, let's return to the Xiao clan. After obtaining Soul Destroyer's promise, Yao Chen looked at the little medicine fairy with newfound fondness. Xiao Yan, remember to prepare a clean room for your sister, starting tomorrow. She will join you in alchemy. Certainly, Sister Soul Jade. Tonight, I shall host a banquet to welcome you. Xiao Yan patted his chest, still blushing from the earlier enchantment. The little medicine fairy, however, appeared unhurried, shyly pointing towards the floor-to-ceiling window, and tentatively asked, Can we attend this auction before leaving? This is my first time participating in such an event. An auction tonight? I was unaware of this, Xiao Yan replied, puzzled. Over the past year, he had frequented the Mitre auction house and had become a regular guest. If there were an auction, he should have been informed. An auction? Yao Chun chuckled lightly, his disinterest in the auction of such a trivial place apparent, even for the centerpiece items, most of which he deemed beneath his notice. After casually offering a few words of advice, he retreated into the confines of the Black Ring to nurture his soul's power. This is a clandestine gathering. Only those who receive special invitations may attend. Within, one can encounter items rarely seen at ordinary auctions, such as soul entities and slaves, Xiao Yan explained. Isn't this explicitly prohibited by the Gamma Empire? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, for he, being an aspiring youth, instinctively recoiled from dealings shrouded in darkness. They merely prohibit other factions from participating in such transactions, but they do not forbid their own involvement. The slaves in the underground markets of the Gamma Empire are primarily those captured during wars. Even the ostensibly reputable Mitre auction house has royal backing, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, her understanding of the darkness of the lower echelons clearer than Xiao Yan's. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan managed a sheepish smile and quickly gestured towards the auction stage below, declaring, the auction is about to commence. As the lights brightened above the auction platform facing the number 1 VIP room, a striking figure clad in a red qipao, Yafi, gracefully ascended the stage amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Under the soft yellow lights, her voluptuous figure was tightly enveloped in a crimson fabric, giving the impression that it might burst forth at any moment. With a seductive smile gracing her delicate features, Yafi playfully covered her mouth and exchanged a few flirtatious words with the audience, igniting a surge of desire among many men, who yearned to rush forward and claim her for themselves. Sensing the escalating fervor from the crowd below, Xiao Yan discreetly observed the reaction of her new junior disciple beside her. To her surprise, Xiao Yan's gaze remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the beauty displayed before him. This was not a reflection of Yafi's allure, for as the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, her charm was undeniable. However, having been surrounded by beauty since childhood, Xiao Yan regarded them as commonplace. His 4 years of wasted life had rendered him more attuned to emotional connections. Thus Yafi's superficial charms were unlikely to sway him. In contrast, Xiao Yan had managed to evoke a blush from him upon their first meeting, indicating her more profound allure. This reaction pleased Xiao Yan, causing the corners of her mouth to subtly curve upwards. My adoptive father has tasked me with securing this disciple named Xiao Yan. This should be effortlessly accomplished. Below, Yafi cast a discreet glance toward the number 1 VIP room, her face brightening with a radiant smile as she addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our sporadic clandestine gathering. I trust you are all eager to discover the items up for auction today. With that, Yafi gracefully lifted her hand, dimming the stage lights significantly. She placed a hand over her heart and slightly bent forward to retrieve a jade box from the center of the stage. The sight of the jade box incited a stir among the audience. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, sensing the essence of flames emanating from within. However, the intensity of these flames surpassed that of the peach blossom fire, possessing a more frenzied and potent nature. As anticipated, when Yafi opened the jade box, a brilliant yellow flame was revealed, sealed within. This is the Divine Crow Fire, the beast fire of the 6th-tier magical beast, the Divine Crow. According to the provider, the Divine Crow that was hunted bore the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow. Thus, the starting bid is set at 100,000 gold coins. Is the appetizer truly beast fire? Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with desire. What mattered most to him at this stage? It was undoubtedly a powerful beast fire. While the burning decision technique relied on the continual ingestion of exotic fires for evolution, the act of consuming such fires was fraught with peril. Even the most meticulously prepared pills bore a significant failure rate. Therefore, after conversing with Yao Lao, they devised a compromise. Initially, they would consume relatively safe beast fires to accumulate experience, while simultaneously evolving the burning decision to fortify themselves, thereby greatly enhancing the success rate of absorbing exotic fires. However, beast fires were exceedingly expensive and scarce. With his other mentor, the Soul Emperor, offline, and Yao Lao merely a soul entity, they were financially constrained. To procure beast fire, they could only save gradually. 100,000 gold coins represented merely a modest starting bid. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. A mocking voice broke through the auction room. Who is this pauper increasing the bid by mere thousands? 200,000 gold coins. Came a defiant retort, filling the auction house with a palpable tension. Instantly, many attendees shot angry glares at the speaker, yet with the presence of disguise techniques, no one could discern the identities of others. How audacious! 250,000. Another voice joined in. 300,000. The audacious voice continued unabated. 350,000. The auction hall fell into a sudden hush. Within Wutan City, few factions could produce 300,000 gold coins in one go. The 2 bidders were likely members of the 3 prominent families. Many attendees fell silent, wisely opting to forego this beast fire in anticipation of items that would prove more useful to them later. Do you desire it so much? Xiao Yixian discerned the longing in Xiao Yan's gaze and chuckled softly. Never mind, I lack the requisite gold coins, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. Though internally lamenting the missed opportunity for acquiring this beast fire could potentially elevate the burning decision once more. Xiao Yixian understood his thoughts all too well. She clapped her hands, and a service staff from the auction house entered their VIP room. I bid 500,000. Leaning back on the sofa, Xiao Yixian crossed her right leg over her left, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster ankle. Very well. VIP room number 1, 500,000. The auctioneer's voice rang out through the hall, as the 2 bidders engaged in a covert struggle. Good heavens, 500,000? Wasn't he that previous high-level technique not priced so absurdly? Gasps of astonishment erupted from below. ISNT VIP room number 1, usually unoccupied? Within the confines of VIP room number 1, Xiao Yixian observed Xiao Yan, who appeared momentarily dazed, and with a sly smile, she exhaled softly. If you desire anything, just let your elder sister know. She will procure it for you. Chapter 11. The Galley Family. After Xiao Yixian's bid concluded, a slight hush enveloped the hall, and after a moment, curious glances began to converge upon VIP room number 1. 50,000 gold coins for a beast fire? The individual within VIP room no. One is likely not from Wutan City. Beneath his cloak, Galeb's eyes glinted with coldness tinged with apprehension. To produce 50,000 gold coins in one go could only be achieved by the noble families of the capital or the formidable members of the Yunlan Sect. While beast fire was desirable, the cost was steep. It was unwise to offend a powerful figure for such a price, as the elder of the Galeb family cautioned. Understood, Galeb replied, retracting his icy gaze. In this fantastical realm, the notion that a powerful dragon could suppress a local snake was evidently flawed. Even a standard doling, when prepared, could annihilate the 3 major families of Wutan City. Although the Galeb family still had room to raise their bid, it was indeed imprudent to provoke an unknown powerful entity. Regrettably, while Caleb held such thoughts, it was clear that others were dissatisfied. Caleb family head, without that beast fire, I cannot ascend to the rank of second-tier alchemist. Nor can I mass-produce the foundation spirit liquid for you. A voice, cold and menacing, echoed from beside Caleb, where Lucy sat, crossing his legs. A singular eye visible beneath his mask, dark as the depths of a river. Lucy, a first-grade alchemist, was recruited at great expense by the Gailey family to concoct medicinal pills, rendering him the only known alchemist in the city of Wutan. The sum of 500,000 gold coins is no trifling matter, and we remain unaware of the mysterious individual's identity in the private room, numbered 1. Should this be a formidable figure, crossing him would be a significant miscalculation, Gailey by patiently elucidated. Then, would not all your efforts be in vain? Lucy's gaze revealed a hint of mockery as he reclined against the back of his chair, continuing in a relaxed tone, I, for one, am indifferent. The gold save could afford me the company of multiple women. However, it seems that your Gailey family has bundled and sold off a considerable part of its assets to the Nalan family in the capital to raise these funds, correct? Regaining them now would likely prove quite challenging. Gailey Bai fell silent. Their purpose for this expedition was to secure the beast fire for Lu Shi, assisting him in elevating to a second-grade alchemist, thereby enabling the production of a substantial quantity of foundational spirit liquid to significantly enhance the Gailey family's power. In pursuit of the funds, he had virtually liquidated all of the Gailey family's assets within Wutan, a hefty price to pay indeed. Patriarch, we must not. The beast fire can be sought through other means. There is no need to provoke the mysterious individual in private room 1, an elder of the Gailey family interjected, attempting to dissuade him. I fail to comprehend what you are so apprehensive about. Even the Yunlan Sect treats my master with utmost respect. Who within the Gamma Empire would dare to slight him? Lu Shi retorted, his sarcasm evident. Patriarch, 600,000. Gailey Bai raised his bidding card once more. A wave of astonishment swept through the auction hall, all eyes turning towards the source of the bid, eager to discern who had the audacity to contend with the enigmatic powerhouse. Prepare yourselves. Once we secure the beast fire, we shall exit together and then disperse. Remember, do not return to the family, but rather head towards the Xiao and Uba families. After a night, we shall regroup outside the city and return through the secret passage. Gailey Bai meticulously arranged the plan, ensuring that even the elders could no longer oppose it. That's more like it. No matter how powerful that individual may be, could he truly launch an assault on our territory? Preposterous, Lu Shi remarked, satisfied to see Gailey Bai's resolve firming up. I hope you will provide me with a satisfactory return. Otherwise, not even your esteemed master could save you. Gailey Bai suddenly turned to glare at Lu Shi with fierce intensity. Understood. Are you still worried? Lu Shi replied nonchalantly, while an elder beside him seethed with anger. The Gailey family had expended nearly a quarter of its wealth for today's auction, a significant blow to their vitality, all in hopes of acquiring a vast quantity of foundational spirit liquid to bolster their strength and establish absolute dominance over the other two families. Money can be earned anew, but with power, one can earn even more. This was the consensus within the Gailey family. They raised the bid. Xiao Yan was about to bid higher, but was abruptly halted by Xiao Yan, whose gaze was filled with disdain. I may have an inkling of the identities of those individuals, Xiao Yan silently called out to Yao Lao. Moments later, a semi-transparent spirit emerged from his black ring, wearing a look of resignation as he regarded Xiao Yan. Is Yao Lao affiliated with the Gailey family? Xiao Yan requested Yao Chen to use his spiritual power to probe the appearances of those seated below. Yao Chen nodded, extending his spiritual force into the private room, piercing through to the Gailey family members. Indeed, they were Gailey Bai and his companions, with another man of slightly greater spiritual prowess seated nearby, likely another alchemist. Xiao Yan understood. During his diligent training over the past year, should any significant event have unfolded in Wutan, it would undoubtedly be the Gailey family bringing back a first-grade alchemist from outside. This development had almost instantaneously disrupted the balance within Wutan. In his conversations with Xiao Zhan over the past year, he had sensed his father's deep concerns regarding this matter. To alleviate Xiao Zhan's worries, and also to seek a rival of equal standing, Xiao Yan had long set his sights on the Gailey family, ever ready to find a pretext to instigate trouble. Yao Lao, could you assist me in placing a soul mark on those individuals, especially the first-grade alchemist? I'm looking for an opportunity to hone my skills, Xiao Yan requested once more. To kill and seize treasures? You still harbor such interests? Xiao Yixian regarded her junior disciple with some wariness. The casual talk of killing and thievery indicated a heavy heart for slaughter. Sister, you've misunderstood, Xiao Yan chuckled, scratching his nose. The Gailey family is the sworn enemy of my Xiao family. Both sides would relish the chance to eliminate one another. It is only natural that if I were to be captured alone, I would likely meet my end. An age-old feud? Xiao Yan relaxed. Vendettas were commonplace in the Duki continent, and most individuals did not regard them as problematic. Would you like me to lend assistance? She continued to inquire. That won't be necessary. The Gailey family intends to use the beast fire for Lu Shi, and I do not need to defeat a great Dome Master. I merely require the chance to eliminate him. Xiao Yan analyzed calmly. If Xiao Yan were to assist him in securing the beast fire now, the Gailey family would undoubtedly withdraw and likely return home, making it exceedingly difficult to act at that juncture. However, should the Gailey family successfully obtain the fire, he could have Xiao Yan feign intense anger, leading the Gailey family to believe they were about to face retribution and thus compel them to scatter. In such a scenario, even if Lu Shi was not left alone, his protectors would surely be few. As long as he struck at the opportune moment, a swift and decisive kill was not out of reach. 600,000 once. Yafei's voice resonated through the auction hall. 600,000 twice. The crowd's attention was drawn once more towards private room number 1, eagerly anticipating the mysterious powerhouse to make another move. Yet to their dismay, there was no response from within the room. 600,000 thrice. Even Yafei could not suppress her puzzled gaze towards the private chamber. Given the esteemed status of the guest within, acquiring the middle auction house should have been effortless. Why had they stopped at 600,000? Sold. Yafei struck the gavel, signifying that the Gailey family had become the new owners of the beast fire. However, before Gailey Bai and Lu Shi could revel in their triumph, a tremendous pressure of Do Qi surged from private room 1. The members of the Gailey family exchanged glances. Split up. Chapter 12. Ambushing Lu Shi. As the Gailey family members departed, Xiao Yan rose as well. My apologies, sister. It won't take long. Wait for me, Xiao Yan confidently declared, scratching his nose. Very well, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, though curiosity lingered about how Xiao Yan, a mere one-star Dome Master, would confront a team evidently composed of 2 great Dome Masters for Do fighters and 1 Do practitioner. Xiao Yan donned his hat once more and stealthily slipped out through the back door of the auction hall, concealing himself in a shadowy alley. At that moment, the back entrance of the auction house was deserted, but Xiao Yan remained unperturbed. Following the early departure of the Gailey family members, they would require some time for payment and transfer of the auction items, approximately 10 minutes before they emerged from the rear exit. It is worth mentioning that only a select few esteemed guests were aware of the existence of this back entrance to the middle auction house. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's previous financial struggles, prompting him to auction off a medicinal formula from Yao Lao at the middle auction house, he would have never obtained knowledge of its existence. What was that formula called? The foundational spirit liquid? Ultimately, it had also been procured by the Gailey family, purchasing both the formula and the beast fire, and now rumored to have summoned a first-grade alchemist from afar. The Gailey family was indeed plotting extensively. Alas, what a pity. Xiao Yan's face, concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, bore eyes ablaze with a fiery pink hue, exuding an aura of danger and enigma. Suddenly, the voice of Yao Chun echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. At the back door of the middle auction house, several figures cloaked in black and wearing hats streamed out, scattering in different directions. Which one should I pursue? Xiao Yan inquired of the elder. His objective was clear, to eliminate the first-tier alchemists summoned by the Gale family. Doing so would not only embroil them in considerable trouble, but also thwart their plans entirely. None of them. Yao Chun replied with certainty after sensing the remnants of soul marks he had previously left on the black-clad individuals. The alchemist did not exit with them. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended, chuckling, quite clever. Even if a Do Huang had come today, they would likely have escaped. Indeed, the last soul mark lingered in the auction house, with no indication of when it would emerge. Let us wait. What Xiao Yan did not anticipate was that this wait extended until the auction concluded. By now, night had deepened, and many attendees chose to exit through the back door, each employing various means to conceal their identities, rendering them indistinguishable to ordinary onlookers. There he is. Yao Chen accurately identified the alchemist Lu Shi, who was unexpectedly approaching the dark alley, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. In fact, Lu Shi was lost in dreams of merging with beast fire and ascending to the status of a second-tier alchemist. It must be said, this Wutan city was indeed his fortunate haven, not only because the Gale family, inexperienced and willing to invest heavily in his alchemical pursuits, but also due to the continuous acquisition of a second-tier recipe and beast fire. It is essential to recognize that every step in an alchemist's growth hinges upon resource support. The resources obtained in Wutan City far surpass those available during his time as a named disciple under his teacher, succinctly summarized as exhilarating. Moreover, the Gale family catered to another of his passions, women, providing him with several beautiful maidens and even enabling him to win the heart of one of their most esteemed daughters. Her figure and visage were pleasures he could not savor elsewhere. Though Wutan City was small, its women were undeniably exquisite. As Lu Shi reminisced about the delightful sensations from his first night with the proud daughter, he suddenly recalled that other families also boasted numerous beauties. Xiao Yan's Xiao Xunea, Xiao Mei, and the daughter of the Ao Ba clan's leader. Once the Gale family unified Wutan City, he intended to claim them all. Monday night for the Gale family's daughter, Tuesday for Xiao Suner, Wednesday for Xiao Mei, Thursday for the Ao Ba clan's daughter, and Friday for several lovely maidens. Who will be Saturday's companion? Lu Shi pondered and suddenly thought of Xiao Yu, a fair-skinned and beautiful daughter of the Xiao family at the Jialan Academy. Saturday night would suit Xiao Yu perfectly. He would have her drop out of school to become his concubine. As for Sunday, that would be a rest day. Truly, he understood the balance of work and leisure. As Lu Shi strolled into the dark alley, believing it to be a shortcut back to the Gale family, he felt a violent impact at the back of his head, rendering him unconscious and collapsing onto the damp earth. Does this guy not watch where he's going? I'm standing right here. Xiao Yan sighed in frustration, gazing at Lu Shi, whose head bled profusely. Had Lu Shi truly walked past him without noticing? What was occupying his mind? Yao Chan emerged from the black ring, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, somewhat speechless. He had intended this ambush to be a valuable training opportunity for Xiao Yan, but found that, although the alchemist was also a fighter, he was exceedingly feeble. We should seek an opportunity to train in the monster beast forest. There may not be suitable opponents in a small city like this, and selecting a dosher would be too ostentatious, Yao Chen remarked with resignation. Agreed. Xiao Yan nodded, genuinely curious about the level he currently possessed. He retrieved a pair of gloves from his storage ring and began to search Lu Shi's body, swiftly uncovering a finely crafted storage ring. After Yao Chan effortlessly dispelled the lingering soul energy, a small, half-cubic space materialized before them. Lu Shi's storage ring held few items, some relatively rare medicinal materials, a few inferior cultivation techniques, 3 recipes Xiao Yan deemed unworthy, and 2 jade boxes. One contained the divine crow fire they had purchased, while the other surprisingly held the foundation-building spiritual liquid recipe Xiao Yan had sold previously. In a twist of fate, it had all circled back to him. Had the Gale family not sought out this alchemist, they would not have considered purchasing the recipe, and without acquiring a recipe that evidently surpassed the capabilities of a first-tier alchemist, they would not have contemplated acquiring beast fire to enhance his abilities, thus avoiding Xiao Yan entirely. Truly, fate is a curious mistress. Xiao Yan tossed a Xiao family emblem onto the ground, then took hold of Lu Shi's arm, using his fingers to dip into the still warm blood and inscribing Ao Ba on the ground. The frame-up complete, it appeared as though the Ao Ba clan had committed the act. While the name left by the barely alive Lu Shi suggested the blame was to be shifted onto the Xiao family. What a little criminal genius, Yao Chen quipped. Hee. Xiao Yan pocketed Lu Shi's storage ring and gradually vanished into the night. Chapter 13. The Slave Qing Lin and the Border War. Xiao Yan changed into a spare outfit he retrieved from his storage bag, returning to the middle auction house with an air of nonchalance, where an attendant guided him to the VIP area. The little medicine fairy, as promised, had not departed but remained at the auction house, waiting for Xiao Yan to finish his business and escort her back. However, Xiao Yan now faced a perplexing dilemma. How was he to introduce the little medicine fairy to his father and Xiao Suner? After all, she was a beautiful young girl, and bringing such a girl home was bound to raise eyebrows. If his father and Xiao Suner misunderstood the situation, it could lead to complications. Would anyone truly believe the tale of being taken as a disciple by the legendary Dosheng? How slow! The little medicine fairy, dining in the VIP area, cast an exasperated glance at Xiao Yan, her cheeks puffed out, filled with the signature delicacies of Wutan City. Beside her sat 2 individuals, Yafei, the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house, and a plainly dressed little girl. Who is this? Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled by the presence of the little girl. He recognized Yafei, but this girl was unfamiliar. Moreover, narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the girl through the veil of his hat. She was thin, clad in a rough white linen garment, her youthful face suggesting she was likely only 11 or 12 years old. Notably, blue-green scales peeped from her wrists, and her eyes were a striking emerald, encircled by floral petal-like markings. A serpent person? Xiao Yan was somewhat astonished. The serpent people were an exotic race residing in the desert adjacent to the Gamma Empire, perpetually embroiled in warfare with various nations, suffering more defeats than victories. It was rumored that many border aristocrats kept serpent people as slaves, yet encountering them inland was undoubtedly a rarity. She is a hybrid of serpent people and humans. Dear young master Xiao Yan, Yafei chuckled softly, covering her mouth. I can't believe she was recognized. Xiao Yan helplessly removed his hat, revealing a delicate countenance. In this city of Wutan, aside from the Liu family of the Gale clan, which other alchemist would require beast fire? It's a pity that the Gale clan has made ample preparations today. Having missed this opportunity, who knows when the next chance for beast fire will arise? Yafei crossed her arms, her expression one of regret. Haha, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, brushing the matter aside. Unbeknownst to Yafei, the divine crow fire currently lay within his storage ring, and the so-called alchemist of the Gale clan had already met his demise in a dark alley. You have yet to mention where this hybrid girl of serpent and human descent comes from. Xiao Yan pointed towards a frightened little girl who dared not lift her head. She is the highlight of this auction, a rare hybrid slave with great potential, whether as a maid or a furnace. Yafei winked knowingly at Xiao Yan. Any ordinary man present would likely find it hard to resist such a lure. However, Xiao Yan, being a well-educated young man of the 21st century, merely thought, a copper refined must perish, excluding Xiao Xunia. We were all young back then. Is it truly necessary to entangle ourselves so frivolously? I merely felt sorry for her and decided to purchase her, the little physician remarked while peeling a lobster. Before her lay a small dish containing several peeled shrimp tails. And after finishing 10, she placed the dish before the little girl. Here, Qinglin, these are the lake delicacies of Wutan. You must have never tasted them in the desert, right? The hybrid girl, named Qinglin, timidly glanced up at the little physician, and under the eager gazes of the onlookers, hesitantly picked up a shrimp tail and stuffed it into her mouth. Qinglin's eyes lit up with visible delight. She had endured considerable hunger during her transport from the Empire's border to the interior. Is it delicious? The little physician asked with a smile. So good. Qinglin quickly grabbed another shrimp tail, chewing while speaking indistinctly. Truly adorable, the little physician said, affectionately ruffling Qinglin's hair, her protective instincts ignited. You shall be my little medicine attendant from now on, understood? MHM. Qinglin nodded vigorously, her large, watery eyes looking up at her new mistress. This new master didn't seem so bad after all. Observing the two girls enjoying their moment, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Am I really bringing home two girls at once? I can already imagine how ecstatic my father will be. However, with the appearance of serpent people slaves at the auction, it seemed the border was once again embroiled in conflict. Xiao Yan turned to Yafei. Does young master Xiao Yan not know? Yafei appeared somewhat surprised. I truly did not know, Xiao Yan replied, somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. It must be due to your diligent cultivation over the past year. Just 7 months ago, a significant event transpired in the desert. It is said that a Do Saint powerhouse arrived at the Empire's border city. After a brief respite, he ventured deep into the desert in search of the fabled exotic fire. But ultimately, while the fire manifested, the Do Saint vanished without a trace. Yafei narrated, introducing Xiao Yan to this pivotal event that altered the circumstances surrounding the Gamma Empire. Who obtained the exotic fire? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. The serpent people, Yafei replied, a hint of derision flashing in her eyes. So the Gamma Empire waged war against the serpent people to seize the exotic fire? Xiao Yan chuckled bitterly, beginning to understand how Qinglin had come to be sold as a slave. Indeed, a man is innocent but bears the burden of possessing a treasure. The serpent people, being of lesser strength, yet having appropriated the exotic fire left behind by the Do Saint, naturally attracted hostility. This time, not only the Gamma Empire but even Yinshan, the former leader of the Yunlan Sect, was stirred into action, emerging from seclusion, and it is rumored he has ascended to the Dozong rank. Thus, the annihilation of the serpent people is merely a matter of time. Yafei shrugged, her beautiful face betraying scorn for the serpent people. Moving forward, it seems the number of serpent people slaves will only increase. Young Master Xiao Yan, should you ever need a warm bedmate, you may come to our middle auction house. Yafei jested. Xiao Yan shook his head, glancing at the 11 or 12-year-old Qinglin, and sighed. Women only hinder my cultivation speed. The little physician shot Xiao Yan an exasperated look, lifted her chopsticks, and nibbled on a pot sticker, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Men only hinder my sword-drawing speed, but not delicious food. Hey, junior brother, take us home. I'm getting quite round from all this food. The little physician exclaimed, sprawling back on her chair. All right. Xiao Yan sighed. Looking out the window, it was already late at night, and he pondered how to arrange accommodations for the two girls. Chapter 14. The Second Beast Fire, Divine Crow Fire. Young Master Xiao Yan. Young Master Yan. Young Master Xiao Yan, please go ahead. As the lanterns began to glow, Xiao Yan, accompanied by the little physician and Qing Lin, returned to the Xiao family estate in the middle auction house's carriage. Despite bringing along two strangers, the guards at the gate dared not impede their passage, allowing them to enter freely. Along the way, every member of the Xiao family they encountered treated Xiao Yan with utmost respect, even more so than 4 years prior. Especially those who had, to some extent, mocked him in the past, now appeared visibly anxious in his presence. You seem to hold quite a position in the family, much better than an average young master. The little physician remarked, holding Qing Lin's hand and glancing around. It's merely fear. Xiao Yan understood, well, why those family members were so intimidated. They remembered how Xiao Ning had been crippled in a mere encounter with him, fearing he would settle scores one by one. However, Xiao Yan had little interest in such matters. While the feeling of rising from the ashes was undeniably gratifying, seeking vengeance would only lead to a tarnished reputation. Is that so? The little physician had heard various tales about Xiao Yan, a once-in-a-century prodigy whose cultivation inexplicably regressed and who was unceremoniously jilted by his fiancée. Yet, at the scene of the breakup, he had decisively annulled the engagement with Nalan Yanran, making him a household name throughout the Gamma Empire. I wonder if his former fiancée regrets her decision. You two will stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I will arrange a separate courtyard for you. But I must first inform my father. Xiao Yan led the little physician and Qing Lin to his small courtyard, tidying up a bit before allowing them to settle in. However, there was little to tidy. Xiao Yan was naturally fastidious, and the room was quite orderly, only requiring him to stow away some items that might be deemed inappropriate for the young girls to see. And what about you? The little physician inquired, her curiosity piqued. Worry not. In my own home, would I have trouble finding a place to sleep? Xiao Yan chuckled, shaking his head. Very well, the little physician nodded. After summoning 2 maids to bring the girls warm water, Xiao Yan turned to leave. It was evident he had no intention of sleeping. Xiao Yan gently caressed his storage ring, where the divine crow fire lay ensconced within its jade box, radiating an allure far surpassing that of Yufei. He needed to swiftly refine this beast fire to validate a hypothesis he had been contemplating. Venturing to the back mountain of the Xiao family, he entered the secret chamber previously established by the medicinal elder and seated himself cross-legged, retrieving the divine crow fire from his storage ring. Within the jade box, the vibrant yellow flames flickered, emanating considerable heat. The divine crow fire, originating from the 6th-grade magical beast, the divine crow, wielded power that eclipsed that of the peach blossom fire. However, it was also significantly more ferocious. Without excessive hesitation, Xiao Yan consumed a pulse-guarding pill and immediately commenced the refinement of the divine crow fire. The medicinal elder emerged from the black ring, gazing with satisfaction at Xiao Yan's diligent training, and silently began to safeguard him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Wutan City, the Gale family was thrown into disarray. Galebai paced anxiously within the family hall, while the other elders were filled with regret. Lushi had not returned. Lushi had not returned. That wretched fool would he have absconded with the beast fire? Would he? One elder gritted his teeth, voicing his suspicion. Impossible. Although that fellow is both foolish and lecherous, he is not dim-witted to such an extent. Without our Gale family, which clan would be willing to expend such resources to support that good-for-nothing? Galebai shook his head, dismissing the conjecture. Indeed, Lushi's obstinacy, avarice, and lack of knowledge meant that were it not for his status as a first-grade alchemist, he would likely struggle to find a place even in a mercenary group. Yet, these very shortcomings were precisely what the Gale family sought. Only such a Lushi could be tightly controlled by their clan, alleviating Galebai's concerns regarding the risk of rebellion. Found it. A clan member rushed in, panic evident in his eyes. Where is he? Galebai instantly moved before the clan member, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light. The clan member, intimidated by Galebai's piercing gaze, stammered he is dead. Galebai staggered back in disbelief, then was overwhelmed by an absurd sense of futility. How could this be? They had scattered to mislead, to make the mysterious powerful figure in the premier room believe they had taken the beast fire. In reality, they had left the weakest and most inconspicuous Lu Shi to conceal the beast fire within his storage ring before departing with the crowd. Could it be that the mysterious figure deduced their intentions? Impossible. Such a maneuver could not even be executed by Do Huang. Led by the clan member, Galebai and the others hurried to the location of Lu Shi's demise, and upon seeing the face lying on the ground, they confirmed that Lu Shi was indeed dead. The injuries indicated he had been struck from behind. On the ground lay an emblem of the Xiao family. On the other side, the name Aoba was inscribed in blood, written by Lu Shi's mangled fingers. In the stillness of the night, Galebai's roar reverberated throughout Wutan City, instantly rousing all factions, great and small. Half an hour later, a formidable team of fighters set out from the Gale family, marching resolutely towards the Aoba family. What transpired? The Xiao family, including Xiao Yan and several clan leaders, were awakened from their meditations and gathered in the conference hall, exchanging wary glances. The atmosphere was particularly tense between Xiao Yan and the elder, for earlier that day, Xiao Yan had rendered the elder's grandson, Xiao Ning, incapacitated, creating a lasting enmity. This peculiar tension persisted until a scout from the Xiao family reported the unfolding events in the city. The Aoba family had ambushed the alchemist previously summoned by the Gale family and stolen a critically important item. After reading the confidential report, Xiao Yan passed it to the elders for their perusal. This is our opportunity. A glimmer of ruthlessness sparked in the eyes of the second elder. Indeed, the third elder lightly tapped the armrest, casting an inquiring glance at the elder. Regardless of our past grievances, we must unite this time. The elder understood. This was a rare opportunity for the Xiao family, and with proper maneuvering, they could potentially unify Wutan City. Seated in shadow, Xiao Zhan's half-figure was obscured, rendering his face indistinguishable to the three elders. Yet his voice was resolute. If we fail to seize this opportunity, we shall be the sinners of the Xiao family. As dawn broke, a small lotus flower of yellow and pink streaked across the sky above the Xiao family's back mountain before crashing onto the ground with a resounding explosion. It worked. Indeed, the inherent exclusivity between beast fires generated astonishing power. What should this technique be called? Xiao Yan pondered. Chapter 15. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus and the Shura Field. Let us name it the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Xiao Yan stored away the two types of beast fire, gazing nonchalantly at the scattered debris on the ground. This technique, dubbed the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, was his original creation, equivalent to a strike from a one-star great fighter when unleashed with his current power. Regrettably, this technique was immensely taxing, consuming 1/3 of his fighting spirit with each use. Consequently, he could only employ it twice in a single battle, serving as a trump card, with the sole caveat being that due to its overwhelming force, a miscalculation in release distance might lead to his own demise. With closed eyes, he sensed the distinct fighting spirits in his dantian, which coexisted harmoniously. The swirling energies resembled a Taiji diagram, one side infused with the pink peach blossom firefighting spirit, and the other with the bright yellow divine crow firefighting spirit. Although seemingly incompatible, they complemented each other. 4-star fighter. This was the elevation brought forth by absorbing the divine crow fire. Reflecting on the past year, his progression felt akin to riding a rocket. First, he effortlessly returned to the fighter realm with the help of the elixirs left by the Soul Emperor. Then advanced to 2-star fighter by engulfing the peach blossom fire, and shortly thereafter, he ascended to 4-star fighter by absorbing the divine crow fire. You must now stabilize your cultivation. The spirit of Yao Chun suddenly appeared above Xiao Yan, his expression grave. I feel the same. The rapidity of my advancement is concerning. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. While the swiftness of his progression was gratifying, it jeopardized the stability of his foundation. What should I do? Two options present themselves. One is to gradually refine his fighting spirit, diligently practice his techniques, and solidify his foundation. The other is to engage in life and death battles, where one can gain a deeper understanding of fighting spirit through combat. Yao Chen suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Of course, there's a third method. Medicinal Elder. Do not keep me in suspense, Xiao Yan chuckled wryly. There exists a peculiar fire known as the Falling Heart Flame, ranked 14th on the exotic fire ranking. Those who consume and refine it will have their fighting spirit perpetually refined, eliminating concerns about excessive cultivation speed while vastly enhancing the quality of their fighting spirit, essentially serving as a cultivation sheet. Yao Chen enticed Xiao Yan. Where would I find such an exotic fire? Medicinal Elder, please do not jest. Xiao Yan shook his head. At this moment, he could only pursue the second path, rapidly solidifying his cultivation through life and death trials. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan exited the secret chamber and pressed a hidden mechanism, sealing the chamber once more with a stone door. As he traversed the mountain path back home, Xiao Yan observed that his clan members were few and far between, with the occasional passerby sporting an expression of hurried urgency. He was acutely aware that his actions from the previous night had triggered a chain reaction. Indeed, upon nearing the martial arts arena, the number of clan members surged, all of whom possessed at least the prowess of a fighter. A swift glance revealed that nearly all the formidable warriors of the Xiao clan were gathered here. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Xiao Yan turned to leave. He needed to ensure the new senior sister was settled before inquiring with his father about the next steps. Brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Suner caught a fleeting glimpse of him and joyfully turned to approach his side. However, Xiao Yan swiftly vanished around the corner, presumably heading to his residence. Wasn't it said that all clan members of the fighter level were to assemble at the martial arts arena? She had heard of this gathering and had prepared a protective talisman for him. Xiao Suner touched the talisman in her hand, crafted under time constraints by the new guards dispatched by the family. Despite the hurried creation, it was still capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a Do Wang for 3 minutes without breaking. Within the arena, the clan leader, Xiao Yan, was addressing the gathered members, and it was anticipated that a team would soon be dispatched. Should I personally deliver it to him? Xiao Xun hesitated. Not because it had been a long time since she visited brother Xiao Yan's room. Resolute, she set off with a radiant smile towards Xiao Yan's abode. Meanwhile, in Xiao Yan's courtyard, the little medical sage was instructing Qing Lin on a new breathing technique. Upon seeing Xiao Yan return, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After a night's passage, he had indeed made progress. It was no wonder he was renowned throughout the Jiama Empire as a prodigy. Do not mock me, senior sister. It is merely the result of the beast fire, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. In his grasp was a set of keys he had just received from the steward, having arranged suitable accommodation for the little medical sage right next to his quarters. That space had originally belonged to the third elder's grandson, but the lad had proven to be rather lackluster, his fighting spirit akin to Xiao Yan's from a year prior. Just days ago, he had packed his belongings and moved to a small town outside Wutan City, having skipped the ceremonial test. Once he tidies it up, you can move in. Xiao Yan offered the keys to the little medical sage. All right, she accepted the keys, but then leaned in suddenly. It seems there is trouble brewing in your clan. Do you require my assistance? The enticing fragrance wafted towards Xiao Yan, momentarily distracting him, yet he quickly regained his composure. No need, senior sister. Please focus on resting, he replied stiffly. Also, could you refrain from employing charm techniques on me? If I were to act impulsively, it might tarnish your reputation. Haha, the little medical sage straightened with a triumphant expression, poised to tease him further, when suddenly, a furious voice interrupted them at the courtyard entrance. Brother Xiao Yan, who is this girl? Xiao Suner's angry tone caused Xiao Yan to stiffen further. He turned, filled with despair, and saw a girl who appeared to have been jilted by a scoundrel. Xiao Yan had prepared numerous excuses to placate his father and Xiao Suner, but he never anticipated that Xiao Suner would discover the little medical sage before he could introduce her. This is the little medical sage, she questioned, her gaze directed at Xiao Suner, who possessed the strength of a one-star fighter. Could she be the ancient Suner mentioned in the intel from Han Yesheng? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Why are you in brother Xiao Yan's room? Xiao Xun or step closer, demanding an explanation. Because we were allowed to stay here last night. The little medical sage explained, cradling Qing Lin, her expression one of innocence. Xiao Suner was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief as tears welled up. Just last night, they had parted ways, and now. No, soon not? She is my. Xiao Yan hastily attempted to clarify. You scoundrel. Tears streamed down Xiao Suner's cheeks as she furiously hurled an object at Xiao Yan before storming out. She is my senior sister. Xiao Yan's desperate shout echoed through the courtyard, but Xiao Suner showed no sign of returning. He shot a fierce glare at the little medical sage, receiving only 2 pairs of innocent eyes in response. Damn it, Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. Crouching down to pick up the object Xiao Suner had thrown, narrowly avoiding being struck. It was a protective talisman. Was this specially prepared for him? Warmth surged in his heart. An explanation was imperative. Chapter 16. 2 protective talismans. Is it your little girlfriend? The little medical sage teased, gently ruffling Qing Lin's hair while casting a mischievous glance at Xiao Yan. No, he sighed, putting away the talisman Suner had thrown. It was a vibrant golden talisman, shaped like a flame, exuding an air of opulence. Then why does it seem like you were caught in an affair? The little medical sage appeared skeptical. Yet her hands continued their playful ministrations, reshaping Qing Lin's cherubic face. Explaining this is rather complicated. Senior sister, please rest for now. There are matters to attend to within the family. Xiao Yan shrugged, turning to leave. He intended to handle his family's affairs first before offering an explanation to Suner. The little medical sage rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan's retreating figure, then retrieved another talisman from her storage ring, calling out to him. Here, I bought this at the auction last night. It's said to withstand a full 4 strike from a doling. I meant it as a meeting gift for you, but I forgot after eating too much. She turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with Xiao Yan. Thank you, he stammered, staring at the talisman in her hand. It was a black and white talisman, square-shaped, with a thread protruding from one corner, giving it a handmade appearance. It's merely a meeting gift from senior sister to junior brother. Now go, she insisted, waving her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Good luck, young master. Qing Lin, shyly peeking from behind the little medical sage, encouraged Xiao Yan. He smiled warmly back at her and waved. Upon my return, I will properly introduce you to my family. This time, Xiao Yan truly turned to leave, hastening towards the family's martial arts arena. By the time he arrived, most of the members had already received their assignments and departed, leaving only the core combatants of the clan still present. 4 grand fighters and 27 fighters. This constituted the entirety of the Xiao clan's core strength, the foremost among the 3 great families of Wutan City. Among them, clan leader Xiao Yan stood as the city's strongest, possessing the cultivation of a 5-star grand fighter. Yinner, you have arrived too late, Xiao Yan chided upon seeing Xiao Yan's tardiness. The elder beside him snorted disapprovingly. Unperturbed, Xiao Yan stepped forward and clasped his fists before Xiao Yan. Please forgive me, father. I had an important guest to attend to, whom I must introduce to you shortly. Oh, Xiao Yan expressed mild surprise, as his son had scarcely made friends since 4 years ago within the clan. Did he truly have one outside? However, he chose not to dwell on it, refocusing on the task at hand. In this instance, Yinner, it seems rather fortuitous that your physique closely resembles that of your father. Thus, don my cloak and accompany the 3rd elder in our endeavors, feigning that I lead the Xiao family members in a stealthy assault against the Gale family. As the tasks were assigned, the battle machinery of the Xiao family sprang into action. As a newly minted combatant, Xiao Yan was incorporated into the 3rd elder's team for the ambush on the Gale family stronghold. This team boasted the largest number of participants, yet possessed few elite fighters. Only the 3rd elder, a grandmaster, and 2 relatively weak masters, though they were accompanied by over 100 combatants. To his surprise, he discovered that within the 3rd elder's ranks stood Xiao Ning's father. Xiao and Xiao Yan had initially assumed that the father of such a prodigy as Xiao Ning would, if not equally gifted, at least be a standout among the masters. However, it appeared otherwise. The group galloped unimpeded down the street towards the Gale family, heedless of the astonished gazes of the common folk. Cloaked in shadows, Xiao Yan's visage was obscured beneath his hood. Suddenly, he sensed someone rapidly approaching. Whirling around, he found Xiao and had drawn near. At this proximity, should a 1-star master choose to unleash their strength, it could easily inflict grave harm upon Xiao Yan. Damn it, Xiao Yan thought, as he felt a surge of energy within his dantian. One eye ignited with a bright yellow flame, while the other flickered with a pink hue, preparing to withstand Xiao and strike. That medicine is quite effective. Xiao Ning has conveyed that he harbors no animosity towards you. Upon nearing, Xiao Yan refrained from any assault and, after delivering this remark, proceeded past Xiao Yan towards the front of the formation. Instantly, Xiao Yan's aura dissipated, his eyes returning to their mundane black hue. A self-deprecating smile crept upon his lips. This father and son duo were not as unreasonable as he had initially believed. His internal assessment of Xiao Ning and his father softened somewhat. Yunlan City was not particularly vast. After half an hour of swift travel, the gates of the Gale family loomed before them. At this juncture, the Gale family's experts had already accompanied Gale Bai and the higher-ups of the clan to confront the Uba family, leaving only a scant number of defenders behind. A few guards from the Gale family, upon witnessing the Xiao family's formidable approach, were instantly filled with dread. One among them did not retreat into the family stronghold like the majority. Instead, he dashed towards the Uba family's direction. Let him go. The 3rd elder of the Xiao family coldly commanded those around him to refrain from intercepting. The others understood the intentions of the clan leader and the elders, while Xiao Yan symbolically cast a long-range technique towards the messenger. The 3rd elder then summoned his energy and delivered a powerful punch against the Gale family's gate. Boom! The gate shattered, disintegrating into a cloud of debris. Armed with blades and swords, the Xiao family surged into the Gale stronghold, while Xiao Yan strolled leisurely among the throng, eventually halting at the entrance. Within the Gale family, no less than 10 gazes were fixated upon Xiao Yan. Lowering his voice, he mimicked Xiao Zhan's commanding tone, bellowing, "Leave no one alive." A bloody battle erupted instantaneously. Xiao Zhan. Indeed, the Gale family had retained a grandmaster in their ranks. The 2nd elder of the Gale family, a 1-star grandmaster, stood in parity with the 3rd elder of the Xiao family, although the latter held an edge in combat techniques. Xiao Yan regarded the 2nd elder of the Gale family with indifference, though the latter could scarcely anticipate the youthful visage concealed beneath the cloak. In a flash, the 3rd elder and the 2nd elder clashed fiercely, while the remaining members of the Xiao family eliminated the resisting forces within the Gale stronghold. Quick! Inform the clan leader that they are returning. That old thief Xiao Zhan is launching a surprise attack. The 2nd elder of the Gale family implored anxiously. Having resolved himself to death, yet hoping to endure until the clan leader's return. Xiao Yan refrained from action, standing at the entrance, intent on crafting the illusion that the Xiao family leader was present, lest any action reveal a vulnerability. After this battle, there could only be one ruler of Yunlan City. Chapter 17. Displaying Might. Today's events demand an explanation from you. In the clearing before the gates of the Uba family, the corpse of Lu Shi lay grotesquely sprawled on the ground, serving as a dividing line between the Gale and Uba families, who faced off against one another. Obai, have you lost your mind? How does an altercation over beast fire at the auction concern our Uba family? He raged. He was a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a buzz cut and piercing eyes. Still attempting to argue, Gale waved his hand, prompting an attendant to present a scroll, which he unfurled before the assembly, revealing a watery apparition. Within the water's reflection, Lu Shi's body lay in a shadowy alley, with the words Uba inscribed in blood upon the ground. What does this prove? He scoffed dismissively. On what grounds can you assert that this dead dog penned it? It could easily be a frame-up. Indeed, it was a frame-up, for they had left this evidence behind. Gale triumphantly produced a Xiao family emblem, taunting. Did you think we would fall for such a clumsy ruse? Upon seeing the Xiao family emblem, the assembly momentarily fell silent, suspicion beginning to brew. He had initially believed that a mysterious powerhouse from the private room had set a trap to incite conflict among the local factions in Yunlan City for some nefarious purpose. But now it appeared, could it be? His countenance shifted dramatically as he turned to the evidently confident Gale by urgently exclaiming, "Hurry, take your people back. The Xiao family may already be en route to your stronghold." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Galibi replied, bewildered. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as the pieces fell into place. Damn it! Yet before Gale could rally his clan for reinforcements, he witnessed a bloodied clan member, who had been slated to remain at home, racing towards him. "Clan leader, Xiao Yan has led a surprise attack on our family stronghold. They are slaughtering everyone. Hurry back to save them." The member shouted hoarsely. "Quick, reinforce." Galibi, disregarding everything, shouted this before sprinting back towards his clan stronghold, leading the charge with the prowess of a grandmaster. However, Gale was unaware that the Xiao family had set an ambush, taking advantage of his desperation to return for aid. Just as he had distanced himself from the remaining elite members of the Gale family, Xiao Yan, along with 2 elders and over 20 combatants, erupted from all directions, unleashing their techniques upon Gale. Boom! Xiao Yan lifted his gaze towards the distance, where the violent clash reverberated, shaking everyone present. His father, Xiao Yan, had likely succeeded. The old Gale would be either dead or gravely injured. He chuckled softly, realizing that although he had been aware of the family's intentions towards the other 2 clans, he had not anticipated their level of preparation for this event. It seemed that even without the pretext he had provided the previous night, the Xiao family would have found an opportunity to strike at one of the 2 clans. Slowly, Xiao Yan removed his hood, casting a sardonic glance at the Gale family's 2nd elder, who was embroiled in combat with the 3rd elder of the Xiao family. Damn it! In the distance, the fluctuations from the battle were evidently detected by the 2nd elder of the Gale family. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan remove his hood, it was clear that he had not yet realized his family had fallen into a trap. "Was it your Xiao family that occupied the top private room at the auction house last night? Since when did you possess a spirit fighting master?" The 2nd elder of the Gale family, clearly a man of intellect, deduced that even if the individuals in the exclusive room were not from the Xiao family, they were likely associated with them. "What nonsense is this old fool spouting? Our Xiao family was seated below during the auction." The 3rd elder of the Xiao family scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, this esteemed elder from the Gale family should refrain from making baseless accusations. Xiao Yan retrieved the mystic heavy ruler from his storage ring, and his eyes glimmered with flames, akin to those of a unique pupil, as the aura of a 4-star fighter surged forth. "Xiao Yan, how is it that you have advanced to a 4-star fighter? Just yesterday, you astonished everyone with your 2-star fighter prowess. This rate of progress is utterly unheard of." The 3rd elder of the Xiao family felt his pupils constrict. Damn it, I must retaliate. The 2nd elder of the Gale family, fully aware of the impending doom, recklessly charged at Xiao Yan, spitting blood as he received a powerful palm strike from the 3rd elder of the Xiao family. He was determined to exchange blows, even if it meant death. "Listen here, Xiao Brat, I've heard you've regained your strength, but it would be wise to await your father in the afterlife." The 2nd elder brandished a curved blade, its accompanying force capable of slaying even a 1-star fighter like Xiao Yan. Yet, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed. With the support of the medicinal elder, he was impervious to such damage, resolving instead to withstand the blow. He was eager to witness the true strength of a great fighter. Two types of beast flames slithered up the surface of the mystic heavy ruler. In an instant, the temperature around Xiao Yan soared by several hundred degrees, evaporating all moisture in the air. Flame dividing devouring wave ruler. This earth-ranked low-level combat technique was a gift from the medicinal elder on the day he ascended to fighter. When he had scarcely practiced, today he would put it to the test. With a fierce swing, the mystic heavy ruler cleaved through the air, the sound reminiscent of a divine beast's roar. As the clash of blades echoed, Xiao Yan felt an immense force rebound towards him. The mystic heavy ruler slipped from his grasp, and he was propelled backward, only to be saved by the medicinal elder's intervention, who used his soul power to halt his slide across the ground before he collided with the wall. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his arm, likely a fracture. "You reckless fool. Fortunately, I managed to mitigate some of the impact. Return, and I shall concoct a medicinal potion to heal you, but do not act so recklessly again." The slightly irate voice of the medicinal elder resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. "Understood, medicinal elder." Xiao Yan grinned, clearly not heeding the warning. Meanwhile, the second elder of the Gale family staggered back 3 steps from the force of the impact, staring incredulously at the seemingly unharmed Xiao Yan. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, as everyone gazed at Xiao Yan, who stood firm after facing a great fighter, their expressions filled with disbelief. Even the third elder of the Xiao family momentarily forgot to capitalize on the opportunity. "Old fool, have you ever seen this technique?" After regaining his balance, Xiao Yan curled his fingers into claws, drawing upon his fighting spirit from his dantian with fervor. A lotus flower of pink and yellow hues materialized, gently floating in his hand. What fighting technique is this? The second elder of the Gale family felt his heart race with terror as he beheld the lotus. "Disperse!" The third elder of the Xiao family suddenly bellowed. The Buddha's wrath fire lotus shot forth like an arrow towards the second elder of the Gale family, who attempted to evade, but it was too late. The explosive flames engulfed him in an instant. Boom! Chapter 18. The two young ladies and their bodyguards. Gasp! The sounds of sharp intakes of breath filled the air as the crowd gazed in terror at the deep pit in the center of the courtyard, where half a foot stood, its severed edge resembling charred wood. This was the handiwork of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. The last bastion of hope within the Gale family's stronghold crumbled, and those still capable fled desperately, leaving behind a massacre of overwhelming proportions. How terrifying! For Ninger to survive in his presence, he truly showed mercy. After slaying a Gale family fighter with a single palm strike, Xiao Yan's heart raced as he looked towards a youth standing straight at the entrance. He, along with everyone in the Xiao family, had to reassess their position. A prodigious youth had returned with overwhelming strength, and it was evident he was destined to achieve far greater than any of them in the foreseeable future. "When we return, I must take Xiao Ning to apologize," Xiao Yan thought bitterly, realizing that if they wished to remain in the Xiao family, it was the only way. In the center of attention, Xiao Yan picked up the mystic heavy ruler from ground. The young man in white, framed by the sunlight, had ink-black eyes that radiated indifference. "Third elder, can you manage the situation here?" Xiao Yan inquired coldly. "Certainly." The third elder nodded, feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity and fear towards his nephew. Xiao Yan turned and walked away, crossing the threshold before gradually disappearing at the end of the street. Within the Gale family stronghold, the slaughter continued unabated. As soon as the entrance of the Gale family vanished from Xiao Yan's sight, he felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He quickly retrieved a vial of medicinal pills from his storage ring and swallowed one. The cool spiritual energy flowed down his throat, nourishing his parched meridians and gradually healing some hidden injuries. The previous display, while impressive, had drained him significantly, leaving his dantian devoid of fighting spirit. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the fighting spirit newly transformed by the burning decision was far more solid than before, a testament to the medicinal elder's claim that cultivating amidst life and death accelerated one's progress. This was certainly more efficient than meditating quietly. Spitting out a mouthful of filthy blood onto the ground, a proud smile crossed Xiao Yan's lips as he continued towards the direction of the Xiao family. Quite impressive indeed. I was taught this secret technique by my adoptive father. On the rooftop of a tall building, little Dr. Immortal gazed in surprise at the distant Xiao Yan. She had assumed this secret technique was a soul technique imparted to Xiao Yan by the Soul Emperor. For it was indeed inconceivable to most that any technique other than those from the Emperor families could enable a fighter to slay a great fighter, even one severely injured. However, little Dr. Immortal bore no jealousy, for she too possessed a soul technique taught by the Soul Emperor, one of the core secrets. If executed carefully, Even a peak fighting emperor would not dare to emerge unscathed, though that technique primarily targeted the soul. As little Dr. Immortal pondered these matters, she felt the resentment around her intensifying. Finally, she cast a disdainful glance at the source. Not far from her, Xiao Yan stood on the rooftop of another building, glaring at her with evident resentment, as if she were a rival vying for affection. She's not even my girlfriend. What right does she have to be jealous? Unbeknownst to her, we are already married. Little Dr. Immortal's light-hearted words struck Xiao Yan's ears like daggers, causing her face to flush with anger. Immediately, little Dr. Immortal scrutinized Xiao Yan's lackluster figure, standing confidently with her chest out, concealing a smirk. Old Xian, teach this girl a lesson. Xiao Yan pointed at little Dr. Immortal, fuming. An elderly man, standing tall in the air, suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. He was dressed in yellow clothes, with a restrained aura, and his eyes were unblemished. There was no trace of cultivation in him. Only his standing tall in the air demonstrated that he was not an ordinary person. Miss, a member of the Soul Clan. Yu Lao's words made Xiao Yan's pupil shrink, and she took a few steps back, almost falling off the roof. Bullying the small with the big may undermine your status as a saint. Another old man suddenly appeared behind the little medical immortal, dressed in black, with a cold aura and indifferent eyes. His body space was slightly twisted, and he was clearly not an ordinary person. Bone Saint, which saint is on the other side? The little doctor covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Tong Xian, a guest of the ancient tribe. Gu Yu's tone was indifferent. Long time no see, Bone Saint. Tong Xian said lightly. Gu Yu, Soul, Hall, 2 Heaven Zun. Senior half-saint. Tong Xian, a guest of the ancient tribe, a senior semi-saint. According to the agreement between our 2 tribal leaders, Tu Ashegwiyu will compete fairly and manage your young ladies well. Gu Yu didn't give any face to Tong Xian. It's your young lady who should be well managed. Although I don't really like that kid Xiao Yan, stealing love with a knife is not something that a lady would do. Tong Xian squinted his eyes, his expression unfriendly. Hee, it's an exaggeration to say that the ancient clan would let the young lady marry a young master from a down-and-out family. Most likely she will be used to win over young talents, right? Gu Yu's words leave no room for any turning back. While the 30-mile space centered around Yunlan City instantly became sticky, and even a 9-turning Dozuin couldn't tear open the spatial passage here at this moment. Speaking of which, I haven't touched it for over 30 years. It's a great opportunity for the Bone Sage to come and spar. Tong Xuanpi smiled, but didn't. But judging from his aura, even if Gu Yu disagreed, this battle was inevitable. That's exactly what I meant. Gu Yu waved his hand and instantly opened up a broken half-plane on his side. 2 semi-saints flashed in, leaving only 2 young girls looking at each other. Yuhumph. Xiao Yan stomped her foot and jumped off the roof, running wildly towards the Xiao family. At least there are 8 star fighters with this strength. Isn't it said that before the awakening of the bloodline of ancient families, they were not much faster than ordinary people? Xiao Yan shook her head and didn't consider these things. She also had to wait in the yard between Xiao Yan's return. Xiao Yan, the woman you brought back last night bullied me. Xiao Yan had just returned home and hadn't had a chance to rest when he saw Xiao Yan crying and rushing towards him with pear blossoms in the rain, pouncing on his arms. Isn't she angry anymore? Xiao Yan's hands hung in midair at a loss. On the other side, Xiao Yan slowly appeared holding Qinglin, staring at Xiao Yan with a playful smile on her face. Is the talisman I gave you still functional? I see that big fighter didn't hurt you even with a desperate blow. Xiao Yan asked Xiao Yan. Not so bad. Xiao Yan chuckled and couldn't tell anyone that it was actually Yao Lao who protected him. Right? Amulet? Didn't I give it to you? Xiao Xunia, who was crying like a pear blossom with rain just now, suddenly lifted her head and looked at Xiao Yan with a nervous expression. Suddenly, Xiao Yan reached out and grabbed 2 talismans from under Xiao Yan's neck. 2. Xiao Yan now has the heart to strangle Xiao Yan. Chapter 19 is like an RPG game. Xiao Yan finally explained it clearly and got rid of Xiao Yan to return to his room. After locking the door, he took out a pill stove from his storage bag. The soul body of Yao Chun slowly appeared on the side, manipulating his soul power to throw medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one, and then operating the bone-cold fire to refine them. Xiao Yan sat down on the side and silently resumed his fighting spirit. The free energy between heaven and earth is filtered through the intermediate level of the yellow rank and transformed into a wisp of flame fighting energy that enters Xiao Yan's meridians. To be honest, this self-evolving technique actually brings him quite a bit of trouble in the early stages. The speed of cultivation is one aspect, and the quality of fighting qi is another. In fact, if it weren't for providing the body for the old alchemist to resurrect, he would probably not have chosen this highly unknown technique. After devouring the 2 great beast fires of Peach Blossom Fire and God Crow Fire, The current Burning Judgment is only one step away from the advanced level of Huangjia. We need to find a way to collect another beast fire and live to find the legendary strange fire. After Xiao Yan sat cross-legged and regained his fighting spirit, he opened his eyes and saw that the old and refined medicine in front of him had also entered the final stage. With a burst of Dan fragrance wafting in, Dun Cheng, take this healing pill. It can clear the hidden wounds in your body, and there will be no problem with free movement in a short period of time. Yao Cheng gave a few orders and then returned to the black ring. Thank you, Lao Yao. Xiao Yan smiled and took the pill. It's better for you to do less reckless things than anything else. I'm still counting on you to help me resurrect. Yao Chen said helplessly. Hey. Xiao Yan took the pill and refined it, and soon after, his injuries were fully healed. Xiao Yan exhaled a foul breath, stood up, and listened to the commotion outside. The main force of the Xiao family had returned victorious. As expected, the descendants of the Xiao family are bringing back a large amount of spoils of war from the Jia family. When Xiao Yan walked out, everyone who came and went stopped and saluted. He can clearly observe various emotions such as fear, awe, worship, admiration, etc. from the faces of the tribe members, among which fear is the most common emotion. Xiao Yan understood their thoughts very well. For years ago, these people gathered around him like stars, but after a while, they abandoned him as worthless. If yesterday's Xiao Yan was just a genius returning, today's Xiao Yan is undoubtedly a super genius who can determine the fate of the family. All those who have hurt Xiao Yan in the past are afraid of being punished. In the short term, he needs to change everyone's mindset. Yan, are you here? Arriving at the hall, Xiao Zhan, who had already changed into his damaged clothes, was discussing with the three elders about Xiao Yan's surprised expression inside the Jia family's residence. At this moment, seeing Xiao Yan come out, I immediately called him to come over quickly. Did you really kill Galadin? Xiao Zhan's expression revealed a strong suspicion. He originally thought that the third elder was intentionally teasing him, but looking at the third elder's resolute expression, he had to accept this absurd thing again. Xiao Yan is ultimately just a fighter. It was the three veteran soldiers who were severely injured, and I only made up for the final blow. Xiao Yan shook his head and recounted the situation in detail. But as Xiao Yan recounted, Xiao Zhan and the other two elders became even more shocked. This child is so terrifying. The elder took a deep breath and thought to himself, since it cannot be strangled in swaddling clothes, it must not be offended. The second elder frowned and sat up slightly straight. Such a genius is destined not to be bound by the small Gamma Empire, Nalan Yunran. When you glance at the third elder, your eyes squint slightly, and the thought of the earth-shattering fighting skills at that time makes you feel scared. Haha, Yanya. As a father, I've already told you that for 30 years in the east and west of the river, do not bully young people who are poor. Xiao Zhan's hearty laughter echoed in the hall, and he was genuinely proud of his son. Hee, father, I'm just taking back my own things. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. The three esteemed elders exhibited a myriad of expressions, yet all tacitly acquiesced to Xiao Yan's proposition. How about this, chief? Given Xiao Yan's monumental contributions this time, I propose we reward him with the high-level Xin-class fighting technique that we appropriated from the Gali family. What do you think? After an eerie silence enveloped the hall, the Grand Elder, after a period of profound contemplation, broke the stillness. This gesture was, of course, intended to alleviate the tension between Xiao Zhan and his son Xiao Yan. In light of Xiao Yan's resurgence in strength, any attempt to vie for the position of clan leader against Xiao Zhan would be nothing short of foolish. It would be wiser to grant a favor and secure one's own standing. As for his own grandson, Xiao Ning, the Grand Elder had completely forsaken him. With one arm rendered useless, the path of a fighter was effectively closed off to him, making further investment of resources unwarranted. Though harsh, reality dictated that the Grand Elder had many grandchildren and resources were finite. It was simply impractical to invest in a liability. High-level Xin-class fighting technique? Xiao Yan's brows twitched. To be candid, he found such a technique to be immensely beneficial. Yao Lao, being merely a sole entity, had not managed to carry many possessions when he fled years ago, nor could he possibly have retained techniques suitable for Xiao Yan's current stage. While the flame-dividing tsunami staff was undeniably powerful, its consumption was equally formidable. Utilizing it as a consistent means of combat was utterly unsustainable. As for the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, that was even more out of reach. Very well, Xiao Zhan said, as he fished a storage ring from his fingers, producing a jade slip. Xian-class high-level fighting technique, Earth Flame. Xiao Yan accepted the jade slip, pressing it to his forehead, and a surge of information flooded into his mind, causing his expression to shift to one of perplexity. The Earth Flame, as a high-level Xian-class technique, was essentially a method of fire control. mimicking the way fire is generated from the earth's veins, forcibly converting fighting spirit into flames and significantly bolstering one's strength. According to the slip, this enhancement could be controlled by the user. However, the more power utilized, the greater the consumption of fighting spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan realized that he could bypass the step of converting fighting spirit into flames altogether, directly using the beast fire within him to enhance himself, thereby reducing consumption. Simultaneously, the fire control method associated with earth flame would assist him in mastering the flames more adeptly. How could the Gali family possess such a fire attribute technique? Did they not primarily focus on wind attributes? Xiao Yan's expression turned odd. Truth be told, he would not have been surprised had they unearthed an elementary wind attribute technique or method, but a high-level fire attribute technique so perfectly suited to him felt exceedingly bizarre. It was as if it were a preordained RPG, where following the main storyline naturally bestowed one with an array of fitting items. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan chuckled at his own musings. This was a tangible world, not a game, and how could there be an unseen hand orchestrating everything? Chapter 20. The Nature of Families. After confirming that his father, Xiao Zhan, was unharmed, Xiao Yan finally felt at ease to depart the hall. The subsequent cleanup did not require his involvement. Such specialized tasks were best left to the professionals. As for the high-level Xin class fighting technique, Earth Flame, Xiao Yan retrieved the jade slip from his bosom, his gaze steady and inscrutable, lost in thought. Moments later, he stored the slip in his ring. Thus far, none were aware of his possession of a storage ring. Now, he needed to address his interpersonal relationships. Xiao Yan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless wherever he went. He could sense the respect, laced with fear, in the gazes of his clansmen. Whenever he attempted to engage someone in conversation, their incoherent responses made dialogue impossible. Yao Lao, I must trouble you once more to concoct a healing elixir for me. He needed to brew a remedy potent enough to mend such severe injuries, which would require time. And some of the necessary herbs were not among those left by the Soul Emperor. Yao Qin reminded Xiao Yan, then please prepare a list for me. I shall gather the herbs. This period, you can also teach Han Yu some introductory alchemy techniques. Xiao Yan was indifferent. While searching for herbs, he could sell some novice elixirs to earn some money. In the martial arts arena, Xiao Ning, you should keep your distance from us. If Xiao Yan sees us being so familiar, we can't guarantee he won't retaliate. I know this seems somewhat hypocritical, but surely you can understand? Understand? Xiao Ning scoffed, his derisive gaze sweeping across the familiar faces before him. These individuals had similarly distanced themselves from Xiao Yan 4 years prior. Ultimately, to curry favor was merely their instinct. What kind of look is that? One individual, evidently incensed by Xiao Ning's expression, seized him by the collar. The look of disdain, you sycophantic curs. Do you think that by distancing yourselves from me now, Xiao Yan will welcome you back? You abandoned him once. Do you think he will forget? He will never want you back. Xiao Ning held his head high, mockery etched across his face. Go to hell. The aggressor, now further enraged, unleashed a punch upon Xiao Ning's face, sending 2 teeth flying. Stunned for a moment, Xiao Ning soon erupted with fury. You! Before Xiao Ning could finish his sentence, a second and third punch followed in rapid succession, until his face resembled a palette of colors. The assailant released his grip on Xiao Ning's collar, and Xiao Ning, devoid of spirit, collapsed to the ground. His confidence, his pride, shattered utterly by the hands of those who had betrayed him. Perhaps I should just die. A frenzied thought took root in Xiao Ning's mind. It was hard for him to fathom what had sustained Xiao Yan through those 4 bleak years. Do you truly believe you hold any value now? With your right arm crippled and your meridians obstructed, you will never ascend to the rank of fighter. Do you understand? If I were you, I would rather die. The assailant's foot ground against Xiao Ning's face, his words piercing like daggers into Xiao Ning's heart. Indeed, to live a life akin to that of a dead dog would be better ended. Xiao Ning's thoughts began to spiral into chaos, the earlier frenzied notions threatening to consume his entire mind. But at that moment, a voice broke through. What are you doing? A flicker of clarity returned to Xiao Ning as he peered through the assailant's foot, spotting a white-clad youth holding a jade box standing not far away. This white-clad youth was none other than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was taken aback. In the brief span of a few days, Xiao Ning's existence had transformed into something so woeful, suffering betrayals far greater than his own. This ignited a fiery rage within him. Is this how you treat your kin? Have the elders been so preoccupied with the aftermath that they have turned a blind eye to your lawlessness? Xiao Yan strode directly towards the assailant, who stood frozen in fear until Xiao Yan raised his foot and kicked him aside, making his intentions clear. Wait. No, young Master Xiao Yan, we were merely sparring. The members of the Xiao clan, now thoroughly panicked, could not comprehend why Xiao Yan would intervene on behalf of Xiao Ning, whom they had previously incapacitated. Yet, they understood one thing. To offend Xiao Yan would make their future within the clan exceedingly precarious. Before I prepare to thrash all of you, I suggest you leave now. Xiao Yan's tone was frigid, his sharp gaze sweeping across several individuals. Yes, a few clan members hastily fled as if propelled by an unseen force, abandoning the assailant who had been kicked away. You two be gone. Xiao Yan expressed his impatience. Thank you, the assailant, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away from the martial arts arena. Xiao Yan approached Xiao Ning, helping him to his feet, but unfortunately, the latter's consciousness was still somewhat muddled. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan retrieved a spirit-reviving pill from his storage ring, administering it alongside the healing medicine from the jade box, before tending to his injuries right there on the ground. The arena was bustling with onlookers, and as they beheld Xiao Yan treating Xiao Ning, whispers began to circulate among them. Is Xiao Yan actually healing Xiao Ning? But isn't he the one who rendered him incapacitated? Did you see that? Xiao Yan actually stood up for Xiao Ning. I thought those individuals were acting on Xiao Yan's orders. It seems that was not the case. Wasn't it rumored that Xiao Yan intended to exact revenge on all those who had bullied him over the years? Is that false? It must be false. With so many people, how could he possibly take revenge? Despite his focus on healing Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan absorbed every word spoken around him, and it was evident that his actions had significantly diminished the other clan members' fears of his retaliation. The healing was brief, and Xiao Ning's consciousness gradually cleared. To his astonishment, he found the once blocked meridians in his arm had been unblocked, and the wounds that had yet to heal were mending at an astonishing rate. Xiao Yan, thank you. Xiao Ning viptopendi. No need for gratitude, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head and letting out a cold chuckle as he withdrew his hands, which had been channeling energy, and stood to leave. He had little interest in hearing Xiao Ning's words of remorse. He merely wished to convey his lack of intention to seek vengeance against everyone. The surrounding clan members parted to make way for Xiao Yan, their expressions now infused with diminished fear and burgeoning admiration. This is the demeanor of a true man. Young master, Xiao Yan's smile that dispels enmity is simply captivating. This cousin of mine, perhaps you should wear some trousers. Do I sense that young master Xiao Yan was just sneering? Impossible. Listening to the praises from behind, Xiao Yan felt a profound sense of melancholy. These individuals, who had turned a blind eye when Xiao Ning was assaulted, now showered him with accolades as if they shared the same bloodline, reveling in his defense of Xiao Ning. Such is the nature of family. Though they appear to be of the same root, the intrigue and rivalry can be more ruthless than that of outsiders. A dispassionate voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, as if the old medicine master had gained significant insight. Chapter 21. The initial experience of Little Dr. Fairy's failure. Young master Xiao Yan, I've placed the items here, Xiao Yan announced as he set down a large box at the entrance of Xiao Yan's room. Ah, thank you. How much do I owe you? Xiao Yan inquired, stepping out to confirm that the box contained the medicinal materials he required. This is a token of gratitude. How could I accept payment? Xiao Yan retreated a couple of steps, waving his hands in refusal. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment. Then I shall accept this token of gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, young master Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stated earnestly, patting his chest in appreciation. Very well. I shall not see you out. Xiao Yan nodded, lifting the box and stepping inside. Once he confirmed that Xiao Yan had departed using his soul force, he called out to the inner room. Come out. He has gone. Qing Lin peeked cautiously from the inner room, while little Dr. Fairy walked out with a disgruntled expression, muttering discontentedly. Why must we hide? Isn't it perfectly normal for a senior sister to be in her junior brother's room? Only those with filthy minds would think such things about everything. Xiao Yan couldn't help but rub his forehead. This unexpected senior sister had been in their clan for over half a month, during which time he had managed to formally introduce her to his father and Xiao Suner. Setting aside Xiao Suner's jealousy, which had led her to ignore him for several days, their father, Xiao Zhan, had bombarded him with questions as if he were evaluating a potential daughter-in-law, leaving Xiao Yan flustered. Meanwhile, little Dr. Fairy neither confirmed nor denied anything, calling Xiao Zhan uncle with such charm that he was utterly captivated, nearly gifting her a family heirloom jade bracelet as a meeting gift were it not for Xiao Suner's intervention. In truth, Xiao Yan could somewhat understand his father's perspective. Although the Doqi continent was a realm of martial prowess, commoners tended to marry young, partly due to the uneven development of productivity, and partly because warriors often face mortality during their adventures, making the desire for heirs widespread. One could speculate that had Nail and Yenran not come to annul their engagement a year prior, they might have been wed by now. Thus, when a seemingly familiar young woman appeared by Xiao Yan's side. It was challenging for Xiao Yan to suppress his thoughts of marriage. What is this about? Xiao Yan observed with a calm demeanor as little Dr. Fairy busied herself, preparing for her first alchemical endeavor, her lovely face alight with excitement. If, in the first 12 years of his transmigration, his ambition had been to become a Do Huang and dominate a realm, now he found himself with aspirations far loftier. Do Sheng, will I ever have the opportunity to reach such a realm in this lifetime? He couldn't help but envision the figure of his soul emperor, standing majestically, clad in white, gazing down upon the world. That image was strikingly vivid, as though he were standing right before him. Gradually, the figure transformed, and Xiao Yan saw his own face replace it, aloof and high above, surveying the world, his mere gestures capable of reducing the entire continent to a sea of flames. What grandeur that would be! At that moment, even the heavens and earth would seem too confined, as his invincible form began to be accompanied by a cool silhouette. She had white hair, and her black and white attire flowed gracefully with the breeze, resembling a goddess beneath the moonlight, beautiful and untouchable. He strained to glimpse her face, but it remained shrouded in shadow, obscured from view. Suddenly, a distant, indistinct voice pulled him back to reality, shattering the dreamlike world like a mirror, scattering it into countless fragments. I say, the voice gradually sharpened, are you truly going to leave your senior sister to toil alone without lending a hand? Little Dr. Fairy's enchanting face suddenly drew near, her delightful fragrance wafting towards him. Oh, Xiao Yan found himself momentarily entranced by her features, still reeling from the surreal dream. Noticing his dazed state, little Dr. Fairy's expression shifted playfully as she leaned in closer, teasing, Xiao Yan, you were definitely staring at my back and imagining something strange, weren't you? Of course not. Xiao Yan finally snapped back to reality, astonished by how vividly real his earlier daydream had felt. You must have. Little Dr. Fairy challenged, not entirely convinced. I said I did not, Xiao Yan retorted, his brow furrowing. Ah, the young boys in their adolescence, I forgive you. Little Dr. Xian took a couple of steps back, smiling and waving her hand with an expression that conveyed her understanding. Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh and approached to assist his senior sister in preparing for the alchemical process. He deftly categorized and organized the various medicinal materials, then examined the array for transforming flames, confirming that everything was flawless before gesturing invitingly to little Dr. Xian. He, in high spirits, little Dr. Xian stepped before the alchemical furnace. Today, she would embark on her inaugural alchemical endeavor. Yao Chun emerged confidently from the black ring, guiding little Dr. Xian step by step on what to do. As a prodigious mentor who had fostered two genius alchemists, he was exceedingly confident in his ability to cultivate every student. Furthermore, little Dr. Xian possessed a remarkable aptitude, although her soul power was somewhat lacking in the tests. Her mastery of fighting spirit far surpassed that of ordinary fighters. The alchemical formula Yao Chun provided to little Dr. Xian was a simple healing elixir, easy to concoct. Xiao Yan had successfully brewed it on his first attempt, yielding an impressive product. A successful initial experience is the cornerstone for establishing confidence in any alchemist. Yao Chun reveled in his advanced teaching philosophy, while Xiao Yan, however, found little Dr. Xian's first attempt rather uninteresting. This rudimentary healing potion was mere beginner's fare, and even the most inept individual could not ruin it. He casually retrieved the advanced fighting technique Jade Slip bestowed by his father from his storage ring, placing it atop his head in preparation to review the flame control techniques once again. As the alchemical process commenced, little Dr. Xian, under Yao Chen's guidance, systematically placed the various medicinal materials into the furnace, channeling her fighting spirit to transform it into flames through the array. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, almost too smoothly, as the flames transformed by her fighting spirit danced at her command, effortlessly melting all the materials and coalescing them into the healing elixir. Yao Chen expressed his astonishment with continuous praise. Even Xiao Yan could not resist putting down the jade slip to observe little Dr. Xian. Before the alchemical furnace, little Dr. Xian's sparkling eyes and perfect profile were mesmerizing, her purple hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, while her black and white attire hugged her slender waist. She truly resembled a goddess from a dream, albeit with purple locks instead of the traditional white. In an instant, the amalgamation of materials within the furnace took a sudden turn. A plume of gray-black gas erupted from the furnace, exhibiting formidable penetrating and dispersing power, swiftly filling the room and then permeating through the walls to envelop the entire Xiao family estate. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively held his breath. However, This gray-black gas was unrelenting, infiltrating his body even without inhalation. In a heartbeat, his consciousness dimmed, plunging him into a deep slumber. At that moment, chaos erupted within the Xiao family estate, with screams echoing throughout. What on earth is this? Dad, wake up, please. This gas is emanating from young master Xiao Yan's room. Help! It's toxic gas. Toxic gas. Before long, only little Dr. Xian and Yao Chun remained, exchanging bewildered glances. You can't possibly be the calamity poison body, can you? Yao Chun asked tremulously. Yes, little Dr. Xian replied with great difficulty, forcing a conciliatory smile. Xiao Yan, wake up. Please, don't die on me. If you do, who will help me resurrect you? Yao Chen's anguished cries resonated through the air. Chapter 22. The Calamity Poison Body Unfit for Alchemy. Within the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yan, recently awakened, hurriedly assisted little Dr. Xian and the two girls, Qing Lin and another, as they administered the newly concocted elixirs to revive the poisoned family members. This was no small task, and it was only today that Xiao Yan realized there were, in fact, 1,461 individuals residing within the estate. When accounting for those conducting business outside, the total approached 2,000. Faced with the revived family members, Xiao Yan could only fabricate a story, claiming he had been self-studying alchemy and, due to his lack of skill, had accidentally caused an explosion while attempting to concoct a sedative potion, leading to the current predicament. Consequently, he received a severe reprimand from Xiao Zhan, and the positive image he had just established crumbled once more. From then on, the area within 30 meters of Xiao Yan's residence became an absolute no-go zone in the minds of the family members, with ordinary members even daring to pass by only in groups. On the bright side, this brought him a measure of peace. However, he was still eager to know, Yao Chun, what exactly is the calamity poison body? Sweating profusely, Xiao Yan reclined on his bed, addressing the hovering Yao Chun. Yao Chun's expression turned unusually serious. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully organized his thoughts before speaking slowly. On this continent of fighting spirit, there exist many extraordinary physiques. Among them, one is known as the natural poison body or the calamity poison body, as its emergence often brings misfortune to the surrounding world. Of course, there are some benefits. Those who possess the calamity poison body can rapidly enhance their strength by consuming toxins, which is why every generation's holder becomes a formidable force. However, this comes at a price, for the calamity poison body is prone to losing control during cultivation, ultimately succumbing to a mindset solely focused on slaughter. In their final moments, they may even uncontrollably self-destruct, turning the surrounding area into a desolate wasteland. Little Dr. Xian, seated nearby, appeared awkward, with a basin of ice at her feet, a cooling measure Xiao Yan had implemented. Beside the ice, Qing Lin squatted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After hesitating for a moment, she discreetly observed that everyone else was engrossed in serious discussions and quickly seized a piece of crushed ice, swiftly popping it into her mouth. After a moment of initial enjoyment, the cold sensation surged through her. So the incident during the alchemical process was due to calamity? Xiao Yan suddenly sat up. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at little Dr. Xian. Such a physique exists in this world? The celestial star of misfortune? No, Yao Chan shook his head. If I am not mistaken, her calamity poison body should have been resolved by your master, the Soul Emperor. The current situation arises due to her fighting spirit. Fighting spirit? Yes. Originally, she possessed fire attribute fighting spirit, but due to the calamity poison body, her fire attribute fighting spirit was forcibly transformed into poison attribute fighting spirit. Once a balance is achieved, the fighting spirit becomes a unique fire poison attribute. This fighting spirit can also be transformed into flames through an array. But the poison attribute will render every elixir she concocts into a terrifying poison pill. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, finally grasping the situation's origins. Upon rising from the bed, his first action was to approach the alchemical furnace and affix a seal to it. This will not be used again in the future. How can I learn alchemy? Little Dr. Xian exclaimed urgently. The very reason she had relinquished the opportunity to accompany her adoptive father, the Soul Emperor, back to the Soul Realm was to learn alchemy. You must seek a beast fire or a strange flame for alchemy. You cannot use your own fighting spirit. Xiao Yan asserted resolutely. For the safety of his family, he had to eradicate this danger at its inception. Can't I just practice in the secluded area behind the mountain? Little Dr. Xian's eyes brimmed with hope. She truly wished to avoid wasting time searching for beast fire or strange flames. No, and moreover, with your poisonous fighting spirit, you cannot produce any effective elixirs. You will only succeed with the aid of spiritual fire. Xiao Yan stepped forward 2 paces, approaching the little medicinal sage. He raised his hand, channeling the divine crow fire essence into his palm, and then gently patted down. Do not strike me. I am a doling. The little medicinal sage, feeling guilty, hugged her head, too timid to retaliate. Yet the palm did not land upon her head. It felt so warm, as she savored the warmth above her. The chill she had felt from stealing ice cubes evaporated instantly. Children should not steal ice cubes. They will suffer from rheumatism in their old age and 1T grow tall. Xiao Yan's large hand proceeded to ruffle the little medicinal sage's small head vigorously. It was no wonder she always enjoyed holding Qing Lin close and rubbing her. The texture was truly delightful. Observing Xiao Yan's actions, the little medicinal sage lowered her hands from her head with a look of despair. But where shall I find beast fire? Perhaps we could purchase it? Although the Gamma Empire is remote, the imperial capital must surely have someone selling beast fire, Elder Yao suggested. A splendid idea. The little medicinal sage's eyes sparkled. As long as money could resolve the issue, it was not a problem. What if there is no stock available? Xiao Yan shook his head. The only beast fire in Wutan City had already been claimed by him, and it was improbable to find another in the short term. Traveling to the imperial capital would not only consume a great deal of time, but might also yield no stock. It is worth noting that beast fire is relatively rare, far fewer in number than the alchemists, and whenever adventurers bring beast fire out from the magical beast forest, it is quickly auctioned off, much like the last auction. The circulation in the regular market is exceedingly scant. The atmosphere in the room momentarily turned awkward, prompting Elder Yao to propose waiting for a month or so until the Soul Emperor arrives, and then beseeching him to personally venture into the magical beast forest to capture a beast for fire, thus saving time and effort. However, the little medicinal sage appeared less than pleased. Brother Xiao Yan. Suddenly, a sweet voice floated in from outside Xiao Yan's courtyard. Xiao Yan hurriedly stowed away everything in a room using his storage ring, then ushered the little medicinal sage and Qing Lin into the inner room, while Elder Yao sensibly retreated into the black ring. Sonair. After hastily tidying up, Xiao Yan opened the door to find a graceful young girl standing at the entrance, holding a map. Brother Xiao Yan, you carry a feminine charm, yet you remain unaware of it. Sun Air's expression suddenly soured, her melancholic eyes peering through Xiao Yan's body into the room. That woman isn't inside, is she? No, no, Xiao Yan quickly denied, positioning his body to obstruct Sun Air's view. Never mind. Sun Air huffed in indignation, thrusting the map into Xiao Yan's embrace. What is this? Xiao Yan queried, puzzled as he unfolded the map, revealing one of the magical beast forests with various locations marked in different colors of flame. I heard that you have been self-studying alchemy lately, so I asked my family to prepare a beast fire map. It indicates 4 different types of beast fire, all discovered at great peril by adventurers. Sun Air pointed to the locations marked with flames, and Xiao Yan soon noticed that each flame location was accompanied by fine print. These annotations clearly detailed the type of magical beast from which each flame originated, their levels of power, and the means to acquire them. Information of immense worth. Sun Air? Thank you. Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotion, his gaze softening. However, I must remind you, I don't have time to accompany you. You could hire a mercenary group. Uncle Xiao would surely be willing to fund that. After handing over the map, Sun Air turned to leave, glancing back halfway to make a face. Xiao Yan was successfully amused by her antics, gazing at the beast fire map in his hands, filled with gratitude. Just moments ago, he had been troubled about where to find beast fire, and now, the map had conveniently arrived in his possession. How fortuitous. Chapter 23. Setting off to seek beast fire. The beast fire map. How fortuitous indeed. The little medicinal sage gazed at the map in Xiao Yan's hands, her eyes alight with excitement. It was akin to a timely rain. Choose one. I shall accompany you in the search. Xiao Yan tossed the beast fire map to the little medicinal sage, while he began to contemplate what preparations were necessary for their journey. Is that all right? The little medicinal sage clutched the map to her chest, a hint of bashfulness causing her to lower her gaze. I cannot delay your cultivation, especially since I wish to venture out for some training myself, to solidify my prowess. Xiao Yan recalled the exhilarating sensation of his dou qi solidifying and elevating after the battle with the Gale family. It was truly addictive. Very well. The little medicinal sage nodded, opening the map to select their target. The map indicated 4 types of beast fire: North Forest Flame, Life Fire, Ice Spirit Flame, and Purple Crystal Fire, each possessing unique characteristics, yet all exceedingly precious and difficult to choose among. Truthfully, if circumstances allowed, Xiao Yan would desire to collect all 4 types of beast fire depicted on the map, He wondered what power the Buddha's Fury Lotus, composed of 6 types of beast fire, would wield. Yet, this was merely a thought. In reality, he did not need so many types of beast fire. Just one more would suffice, as the burning decision could already advance to the high yellow tier. Once the burning decision reached the high yellow tier, even if he were to absorb the remaining 3 types of beast fire simultaneously, it would not elevate the burning decision to the elementary mysterious tier. The disparity between beast fire and exotic fire was indeed vast. According to Elder Yao, some of the superpowers might possess beast fire that could rival the exotic fire ranked beyond the top 10, yet all were undoubtedly treasured artifacts. It would be wiser to seek out exotic fire instead. Let us see. The North Forest Flame is located in the northern part of the magical beast forest, beyond the Gamma Empire, reaching other nations. If we do not wish to prepare passage documents, we would have to traverse through the core of the magical beast forest, an unwise endeavor. The life fire and ice spirit flame. One is birthed from the corpses of magical beasts, imbued with a rare dark attribute. The other originates from a special magical beast, a peculiar beast fire that carries an ice attribute. Both are indeed appealing, but I merely wish to refine medicine, and their effects are too diverse. The little medicinal sage sighed. The first 3 types of beast fire were excellent, but unsuitable for various reasons. The last type of flame, the purple crystal fire, emanated from a 6th-tier magical beast, the purple crystal winged lion king, and was a particularly potent beast fire with no special effects. This last flame was exceptionally well suited to the little medicinal sage's current needs. It was a remarkably pure beast fire with high intensity, which would also yield excellent results when encountering some challenging medicinal materials in the future. Let us go with this one. Elder Yao decided for the little medicinal sage. The marked location for the purple crystal fire lay near the depths of the magical beast forest, and the safest approach would be to navigate around the periphery of the magical beast mountain range for a distance before entering the forest through a specific entrance, thus maximizing the avoidance of potential dangers along the way. A small town was specifically marked on this route as a resupply point, Qingshan Town. Gazing at the small town depicted on the map, the little medicinal sage's eyes suddenly softened, as if recalling some cherished memories. I remember you mentioning that you hail from this town, Xiao Yan inquired, leaning closer. Indeed, the little medicinal sage nodded, then tilted her head and asked, "Would you like to hear my story?" "I would." Xiao Yan's interest was piqued. He was curious about the past of his young and formidable senior sister. Qingshan Town is a small settlement where adventurers from the Gamma Empire gather. I was brought there by my parents when I was young. They are both physicians and open a clinic in the town to treat the sick. Ever since I can remember, my parents were well respected in Qingshan Town. However, on one fateful occasion, a beast tide erupted in the Warcraft Forest, and a 5th-tier magical beast, accompanied by a horde of monstrous creatures, descended upon Qingshan Town, wreaking havoc. My parents concealed me in the cellar while they rushed to assist the injured adventurers, and tragically, they perished. I was merely 7 years old at that time. Later, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan Sect, Yun, arrived in Qingshan Town and quelled the beast tide, allowing me to finally escape the confines of the cellar. The newly arrived adventurers were unfamiliar with my parents' benevolence, and thus offered me no assistance. After the medical clinic was seized, I found myself wandering the streets of Qingshan Town, encountering a myriad of individuals along the way. Yet somehow, I survived. Eventually, I met my adoptive father in you. The little healer's smile was tinged with a subtle sorrow. Sister, Qinglin, also has no parents. Qinglin, with tear-filled eyes, clung to the little healer. It was indeed a heavy topic. Yao Chen sighed softly. So, among the 4 of us, none possess a complete family? What a cruel jest to the creator. If there truly is a creator, then he must be a potato, Xiao Yan remarked, shaking his head. Why do you say that? The little healer inquired, curiosity piqued. Because potatoes are best suited for frying, Xiao Yan thought mischievously to himself. Both the little healer and Qinglin were without parents. He himself lacked a mother, and even Yao Lao seemed to harbor a past shrouded in shadows. None of them had a complete family. Xiao Yan's dark humor succeeded in further dampening the atmosphere in the room, prompting the group to disperse and prepare for their journey. Among them, Xiao Yan needed to report to his father, Xiao Zhan, who had no objections, but secretly slipped a storage ring into his hand. Upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, Xiao Yan discovered that the half-cubic meter storage ring was filled to the brim with gold coins, approximately 500,000 in total. Nearly all of Xiao Zhan's private savings. In the outside world, one must not flaunt their wealth, yet one should not suffer unnecessarily. Especially with 2 young ladies by your side. You must spend wisely, lest their parents look down upon us, Xiao Zhan imparted sagely. Dad, what are you even saying? Xiao Yan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, unsure how to explain himself to his father. Go on, Xiao Zhan patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. A man must witness the world. After absorbing these words, Xiao Yan turned with determination, setting off. The primary objective of this expedition was to seize the beast fire, while the secondary aim was to solidify his cultivation through trials of life and death, striving for further advancement. His farewell to Sun Er lingered a bit longer, and by the time he returned to his courtyard, both the little healer and Qing Lin had been ready for quite some time. The following day, after borrowing a 2-horse carriage from the family, they set forth on their journey. Atop a lofty building, Sun Er, who had just been at the Xiao family estate, stood by the highest window, watching the trio depart from Wutan City. Brother Xiao Yan, have you truly become involved with the Soul Clan? The gentle breeze tousling her long hair, while her once tender eyes now mirrored the depth of a cold abyss. Letting you leave the Xiao family is the last thing I can do for you. Chapter 24. The 10,000 Medicine Hall of Qingshan Town. Ah, young sir. Are you new to Qingshan Town? If you're looking for a mercenary group, consider ours. Our captain is the renowned 8-star Dome Master, Hemin, a skilled fighter well known in Qingshan Town. At the town's entrance, Xiao Yan was halted by a bald, burly man who incessantly promoted the merits of their mercenary group. I do not require a mercenary group. Could you kindly step aside? Xiao Yan waved his hand, feeling exasperated. They had been on the road for 5 days since leaving Wutan City, enduring rough conditions, and were in dire need of rest. Yet this man, oblivious to their plight, continued to peddle his group's services, mistaking Xiao Yan's attire for that of a wealthy heir. All he wanted was to rest. Seeing that Xiao Yan was ignoring him entirely, the burly man grew irate. Listen here, young sir. Our mercenary group is one of the designated groups for the 10,000 Medicine Hall. Recently, they returned from the Warcraft Forest, and under normal circumstances, others would struggle to hire us. You could be the designated group for the 10,000 Medicine Hall. But Xiao Yan was about to retort angrily when the little healer's voice suddenly emerged from the carriage. The burly man froze, unable to fathom who would dare speak such words in Qingshan Town. Then he saw the carriage's curtain slowly being drawn back, revealing a face that would be etched into his memory forever. Inside the carriage sat a purple-haired girl clad in a black and white dress, a mischievous expression gracing her features, while a small girl with black hair rested on her long, slender legs. The gentle sound of the little girl's snores resonated like a drumbeat, sending the burly man into a state of panic. The poisonous immortal. The burly man fled into the depths of Qingshan Town, rolling and scrambling away, his cries of alarm echoing. The poisonous immortal has returned. Xiao Yan glanced at the little healer, who sat composed in the carriage, and asked, Sister, didn't you say your name in Qingshan Town was the little healer? Well, the little healer, who had just moments ago been wearing a playful smile, now blushed deeply. That was indeed my name, but some events transpired afterward. To some events? The title of Poisonous Immortal sounds like that of a great villain, Xiao Yan lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. Are we even able to enter Qingshan Town? Do not worry. The strongest individual in Qingshan Town should be merely an 8-star Dome Master. I can swiftly resolve this issue. Just wait, the little healer reassured him, gesturing for him to remain calm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a sense of relief. His sister's strength was at least that of a 1-star Do Ling, easily capable of handling a few Dome Masters. As the burly man relayed the news, Qingshan Town quickly descended into chaos, and soon the entrance was teeming with uniformed Do fighters, numbering around 70 or 80, among whom only one was a Dome Master, all appearing to belong to the same faction. Xiao Yan observed that their attire bore a unified flame emblem, which must signify the so-called 10,000 Medicine Hall. These mercenaries surrounded the trio, maintaining a profound silence, each covering their mouths and noses with fine cloth, their expressions grave as they gazed at the little healer within the carriage. Before long, a young man, entirely wrapped in white bandages, stepped forward from the crowd. Only one of his eyes was visible, yet it radiated madness and despair. Lord, the sole Dome Master among the mercenaries hurried forward to shield the bandaged man, fearful of the little healer's potential wrath. The bandaged man paid no heed to his subordinates' sycophantic behavior and trembled as he took 2 steps forward, addressing the little healer with a voice that sent shivers down the spine. Little healer, you've returned. This time, I shall savor you thoroughly. The madness in the bandaged man's eyes intensified. Is this man insane? Xiao Yan questioned, pointing at the bandaged man in bewilderment. How can such a person lead a faction? He is indeed the leader of the 10,000 Medicine Hall. I've forgotten his name, but he is a 9-star Dome Master and a first-tier alchemist. He has long harbored ill intentions towards me. When I ascended to Dome Master, I poisoned his food in revenge. The little healer sighed suddenly. Who would have known that he had a poor appetite that day, bestowing an entire table of delicacies upon his subordinates, resulting in the instantaneous demise of over 30. I had initially intended to kill him, but was thwarted by the mayor of Qingshan Town, though I managed to bring him to the brink of death. To poison over 30 individuals. So this is how the title of Poison Immortal came to be. When did this transpire, senior sister? Xiao Yan inquired, his lips twitching. 3 months ago. It has only recently passed. No wonder the people of Qingshan Town still vividly remember the little medical sage. However, Xiao Yan felt no sympathy for those who had perished by poison. He did not consider himself morally superior, for which adventurer did not bear some blood debt. To kill, one must be prepared to be killed. This principle applies universally. Little medical sage, why do you not respond to me? Is this man your new paramour? What makes him superior to me? Speak. The bandaged man's agitation escalated. He seemed to have lost his sanity. Xiao Yan gestured toward the bandaged man. Yes. I was quite furious at the time, delivering several heavy blows to his head, yet he did not perish. The little medical sage placed her hand on her forehead, preparing to awaken Qinglin and resolve these mercenaries herself, but was abruptly stopped by Xiao Yan. Qinglin is still asleep. Let's not disturb her. Xiao Yan dismounted from the carriage, stretched his limbs, and confidently stated, there are many foes ahead. The little medical sage cautioned. It matters not. Capture the leader first. Xiao Yan replied with a light chuckle, and in an instant, he vanished from in front of the carriage. When he reappeared, his fist was less than 30 centimeters from the bandaged man. The eyes of the Dome Master beside the bandaged man widened in alarm, and he lunged to push the bandaged man aside, hastily preparing to intercept the impending blow. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed as Xiao Yan staggered back 2 steps. A look of surprise on his face as he gazed at his fist, flames erupting from it. High-level Earth Flame Do technique. Earth Flame. The Dome Master of the Wan Yao, Zhai was instantly propelled backward. Had it not been for the crowd behind him catching him, he would have completely lost face. Is he a 1-star Dome Master nurtured by medicinal pills? Xiao Yan observed coldly. The aura of this Wan Yao Zhai Dome Master was exceedingly superficial. Even more so than his own, when he ascended to a 4-star Dome Master after consuming beast fire. Although Xiao Yan deemed this Dome Master unworthy of mention, the surrounding mercenaries held a different opinion. No matter how superficial, a Dome Master was still a Dome Master. For common Do fighter, not to mention defeating a Dome Master, merely exchanging a few blows would already be considered remarkable. Again, Xiao Yan stepped forward once more, charging into the throng, as if the surrounding mercenaries were of no consequence. Chapter 25. Annihilation of Wan Yao Zhai. Damn it, why is he so strong? The Wan Yao Zhai Dome Master, supported by those around him, steadied himself, eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the indifferent young man in white. He appeared to be no more than 17 or 18, yet his strength surpassed that of this 1-star Dome Master. At his age, he had merely reached the 6th stage of Do Qi. Kill him. Whoever can take this fellow down will be rewarded with 10 bottles of medicinal pills. The bandaged man's voice, hoarse and frantic, echoed from the side. Huh, am I truly so worthless? Xiao Yan scoffed, placing a hand on his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight once more. This time, the Wan Yao Zhai Dome Master finally discerned Xiao Yan's movements. It was not a teleportation, but rather a speed so swift that ordinary Do fighters could not track his trajectory. This was one of the applications of Earth Flame. Though it could not match most authentic movement techniques in agility, its explosive power was sufficient to rival some intermediate-level movement techniques of the Xiantier. Another punch, infused with the power of the Divine Crow Fire, surged with astonishing might. The Wan Yao Zhai Dome Master, facing a life-and-death crisis, utilized all his skills, having just stabilized himself when he unleashed his most powerful palm strike. High-level Yellow Tier technique, Fierce Mountain Palm. In an instant, the clash of their techniques determined the victor. Xiao Yan harnessed the force generated by their collision to retreat, landing steadily on the ground. The Wan Yao Zhai Dome Master was engulfed in flames, an utterly terrifying sight. The chilling screams reverberated through the skies of Qingshan Town, shattering the morale of the surrounding mercenaries, who had previously been eager to engage. One by one, they retreated in fear. How can this be? He appears so youthful. Ba Meng is still a Dome Master. A monster. He must be a young master from some prominent family. Can we mere adventurers truly provoke him? Xiao Yan extinguished the beast fire, his gaze cold as he surveyed the surroundings. Though the mercenaries appeared numerous, they were nothing more than a rabble. They might excel in bravado, but when faced with danger, they scattered like birds. Indeed, after Xiao Yan swiftly dispatched the Wan Yao Zhai Dome Master, The once formidable gathering of mercenaries at the entrance of Qingshan town had dwindled to a mere handful. As for the bandaged man, he was left isolated and forlorn. These people are truly heartless, Xiao Yan mused as he approached the bandaged man, poised to swiftly eliminate this madman. Suddenly, a palpable sense of crisis surged. Abruptly, the two talismans hanging from Xiao Yan's neck illuminated simultaneously, and black and gold shields unfurled, enveloping him entirely. Boom! A spear lunged toward the shield, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy, sending the assailant hurtling backward, stumbling several steps before regaining his footing. He was ambushed. Xiao Yan shook off his momentary shock. Grasping the two talismans at his chest, the golden flame emblem was a gift from Xiao Suner, while the black and white talisman was bestowed by the little medical sage. Unexpectedly, these talismans, which had proven useless during the battle against the Jiaoya family, had now safeguarded him here. You've grown overly complacent with your continuous rise in strength, Xiao Yan. Yao Chen's voice echoed within Xiao Yan's mind. He had long sensed the presence of an ambush nearby, but chose not to warn Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan felt a shiver of apprehension. With me here, no one below Dou's zone can kill you, but one must act with caution. Yao Chen's words jolted Xiao Yan into clarity. Indeed, the unbroken streak of good fortune over the past year had inflated his confidence, causing him to toy with and underestimate the seemingly disorganized mercenaries. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan retrieved the Xian heavy ruler from his storage ring. The divine crow fire and peach blossom fire rapidly enveloping its surface, creating an imposing aura. With a swift motion, he cleaved the bandaged man into minuscule fragments, then turned to face the assailant. Nalan Jia, a one-star Grand Dome Master, hailing from the collateral line of the Nalan family, was one of the most renowned adventurers in the Gamma Empire. Even Xiao Yan had encountered tales of his exploits in various biographies. He recognized him instantly due to the distinctive scar that traversed his entire face. It's a misunderstanding, young Master Xiao Yan. Nalan Jia's heart was filled with caution, his wariness heightened by the sudden appearance of the protective shield. Misunderstanding my foot. The blade flashed as the enraged little medical sage swiftly severed Nalan Jia's throat, leaving him no time to react. Nalan Jia, in a state of disbelief, reached out to touch his neck, where a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the wound. Gradually, his body seemed unable to bear the weight of his own head, and he slumped to the ground. With a soft thud, Nalan Jia's head rolled to rest at Xiao Yan's feet. Xiao Yan, initially prepared to utter polite words, swallowed them back, while the Buddha's fury lotus, which he had discreetly summoned in his left hand, dissipated forcefully. Sister, you are truly formidable, Xiao Yan complimented. You were simply too complacent. Xiao Yixian shot a sharp glance at Xiao Yan, seemingly reproaching him for not adequately safeguarding himself. Xiao Yan dared not respond and could only offer a foolish grin. Let us proceed into the town. I need to retrieve some items from the headquarters of the Wanyao Zhai. After searching Nalan Jia's body, Xiao Yixian produced a storage ring and tossed it to Xiao Yan, regarding the meager possessions within as unworthy of her attention. Thank you, sister. Xiao Yan held no disdain for the contents, recognizing that the collections of renowned adventurers often held remarkable treasures. Indeed, as he probed the storage ring with his soul power, he was instantly astounded by the wealth of items contained within. Among them was a jade box, which housed a tome on flight combat techniques. He decided against opening it immediately, intending to assess his spoils once they entered the monster beast forest. Inside the carriage, Qing Lin cowered in the corner, trembling in fear at the sight of numerous severed limbs outside. It took considerable coaxing from Xiao Yixian to calm her down. Upon entering Qingshan town, they found most buildings and shops shuttered, a common occurrence following such a recent calamity. Few dared to continue their business in the aftermath. The headquarters of Wanyao Zhai was deserted, with the ground littered with forgotten vials and jars, while some relatively rare herbs lay scattered about, though no gold or silver treasures were in sight. Xiao Yixian instructed Xiao Yan to search for any remaining usable herbs at the Wanyao Zhai headquarters, while she ventured inside, seemingly in search of something specific. Xiao Yan was more than willing to engage in such a task. The thrill of discovery was always intoxicating. He accompanied Qing Lin into the now deserted premises of Wanyao Zhai to hunt for treasures. This time, however, he had learned his lesson. He ensured his fighting energy was always in motion, prepared for any potential ambush by foes. Indeed, while Wanyao Zhai was not a major power, its proximity to the monster beast forest allowed it to stockpile numerous rare herbs. In particular, upon prying open a warehouse, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted toward him, revealing over 20 crates filled with various herbs. The mercenaries had been unable to carry away such heavy items before their hasty departure, allowing Xiao Yan to reap the benefits. Wow, we've struck gold. Qing Lin clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 26. Entering the Monster Beast Forest. Ice Spirit Flame Grass? I never expected this small faction, Wan Yao Zhai, to possess such precious herbs in their inventory, Xiao Yan remarked in surprise as he collected several jade boxes. The Ice Spirit Flame Grass, an extraordinarily rare herb, boasted white and red leaves. The white stems were adorned with glistening crystalline formations, while the fiery red crown resembled a flickering flame. The striking contrast of colors and properties, coexisting within a single plant, was indeed marvelous. Refining exotic flames was perilous. Even an ordinary Do Huang required external assistance. Through generations of alchemist endeavors, 3 items have been unanimously recognized as essential for refining exotic flames: Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring, and Naling. The Ice Spirit Flame Grass was one of the primary ingredients for concocting the Blood Lotus Pill. Young Master Xiao Yan, there are no finished pills here. Qing Lin approached Xiao Yan, holding out a storage ring on her tiptoes. It must have been thoroughly plundered, right? However, the owner of Wan Yao Zhai was merely a first-tier alchemist, so it's unlikely he could produce any excellent elixirs worth seeking. Xiao Yan shrugged, surveying the surroundings. The entire herb storage of Wan Yao Zhai had been completely stripped bare. The herbs he had gathered, excluding the Ice Spirit Flame Grass, were valued at approximately 250,000 gold coins, a substantial sum even for a great dough master. Ruffling Qing Lin's hair, Xiao Yan took her small hand and led her through various rooms to the entrance of Wan Yao Zhai. After a considerable wait, Xiao Yan finally emerged, cradling a book in her hands, which appeared to be the item she had been searching for. What is this? Xiao Yan inquired, intrigued by what could possibly warrant the attention of his affluent senior sister. The tome contained invaluable information regarding the distribution of rare materials within this region of the Monster Beast Forest, accumulated over Wan Yao Zhai's decade-long operation. It featured numerous treasures, illustrated with vivid depictions of magical beasts, including the illustrious amethyst-winged Lion King. Flipping to a particular page, Xiao Yan handed it to Xiao Yan, revealing a stunning illustration of the beast, alongside descriptions of its habits, preferences, and the beast fire it produced. According to the book, obtaining amethyst fire did not necessitate defeating the amethyst-winged Lion King directly. Instead, acquiring the accompanying amethyst gold, typically found deep within caves, sufficed. A mercenary had previously observed that the amethyst-winged Lion King left its cave to hunt for an hour each morning, presenting an opportunity to procure the amethyst gold undetected. The mercenary who penned this strategy had indeed succeeded in extracting an amethyst gold and sold it to a senior elder of Yunlan Sect, subsequently disclosing this secret to Wan Yao Zhai at an exorbitant price, thereby amassing a considerable fortune. The information aligned closely with that found on the beast fire map, albeit in greater detail. If we were to investigate the habits of the amethyst-winged Lion King ourselves, it would likely consume a great deal of time, Xiao Yan added, shaking her delicate finger. Surely, Master Yao can contend with 6-tier magical beasts? Xiao Yan pondered aloud. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "What? Do you desire a 6-tier magic core?" Yao Chen's voice resonated in their minds through soul energy. "I have some thoughts," Xiao Yan replied, his tone tinged with excitement. For a 6-tier magic core was a legendary item capable of purchasing half of Wutan City. You may find yourself disappointed. At present, my strength can contend with an ordinary Do Huang. The amethyst-winged Lion King is among the elite 6th-tier magical beasts, and I can only ensure that you 3 little brats do not meet your demise," Yao Chen said with resignation. "Very well," Xiao Yan conceded, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "Of course, if the amethyst-winged Lion King were to sustain injuries during a hunt, I could still slay it," Yao Chen added, seeking to console his dispirited disciple. "The amethyst-winged Lion King is among the most powerful magical beasts in the Monster Beast Forest, correct? Unless a Do Huang happens to harbor intentions towards it, how could it possibly be severely wounded?" Xiao Yan abandoned the notion of acquiring a 6-tier magic core, realizing it was better not to reach too far. Following this, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan conducted essential resupply activities in Qingshan Town, particularly focusing on drinking water and insect-repellent medicines. Fortunately, both of their storage rings were sufficiently spacious, and they had just seized Nalan Jie's storage ring. Xiao Yan transferred all the contents of Nalan Jie's storage ring into another one, filling the 3 cubic foot space with boiled water to prevent any potential stomach ailments from unclean water in the forest. As for the carriage, they decided to leave it at an inn no longer concerning themselves with it. A group of individuals ventured into the beast forest on foot. The wind rustled the fallen leaves, and the tranquility of the beast forest was more pronounced than that of an ordinary forest, interrupted only by the occasional distant roars of magical beasts, serving as a stark reminder of the lurking dangers. Prepare yourselves. I will ensure we reach the valley near the residence of the amethyst-winged Lion King at the swiftest pace, I declared. The medicinal dust emerged from the black ring, enveloping a few of us in soul energy as we delved deeper into the forest. The scenery flashed past like a cinematic reel, and the restoration of Elder Yao's soul energy provided great convenience to Xiao Yan, all thanks to the elixir bestowed by the Soul Emperor. However, Elder Yao clearly hesitated to fly above the forest, as that would be akin to provoking all the magical beasts within. Such an act would be exceedingly reckless. Unless one was specifically hunting these beasts, flying above their territories, especially in an area densely populated by magical creatures, was undoubtedly an act of foolish bravado. Elder Yao shared life lessons with Xiao Yan, recounting tales of female Dou emperors who had traversed the beast forest only to be captured and humiliated by 7th-tier magical beasts, and of female knights who suffered indignities at the hands of dragon riders, as well as tales of priestesses whose reckless use of combat techniques summoned a horde of beasts. Elder Yao's stories left Qing Lin pale, her tearful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Enough of these frightful tales, Elder Yao. Surely no one would be foolish enough to fly recklessly above the beast forest, Xiao Yan remarked, just as an explosive sound echoed above them. Elder Yao hastily halted, and the group gazed upwards in astonishment. A streak of azure light rushed toward them, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a woman with wings. That presence is unmistakably that of a Dou emperor, Xiao Yao exclaimed, her brow furrowing in concern. Xiao Yan looked quizzically at Elder Yao, whose face flushed with embarrassment, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. That girl will certainly regret her actions, Elder Yao stubbornly asserted. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the beast forest grew tumultuous, stirred by the audacious Dou emperor, with the roars of magical beasts echoing ominously, heightening the sense of peril. Chapter 27. Ambiguity. That person seems familiar, Xiao Yao mused, as the rushing Dou emperor in the sky evoked a sense of recognition, as if she had encountered her before. Let's not focus on that for now. A colossal beast lunged at them, prompting Xiao Yan to swiftly draw his heavy ruler to block the attack. The tremendous recoil forced his feet deep into the ground. 2nd-tier magical beast, Koimu Wolf, he noted, its power surpassed that of an ordinary Dou master. With a successful defensive maneuver, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and the Dou Qi within him surged from his dantian, racing through his limbs. Advanced Earth-tier Dou technique, Earth Flame. Low-level Fire-tier Dou technique, Flame-splitting Wave Ruler. The consumption of Dou Qi from these formidable techniques was staggering, draining a significant portion of Xiao Yan's energy, an even greater toll than the Buddha's Fury Lotus. Yet, the power unleashed was equally astonishing. Pink and bright yellow flames surged around him, the intense heat rapidly evaporating moisture from the surrounding trees, rendering them highly flammable. With a swing, a massive fire dragon surged toward the 2nd-tier magical beast, the Koimu Wolf, which retaliated with a glimmering green aura, launching sharp blades from its forehead. The collision resulted in a terrifying explosion, flames erupting in all directions, igniting the surrounding trees and triggering a forest fire. Impressive, Xiao Yan, Elder Yao praised wholeheartedly. After sheathing the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan approached the lifeless form of the Koimu Wolf, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist and plunging it into the beast's head, then swiftly slicing it in two. He reached into the mangled remains, retrieving a vibrant green crystal, a 2nd-tier would attribute magic core. This combination of techniques, while less potent than the Buddha's Fury Lotus, demanded greater energy, the only advantage being that it posed no risk of self-harm and preserved the integrity of the opponent's remains. After pocketing the magic core, Xiao Yan consumed a pill to replenish his Dou Qi. Be content. It's remarkable for an ordinary genius to possess a means of overcoming opponents of higher tiers. Yet you have several. Elder Yao jested. Having a variety of skills is never a burden, Xiao Yan replied, glancing at Xiao Yao and Qing Lin, who had retreated to a safe distance. Perhaps due to the innate fear magical beasts had of flames, the cacophony of roars around them significantly diminished, though one should not grow complacent. Elder Yao once again enveloped the 3 of them in soul energy as they proceeded toward a secure location marked on the beast fire map. Upon arrival, the designated point was a shadowed area in the valley where the amethyst-winged Lion King resided. Here lay a well-concealed cave, a naturally formed small cavern that had been expanded by a previous mercenary, now transformed into a habitable space. The cave even boasted a water source, with a gentle stream trickling from the rock crevices, pooling into a clear spring, perfectly sized for 2 individuals to lie within. The group quickly tidied the cave of dust and arranged it simply, observing Qing Lin struggle to spread a blanket that was disproportionately large for her size. Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle. However, he refrained from offering assistance, as the one with the strongest soul energy among them. He needed to meticulously inspect the cave for any traps left behind by others, contrary to the treacherous caves often depicted in biographical novels. The previous occupant had left no traps or remnants. In fact, the cave had been meticulously cleaned. After a thorough inspection, Xiao Yan found no trace of debris. It was evident that the previous resident was likely a person with a penchant for cleanliness. As night deepened, Xiao Yan, seated on the ground to recover his Do Qi, suddenly pondered a question and opened his eyes to inquire. "You seem to know that Do Emperor?" The small physician, lying on the bed, remained silent for a moment before turning her head. Under the flickering candlelight, her face appeared exceptionally gentle, a shoulder exposed from the blanket exuding an alluring charm that could easily stir desire, even in stone. "Indeed, she is Yun, the leader of the Yunlan Sect, whom I mentioned before." "Leader of the Yunlan Sect, Yun?" Xiao Yan mused, nodding thoughtfully. If he recalled correctly, his publicly humiliated fiancée, Yunlan Yanran, was a direct disciple of the Yunlan Sect's leader. This meant that Yun was indeed Yunlan Yanran's master, a Do Emperor as a mentor. No wonder she was so confident when she came to call off the engagement. In reality, a year had passed, and with his restored strength, Xiao Yan reflected on the so-called humiliation from a year prior with a newfound perspective. Although he was confident that he could easily overpower Yunlan Yanran now, he occasionally wondered what might have happened had the Soul Emperor not taken notice of him after their 3-year agreement, or if Elder Yao had not awakened. In that case, with Yunlan Yanran's growing strength, he might have ultimately become the laughingstock of the entire empire. Though it was already a veritable jest, it turned out that the strongest among the Gamma Empire's foremost powerhouses was not to be underestimated. No wonder he exuded such arrogance, daring to soar above the beast forest. The echoes of Yao Chen's lament resonated within Xiao Yan's mind. It was precisely such a haughty master who could cultivate a disciple as audacious as Yunlan Yanran. He mused with a scoff. Due to Yunlan Yanran's influence, he instinctively harbored a strong aversion towards the Yunlan Sect. He vividly recalled the brazen threats made by the elder of the Yunlan Sect during their encounter at the Shao clan's hall. Such indignities would not go unanswered. He would surely seek retribution from the Yunlan Sect in due time. "Every time you mention the Yunlan Sect, you wear that expression," little Dr. Fairy chuckled, covering her mouth. Her curiosity piqued. "It's merely a personal grudge," Xiao Yan replied, his countenance shifting with the flickering light of the oil lamp. He stood and replenished the lamp's oil, restoring brightness to the cave. "Are you interested in sharing it with your senior sister?" Little Dr. Fairy pressed. "Not all," Xiao Yan firmly rejected. "Why not?" she inquired, disappointment evident on her face. "For no particular reason," he replied brusquely. "Were you hurt by a certain girl from Yunlan Sect?" She teased. "Absolutely not," he retorted, though it felt like a lie. Little Dr. Fairy, sitting up from the stone bed and clad only in a nightgown, revealed her long, graceful legs, smooth as ivory, tempting one to reach out and touch. She approached Xiao Yan, sitting beside him, hugging her knees, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. A delightful fragrance enveloped the air, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. In the cave, a man and a woman nestled together, the flickering flame of the lamp casting their shadows upon the wall. An atmosphere of intimacy blossoming between them. Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old youth, in the throes of youthful fantasies. The sight of such a stunningly beautiful senior sister, clad only in her nightgown, was almost overwhelming. "Let's discuss that girl." Little Dr. Fairy's sparkling eyes gazed at Xiao Yan. "All right." He inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. "It's quite warm in here. So, you two are essentially strangers?" Little Dr. Fairy pondered after Xiao Yan recounted his tale with Yunlan Yanran. "Indeed," he nodded. "I had expected a classic tale of childhood sweethearts, where one becomes a failure and the other strays, ultimately delivering a brutal blow to the other." She laughed, covering her mouth. "Can such a tragic experience be a source of mockery?" Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly. "Why not?" She giggled, her laughter causing her nightgown's strap to slip, exposing her smooth shoulder. "Sister, your personality is rather mischievous, isn't it?" Xiao Yan couldn't help but remark. "Not at all," she replied. still laughing as she stood and approached the mouth of the cave, glancing back at Xiao Yan. Her beautiful face, willow-like waist, and long legs glimmered under the moonlight, appearing ethereal like a sprite in the moonlight. Xiao Yan found himself momentarily entranced. He swore to the heavens that, in 2 lifetimes, he had seen many people, yet none possessed such an unparalleled, ethereal charm. No, this won't do. He suddenly pinched his thigh, jolting himself back from the throes of that suggestive atmosphere. Suner had remained steadfast by his side, even in his darkest moments. How could he entertain thoughts of infidelity after being apart from the Xiao clan for merely half a month? Who do you think is more beautiful, me or Nalan Yunran? Little Dr. Fairy asked softly, twirling a strand of hair that had fallen over her ear. That motion struck Xiao Yan's heart like a bullet, his temperature soaring as he felt his face redden. Until now, he had never regarded little Dr. Fairy through the lens of attraction. In his mind, she was a formidable and talented individual, a senior sister with a tragic past, and a hapless novice in alchemy. Now, however, a new label had emerged. She was undeniably charming. For the first time in his life, Xiao Yan experienced the sensation of a racing heart, an unsettling mix of emotional turmoil, feelings of betrayal, and a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. This emotional upheaval only intensified his rising temperature. Startled, he abruptly stood, causing little Dr. Fairy, who lingered at the entrance of the cave, to jump. He had 1,000 words to express before rising, yet everything became lodged in his throat. And all that escaped was, "You are more beautiful." "I think so too," she replied with an air of confidence. "Sister, yes, it's getting late. If you're not going to practice, you should rest." Xiao Yan observed her intently, aware that he had already developed feelings. Yet he refused to betray Suner. He intended to quash these burgeoning feelings before they could fully bloom. Unless Suner betrayed him, he would never betray her. "Your gaze tonight is rather frightening. At times, it seems as if you want to devour me, and, at others, like you wish to strike me," little Dr. Fairy quipped. "Nonetheless, it is indeed late. Thank you for sharing your extraordinary story about your fiancé." She yawned and rubbed her eyes before returning to the stone bed. On the other side of the stone bed, Qinglin was fast asleep, completely undisturbed by their conversation. Even in the beast forest, her vigilance was astonishingly low. Xiao Yan had initially hesitated to bring her along, but considering the potential dangers a young serpent girl might face among humans, they decided it was best to keep her close. After covering herself with the blanket, little Dr. Fairy cradled Qinglin as she prepared to sleep. In her dreams, Qinglin suddenly grasped little Dr. Fairy's finger, murmuring in her sleep, "Be good." Little Dr. Fairy whispered softly. Xiao Yan intended to continue meditating, yet he soon found himself unable to concentrate, utterly unable to enter a state of cultivation. With no other option, he fled the cave. The moon hung bright amid sparse stars, with the occasional sighting of crows flying south. The chaos wrought by the master of the Yunlan Sect had long since subsided, and the wildfire instigated by Xiao Yan had not spread too far. Even in the beast forest, many plants possessed considerable prowess. Even the strange fire could not burn endlessly. "Yao Lao, what should I do?" Xiao Yan, fraught with inner turmoil, sought counsel from the venerable Yao Lao. The wise Yao Lao, with his immense spiritual power, discerned Xiao Yan's plight with clarity. Matters of the heart must be resolved by the youth themselves. Each person is unique, and there can be no 2 leaves alike in this world. Yao Lao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. "I understand." Xiao Yan gazed up at the moon, realizing that the night was already well advanced. Since his mind was not in a meditative state, he might as well practice his combat techniques. Xiao Yan recalled the flying combat skill he had previously obtained from Nalan Sect's storage ring, and with a thought, a black jade slip materialized in his hand. This high-level Xian-class flying combat skill was known as Wings of the Eagle. In the Do Chi continent, only those with the strength of a Do Ling or above could hope to achieve even short-distance flight. Upon reaching the ranks of Do Wang or Do Huang, one could channel their Do Chi to materialize energy wings at their back, thus liberating themselves from earthly constraints and soaring into the skies. This so-called flying combat skill was a rather peculiar secret method, enabling practitioners to extend 2 slender branches from meridians on their backs. As long as these branches emerged, even if the individual had not yet attained the Do Wang level, they could still form wings and fly through the air. The allure of flight was an irresistible temptation for many. In pursuit of this temptation, numerous powerful individuals relentlessly strove towards the lofty Do Wang level, and within this context, the rare flying combat skill held immense value. Xiao Yan grasped the black jade slip and pressed it against his forehead, meticulously studying the information within. He then began to follow the instructions detailed therein, attempting to extend 2 small branches from the meridians on his back. Although the process proved arduous, the support of medicinal pills ensured that his dou qi remained sufficient. If unsuccessful the first time, he would try again. If unsuccessful twice, then thrice. After all, he was sleepless that night, with plenty of time to experiment. As the sun rose in the east, the first rays of morning light illuminated the monster beast forest, and the little healer, dressed and ready, emerged from the cave. However, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Xiao Yan, his upper body bare, with massive wings unfurled behind him, dominating the view with their expansive wingspan. Chapter 29. Yunlan. Prepare to acquire the purple crystal fire, the little healer said, retrieving a set of tools from her storage ring and setting them up at the cave entrance. Once arranged, she formed a hand seal, and an eerie wave of energy manifested, causing the entire cave to vanish from sight. Xiao Yan, somewhat bewildered, approached and reached out to where the cave's entrance had been, only to find it had seemingly never existed. What is this? Xiao Yan inquired, pointing at the smooth rock wall. A formation, one I crafted myself. This way, the beasts of the monster beast forest won't be able to harm Yunlan. What do you think? The little healer declared proudly, hands on her hips. Impressive. Xiao Yan nodded. Although he was aware of the existence of formation masters in the world, he had never encountered one before. The transmission of formation masters was exceedingly rare on this continent, with stringent requirements for spiritual power. Thus, unless cultivated by major forces, they were nearly impossible to find outside. The Soul Clan was an ancient race renowned for their expertise in formations. It was said that they had annihilated the infamous Devouring Spirit clan a millennium ago with a formation that spanned much of the continent. The legendary Soul Emperor, who was merely a 4-star Do Saint at the time, had utilized this formation's power to vanquish the 8-star Do Saint leader of the Devouring Spirit clan, becoming a myth that echoed throughout the Do Chi continent for millennia. At that moment, Yao Lao interjected with an explanation. No wonder seeing your sister can craft formations. Xiao Yan remarked, keenly extracting vital information from Yao Lao's words. Was your master, the Soul Emperor, truly a 4-star Do Saint back then? Just an ancient rumor. Its veracity is uncertain. It is said that a millennium ago, the Do Chi continent was undergoing a terrifying end-of-law era. In those times, a Do Wang was considered a first-rate empire, and even in Zhongzhou, a force with a Do zone could be deemed first-rate. Even the ancient clans had few Do Saints, and the Soul Clan was merely an ordinary family without any Do Emperor bloodline, with the Soul Emperor emerging as a prodigy of that era. Following the catastrophe of the Devouring Spirit clan, the end-of-law era abruptly concluded, and the amount of Do Chi in the world surged, leading to the extinction of many ancient families. The Soul Clan inexplicably acquired Do Emperor bloodline. The ancient secrets Yao Lao spoke of are things even he does not truly know the authenticity of. After all, such tales are far-fetched. While ordinary Do Saints may live for several millennia, the oldest Yao Lao had encountered was just over 4,000 years old, and that was a recluse who had created a small world and seldom ventured beyond its confines. Listening to Yao Lao's ancient tales, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss. Such matters felt distant and foreign to him. A millennium was equivalent to 2 spans of Chinese history. He shook his head, preparing to assign tasks to the little healer, when suddenly a violent surge of energy and a ferocious roar echoed through the sky like thunder. Upon hearing the tumultuous roar, Yao Lao's expression shifted. His gaze fixed intently on the distant sky, where the source of the raging energy emanated. With keen sight, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a graceful, resplendent figure. That is the roar of the 6th-rank magical beast, the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The purple crystal-winged Lion King? Isn't that our target? Xiao Yan exchanged a glance with the little healer, both sensing the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Their original plan was to stealthily infiltrate while the purple crystal-winged Lion King went hunting. Let's go take a look, Yao Lao said, gesturing towards the distant battle in the sky with a smile. Instantly, a frosty white energy enveloped them. Xiao Yan's purple cloud wings sprang forth with a powerful flap, extending to a wingspan of 3 meters. Are you ready, Xiao Yan? Allow me to give you a taste of flight. Yao Lao lifted Xiao Yan and the little healer, ascending slowly. With another vigorous flap of the wings, they soared directly towards the location of the battle. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? The little healer blushed, flustered as she found herself in Xiao Yan's embrace for the first time. Shoo, be quiet, or we'll be discovered. Yao Lao signaled for silence using Xiao Yan's body, and only then did the little healer comply, although the blush on her cheeks remained unabated. As they sped through the treetops, The blurred images of the trees racing by beneath them filled Xiao Yan with an exhilarating urge to let out a roar into the sky. The heavens and the sea were indeed the ultimate conquests every man yearned to achieve. Gliding just above the treetops, Xiao Yan flew with the little healer at an astonishing speed. After a little over 10 minutes, they finally approached the site of the battle. The violent energy fluctuations from above pressed down on them, causing even Xiao Yan, despite Yao Lao's protection, to feel a tremor of apprehension. Stopping a few dozen meters away from the aerial battle, Xiao Yan set the little healer down on the ground before boldly soaring upwards to observe the conflict. The little healer, once freed from Xiao Yan's grasp, promptly adjusted her disheveled attire, shooting him an angry glare despite her flushed face. Xiao Yan chuckled in disbelief, turning his attention back to the fierce battle of the Dohuang. In the azure sky, the juxtaposition of crimson and azure colors spanned nearly half the horizon, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The purple crystal-winged Lion King, its massive form cloaked in violet crystalline scales, towered like a mountain. Its pair of purple wings casting shadows over the earth, while each flap unleashed torrents of flames that swept across the ground. It circled in the air, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon those below, causing them to struggle for breath. Gazing upwards, Xiao Yan felt his spirit tremble in response. The woman in the sky, clad in a simple gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure, wielded a somewhat peculiar long sword radiating a cerulean glow. Her hair was elegantly styled into a noble phoenix adornment, and her enchanting visage remained serene and composed, untouched by the presence of the formidable beast before her, one that was renowned across the entire Doqi continent. This woman must be Yun, the leader of the Yunlan Sect, as mentioned by the little doctor. What could she possibly desire from the amethyst-winged Lion King? Could it be related to the amethyst fire? Xiao Yan pondered this possibility. After all, according to what he learned from the Wanyao Zhai, an elder from the Yunlan Sect had once procured the amethyst fire, indicating their familiarity with the Lion King. Are you truly unwilling to negotiate? Yin inquired, raising an eyebrow at the amethyst-winged Lion King. I have already stated, unless you possess the transformation pill, do not expect to trade for the amethyst spirit stone from me. The Lion King's thunderous voice echoed throughout the realm, truly oblivious to your own folly. Yun scoffed, unleashing a sword strike that sent a torrent of cerulean energy crashing towards the Lion King. Chapter 30. The Emergence of the Soul Palace's Influence. In the skies above, as Yun swung her sword, a tempest erupted, wild gusts of wind swirling around her, forming a tornado that howled towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. Dust and debris flew, trees were uprooted, and chaos ensued in the wake of the whirlwind. Xiao Yan had no doubt that should this strike occur in Wutan City, a significant portion of the city would be obliterated, resulting in countless lives lost. The amethyst-winged Lion King regarded the assault with disdain, letting out a mighty roar as purple flames surged forth, igniting everything around it. Even the smallest flicker of fire could reduce an ordinary person to ashes. As the tornado collided with the purple flames, an intense radiance erupted, momentarily dimming the sun, followed by an overwhelming shockwave that threatened to obliterate any beast lacking sufficient strength in its wake. A protective barrier of black and white enveloped both Xiao Yan and the little doctor, shielding them from the aftermath of the clash between the two titans. It seemed that this confrontation was evenly matched. This realization sparked a clever idea in Xiao Yan's mind, and he prepared to speak. Little Yan, I will infiltrate the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King to steal the amethyst spirit stone. If anything goes awry, have old Yao's spirit relay a message to me. The little doctor shouted to Xiao Yan before promptly setting her plan into motion. Xiao Yan nodded, recognizing that their thoughts were aligned. Yun's unexpected arrival presented them with an opportunity. What was initially a risky endeavor had become considerably easier with two Do Huang-level powerhouses locked in combat. Observing Yun's sword strike against the amethyst-winged Lion King, which merely left a shallow scratch upon its purple scales, he understood that a definitive victor would take time to emerge. Little Yan, do you dare to take a significant risk? Old Yao suddenly exclaimed, as though he had glimpsed something extraordinary. What kind of risk? Xiao Yan responded incredulously, questioning old Yao's intentions. You don't mean for me to engage those two Do Huang, do you? Indeed, I wish for you to confront them, old Yao declared confidently, sending a chill down Xiao Yan's spine. I would perish, master, Xiao Yan lamented, feeling utterly hopeless. The gap between their realms was insurmountable. Fear not. Allow me to borrow your body once more, old Yao reassured, swiftly taking complete control of Xiao Yan's form. After a brief period of adjustment, old Yao managed to utilize Xiao Yan's physical body. Sensing the two types of beast flames within his dantian, he regarded them with disdain. With a mere gesture, a ghostly white flame enveloped Xiao Yan's entire being, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically, even conjuring delicate snowflakes to fall. 11th on the flame ranking, Bone Spirit Coldfire. With a powerful flap of the wings on his back, Xiao Yan propelled himself like a bull from a crossbow towards the battlefield between the two Dohuang. This sudden appearance startled both Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, prompting them to distance themselves from one another, each believing the other had summoned reinforcements. However, upon Xiao Yan's entry, he displayed no intention of greeting. The Xian heavy ruler materialized in his hand, shrouded in Bone Spirit Coldfire, as he charged directly at the amethyst-winged Lion King with a fierce strike. Earth-grade primary Do technique, Flame Dividing Wave Ruler. Executing the Flame Dividing Wave Ruler under Old Yao's guidance was vastly different from its use in Xiao Yan's hands. The Bone Spirit Coldfire caused the temperature to plummet in its wake, and upon contact, the purple flames dissipated as though faced with the sovereign. This strike shattered the purple flame barrier surrounding the amethyst-winged Lion King and crashed into the body of the six-tier beast. The once impenetrable scales, which had withstood Yun's assault, crumbled under this new onslaught. Blood splattered as the amethyst-winged Lion King sustained its first injury in battle. "You wretched woman! You dare to have allies!" The Lion King roared in fury, its eyes burning crimson, the purple light emanating from its body intensifying. "Hey, that woman over there! The amethyst-winged Lion King is about to unleash its seal. Aren't you going to strike while the iron is hot?" Old Yao commanded Xiao Yan, directing his words at Yun. Yun's gaze sharpened, disregarding the impolite tone in Xiao Yan's words. With a swift motion, she dashed within 5 meters of the amethyst-winged Lion King, raising her sword above the fresh wound and delivering another strike. Cerulean energy surged from the injury, violently dismantling the Lion King's bodily structure and interrupting the sealing technique it had prepared. From this point onward, the battle required no further intervention from Old Yao. As a formidable Do Huang, Yun easily maintained an overwhelming advantage over the severely wounded amethyst-winged Lion King. After a few more desperate attempts to defend itself, a flash of sword light heralded the Lion King's descent to the ground. The Lion King's fall stirred up clouds of dust, leaving the valley in chaos as magical beasts perished or fled in terror. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Yun showed no signs of gratitude. Redirecting her sword toward Xiao Yan, her voice icy. "Who are you?" "Miss, there's no need to rush. I merely happened to pass by," Xiao Yan shrugged, gesturing towards the fallen amethyst-winged Lion King. "How about we split that beast? I'll take its horn and magic core, while you can claim all the amethyst spirit stones from its lair." Yun's expression hardened as she scrutinized Xiao Yan closely. Just as she contemplated the extent of his strength, on the opposite side of the valley, a clandestine group was stealthily arranging something. There were 9 individuals, all draped in black robes, devoid of any discernible Do-Chi fluctuations, yet none of the magical beasts dared to confront them as they passed. "Ha ha ha, Soul Emperor, you actually sent me to handle such trivial matters. Consider this grudge noted." One cloaked figure cackled, holding what appeared to be a flag-like artifact, its powers unknown. "Lord Void, lower your voice. Don't let the clan leader hear you," another black-robed figure quickly admonished, attempting to stifle the former's disrespectful behavior. "Fear not, for that heartless wretch is currently reuniting with his long-deceased wife amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He has no time to monitor our conversations. However, Mieshing, could you enlighten me on the operation of this formation? I have resided in your soul clan for a millennium, yet this infernal contraption still eludes my understanding. It requires this initial step, followed by this, and finally this." 2 figures cloaked in black leaned together, tinkering with the formation in their hands. Shortly thereafter, an eerie light flickered across the formation, enveloping the entire valley in a peculiar aura. The performance was about to commence. Chapter 31. The Luxurious Ensemble of the Soul Palace. Esteemed members of the Soul Palace, the success or failure of our clan's grand scheme, 10,000 years in the making, hinges upon our ability to accomplish the task entrusted to us by the clan leader. One of the black-robed individuals removed his hood, revealing a face of sinister charm and arrogance. None other than the Soul Palace Master, Mieshing, who had recently encountered Xiao Yan in Wutan City. "But Master, is it truly necessary for us to mobilize the entirety of the Soul Palace for such a trivial task? Although it was entrusted by the clan leader, it seems excessively absurd to deploy our elite fighters against a mere Do fighter. I recall there is a Do zone-level protector in the Gamma Empire. Surely, he could handle it." The speaker's voice was deep as he removed his hood, revealing an utterly unremarkable face. He was the elder of the Soul clan, Yun, also the overseer outside of the central continent, with an unspecified level of strength. In the original narrative, he had once bloodied the Black Corner region, indicating he was at least a Do Saint-level powerhouse. As the black-robed figures unveiled their identities, their statuses became apparent. Soul Qing, a one-star Do Saint, master of a branch of the Soul Palace. Bon Yu, a high-level half-saint, second Heaven Master of the Soul Palace. Blood River, a peak one-turn Do Zun, fourth Heaven Master of the Soul Palace. Prison Earth, an 8-star Do Zun, eighth Heaven Master of the Soul Palace. Mou, an 8-star Do Zun, ninth Heaven Master of the Soul Palace. Mugu, a 3-star Do Zun, an 8th-rank alchemist, elder of the Soul Palace. These core figures of the Soul Palace, capable of shaking the very earth wherever they tread on the Do Chi continent, had gathered in a small valley at the edge of the Gamma Empire's beast forest in the northwest continent. The final black-robed figure did not remove his hood. Those who stood before him, if they observed closely, would notice that he possessed neither hands nor feet. Only a pair of shadowy eyes flickered beneath the hood. Second on the list of strange flames, the void-swallowing flame, 9-star Do Saint. The protector you mentioned has already been recalled to the Soul Realm by the clan leader, who remarked that the fool was more of a liability than an asset. He has been assigned a pig farm within the Soul Realm, tasked with tending to 100,000 pigs, and must account for them daily. Any discrepancy results in punishment. The void-swallowing flame chuckled ominously. So ruthless? What transgression did he commit? The members of the Soul Palace gasped in shock. It is said that within his minor faction, a headstrong disciple of his was foolish enough to annul the marriage of an apprentice recently accepted by that old Baidang, the void-swallowing flame, who secretly controlled a significant portion of the Soul Clan's populace, was well versed in such tidbits of gossip. TSK. That disciple lost a chance at ascension. How tragic. Soul Qing lamented. I believe she acted commendably. As long as I can witness the Soul Emperor suffer setbacks, I find great joy in it. Just as the void-swallowing flame and the members of the Soul Palace discussed the recent peculiar behavior of the Soul Emperor, Mieshing successfully completed the arrangement of the formation. It was a bizarre array, one that bore no resemblance to any known formations within the annals of the Do Chi continent. Its effect was quite simple, to bridge a connection to another plane. Lord Void, I shall require your expertise shortly to construct the spatial passage. Mieshing addressed the void-swallowing flame with respect. The void-swallowing flame nodded. Typically, the construction of a spatial passage could be accomplished by a Do Zun, but his personal involvement was sought to ensure absolute stability. As for the others, they must adhere to our rehearsed plan without deviation. Understood, Master. In the skies above, the elder Yao, who manipulated Xiao Yan's body, continued to haggle with Yun, leaving the original host, Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though you have aided me, the purple crystal-winged Lion King was slain by my hand. Its most precious horn may be taken by you, but the 6th-rank magic core must remain with me. After a moment of contemplation, Yun rejected Elder Yao's proposal. In her view, while Xiao Yan had indeed breached the defenses of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, it was merely due to the unique properties of the frost-white flame. In a direct confrontation, their strengths would have been evenly matched. Moreover, she had been the one exerting the most effort in the kill. Such a claim is misleading. Had I not intervened, you would undoubtedly have succumbed to the Lion King's sealing skills, perishing here. I saved your life, not merely assisted you. Xiao Yan countered. How do you know I could not have evaded it? Do I not possess secret techniques? Yun scoffed. As the undisputed strongest in the Gamma Empire, she held Elder Yao's words in contempt. Observing the increasingly tense atmosphere between the two, Xiao Yan's true self anxiously urged Elder Yao to temper his fervor. Elder Yao, by now, the little physician should have extracted all the purple spirit stones. Let us not be overly concerned about this magic core. If this woman discovers that she has gained nothing in the end, what if she comes after us? Little Yin, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Trust me, if you truly wish to refine the purple crystal fire, the purple spirit stones, the sharp horn of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and the magic core are all vital to you. Elder Yao reassured his inexperienced disciple. In Elder Yao's eyes, Amir Do Huang was hardly a source of concern. Although he was currently a soul entity, he still possessed no fewer than 3 soul secret techniques capable of bringing Yun to her demise. Then, please proceed. Ultimately, Yun relented. Her primary goal remained the purple spirit stones. Other gains were welcome, but not worth excessive obsession. A sly smile crept across Xiao Yan's face as he descended to the ground, effortlessly severing the sharp horn and retrieving the 6th-rank magic core. Just as he prepared to take flight, the earth trembled ominously. What is happening? Xiao Yan and Yunlan both looked skyward, where a colossal formation diagram loomed over the entirety of their visible sky. A chilling wind swept through the area, and eerie wails echoed from beneath the ground, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, an elder appeared in midair, clad in yellow robes, exuding a restrained aura. His eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, revealing no trace of his cultivation level. It was only his ability to hover that indicated he was no ordinary individual. Who is he? Xiao Yan pondered, his gaze fixed upon the somewhat familiar face, suddenly recalling something. He was the guardian assigned to Sun Air by her family. Is he a dozong? No, wait. He is a half-saint. Tong Xian, a guest of the ancient clan. How could he appear here? Elder Yao's voice trembled with fear. Those who ally with the Soul Clan must perish. Tong Xian's resounding voice echoed across the heavens and earth before he raised a hand, transforming his Do Qi into a colossal palm that descended upon the valley. The venerable Yao mobilized every available force. Yet in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, it was utterly inconsequential. In the final moment before losing consciousness, only a single thought lingered in Xiao Yan's mind. Damn it, I'm going to die again. After Xiao Yan was crushed into a puddle of mud by the profound combat technique, the formation finally commenced its full operation. A spatial passage materialized out of thin air, resembling a soul chain that soared forth from the passage, searching until it latched onto a remnant soul on the ground. The bewildered remnant of Xiao Yan was ensnared by the soul chain and swiftly drawn into the spatial passage, which then rapidly vanished. On the other side of the spatial passage lay a small world reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 32, Remnant Soul. Xiao Yan felt himself ensnared in a hazy state, where time seemed to stretch into eternity, yet felt as if it had passed in an instant. He drifted through the void before suddenly awakening. The world brightened in an instant, revealing an endless road before him, lined with countless souls forming an interminable queue. There was nowhere to flee, for both sides of the path were engulfed in blank nothingness. Is this the road of Yellow Springs? Xiao Yan pondered, instinctively joining the lengthy procession of souls, for there appeared to be no other alternatives. The queue advanced at a sluggish pace, and after an indeterminate duration, he finally reached the end of the path. Before him stood 2 colossal deities at the base of an imposing gate. They had human bodies with animal heads, one bearing a fearsome bull's head, while the other sported an unsightly horse's head. Their enormous fangs seemed capable of devouring the heavens and earth, entirely reminiscent of figures from myth. Are these the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians? Xiao Yan murmured, then let out a rueful smile. Although he had traversed into the Duki continent, he had never encountered such a spectacle before. Perhaps this memory had been erased during his previous life? It was only natural. How could such deities allow him to retain their visage? Xiao Yan continued forward, entering the underworld. At that moment, as he marveled at the imposing presence of the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians, they were engaged in a telepathic exchange. So this is the sea of corpses and blood constructed by the clan leader? Heh, magic rain. The horse-faced form you conjured through secret arts is truly hideous. Prison Earth, you don't think your bull-headed form is any more appealing, do you? Nevertheless, I must admit, the methods of Lord Nothingness are indeed remarkable. I have heard from the elders of our clan that Lord Nothingness can transform into a colossal demon towering hundreds of feet high. A technique that surely exists only in legends. That is beyond our comprehension. The next step for Xiao Yan is to enter the Hall of Yama, where we shall witness how the Adjudicator manifests. Evidently, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians were the Soul Hall's 8 heavenly sovereigns, Prison Earth and Magic Rain, transformed by the secret art of the nothingness-devouring flame. Following the crowd, Xiao Yan arrived within a grand hall, magnificently expansive, seemingly without end. Yet within it resided only a single deity. This deity resembled a judge. The souls that had entered the hall before Xiao Yan suddenly vanished, leaving him alone to gaze upward at the towering figure of the judge. Xiao Yan silently swallowed hard, realizing that this must indeed be the judge of the underworld, who would assess the merits and demerits of his life before determining his reincarnation. Is this truly how it ends? Xiao Yan felt a surge of unwillingness, having been reborn. He had too many regrets. He had yet to fulfill his 3-year promise to redeem his past shame. He had not become a source of pride for his father or glory for his family. He had not confessed his feelings to Xiao Suner, granting the woman who had never given up on him a beautiful future, he had not assisted the venerable Yao in reconstructing his physical form. Fulfilling the boast he had made, he had not amidst a torrent of memories, a figure emerged in Xiao Yan's mind, the little physician. He still had not discerned whether that night's stirring was indeed real. There are too many regrets. Perhaps this is the essence of life. We meet again. The judge spoke slowly, pulling Xiao Yan back from his tumultuous thoughts. Again, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then a realization dawned upon him, and he smiled bitterly. Indeed, I have reincarnated once, only to find myself burdened with even more regrets. Reincarnated once? The judge's laughter echoed thunderously, causing the entire hall to tremble. Silence. The formation will be disrupted. The voice of the nothingness devouring flame suddenly resonated within the judge's mind, laced with anger, evidently disturbed by the ruckus. My apologies, Lord Nothingness. I am at fault, the judge hurriedly replied with his thoughts. Proceed with the process swiftly. The judge stifled his laughter, shaking his head at Xiao Yan while extending 2 fingers. You have reincarnated twice. Twice. Xiao Yan's gaze reflected confusion. It should only be once. Hadn't he traversed from Earth to the Duki continent? He possessed no memories of a second reincarnation. In response to Xiao Yan's bewilderment, the judge chuckled lightly. I once promised you that after your failed reincarnation, I would restore your previous memories. I shall fulfill my promise. Look now, and you shall understand. With a wave of his hand, the judge summoned a spectral soldier disguised as a soul-purifying sage to escort Xiao Yan out of the hall to an exceedingly vast expanse. There stood a gigantic mirror. This is the stone of 3 lives. You may glimpse your past lives within, the soul-purifying sage stated, and with a flick of his hand, ripples began to emanate from the mirror, flowing toward Xiao Yan. As a torrent of information flooded into his mind, the scene began. Gomos, hidden in the shadows. The nothingness devouring flame, seeing Xiao Yan finally arrive at the designated location, immediately activated the formation. Xiao Yan was swiftly ensnared in an illusion. Gamma Empire, Qingshan Town. Xiao Yan abruptly found himself standing before a modest medical clinic, bustling with people. Although he did not recognize many of them, they were all familiar with him. Hey, the boss is back. A familiar figure approached. Nailan Jia, the very person Xiao Yan had previously slain. Yet now, Nailan Jia appeared to exhibit an intimate familiarity with him, draping an arm over his shoulder and calling into the clinic. Hey, little physician, your husband has returned. Little physician, senior sister. Xiao Yan found it hard to believe. Suddenly, from amidst the throng inside the clinic emerged a girl clad in white, her long hair cascading gracefully. Sunlight streamed through the roof, illuminating her gentle, smiling visage. The beauty captivated Xiao Yan, rendering him momentarily speechless. Xiao Yan, did you bring back the medicinal herbs I asked you to collect? The little physician called out to him. Yet, Xiao Yan remained unresponsive, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Little physician, why have you become his woman? Nailan Jia, observing Xiao Yan's dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle, forcefully pushing him into the clinic. Hurry and hand over the herbs you've got. The patients are waiting for their medicine. Xiao Yan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, only then realizing he was clutching a packet of herbs that had appeared in his hand at some point. A fragrant body scent wafted through the air as the little medical fairy, with hands as delicate as jade, reached out to Xiao Yan, taking the pouch of medicinal herbs from his grasp. With a hint of melancholy in her expression, she remarked, every time I ask you to do something, you dawdle. I truly wonder if marrying you is the right choice. Marry me? Indeed. Did we not agree last night that we would wed on the 1st of next month? What? Are you having second thoughts? It's too late now. The little medical fairy stifled a giggle, her cheeks flushing with a subtle hue and a soft smile gracing her lips. In the 33rd chapter of this tale, titled Shattered Dream, Xiao Yan hastily refuted no. That's not it. At that moment, he realized that this must be the past life memory referenced by the judge of the underworld. So, in his previous life, he had indeed wed his senior sister. Navigating through the crowd, Xiao Yan entered the clinic, where the little medical fairy with her flowing white hair flitted between shelves, her slender hands dancing gracefully as she sorted the herbs he had brought into their respective drawers. Outside the clinic, a line of mercenaries waited, their chatter lively yet orderly, many of whom had crossed paths with him before. These individuals were the same mercenaries who had besieged them at the entrance of Qingshan Town. Yet in this lifetime, they acted as if they were quite familiar with Xiao Yan. Several approached him, slinging arms around his shoulders, inviting him to join the hunting competition in the spring of the following year. Time flew by swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye, leading to the wedding of Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy as scheduled. This day was arguably the liveliest in Qingshan Town, with Nailan Jia assisting in orchestrating a grand ceremony. as guests arrived in a steady stream. Dressed in a bright red wedding robe, Xiao Yan stood at the clinic's entrance, welcoming the guests, all of whom were familiar faces: Xiao Ning, Xiao Yu, Ye Fei, and the three elders. Yet, one person was conspicuously absent: Xiao Suner. The ceremony proceeded according to tradition. At the main table, his father, Xiao Yan, looked on with a beaming smile as Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy performed their 3 bows to the high hall, while his 2 elder brothers raised their wine bowls in cheer. After the bows, Xiao Yan solemnly presented the bracelet, a token reserved for every matriarch of the Xiao family, to the little medical fairy, eliciting raucous cheers from the surrounding family members. On their wedding night, as Xiao Yan lifted the red veil from the little medical fairy's face, revealing her blushing beauty, he felt an unexpected sense of contentment with this life. He leaned in for a tender kiss. As the candlelight flickered out, the room was filled with muffled breaths. Their first child was born 11 months after the wedding, a girl whom they named Xiao Xiao. As the year concluded, Xiao Yan had fully adapted to this lifestyle, gathering herbs daily and occasionally joining mercenaries in hunting competitions, where he consistently triumphed. The following year, the little medical fairy became pregnant again, this time with another girl, whom Xiao Yan named Xiao Yi. In the 3rd year, the little medical fairy was expecting their 3rd child, a boy named Xiao Xian. At this point, Xiao Yan found himself secretly concocting pills to sustain their family's livelihood, nearly exposing his identity as an alchemist. In the 4th year, he decisively dissuaded the little medical fairy from considering a 4th pregnancy, and their family of 5 enjoyed a simple yet joyful existence in Qingshan town. By the 6th year, Xiao Xiao had grown and begun her training. With remarkable talent, yet a penchant for mischief, she relished taking her younger siblings outside the town to play. Each time, Xiao Yan would follow them discreetly, witnessing the joyful antics of his 3 children, and he felt a profound connection to his father, Xiao Zhan, from years past. Even if Xiao Xiao could not become a fighter, he remained resolute in his promise to protect her for a lifetime. A decade passed, and Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy had settled into a life resembling that of an old married couple. The clinic remained operational, yet the mercenaries frequenting it were no longer the same. By the 15th year, their longtime friend Nalan Jia passed away at the hands of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, igniting a fierce anger within Xiao Yan. Upon witnessing the corpse, he stepped forward and instantly transported himself to the valley above, unleashing his fury and leveling the entire valley to the ground. From that moment on, the legend of the annihilating heavenly fire spread throughout the Gamma Empire, while Xiao Yan's life returned to tranquility. In the 20th year, after Xiao Xian stole the Xian Zhongqi and ventured out to hone his skills, Xiao Yan found himself with nothing to occupy his time. He persuaded the little medical fairy to close the clinic and accompany him on travels, to which she acquiesced. They began to explore the mountains and rivers. As time sped by, a century later, Xiao Xiao had ascended to become the new leader of the Yunlan Sect. Xiao Yi had entered the Dan Tower in Zhongzhou to cultivate, and the youngest, Xiao Xian, had become a formidable Dou saint, establishing his own sect in a small world he had created. At this point, Xiao Yan's memories of the past had grown hazy. Whether from his previous life on Earth or the 3-year agreement, they seemed like mere illusions. Only this lifetime of 100 years. With the little medical fairy by his side, raising children together in love felt undeniably real. Yet, just when Xiao Yan believed time would continue this way until the end of their days, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In midair, a woman who was nearly forgotten in Xiao Yan's mind materialized, standing before him. It was Xiao Suner, no longer the innocent girl of his youth. She had transformed into a dignified and elegant woman, her gaze surveying them from a lofty position. Xiao Yan, brother, she uttered, her words echoing. Yet the scene was vastly different from years past. She extended a finger, pointing at the bracelet on the little medical fairy's wrist, saying, "Hand over the Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor Jade to me. I will not harm you." The Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor Jade? As Xiao Yan pondered its significance, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The ancient 8 clans, the Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor, the legacy of the Dou Emperor, and the source energy of the Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor Jade. "I'm sorry, but I cannot," Xiao Yan declined, not out of reluctance to part with the Jade, but because of its symbolic significance. "I should have taken the Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor Jade when I was in the Xiao clan, Xiao Suner. I have endured the pressure from the family for so many years. Please do not put me in a difficult position again." Suddenly, golden flames surged behind Xiao Suner, overwhelming Xiao Yan with pressure. In that instant, a pitch-black flame erupted from within him, seemingly capable of devouring all creation, even distorting light itself, casting darkness upon the world. This was the essence of Xiao Yan's unique fire, which had followed him since he entered this memory-constructed realm. Void-devouring flame. Xiao Yan. You have indeed allied with the Soul Clan. Xiao Sun's eyes reflected sorrow as she slowly raised her hand. The oppressive force of a 9-star Do Saint caused mountains to dim and rivers to reverse, placing unbearable weight upon Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy. Take it then. The little medical fairy swiftly removed the bracelet and tossed it to Xiao Sun. Yet, the latter, filled with sorrowful resolve, allowed the she ancient Emperor Jade to fall to the ground without reaching out to catch it. It's too late. I can no longer restrain the elders of the clan. It would be better for you to perish at my hands than to die by theirs. Xiao Sun's gaze finally solidified with determination, her palm forcefully descending as if the very sky itself were collapsing. With this strike, their demise was all but assured. Yeah. Xiao Yan, I believe you require my power. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, and the black flames enveloping Xiao Yan surged skyward, consuming everything in their vicinity. In an instant, the entire world began to disintegrate, and the little healer before Xiao Yan gradually transformed into fragments, devoured by the black flames. Xiao Yan found himself back at the 3 live stone, where the mirror before him had shattered into countless pieces, and the spectral soldiers beside him had vanished without a trace. Only the boundless black flames continued to blaze fiercely in the heavens of the underworld. The stark contrast left Xiao Yan dizzy, rendering him momentarily incapable of distinguishing reality from illusion. Yet amidst it all, the black flames in the sky emitted a chilling cackle that sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 34. The Fusion of the Void, Devouring Flame. The Ancient 8 Clans. The ancient clan, Gu Sun'er. How could that devoted girl be an undercover agent aiming to steal the she ancient Emperor's jade? With one hand pressed against his forehead, Xiao Yan was engulfed in anguish as 2 memories intertwined, his already fragile soul feeling as if it might extinguish at any moment. However, as a wave of frigid energy cascaded from the heavens, his fragmented soul visibly regained its completeness, and the pain from the merging memories dissipated. The void-devouring flame. Xiao Yan instantly recognized the name of the obsidian flames in the sky, yet he pondered why they had manifested here. In the memories of his past life within the 3 live stone, they seemed to be his innate flame from his previous existence. What is this fool doing? Standing there like a daze? The void-devouring flame lamented internally, perplexed as to why the Soul Emperor insisted on merging with this mere child of the Do realm. Yet, under the latter's overwhelming presence, it felt no inclination to resist and could only comply. Once I find the burning decision and enter the she ancient Emperor's lair to ascend to the Do Emperor rank, you shall undoubtedly beg for my favor and follow me like a dog. The void-devouring flame thought with a fierce resolve, before compressing its vast sea of flames and surging toward Xiao Yan. In Xiao Yan's eyes, however, it appeared as if his innate flame was racing towards him, eager for reunion. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotion. Hold on to your spiritual platform. You shall endure great suffering ahead. The void-devouring flame sneered. As the inky flames surged into Xiao Yan's soul, clusters of flesh abruptly materialized around him. Under the refinement of the void-devouring flame, these masses of flesh transformed into pools of blood, which then slowly coalesced into a corporeal form in midair. This body bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yan, save for the shadowy depth that lingered between its brows and eyes. Xiao Yan, what do you think of the new body I have prepared for you? The void-devouring flame formed a face from the swirling black flames, encircling Xiao Yan, grinning with pride. A new body? You intend to resurrect me? Gazing at the figure nearly identical to his own, Xiao Yan immediately entertained this possibility. Yet he was also struck with astonishment. According to Yao Lao, reviving a soul required at least 3 types of exotic flames and a corpse of Do zone caliber. Lacking any one of these elements made resurrection impossible. The fact that the void-devouring flame could directly materialize flesh from a void and refine it into a body was astonishing. Yao Lao's strength seemed to rank among the Do zone, or perhaps he was an 8th-grade alchemist capable of refining the formidable fire spirit, Cold Fire, which was ranked 11th on the exotic flame list. Even he had to rely on Xiao Yan's cultivation of the burning decision to seek out 3 types of exotic flames to aid in his resurrection. So, just how powerful was the void-devouring flame? It must rank at least among the top 10, if not the top 6, of the terrifying exotic flames. Quickly enter. The void-devouring flame urged impatiently, eager to commence the fusion process. Though Xiao Yan's meager strength meant that the fusion would be spearheaded by the flame, the very thought of being fused with a mere Do Chi practitioner made it uneasy. This demanded that it exercise utmost caution to ensure that it did not incinerate Xiao Yan into ashes. It was known that while most Soul Clan experts opted to merge with its child flames, nearly every century saw a hapless Soul Clan member turn to ash during the fusion process. Xiao Yan nodded and steered his soul into the new body. Immediately, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, the natural rejection between the soul and the new flesh manifesting painfully. No one could assist him. He had to endure this trial alone. Hold on, the void-devouring flame encouraged, before commencing the fusion with Xiao Yan. The black flames infiltrated the new body's limbs and bones, penetrating into the meridians and dantian. Even the faint dough qi emitted by the void-devouring flame instantly filled Xiao Yan's dantian to the brim. As a result, under the influence of Xiao Yan's subconscious, the burning decision activated autonomously. Seizing this opportunity, the void-devouring flame began to modify itself to merge with Xiao Yan, rapidly transforming his dough qi to an inky hue, with sinister black flames flickering upon its surface. As time passed, Xiao Yan's soul finally acclimated to the new body, and the unbearable sensation of pain gradually subsided. Struggling to rise, he gazed at his pristine, jade-like hands, filled with profound emotion. Is this resurrection? Now, within him, the fusion of the void-devouring flame was nearing completion, and he wondered if he could leverage its power to aid in Yao Lao's revival. Xiao Yan was evidently still concerned about Yao Chun, even setting aside their master-disciple bond. He was a man of his word. He would fulfill the promises he had made. Moreover, he held considerable affection for Yao Lao. As for whether Yao Lao and the little healer had survived the previous attack by the ancient clan expert, Xiao Yan was not overly worried. He had not seen either of them while queuing on the road to the Yellow Springs, implying they must have survived. However, how was he to exit the underworld? Xiao Yan felt somewhat adrift. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged within him. The previously mid-level yellow-grade burning decision began to ascend rapidly. High yellow grade, initial Xian grade, intermediate Xian grade, intermediate D grande, high D grade. The evolution of the burning decision ceased only at the high D grade, and the dough qi within Xiao Yan was instantaneously purified several-fold. Yet, the one who felt this shift most profoundly was not Xiao Yan, but the void-devouring flame within his dantian. What is happening? The void-devouring flame grew alert, for just as it completed the fusion with Xiao Yan, nearly half of its power was abruptly siphoned away and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the dough qi surrounding Xiao Yan's dantian solidified at a visible pace. The void-devouring flame was filled with doubt. Logically, this fusion should have been led by it, allowing it to retain its consciousness, power, and characteristics. Xiao Yan should neither have been able to nor had the capacity to siphon its strength. In a sense, this was not Xiao Yan merging with the void-devouring flame, but rather the void-devouring flame merging with Xiao Yan, as it was the one capable of terminating the contract at any moment. Once Xiao Yan ceased to be of use to the Soul Emperor, the void-devouring flame contemplated severing their ties and departing at any moment. But what could be the reason for this? Wait. The void-devouring flame noticed a shift in the trajectory of the fighting spirit within Xiao Yan's body. The previously rudimentary flow of energy had suddenly transformed into an intricate and profound pattern. Why does this trajectory seem so familiar? The void-devouring flame murmured to itself. Instantly, it began to tremble. This is the burning decision? By heavens, how could it be the burning decision? The void-devouring flame quaked in fear. No wonder the fusion was so seamless. No wonder Xiao Yan could draw nearly half of its power. He was cultivating the techniques of the ancient emperor Tuo Shi. Soul Emperor, old by Deng, I have devoted myself tirelessly to your soul clan for 10,000 years, without a single day of rest, believing that I was merely assisting him in reshaping his physical form. And this is how you repay me. The anguished roar of the void-devouring flame did not penetrate Xiao Yan's dantian, nor did it reach the ears of the Soul Emperor. Chapter 35 The void-devouring flame, shall let it be. Xiao Yan was enveloped in the bliss of revival, acutely aware of a significant enhancement in his strength. 1-star doling. Indeed, Xiao Yan's power had swiftly escalated from a 4-star Do practitioner to the same realm as the little medical fairy. Such a transformation would have been utterly impossible through normal cultivation. Void, how shall we proceed? Xiao Yan attempted to communicate with the void-devouring flame through his soul power. Engaging with a strange flame may seem peculiar to the ordinary mind, yet he distinctly remembered that the void-devouring flame possessed intelligence. The surroundings were eerily silent, Yet Xiao Yan's nerves were on edge, fearful that the earlier commotion from the void-devouring flame might attract the grim soldiers of the underworld, particularly the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians. Those two specters could likely crush both him and the void-devouring flame with ease. Fortunately, despite Xiao Yan's relentless attempts to reach out to the void-devouring flame, the latter remained unresponsive. Thankfully, the underworld soldiers were oblivious to the disturbances, allowing him a temporary reprieve, unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, while he was anxiously trying to connect with the void-devouring flame. The underworld soldiers were equally agitated by their inability to contact it. Lord Void, the Saint of Soul Qing endeavored to reach out to the true essence of the void-devouring flame through its subflame, yet there was still no response. What shall we do, Palace Master? The underlings queried, perplexed by the absence of Lord Void's guidance for their next course of action. Continue the attempts. Lord Void is a 9-star Do Saint. How could anything happen on our territory? Surely he has his own considerations. We must wait. Sun Miexing replied calmly. As one of the few in the Soul Clan who comprehended the true strength of the void-devouring flame, he firmly believed they needed not engage in any additional actions. Everything was under control. Meanwhile, within Xiao Yan's Dantian, the void-devouring flame, having resigned itself to the certainty of being trapped, began to question the worth of its 10,000 years of toil. Indeed, in some sense, it had harbored ulterior motives by concealing the existence of the Tua, Shi ancient emperor's legacy from the Soul Emperor, yet it had not truly committed any treachery against him. On the contrary, it had made immense contributions to the survival of the Soul Clan, toiling diligently for millennia. It was known that, in the eyes of most Soul Clan members, its significance surpassed even that of the Soul Emperor. So what had its sacrifices ultimately yielded? Would the Soul Clan ever recover? Forget it. Since there was no reward for its efforts, it might as well let go. Having reached such a state, the void-devouring flame found a sense of clarity. It turned its gaze toward Xiao Yan's energy vortex and summoned its own power to conjure a spirit storage device from a void. This was an exceedingly rare storage medium, capable of containing living beings. All alchemists who wielded strange flames would choose to store them within such a device after devouring the flames, preventing any backlash. The void-devouring flame positioned this storage device at the center of Xiao Yan's energy vortex and frantically expanded its internal space, crafting a cozy nook sufficient to accommodate its entire form. Once nestled within the storage device, the surrounding echoes of souls from Xiao Yan and the Saint of Soul Qing finally faded away, and the void-devouring flame nodded in satisfaction at this newly created world. The Soul Emperor's plans were no longer its concern. Let it be. In the clandestine world secretly constructed by the Soul Emperor, named the Sea of Blood and Mountains of Corpses, both Xiao Yan and the Soul Clan members felt a growing awkwardness as they realized that no matter how they called for the void-devouring flame, it remained unresponsive. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Yan felt a creeping numbness. The void-devouring flame still did not reply, nor did any signs of the pursuing underworld soldiers emerge. It felt as though he was the sole inhabitant of this world. Finally, after an indeterminate stretch of waiting, Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself. He began to cautiously search the underworld for safe areas and slowly sought a means of escape. Following his power enhancement, his speed had significantly increased, and to his surprise, he found that there were mountains within the underworld, and he stumbled upon a concealed cave. Upon confirming that there were no soul entities within, he took refuge inside, hoping to evade the anticipated pursuit. While his immediate safety was secured, the issues of food and water loomed large. Xiao Yan pondered anxiously within the cave, having been revived. He was now a living being, and as a living being, he needed sustenance. Although legends spoke of those who reached the Do Huang level being able to fast, he was evidently not there yet. How then could he find food in a realm teeming with soul entities? This became the most pressing dilemma he faced. Otherwise, he might meet his end shortly after his resurrection. Would the inexplicably absent and uncommunicative void-devouring flame assist him in reviving once more? That remained an unknown. He had to find a solution. Xiao Yan was not the type to sit idly by. Despite just being revived and lacking weapons or clothing, he began to contemplate what edibles might exist in the underworld, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired during his time on Earth. The flowers of the other shore? Heartbreak grass? Dragon spiral grass? Minkpo soup. Consuming these would surely lead to severe repercussions. Xiao Yan's lips twitched as he recalled every underworld delicacy he could think of, all of which came with significant side effects. After careful consideration, he resolved to venture out from the cave in search of something to eat. There was no choice. Not eating would certainly lead to death. Descending along the mountain path, he soon arrived at the location of the 3 live stone. But the shattered mirror had vanished without a trace, evidently taken by the underworld soldiers. This development heightened Xiao Yan's vigilance, prompting him to decide to circumnavigate the area surrounding his hiding place, striving to avoid detection by the underworld soldiers. However, fate was destined to disappoint Xiao Yan. He encountered none of the legendary herbs such as the heartbreak grass, the other shore flower, or the dragon lizard grass. In this realm, there was not even a single blade of grass to be found. This left Xiao Yan with no opportunity to subsist on roots or tree bark. Powerlessly, he collapsed onto the ground. Although the concept of day and night did not exist in this world, he could sense that he had not consumed a single drop of water for at least 7 days. The sensation of impending dehydration loomed over him, and only by relying on his cultivation to retain moisture did he stave off complete unconsciousness. No, I cannot perish here. A grim determination flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he struggled to his feet, casting a fierce glare toward the construction zone that he had previously avoided. It was teeming with spectral soldiers and ghostly generals. He could only wonder if there was anything edible to be found. It's time to gamble. Chapter 36. The Cycle of Elevation for Xiao Yan. Master, Xiao Yan is truly on the brink of starvation. The Holy One of Soul felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to fathom the wrath that the Soul Emperor would unleash upon them for botching the mission. Perhaps the Soul Emperor would not execute him, but a severe punishment was inevitable. The remaining Celestial Lords, aside from the semi-holy Gu Yu and the 8th-tier alchemist Mu Gu, would not escape death either. Given the existence of the void-devouring flame, the Soul Clan was by no means short of battle sovereigns. Thus, the Celestial Lords were visibly anxious, casting pleading glances towards Han Mieshang. Yet, Han Mieshang did not wish for their demise. These individuals constituted his foundation, and if they were all executed by the Soul Emperor, his influence within the clan would diminish significantly. Mu Gu, do you have any edible heavenly materials? Bring them out. Upon our return to the Soul Palace, I shall compensate you for my reserves, Han Mieshang said, rubbing his temples in exasperation as he contemplated whether to create a spatial passage to send Xiao Yan back to the Doqi continent. However, doing so would undoubtedly leave traces. If Xiao Yan were sufficiently vigilant, he might realize that a scheme was afoot. Master, the heavenly materials I possess are all of high grade. It's not that I am unwilling to part with them, but I fear that Xiao Yan might explode from overconsumption. The elderly Mu Gu hesitated before responding. Do not worry. Han Mieshang waved his hand dismissively. Thus, the elderly Mu Gu retrieved a dozen heavenly materials from his storage ring, each capable of commanding a fortune at an auction in the central continent. Observing these rare treasures, he slowly drew a knife from his storage ring and, with a swift motion, sliced the heavenly materials into a platter of fruit. Mu Gu. Xiao Yan entered the construction zone with great trepidation, surrounded by wandering souls and malevolent spirits. The moment a living presence was detected, they would swarm. It soon became evident that seeking edible sustenance in the underworld was nothing but a fool's errand. The surroundings shimmered with an eerie crimson light. Most of the halls were desolate, devoid of anything save for the drifting spirits. During this time, he encountered several spectral soldiers, but their strength was generally low, and Xiao Yan could discern this with clarity. However, the ghostly generals were another matter entirely, far beyond his capacity to confront. Most of the generals manifested as dark, fog-like entities, their grotesque armor obscuring any discernible features. Xiao Yan sensed an aura emanating from these generals that rivaled that of a battle king. Some were even repressed, possibly harboring the strength of a battle emperor or above. His ability to remain undetected was entirely due to the thin layer of black flames enveloping him. A gift from the void-devouring flames transformation of his Doqi, possessing a formidable devouring capability that concealed his presence. This was an unexpected discovery for Xiao Yan, triggered by an ambush of soul entities immediately upon his entry into the construction zone. After utilizing the earth flame technique to counterattack, he was astonished to find that, although the void-devouring flame's essence did not respond to his summons, he could still harness its power through the effects of the earth flame. One of the void-devouring flame's unique traits was its ability to consume anything, be it aura, light, or soul entities. None could escape its grasp. Though it lacked the awe-inspiring might he had initially anticipated, it nonetheless granted him considerable enhancement. Was this earth flame truly a high-tier Shin technique? It was astonishing that such an outrageously powerful technique had found its way into the hands of the Gale family, based solely on the current effectiveness of the earth flame. While its destructive capacity was far inferior to that of the flame dividing devouring tide, In terms of practicality, the Earth Flame, a beginner-level technique, could not be compared to the high-tier Xian Earth Flame. Xiao Yan's exploration continued as he navigated through the visual blind spots to avoid detection by the spectral soldiers and generals, seeking a building to infiltrate. Fortune smiled upon him, for such an opportunity finally emerged. Stealthily slipping into a grand hall that was scarcely populated by soul entities, he found it devoid of patrolling spectral soldiers or generals. Appearing exceedingly dilapidated and desolate, with only inferior spirits drifting about, Xiao Yan commanded the black flames to incinerate all the soul entities within the hall, a refreshing essence seeping into his being, nourishing his spirit. This was yet another application of the void-devouring flames trait. It could consume all things for its own benefit, and could likewise devour soul entities to fortify itself. The soul power thus acquired was exceptionally pure, devoid of any risk of contamination. Regrettably, the continuous amplification of his soul power did not alleviate his hunger, should he fail to find food and water. Death was an inescapable fate. Impatiently, Xiao Yan began to scour the hall, his lips parched to the point of bleeding. It was certain that time was not on his side. With no food, no water, and nothing at all, panic began to grip him. Should he succumb to unconsciousness in this place, upon awakening, he would inevitably confront his own lifeless body, just as he felt on the brink of collapse. A vibrant hue caught his eye, revealing a neatly arranged platter of sliced fruit beneath the ruins of a collapsed statue. Xiao Yan never anticipated that his discovery would be a platter of cut fruit. It was akin to a famished traveler stumbling upon a KFC family bucket with cola in the desert. Yet, in his near-unconscious state, Xiao Yan could think of nothing else. He dashed forward and seized a handful of the sliced heavenly materials, stuffing them into his mouth. The fruits were sweet and imbued with immense energy. Had he not already been a dough spirit, he surely would have been overwhelmed to the point of bursting. His hunger was swiftly assuaged, and his clarity of mind gradually returned. The gods truly live in luxury. Such heavenly materials can be served as a fruit platter, he mused. Fortunately, the platter was prepared. Otherwise, the potency of these heavenly materials would have surely overwhelmed him. The satiety of the heavenly materials was profound. Xiao Yan had scarcely consumed a small portion before he collapsed onto the ground, murmuring to himself. He automatically rationalized the origin of this fruit platter, a divine offering. Xiao Yan gazed at the half-collapsed statue before the fruit platter, faintly recognizing it as a towering demon god, though he could not discern which deity it represented. After a preliminary bout of digestion, Xiao Yan, satisfied, tore a piece of curtain from the grand hall to wrap up the remaining fruit platter, preparing to take it back with him. With this bounty at hand, he would not need to worry about his food supply for at least 2 months. Moreover, the energy contained within these precious materials had been fully absorbed and transformed into his own cultivation through the conversion of the void-swallowing flame. Slaying soul bodies enhanced his spiritual power. Consuming the fruit platter elevated his own prowess. Thus, Xiao Yan found himself in a virtuous cycle. Chapter 37. Why don't you fly? In a shadowy world, an endless rain of crimson fell from the heavens, while a dark figure darted between the towering mountains amid the torrential downpour. This figure was none other than Xiao Yan, who had been in this realm for over half a month. He was clad in rudimentary garments fashioned from the hall's curtains. His entire body enveloped in black flames derived from his dou qi. Time had swiftly passed, and although his strength had significantly increased, he remained utterly perplexed about how to escape. The reality was that life in the underworld could not be smooth sailing. Danger loomed imminently. Damn it, why isn't this working? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow tightly, turning to glance at the several shadowy generals closely following him. These generals bore wings formed from dark mist and possessed strength around the Douwang level. Alone, he could perhaps contend with one, but surrounded by a group, he knew it was time to flee. Xiao Yan was certain that the black flames had completely concealed his living essence, and he had not provoked these shadow generals. They had sought him out of their own volition. There must be something about me that they can lock onto. Damn it, what could it be? Xiao Yan racked his brain, yet found no clues. As he saw the shadow generals drawing nearer, his speed had reached its limit. To create distance, he would have to employ the flying dou technique, eagle wing. However, utilizing such a technique in this environment was tantamount to courting death. He recalled the warnings from Yao Lao, who had cautioned him that flying in the magical beast forest was an absolute taboo, as the beast would perceive it as provocation and swarm the flyer. With no alternatives available, he had no choice but to fight desperately. Xiao Yan abruptly halted, pivoted, and struck with a fist enveloped in black flames at the nearest pursuing shadow general. Bang! The shadow general was instantly shattered, dispersing into countless specks in the air. Yet, To Xiao Yan's astonishment, these specks quickly coalesced, and the shadow general he had just obliterated resurrected right before his eyes, not allowing him even a moment to incinerate the remnants with the black flames. These shadow generals were no ordinary soul bodies. His initial plan had been to exploit the moment of surprise against the closest shadow general, eliminate one, and then rely on the enhancement of the earth flame to evade the remaining ones. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. Once he halted, the other shadow generals swiftly closed in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 Do Huang-level soul bodies, capable of resurrection. Even an ordinary Do Huang would likely not guarantee a safe escape here, would they? Void, respond to me. Xiao Yan anxiously communicated with the void, swallowing flame. It still received no reply. He had long since recognized the inexplicable item within his Dantian as the legendary spirit-nurturing vessel, and he could clearly sense the presence of the void, swallowing flame within it. Yet, there remained no response. Void, since you refuse to yield, do not blame me for what follows. Faced with the 5 Do Huang-level soul bodies, Xiao Yan, cornered by the threat of death, could no longer afford to consider pleasantries. He could only attempt to forcibly summon the power of the void swallowing flame. The power within his body eluded his control. It was a situation unheard of. Xiao Yan will began to forcibly extract the power of the void swallowing flame from the spirit-nurturing vessel. Until now, he had been cautious of the feelings of this source flame, but in the face of life and death, who could still afford to care? Come fort. The spirit-nurturing vessel resonated with a strong sense of resistance, making it exceedingly difficult for Xiao Yan to harness the power of the void swallowing flame. So, you are indeed awake. Xiao Yan scoffed, just as he desperately sought to draw a portion of the void swallowing flame's power from the spirit-nurturing vessel. The shadow generals were not about to remain idle, waiting for him to prepare for battle. They launched their attacks simultaneously, unencumbered by hesitation. Unlike the villains in Tales who preferred to strike one at a time, 5 distinct assaults descended, capable of reducing Xiao Yan to a mere pulp. As the attack struck, the violent surge of energy tore everything around into shreds, a massive cloud of dust rising into the air. The shadow generals exchanged glances, and one raised an arm, summoning a fierce gale that dispersed the dust. Aside from a large crater on the ground, nothing else remained. Damn it! Having barely escaped the range of the attack, Xiao Yan trembled all over. His legs had suffered muscle strains from the overexertion of the earth flame. Though Do Qi facilitated rapid recovery, he could not hope to evade a second attack in such a short time. Determined, Xiao Yan resolved that if he could return, he would strive to learn several long-range attack Do techniques. If only his methods of attack were more diverse, he would not find himself unable to even delay the pursuit. Realizing that the shadow generals had noticed their attacks had missed, Xiao Yan steeled his resolve to summon the will of the void swallowing flame once more. Yet, the resistance he faced was far beyond his ability to contend with. Void swallowing flame, if you refuse to serve me, why then do you seek me out? Perhaps this statement struck a chord with the void swallowing flame, for a sliver of ominous black fire was drawn from the spirit-nurturing vessel, much to his delight. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted. The rain of blood in the sky abruptly ceased, all eyes converging on Xiao Yan's right hand, where a small orb of void swallowing flame danced energetically, becoming the undeniable center of this world. The scene, akin to a temporal stasis, ended in a heartbeat. The void swallowing flame in Xiao Yan's hand swelled uncontrollably, ravenously consuming everything around it. At that moment, Xiao Yan realized that these shadow generals were indeed capable of feeling pain. They howled in agony before vanishing into the void swallowing flame. Their bizarre resurrection ability faltered under the inferno, and they were consumed without a trace. A tremendous surge of energy coursed into Xiao Yan's body, racing toward the spiritual platform in his mind, causing his soul power to surge dramatically. Yet, simultaneously, this power exceeded the limits he could withstand. With a shattering sound echoing from his soul, Xiao Yan's consciousness was utterly overwhelmed. I need to find a safe place. In a daze, Xiao Yan dragged his body behind a large boulder before succumbing to a deep slumber. Why doesn't Teehee fly? If he could just take the skies, he would see the spatial passage I opened for him. The soul-cleansing sage furrowed his brow, perplexed by Xiao Yan's actions. The remaining dignitaries of the Soul Palace were enveloped in a profound silence. I recall that he was indeed capable of flight. Chuandi hesitated for a moment before speaking uncertainly. There is no should, he most certainly can fly. His aerial combat technique is called the Wings of the Eagle. Following the chief's instructions, I had placed it within the storage ring of a formidable dome master, which he later acquired. The expression on Blood River's face was complex. He had searched for ages beneath various cliffs in the beast forest to find Xiao Yan's flying technique. But why? I do not know. An eerie silence descended upon the crowd. I shall personally intervene and return him at once, even if there are flaws. I shall bear the brunt of the chief's punishment alone, spoke Han Yeshin calmly. Master, that is inadvisable. Hun King hastily interjected. Fear not. I shall take full responsibility. Han Yeshing reassured his subordinates with a pat on Han Qing's shoulder. He then gently raised his right hand, and for 1,000 miles away, the still unconscious Xiao Yan began to levitate slowly. Subsequently, a spatial passageway formed beside Xiao Yan, enveloping him in a protective membrane before transporting him entirely within. Chapter 38. Collecting One's Belongings. Xiao Yan awoke amidst a grassy expanse, his mind still clouded and muddled, struggling to rise from the ground. The first thing to catch his eye was a sword. Covered in blood, Yun brandished her slender sword, pressing it against Xiao Yan's throat. Any slight movement on his part would result in his immediate demise. Did you not perish? Why have you suddenly reappeared? Yun's voice was laced with fear, her eyes narrowing menacingly at Xiao Yan. From her perspective, immediately after they had distributed the spoils, a powerful entity had set up a formation and struck down the man before her with a single blow. The residual shockwave had severely injured her. Had it not been for the protective talisman given to her by her master, Yin Shan, she would have already met her end. Yet, merely 5 minutes later, a spatial portal had unexpectedly manifested, depositing the seemingly deceased man before her. Yun was engulfed in confusion, if the man before her was indeed alive. What then was the mass of flesh on the ground not far from him? I say, fair maiden, without the support of Do Qi, this sword cannot harm me. Xiao Yan's hand, shrouded in black flames, clasped Yun's long sword, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In an instant, her sword melted into a pool of molten iron, leaving only the hilt in her grasp. Xiao Yan easily discerned Yun's facade, having spent over a century in the realm of memories. He possessed insights and observational skills far beyond the ordinary. The woman before him was drained of blood, her steps unsteady, clearly. Her injuries were beyond the capacity for Do Qi to heal. Indeed, after her pretense was unveiled, Yun collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain her composure. Blood bubbling at her lips, a clear indication of severe lung injury. Xiao Yan sighed softly, turning towards the place of his own demise. As for why he had returned to the mortal realm so abruptly after being in the underworld, he too found it perplexing, ultimately attributing it to the void devouring flame. It seemed that this reluctant source of fire had finally been swayed by his will. The issue of time discrepancies was entirely overlooked by Xiao Yan. Surely it was common knowledge that the flow of time in the underworld differed from that of the mortal realm. Approaching the gruesome mass of flesh, he found it difficult to accept that it had once been his own. Stifling his urge to vomit, Xiao Yan rummaged through the remains and ultimately discovered 2 rings. One, a black ring containing medicinal dust, and the other, a top-tier storage ring gifted by the Soul Emperor. Remarkably, these rings appeared unscathed despite the terrifying assault. Old medic? Xiao Yan attempted to communicate with the spirit of the old medic within the black ring. However, the spirit's essence was alarmingly frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Xiao Yan hastily infused the black ring with Do Qi and spiritual energy, barely managing to rescue the old medic from the brink of dissolution, though the latter did not awaken. It seemed to be a protective mechanism. The black ring was safeguarding the old medic. As for when he would awaken, that remained entirely uncertain. Xiao Yan retrieved a fine thread from the storage ring, threading it through the black ring before hanging it around his neck once more. He resolved to seek a method to revive the old medic as soon as he departed from this place. The contents of the storage ring remained intact, which was the sole piece of good news. As for the 2 beastly flames he had previously devoured and fused, they were now utterly irretrievable from the remains. Xiao Yan surmised that their ranks had been insufficient to withstand the assault from such a powerful foe. With his demise, those flames had perished alongside him. Well then, my trump card, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, has vanished, Xiao Yan lamented with a hint of regret. Having collected his belongings, Xiao Yan intended to check on the little medicine fairy, yet he had not ventured far before ultimately turning back. Approaching Yun, he regarded the voluptuous female, Do Huang, whose once serene visage was now marred with blood, her eyes fixed on him, filled with desperation and a yearning for life. Alas, encountering me truly is a stroke of fortune for you, as I am an alchemist. However, let us establish a pact, should I be unable to save you. Do not blame me upon your descent. Xiao Yan sighed, then retrieved various medicinal pills from his storage ring to tend to Yunlan's injuries. Yet, as a mere first-tier alchemist, the healing potions he possessed were primarily concocted by the old medic, and there were not many. They would merely sustain Yunlan's life. As for the healing remedies he himself had crafted, they were utterly ineffective against a being of her caliber. Yet this was beyond his control. Life and death were dictated by fate. Wait here for a moment. I shall seek someone and return shortly. After briefly tending to Yunlan's wounds, Xiao Yan turned once more and departed, leaving her behind. Confirming the safety of the little medicine fairy took precedence over aiding this unfamiliar woman. Xiao Yan first ventured to the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, where the purple spirit stones should have been housed, only to find it utterly devoid of anything. The little medicine fairy was not there. He then proceeded to the cave they had previously occupied, only to be surprised to find that the formation had been dismantled, and Qinglin was nowhere to be seen, with only scattered personal items remaining as evidence of past occupancy. Approaching the stone bed, he noticed the disheveled blanket. Reaching in, he found it still warm, indicating that its occupant had departed not long ago. Xiao Yan burst forth from the cave, calling out into the surroundings. "Senior sister? Soul Jade, Qinglin." No response came, and it was at this moment that he finally confirmed the little medicine fairy had indeed left. However, it was only natural to consider. Having been struck down by an overwhelmingly powerful foe, fleeing was the most rational course of action. I recall Han Mieshing mentioning that the Soul Clan possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. I wonder if they will seek out my lingering soul. It would indeed be amusing should they discover my revival. Xiao Yan mused, self-deprecatingly. Once he confirmed that little medicine fairy was at least safe, he returned to the valley, cradling the utterly unconscious Yun in his arms. With a majestic flap of his eagle wings, he soared back to his hidden cave. After gently placing Yun upon the stone bed, Xiao Yan began to inspect her injuries. Her body was marred with scarcely any intact areas, a sight too tragic to behold. It was clear that mere first-grade elixirs would be insufficient for her salvation. Upon thoroughly assessing Yunlan's condition, Xiao Yan couldn't help but marvel at the formidable life essence of a Do Huang expert, whose vitality had completed a transformation. A normal human would have succumbed long ago to such grievous wounds. From his storage ring, Xiao Yan retrieved an alchemical furnace and, relying on the pharmacological knowledge imparted by Yao Lao, he meticulously selected a plethora of herbs he deemed useful from a vast array of materials. He intended to concoct some higher-grade healing elixirs, yet without a formula, he had no choice but to experiment on his own. Life or death. It was all left to fate. In the cave, Xiao Yan placed the carefully chosen herbs into the alchemical furnace, pressing his hands against its walls. The flames within were pitch black, resembling flames from the very depths of hell. This was the first time he attempted to refine elixirs without Yao Lao's watchful gaze, and he was ambitiously aiming to concoct higher-tier healing potions. Although healing elixirs were among the least challenging in the realm of alchemy, it still presented a significant challenge for him. Xiao Yan focused intently on the swirling black flames within the furnace, utilizing his soul power to continuously manipulate the fire to refine the blood coagulation grass into a fine white powder. This process proved remarkably effortless, as he had previously crafted numerous healing elixirs centered around the blood coagulation grass for profit, while still in Wutan City. Observing the pure white powder nestled within a jade box, Xiao Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. It was far superior to anything he had previously produced, indicating his considerable progress. Next, he turned to the white grass root and flower petal stone, both of which were new to him. He had only learned about them during Yao Lao's lessons. As anticipated, his first attempt at refining these materials ended in failure. After clearing the black residue from the furnace, he pondered the small black particles before him, convinced that his refining method was sound. Yet, he was left questioning the cause of this unexpected outcome. Discarding the residue, Xiao Yan stubbornly retrieved additional specimens of white grass root and flower petal stone, one by one casting them into the furnace, only to meet with failure once more. How could this be possible? Xiao Yan stared wide-eyed at the pile of residue that had accumulated on the ground. Even during his initial attempts at alchemy, he had never encountered such a predicament, leading him to doubt his own abilities. Could it be that without Yao Lao, he was rendered ineffectual? No, that was inconceivable. Determined, Xiao Yan placed another blood coagulation grass into the furnace, intending to refine the material he was most familiar with to uncover the source of his difficulties. 10 minutes later, the blood coagulation grass once again turned to a mound of residue. Despite following the same steps as before, the outcomes were starkly different, indicating the presence of a variable that led to his failures. After failing to refine the very herb he was most adept with, Xiao Yan found himself regaining composure. He realized that the issue did not lie with him. Once more, Xiao Yan tossed a blood coagulation grass into the furnace, adhering to the same steps while enveloping the herb with his soul power, ready to perceive every subtle change during the refining process. As time passed, a slight shift within the furnace caught his attention. He noticed that certain substances within the blood coagulation grass had suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed a pure energy being returned by the black flames, coursing through his meridians. This energy felt exceedingly familiar. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan produced a dagger from his storage ring and gently nicked his fingertip. Indeed, the instant the wound appeared, the energy returned by the black flames surged towards him like an eager dog catching a frisbee, and his finger healed at a visibly rapid pace. This phenomenon reminded him of scenes from the underworld, where the black flames had incinerated the soul entities, resulting in a surge of pure soul power that nourished his own spirit strength. At this moment, his soul power had reached a new echelon, enabling him to dare to experiment with higher-tier elixirs. Was this a characteristic of the void-devouring flame? It made sense, as these black flames had been transmuted from the void-devouring flame into Douqi, capable of devouring soul entities. Thus it was only natural they could also consume medicinal materials. Under his deliberate guidance during the refining process, they would only consume the essence. Xiao Yan pondered. Realizing this might not be a misfortune after all, perhaps he should consider a different approach to utilizing the black flames. He began refining the blood coagulation grass once more, this time opting not to manipulate the black flames to extract the desired components, but instead allowing them to consume the unwanted impurities directly. 5 minutes later, a box containing pure white powder was placed into the jade container. Indeed, his hypothesis was correct. The black flames, inheriting the characteristics of the void-devouring flame, had drastically altered his approach to alchemy. The technique shifted from extracting the essence to incinerating the impurities. Moreover, this incineration was under Xiao Yan's control, allowing him to decide what to burn and what to spare. The immediate effect was clear. As long as Xiao Yan possessed sufficient knowledge about a particular herb, he could incinerate all unwanted elements, leaving only that which he desired. Such a transformation of Douqi flames held remarkable potency. One could only imagine the true strength of the void-devouring flame. Xiao Yan sighed softly, lamenting that the void-devouring flame remained unresponsive to his calls. Otherwise, he would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Setting aside such thoughts, he resumed his alchemical endeavors, and this time the production of healing elixirs proceeded remarkably smoothly. Ultimately, as the essences from over a dozen different herbs merged within the furnace, a faint fragrance of elixir wafted through the cave. Was this the aroma indicative of a fourth-grade elixir? TSK. Xiao Yan shook his head. The scent of an elixir, a hallmark of fourth-grade quality. Many alchemists would gauge the quality of an elixir by the strength of its fragrance at the moment of completion. However, he certainly would not arrogantly assume he had concocted a fourth-grade elixir. In reality, this healing potion scarcely qualified as a third-grade elixir, merely ranking as a pinnacle second-grade concoction. The faint fragrance was merely a result of the high quality of the healing elixir produced by the black flames, far exceeding the standard of ordinary second-grade elixirs, thus creating this anomaly. Stowing away the healing elixir, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the still unconscious Yun, his eyes betraying a sense of regret. Despite his aversion to the domineering actions of a Yunlan Sect due to Nalan Yinran's influence, the fact that such a powerful Do Huang expert had met her end at the hands of the ancient clan because of him weighed heavily on his conscience. Regrettably, I have only recently embarked on the path of an alchemist, and my skills remain rather modest. The pinnacle of second-tier healing elixirs has been my utmost endeavor. I have heard that during your efforts to quell the beast tide, you inadvertently aided the little medical sage. I sincerely hope you can endure. After administering the healing potion to the unconscious Yun, Xiao Yan calmly exited the cave, preparing to hunt a magical beast for sustenance. Having been deprived of meat for so long in the underworld, he felt nearly tormented by hunger. Chapter 40. A life restored cold and damp. Yun awoke on a stone bed. The slightest movement sent sharp pangs of agony coursing through her, and her internal condition was dire, teetering on the brink of collapse, with internal bleeding evident throughout her body. Yet, a warm energy continuously mended her fractured form, most of the internal hemorrhages having been repaired, while the remaining injuries were still diligently attended to. Is this high-quality healing potion the work of Guhi? Yun murmured, her thoughts immediately wandering to her sect's foremost alchemist. Aside from Guhi, she could scarcely think of anyone within the Gamma Empire capable of concocting such a remedy. Though I know not who this Guhi may be, my dear sister, it was I who stabilized your injuries. A voice, tinged with mischief, chimed in from nearby. With great effort, Yunlan turned her head to behold a youth seated at her bedside, clutching a roasted pig's trotter. This young man was none other than Xiao Yan. At that moment, he had successfully hunted a wild boar magical beast, skinned it, removed the innards, roasted it on a wooden frame, and generously coated it with a thick layer of spices. All credit for this feast went to the fastidious little medical sage. Had she not insisted on preparing ample provisions before venturing into the magical beast forest, he would likely have been left with tasteless roasted trotter. Is it you? Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the stranger she had only briefly encountered, an ominous feeling washing over her. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she sat up to assess the state of her garments. Only when she confirmed that she still wore the same blood-stained clothing did she finally relax, casting a grateful glance at Xiao Yan. Yet, Xiao Yan felt deeply wounded by this gesture. No, I saved you out of kindness, and you would accuse me of impropriety? Not at all. Yunyan began to protest, but her complexion paled once more. Xiao Yan frowned, setting aside the roasted pig's trotter and helping her lie back down. You should be thankful to fate for your survival. Do not move around unnecessarily. I will prepare some liquid nourishment for you. Xiao Yan had not anticipated that Yunyan would survive, and thus had not prepared any liquid food for her, so he had to improvise. The ingredients consisted of wild bananas and wild boar meat. After grinding them into a paste, he boiled them in water, adding a pinch of seasoning. The taste was undoubtedly lacking, but Xiao Yan was disinclined to provide a better meal for this woman from the Yunlan Sect, settling for a makeshift solution instead. Yunyan nearly pinched her nose as she consumed the meal, but at least provided her with a considerable amount of necessary sustenance. Now that you have survived, let's establish 3 rules. After washing the dishes, Xiao Yan stood a distance away from the stone bed, holding up 3 fingers. First, I will not lay a finger on you, so do refrain from your unnecessary wariness. Second, aside from when I am tending to your injuries, I will not seek you out. Concurrently, I ask that you do not disturb me unless it is absolutely imperative. Finally, once I have finished healing you, you are not permitted to ambush me. If you can agree to these 3 points, simply nod. Upon hearing this, Yunyan fell silent for a moment before nodding her head. At this juncture, her very life rested in the hands of this young man. She was already grateful for his assistance, and what right did she have to refuse? Moreover, his conditions clearly indicated his desire to avoid any entanglements with her. So any words of thanks would remain unspoken. As time passed, Yunyan was eventually able to stand with difficulty. The first task she undertook was to change out of her blood-stained garments and take a proper bath. Fortunately, the cave contained a small spring, just large enough for a person to sit in. However, she had no spare clothes. Her storage ring was inferior to Xiao Yan's and had cracked under the pressure of his earlier attack, rendering it unusable. Thus, she was left with no choice but to shamelessly ask Xiao Yan for a set of clothing, promising to return it. You needn't worry about returning it. I have no desire for what you have worn. Xiao Yan selected an unappealing garment from a storage ring and handed it to Yunyan. By the way, I have always been curious. Why do you seem to harbor such disdain for me? Yunyan inquired, having mustered the courage to ask after receiving the clothing. I do not dislike you. Rather, I detest someone associated with you. Who might that be? Yunyan pondered the individuals around her, but none could possibly hold enmity at the Do Huang level, unless it was her master, Yin Shan. Yet, his enemies had long since been eliminated. I have no obligation to disclose that to you. A look of aversion flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, as Yin Yan's words reminded him of the arrogant Nalan Yanran from over a year ago in the Xiao family hall. And one more thing. If we should encounter each other again, kindly pretend not to recognize me. Consider it a form of compensation for treating your injuries. Xiao Yan added, knowing that he would inevitably meet the Yunlan Sect's leader again as he fulfilled his 3-year agreement. Very well. Yunyan misinterpreted the aversion in Xiao Yan's gaze as directed at her. Her expression complicated as she retreated into the cave, clutching the clothing. Seeing that Yunyan could now manage some basic activities, Xiao Yan contemplated his departure. During the 3 days he had been delayed, he had constantly yearned to find the little medical sage and inform her of his safety. No longer willing to wait, he retrieved a vial of healing elixirs he had concocted over the past 3 days, containing 7 pills, sufficient to significantly expedite Yunyan's recovery. Furthermore, the cave was situated adjacent to the valley once inhabited by the Crystal Wing Lion King, where most magical beasts would not venture. Ensuring Yunyan's safety was not a pressing concern. With this in mind, he felt no reason to linger any longer. After placing the pills down, a pair of obsidian wings, spanning over 5 meters, unfurled from Xiao Yan's back. With the alteration of his Do Qi attributes, the appearance of the advanced flight technique, Eagle's wing also transformed. Taking to the skies, Xiao Yan refrained from emulating Yunlan's brazen flight at high altitudes, instead skimming just above the ground, opting to walk when passing through areas where higher-tier magical beasts might be encountered. His destination was Qingshan Town, since the little medical sage's departure, regardless of her whereabouts. The magical beast forest was undoubtedly the initial waypoint, and upon reaching there, he would discern her next move. However, what Xiao Yan did not anticipate was that, as he made his way toward Qingshan Town in search of the little medical sage, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted in the valley where he had once perished. A colossal spatial portal suddenly materialized above the valley, its area nearly one-third the size of the valley itself, with a terrifyingly unpredictable range of teleportation. Two figures descended from the spatial portal, a man and a woman. The young lady, adorned with long violet hair, wore an expression of utter urgency. She was none other than the little doctor, who had fled with Qing Lin under Xiao Yan's assumption. The other gentleman exuded an air of elegance and amiability, a serene smile gracing his face. It was hard to believe that such a monumental spatial passage could be attributed to him. This man was none other than the Soul Emperor. "Father, please help me revive Xiao Yan. He is right there," the little doctor implored, pointing at a puddle of blood and flesh on the ground. "Do not fret. He is not truly dead," the Soul Emperor replied with a light chuckle. Chapter 41. Reunion with the Soul Emperor outside the gates of Qingshan Town. A man donned in a black attire and a conical hat strode swiftly into the town. Occasionally, passing mercenaries caught sight of him but quickly averted their gaze. At this moment, Qingshan Town had entirely recovered from the recent devastation of the Wan Yao Pavilion. No one mourned, nor did anyone reminisce. The bustling town had no room for sorrow. The man entered a modest tavern, casually ordering 2 taels of strong liquor before settling into an inconspicuous corner. He paid no heed to the raucous conversations of the surrounding mercenaries, merely listening to their recent tales. This man was Xiao Yan. After a considerable time, Xiao Yan found himself disheartened, having heard no mention of the little doctor, which was a profound disappointment. As someone who had made significant headlines twice in Qingshan Town, he was certain they would be recognized upon appearance, especially since the little doctor was a notable figure here. "What a predicament," Xiao Yan grumbled, placing his faux drink down and slapping a gold coin onto the table before rising to leave. As he ambled through the crowded street, Xiao Yan suddenly hesitated. Where should he go now? Should he continue searching for the little doctor? If he were to seek her out, where would he even begin? And if he found her, how could he explain his survival? He recalled that the Dou saint named Han Miesheng at the Maitel auction house had once sworn that if he perished during his trials, he would be revived as a girl. If that were the case, the Han clan must possess means of resurrection. Thus, it was highly probable that the little doctor would seek out the Soul Emperor or Han Miesheng to bring herself back to life. With that thought, perhaps it would be better for him to return home or to the place of his demise. But since it was a guard by Xiao Suner who had taken his life, returning would only invite death once more. So, home was not an option. Returning to the valley and awaiting rescue? That was far too perilous. After the death of the amethyst-winged Lion King, other beasts would undoubtedly come to seize its territory, leading to an unavoidable fierce battle. What a bother, Xiao Yan could not help but lament. Who do you think is a bother? A familiar and cool voice drifted from behind him. Xiao Yan turned in surprise to see a stunningly beautiful young woman, her hands clasped behind her back. A slight frown gracing her brow. It was the little doctor. She trotted up to him, circling him with curious eyes, and finally reached out to pinch his cheek. Exclaiming in disbelief, "You're really not dead?" Xiao Yan allowed her to play with his face, sighing helplessly. "Senior sister, is it not good that I am alive?" "It's not that, but I distinctly saw you being smashed into a pulp by the ancient clan," the little doctor retorted, stepping back in astonishment after confirming that he was indeed alive. "Oh, and your master has come as well," she added, blinking her eyes. Only then did Xiao Yan notice a man standing behind her, clad in an ivory-white, round-collared robe. His face was sculpted with distinct features, resembling a remarkably handsome scholar. Yet a hint of indifference in his eyes gave him an otherworldly demeanor. The Soul Emperor. Xiao Yan immediately recognized his benevolent master. Seeing the two together, he deduced that the little doctor had employed a secret method to seek the Soul Emperor for her revival. "Master," Xiao Yan hurriedly bowed. "It has been a long time," the Soul Emperor said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as his gaze swept over Xiao Yan's face, penetrating directly to his dantians. Xiao Yan distinctly felt a tremendous emotional fluctuation from the void, devouring flame within him, flames erupting from his spirit, swirling violently above the cyclone. Had it not been for the fact that the void devouring flame had become his source of fire, he would surely have been reduced to ashes. What is happening? The fury emanating from a void, devouring flame, seemed intent on turning everything to nothingness. Alarmed, Xiao Yan struggled to control it, but could not succeed. The Soul Emperor narrowed his eyes, gently raising his right hand before forcefully pressing it down. In an instant, tranquility returned. The void, devouring flame, reluctant yet subdued, fell back into silence. Your source fire seems quite defiant, the Soul Emperor remarked with a light chuckle, his eyes flickering with a milky white flame that appeared particularly enchanting. Anyone who caught sight of him at that moment would inexplicably feel a surge of exhilaration. However, this milky white flame only lingered for a brief moment before fading from the Soul Emperor's eyes. Xiao Yan speculated that it must be a type of extraordinary fire ranked very highly on the flame ranking list, yet he could not discern which it was. That is a long story, Xiao Yan said, scratching his nose awkwardly. If it's a long story, let's find a place to discuss it. Tell me how you escaped from the underworld, the Soul Emperor said calmly. No sooner had he spoken than the scene around Xiao Yan shifted dramatically, and when he regained his bearings, they found themselves in an exquisitely elegant private room. The Soul Emperor took a seat at the head of the table and amiably gestured for the little doctor and Xiao Yan to sit. The little doctor settled beside the Soul Emperor, while Xiao Yan sat directly opposite him. Xiao Yan ran his fingers along the wooden armrest of his chair, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Was this the power of a Do Saint? Over the past year, he had often fantasized about the extent of his master, the Soul Emperor's strength, imagining he could shatter space with a mere gesture, obliterating empires with a single strike. Yet, upon experiencing the prowess of a Do Saint firsthand, he realized he had merely scratched the surface of his imagination. A masked attendant entered the private room, silently placing 3 cups of tea on the table before turning to leave. The 3 cups of tea then floated from the table, settling before the 3 of them. The Soul Emperor picked up a cup and took a sip, regarding Xiao Yan with keen interest, awaiting him to recount his tale. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan finally shared his experiences, deliberately omitting any mention of his past life memories. The initial part of his story elicited no reaction from the Soul Emperor, but unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, when he recounted the fusion with the void-devouring flame and his prolonged stay in the underworld, barely surviving on a fruit platter, a flicker of barely perceptible anger flashed in the Soul Emperor's eyes. Someone is going to be in trouble. Truly extraordinary. The little doctor was utterly astonished by Xiao Yan's experiences. It was her first time hearing of the existence of the underworld. But as long as you're all right, that's good. Otherwise, your father would have had to prepare a Dozong-esque corpse to revive you. Where in the Gamma Empire would one find a Dozong? Killing a Dozong is indeed a cumbersome task, yet it is not insurmountable. The Soul Emperor set down his tea, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Xiao Yan observed the calm demeanor of the Soul Emperor and could not help but marvel at how casually he discussed the act of slaying a Dozong, as if it were akin to slaughtering a mere chicken. Truly, he is a powerhouse of Dosheng caliber. He hoped that one day, he too could ascend to the ranks of the Dosheng. Chapter 42. 3 Gifts. If only he could reach Dosheng one day. Xiao Yan mused to himself, but soon recalled an urgent matter. He hastily removed the black ring from around his neck and presented it to the Soul Emperor, saying, "Master, could you assist me in awakening Yao Lao? He has fallen back into slumber due to an attack from the ancient clan." The Soul Emperor accepted the black ring in silence, then began to channel a tremendous amount of Do Qi and spiritual energy into it. In an instant, Yao Lao's spiritual form within the black ring began to visibly regain its vitality. In but a few breaths, he was awakened from his slumber. "Where am I?" Yao Chun gazed around in confusion. The previous blow had left his spiritual essence in disarray, and it took a moment for his memories to align. "Xiao Yan, you're alive. How wonderful." Upon seeing Xiao Yan safe and sound, Yao Chun felt an immense sense of relief. "It seems that although I am but a spiritual entity now, I can still withstand the full force of a high-level half-saint with all my might." Yao Chun couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, reminiscing about his glorious escapades escaping from 2 half-saints of the Soul Hall. It was not until Xiao Yan awkwardly gestured behind him that Yao Chun finally turned around. Before him was the Soul Emperor, wearing an enigmatic smile upon his handsome face. "Yao Zun, your former glory remains undiminished. Which 2 juniors from the Soul Hall were pursuing you back then? Shall I summon them to offer their apologies?" The Soul Emperor narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the back of his chair. Yao Chun was suddenly reminded of the terror he felt under the dominion of the Soul Clan, and his voice trembled. Observing Yao Chun's reaction, the Soul Emperor chuckled softly. "There is no need to be so formal, Zunju." He spread his hands, a smile gracing his lips. "This past year, I've been quite occupied and have neglected my disciple as training. Thankfully, with your guidance, I have not impeded his progress. Thus, I have prepared a precious gift for you. The curiosity of all present was piqued. What could possibly be deemed so valuable that even the esteemed leader of the Soul Clan, a pinnacle Doshang, would consider it worthy? A small spatial passage formed beside the Soul Emperor, leading to a mini-world he had crafted for the storage of precious items. He reached inside and slowly withdrew a coffin. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Yao Chun. Merely gazing at the coffin, Yao Chun immediately comprehended the significance of the precious gift bestowed upon him by the Soul Emperor. It was a body, the corpse of a formidable warrior. As the coffin lid slid open, it revealed a corpse, its features grotesquely altered, measuring 8 feet in length and exuding a terrifying aura even in death. It was unmistakably the remains of an extraordinary power. Surely, this must be the corpse of a Doshang? Yao Chun exclaimed, rushing forward to touch what would become his new body, overwhelmed with emotion. A Doshang-esque corpse? Both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan gasped in astonishment. This realm was far beyond their comprehension, and any Doshang seemed akin to a deity in their eyes. They found it unfathomable how one could possibly slay a Doshang. To be precise, it was the corpse of a pinnacle 4-star Doshang. In his final moments, he had desperately sought to ascend to 5-star Doshang, so one could consider him a half-step into that realm. The Soul Emperor spoke in a calm, unhurried tone, as though discussing a trivial matter. He must have been a renowned figure in life. May I inquire as to his name? After examining his new body, Yao Chun tentatively asked the Soul Emperor. There aren't too many Doshangs on the Dochi continent, let alone a pinnacle 4-star Doshang. So this corpse must have been quite famous in life. A single character. Chun, you likely haven't heard of him. He was a figure from millennium ago. The Soul Emperor replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Yao Chun's expression grew complex. A 4-star Doshang from 1,000 years ago was certainly beyond his knowledge. Is it only Yao Lao who receives gifts? Xiao Yan sidled up to the Soul Emperor, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Everyone receives one, the Soul Emperor said, affectionately ruffling Xiao Yan's hair, genuine warmth evident in his gaze. Observing their interaction, one could easily mistake them for a true father and daughter. In truth, the senior sister had only been taken as a foster daughter for just over a year, yet their bond felt remarkably authentic. Xiao Yan silently critiqued. Though he had known the Soul Emperor for nearly as long as Xiao Yan, the latter seemed to share a closer connection. The gift prepared for Xiao Yan was less formal than that for Yao Chun. It was a long sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling radiance. With a gentle flourish, the surrounding space warped and twisted. This sword is named Tianling, the Soul Emperor explained with a smile. I love it. Xiao Yan joyfully accepted the longsword. Then the Soul Emperor turned his attention to Xiao Yan, retrieving a nascent spirit from his storage ring and presenting it to him. This is High Yan. Xiao Yan exclaimed, astonished by the overwhelming power emanating from the nascent spirit. The deep blue flames appeared otherworldly, slowly expanding like clear seawater, rippling gently as if it were a tranquil wave. Xiao Yan recognized it. Once, the Soul Emperor had thrown a bound strongman before Yao Lao, who seemed to have been a former disciple of Yao Lao, but had betrayed him. This High Yan was his exotic fire. What was that person's name again? Unli, Orpaps, Fanfen. The name escaped him. Nevertheless, this High Yan ranked 15th on the list of exotic fires and was said to allow one to move freely in water, granting immense advantages of the water attribute. He had thought the Soul Emperor would refine it for himself after acquiring it, yet he had chosen to gift it to him instead. Do you like it? The Soul Emperor reclined against his chair, his eyes half closed. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite having become the Soul Emperor's disciple, their relationship was more nominal than substantive, with no emotional foundation. Receiving such invaluable materials for cultivation left him at a loss for how to repay the favor. Good. During your first year as my disciple, I have been quite busy, but your talent is unparalleled in my experience. Perhaps I can cultivate you into a Dodi. Who knows? The Soul Emperor remarked in a teasing tone. A Dodi? Xiao Yan? Yao Chun burst into hearty laughter. For this little fellow, merely becoming a half-saint is already a tremendous achievement. To become a Dodi would require extraordinary fortune. I believe he possesses great fortune indeed. The Soul Emperor chuckled heartily in agreement. As he watched his masters jesting, Xiao Yan felt a wave of exasperation. What realm is a Dodi? Chapter 43. Merging with High Yan. The realm of Dodi is still far beyond your reach. While I may say you possess the talent of a Dodi, it is essential to remain grounded in the present. The Soul Emperor lightly tapped the armrest of the wooden chair, a playful smirk curving at the corner of his lips. Is that so? Xiao Yan nodded, harboring no significant regrets. Since the Soul Emperor asserted that he could succeed, it was assuredly the case. Now, I shall assist you in merging with the Sea Heart Flame. Relax your body and do not resist. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he summoned the Na Ling, which then began to float gracefully toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. Although he currently possessed the void-swallowing flame, it was utterly unresponsive to him, limiting his ability to harness its power. If he could merge with another exotic flame at this moment, his strength would undoubtedly increase, bringing him closer to resurrecting the Medicine Elder. Such a direct fusion of exotic flames? This could jeopardize Xiao Yan's foundation. The Medicine Elder, initially lost in the delight of acquiring a new body, was taken aback by the Soul Emperor's intention to facilitate the fusion of the exotic flame right here. He promptly intervened, shaking his head inwardly. Despite the Soul Emperor's formidable prowess, demonstrating the stature of the strongest fighter in the contemporary Do-Chi continent, he was ultimately not a pharmacist, lacking an understanding of the risks involved for ordinary individuals when merging with exotic flames. Perhaps his overwhelming strength made him dismissive of these dangers. Devouring an exotic flame was a trial of life and death. The Medicine Elder vividly recalled the harrowing experience of consuming the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, where he had foolishly sat for nearly an hour clutching the flame seed, trembling in terror until, with a resolute bite, he forced the flame seed into his abdomen, embracing the prospect of death. Now, witnessing the Soul Emperor so casually offering the Sea Heart Flame to Xiao Yan, urging him to devour it, he could no longer remain passive. Seeing Xiao Yan, who appeared utterly oblivious, poised to commence the fusion, he felt compelled to intervene. We must prepare an ample supply of Ice Spirit Cold Spring, the Medicine Elder added. Do not worry, esteemed one. The Soul Emperor's actions remained unperturbed by the Medicine Elder's objections. With an air of calm, the Na Ling containing the Sea Heart Flame drifted directly before Xiao Yan. Without any semblance of control, Xiao Yan opened his mouth, and the Na Ling was directly swallowed, sliding down his throat. To the Medicine Elder's astonishment, after consuming the Sea Heart Flame, Xiao Yan exhibited no adverse reactions. Instead, his own burning decision activated autonomously, and the flame seed emerged from the Na Ling, beginning to circulate through his meridians without any hindrance, seamlessly refining itself. The Medicine Elder was left speechless by the spectacle unfolding before him. When he had consumed the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, his meridians had been scorched to the point of distortion, his entire body convulsing, blood vessels protruding like writhing worms. A state of near disability that haunted him with nightmares for years to come. Even after achieving fame and success, the memory of that decision still evoked deep regret. Yet, what was happening with Xiao Yan? How could the devouring of an exotic flame be so effortless? At that moment, Xiao Yan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the situation within his body. He perceived the Sea Heart Flame's behavior as anything but gentle. It was rampaging through his meridians just as the Medicine Elder had feared. However, the walls of his meridians were enveloped in a layer of dark energy, absorbing all harm the Sea Heart Flame attempted to inflict. Initially, Xiao Yan assumed this was due to some special modification by the void-swallowing flame, but he soon realized that this layer of dark energy stemmed from his own burning decision. The burning decision, having merged with the void-swallowing flame, had ascended to a high-level Earth rank, gradually revealing various extraordinary attributes. Previously, Xiao Yan had wondered why a technique capable of self-evolution, like the burning decision, seemed to yield effects similar to ordinary techniques. Even the high-level Earth techniques utilized by the small families in Wutan City possessed numerous extraordinary capabilities, while the burning decision, aside from its superior Do-Chi quality and ability to merge different types of exotic flames, had offered no additional extraordinary attributes. Truth be told, had it not been for his desire to aid the Medicine Elder's resurrection, he would never have chosen the burning decision. As the final segment of the technique approached completion, the Sea Heart Flame seemed to sense an ominous presence, becoming increasingly volatile after having circulated for a full cycle. The cerulean flames thrashed violently, and Xiao Yan finally felt a twinge of pain. His complexion paled as it became evident that even the high-level Earth burning decision could not entirely negate the exotic flame's encroachment. The little medicine sage, concerned, stood and approached Xiao Yan, inquiring about his condition. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she cast a worried glance at the Soul Emperor. The Medicine Elder, who had initially believed everything was proceeding smoothly, now looked helplessly at the Soul Emperor, feeling a growing sense of anxiety for both Xiao Yan and their future. Yet, the Soul Emperor maintained an air of complete control, leaving the Medicine Elder perplexed. Meanwhile, within Xiao Yan's dantian as he observed the frenzied sea heart flame. The void-swallowing flame slowly emerged from the small world it had created within the Na Ling, glaring furiously at the interloper, disturbing its rest. Where did this wild dog come from? The void-swallowing flame exuded an overwhelming pressure, instantly paralyzing the sea heart flame with fear. Throughout its long existence, the sea heart flame had never encountered such a potent aura and level of suppression. Being of simple intellect, it dared not resist, relegated to obeying the commands of its superior. Go to that corner. With a swift motion, the void-swallowing flame swatted the sea heart flame, shattering it into fragments, leaving only a fragment of the flame's seed, traumatized, to scurry to the designated spot. The sea heart flame's seed curled up in a corner of Xiao Yan's dantian, and it was difficult for an ordinary person to conceive the immense psychological impact that a mere flick from the void-swallowing flame had on a nascent intelligent being like the sea heart flame. The void-swallowing flame grumbled angrily as it returned to the Na Ling due to the constraints of the burning decision. It could not forcibly devour another exotic flame within Xiao Yan's body and could only allow them to stay in their own corners, otherwise in line with its temperament. The sea heart flame would have been utterly annihilated. Recovering from the brief agony, Xiao Yan extended his finger, a hue of cerulean flame manifesting at his fingertip. At that moment, everyone understood that the fusion with the sea heart flame had been a resounding success. How could it be so effortless? The medicine elder's heart raced, and for the first time, he contemplated the idea of dispersing his cultivation to reforge the burning decision. Chapter 44. The tumultuous Gamma Empire. Why can you merge with the sea heart flame, while I am left with this purple crystal flame? I absolutely must have my adoptive father acquire one for me too. The little medicine sage huffed indignantly, marching ahead of Xiao Yan through the bustling streets. After Xiao Yan's successful fusion with the sea heart flame, the previously effective beast flame, the purple crystal flame had become utterly useless to him, and he had gifted the purple crystal-winged lion horn to the little medicine sage, with the sole emperor's assistance. The little medicine sage's fusion with the purple crystal flame proceeded smoothly, much to Xiao Yan's surprise. The purple crystal-winged lion horn contained the true flame seed of the purple crystal flame, which explained the medicine elder's insistence on acquiring that horn in the first place. After fusing the beast fire, the little medical immortal proposed to take Xiao Yan for a stroll outside, and the sole heavenly emperor also agreed. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that the place they were currently in was actually the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, Gamma Holy City. In the blink of an eye, one can travel thousands of miles in an instant. Under normal circumstances, even if flying a warcraft, it takes 8 days to travel from Qingshan Town to Gamma Holy City. Looking at the slightly temperamental little medical immortal, Xiao Yan smiled, lifted his head, and scanned the magnificent imperial capital with his gaze. He couldn't help but exclaim that compared to the massive Gamma Holy City, Wutan City really looked like a rural place. No wonder those slave traders rarely pass through the city of Yunlan, where they sell slaves for a better price. Wait, slave senior sister, where is Qinglin? Xiao Yan finally remembered the little girl he had forgotten. Qinglin has been sent to Zhongzhou by me. I will see her in the future. She, a snake-like little girl, is too dangerous in your Gamma Empire. The little doctor waved his hand, indicating that Xiao Yan was not more worried. Is that so? Xiao Yan felt relieved. Although Qinglin was of a different race, he still liked that little girl very much. But Xiao Yan looked around solemnly and noticed that there were many snake people on the streets of Gamma Holy City. These snake people are different from Qinglin. Qinglin is a hybrid of snake people and humans, and most of the signs are still human. However, all of these on the street are pure-blooded snake people without exception. These snake people all wear slave symbols and collars with prohibitions around their necks. The number of snake people slaves in the Gamma Empire is increasing. No wonder Qinglin will be sold to small places like our city of Yunlan. Xiao Yan looked at these snake race slaves and exclaimed, he is naturally not a saint. But when he saw this picture that was completely different from the education he had received in the past, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Xiao Yixian is non-committal about this. It is difficult for a normal person to empathize with a creature whose appearance and habits are different from their own. Only the tragic fate of Qinglin, whose characteristics are mostly human hybrids, can evoke sympathy. I remember the cause of this war was the emergence of a strange fire. Why not go and experience it? I remember you needed the last kind of strange fire to revive old man with the medicine. Xiao Yixian reminded Xiao Yan. I think it's possible. Xiao Yan nodded and agreed with Xiao Yixian's opinion. In fact, with a new body, the sole heavenly emperor can directly resurrect medicine dust. But the former seems to regard resurrecting medicine dust as one of the experiences for Xiao Yan and has no intention of helping. However, this is exactly what Xiao Yan meant. If conditions permit, he still wants to personally revive Yao Lao. Is the next stop going to the desert? Do I have a certain degree of self-protection now, even in war? Xiao Yan quietly clenched his fists. The two of them strolled around the Gamma, holy city. First buying a lot of clothes in a seemingly high-end clothing store. Of course, the little doctor pays. Xiao Yan looked at himself dressed in white in the mirror, trying to imitate the super dusty temperament of the Soul Emperor. His expression was kind, but a hint of indifference was inadvertently revealed in his eyes, which excited the surrounding shop assistants. So handsome. The infatuation shown by the shop assistants made the little doctor extremely dissatisfied. After leaving the clothing store, Xiao Yan still tried his best to emulate the indifferent temperament of the Soul Emperor, but was slapped in the back of the head by the little medical fairy. Pretend to call you dead again. The little medical immortal waved his jade hand arrogantly and threatened. Xiao Yan can only give up. The two continued to stroll along the street until they reached a corner where they were caught in the sight of a large gathering of people. In the center of the crowd was an old man, dressed in extremely sophisticated clothing, giving a speech to the crowd surrounding him. There were many supporters around him. Xiao Yan noticed that there were many guards around the old man, ranging in strength from the Great Dosher to the Doling, indicating that the old man was a prominent figure in the Gamma Empire. The old man's speeches were all about the recent war with the snake people on the border of the empire. His words were extremely infectious and aroused the anger of the people around him. Who is that person? Xiao Yan casually stopped the passerby and asked. Jiajin, don't you know him? Old Prime Minister. The stopped passerby looked at Xiao Yan inexplicably, as if he was asking a very strange question. Jiajin, a member of the royal family of the Gamma Empire and the previous Prime Minister, resigned just 4 years ago. He is considered a core figure of the Gamma Empire and is very active in diplomatic occasions with major empires. He is known as a vassal of the contemporary pillars of the Gamma Empire. Big shot, Xiao Yan joked. In his eyes, the Gamma Empire of the past was indeed a behemoth, but as his strength continued to grow, this former behemoth was no longer terrifying in his eyes. Perhaps noticing Xiao Yan's gaze towards this place, Jiajin's gaze turned towards this place, and he even smiled kindly at Xiao Yan. You have good strength, and among so many people, you can accurately catch your gaze. Xiao Yixian said lightly that she was not interested in this kind of national minister and was about to take Xiao Yan to continue exploring the next place. Suddenly, Xiao Yan noticed that a sneaky figure was constantly approaching Jiajin, while the guard beside Jiajin were unaware. In fact, only Xiao Yan noticed this incident on sight, and it was his extremely powerful soul power that had grown up in the underworld that played a role. Just as Xiao Yan was hesitating whether to remind the old prime minister or not, the figure suddenly rose up in rebellion. He is indeed an assassin. I saw the assassin suddenly raise a hidden weapon in his hand and then suddenly press the trigger. Bang! Flames spewed out, and countless steel needles rushed toward Jiajin's heart, instantly piercing it into a beehive. Concealed weapon, rainstorm pear flower needle. The scene instantly became chaotic, and the crowd who were still watching scattered in all directions. The guards had just reacted when 2 fighting spirits rushed forward to subdue the assassin. But the old Prime Minister Jiajin had already collapsed in a pool of blood, with a bloody hole exposed in his heart, clearly dead. Is this an assassination? Xiao Yan felt his whole body was in chaos. During the war, the old Prime Minister was assassinated, which would inevitably cause turmoil in the empire. Even the Xiao family, who were far away in Wutan City, would inevitably be affected. Chapter 45, Misunderstanding. Centered around the location where the old Prime Minister was assassinated, the entire Gamma Holy City began to be in chaos. Although the assassin had been controlled in the first place, the guards still quickly mobilized to control every exit of the city. There are also guards on the streets, patrolling pedestrians to prevent assassins and their accomplices from being present. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yan felt several strong and powerful forces erupting from above the holy city. He looked up and saw several strong individuals using their fighting wings to break through the air. Their speed was very fast, and the first person was even more imposing. I never expected to encounter such a big event while strolling on the street. Xiao Yan shook his head. He knew very little about the old Prime Minister, but the assassination of an important figure in the empire was the first time he had seen such a thing, both in his past and present life. Xiao Yan grasped the sleeve of the little medical fairy, eager to distance themselves from this contentious place. Soon, officials from the Gamma Empire would undoubtedly commence a search surrounding the scene of the incident. Although they harbored no fear of scrutiny, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble seemed prudent. Such international affairs could draw in an array of forces, and Xiao Yan's decision was undoubtedly wise. However, he was unprepared for the fact that they had still drawn attention. An elderly man, clad in a simple hemp robe and possessing a shock of white hair, obstructed their path. He regarded them with a scrutinizing gaze that lingered on the ancient storage ring adorning Xiao Yan's finger. These two young friends possess substantial strength, yet appear unfamiliar. They surely cannot be citizens of the Gamma Empire. What brings them to this place? The elder's tone was neutral, but his eyes were filled with a brooding intensity. He felt an overwhelming rage at the death of Jia Jin, yet such fury could not be openly displayed. For he was the public face of the Gamma Empire's might, the guardian of the royal family, Jia Xingtian, a peak 9-star Do Emperor. Suddenly, Xiao Yan felt a tremendous pressure descend upon him, compelling his internal Do Qi to activate instinctively in response. Simultaneously, his status as a 1-star Do spirit became glaringly evident. A 1-star Do spirit, such a young boy. The Gamma Empire's officials, who had been inspecting passers-by, were immediately taken aback, their gazes fixated on Xiao Yan, whose Do Qi had been involuntarily ignited. Xiao Yan's youthful visage, characterized by a somewhat delicate and innocent countenance, bore dark eyes that reflected a composure far beyond his years. Yet, anyone could discern that he had yet to reach the age of 20. It is worth noting that most individuals typically ascend to the status of a Do fighter around the age of 20, and those achieving the rank of Do master by this age are regarded as exceptionally rare talents. A Do spirit at 20 years old? Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Wait, I recall that within a small clan in Wutan City, there was a prodigy named Xiao Yan who advanced a Do fighter at the mere age of 11. If he had not met with an untimely demise, he would likely have reached the status of a Do spirit by now, Jia Xingtian mused, his thoughts drifting as he regarded the youth before him. We are indeed citizens of the Gamma Empire and not outsiders, Xiao Yan sighed softly, producing a travel permit from a storage ring. Such permits are essential for most individuals venturing outside, and the Xiao family had naturally prepared one for him during his training journey. After tossing the travel permit to Jia Xingtian, the elder meticulously examined it for authenticity before shifting his gaze to the little medical fairy and extending his hand. And your travel permit? I do not possess one. The little medical fairy replied, her expression unperturbed. Xiao Yan facepalmed in exasperation. As the adopted daughter of the Soul Heaven Emperor, how could she possibly hold a mere travel permit from the Gamma Empire? It was not a matter of disrespect toward the Gamma Empire, but rather that the standing of the Soul Clan far eclipsed that of these minor empires. Having lost her parents at a young age, she might not even be aware of the significance of a travel permit, and it was improbable that the Soul Heaven Emperor would procure a permit from a small empire on the northwestern continent. Thus, they found themselves in this awkward predicament. Is one travel permit not sufficient? If possible, I would prefer to avoid conflict with the strongest individual of the Gamma Empire before me. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan felt no overwhelming fear. Both the Soul Heaven Emperor and Yao Chan were within the Gamma Holy City. Should Jia Xingtian choose to strike, the consequences for either side would be abundantly clear. Insufficient, Jia Xingtian replied, shaking his head as he raised his hand. Suddenly, the ground around Xiao Yan cracked, and several earthen spikes erupted from the earth, encircling him and the little medical fairy. I do not know to which faction you belong, but given the gravity of the situation in the Gamma Empire, you must comply with an investigation before you may depart. Should it be proven that you are indeed unrelated to this incident, I shall certainly apologize to your elders. With a flick of his sleeve, a Gamma Royal Do Wang approached, brandishing a chain inscribed with various peculiar symbols. These symbols bore a striking resemblance to those used in formations the little medical fairy had arranged within the magical beast forest. Yet the inscriptions on this chain appeared distinctly more rudimentary, lacking the profundity of the Soul Clan's markings. Sister, can you contact our two masters? Xiao Yan inquired, rubbing his nose. Clearly relying on their strength would no longer suffice to navigate the current predicament. I have contacted them long ago. The little medical fairy replied after a brief pause, her expression turning peculiar. He says he is watching Jia Xingtian from the sidelines and wants you to confront this Do Wang alone, forbidding me from assisting you. He mentioned it should be treated as a test for you. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan retrieved the Xian heavy ruler from his storage ring and, with a fierce swing directed towards the earthen spikes before him, unleashed a torrent of azure Do Qi that obliterated all obstacles in its path. Water attribute Do Qi? The black-robed Do Wang's aged face contorted with rage. This seemingly suspect youth, despite being a prodigy, dared to confront a Do Wang with the strength of a Do spirit? Such audacity was indeed reckless. The black-robed elder cast a glance at Jia Xingtian, receiving a confirming nod before his aura surged, preparing to suppress Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy with sheer force. However, he failed to notice that Jia Xingtian's expression had stiffened. His pupils ignited with eerie white flames, rendering him momentarily puppet-like. Rather than discarding the chain, the black-robed elder unleashed his right hand, enveloping his fist with Do Qi, launching a high-level Do technique towards Xiao Yan, entirely dismissing the one-star Do spirit as a mere child. Yet, the elder possessed confidence due to the fact that ordinary Do Wang could easily crush a 9-star Do spirit. After all, he was a seasoned veteran among Do Wang. This would be child's play. However, the black-robed elder would soon pay dearly for his arrogance. It is not merely water attribute Do Qi, Xiao Yan remarked with a bemused expression as he observed the black-robed elder charging towards him, the azure flames behind him soaring skyward. 15th on the flame ranking, Sea Heart Flame. With a furious roar, Xiao Yan unleashed the flame-splitting devouring wave ruler, empowered by the Sea Heart Flame, crashing towards the black-robed elder like a surging tidal wave. The elder's expression shifted slightly as their Do techniques collided, releasing an intense energy wave that radiated outward. The Gamma Empire's royal experts fared well, but the surrounding structures bore the brunt of the devastation. Roads crumbled, and buildings toppled in quick succession. Thankfully, after a prior clearance, few civilians lingered, for had there been any, many lives would have been claimed in this clash. The sheer might of a single strike was indeed terrifying. The little medical fairy retreated repeatedly, maintaining a safe distance from the two combatants. She understood that as long as the Soul Heaven Emperor and Yao Chan were present, it would be exceedingly difficult for these Do Emperors and Do Kings to harm Xiao Yan, thus she appeared entirely unconcerned. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder found himself in a humiliating predicament, sent flying several meters backward by the force of the impact, utterly losing face before his subordinates. A Do spirit, managing to gain the upper hand against a Do Wang. This cannot be real. Even the most extraordinary talents must have their limits. While Elder Yu is merely a 1-star Do Wang, he is still a seasoned powerhouse. The youth is just a Do spirit, is he not? I believe that while the youth is indeed formidable, Elder Yu has seen better days. His peak has long passed, which is why he finds himself in this situation. A typical Do spirit cannot possibly contend with a Do Wang. That is a valid point. Listening to the murmurs of his colleagues and subordinates nearby, the elder in the black robe wore a grim expression. It was inconceivable for a Do Wang to engage in combat with a Do Ling without gaining the upper hand. Any justification would merely sound like a feeble excuse. Meanwhile, on Xiao Yan's side, he did not seize the opportunity to rush in and conclude the battle while the black-robed elder was still off balance. Instead, he was astonished by the depletion of his Do Qi. The flame-splitting abyssal wave, a foundational earth-level combat technique, was both immensely powerful and equally draining. Xiao Yan recalled from his battle in Qingshan Town that, in a state of extremity, combining the earth flame with the flame-splitting abyssal wave would consume nearly half of his Do Qi in a single strike. At that time, the burning decision was merely a mid-tier yellow-level technique. Yet now, after integrating the void-devouring flame and the Sea Heart Flame, although it had not ascended to a sky-level technique, it had already reached an advanced earth level. Consequently, the consumption for a single strike of the flame-splitting abyssal wave was considerably lower, requiring only about 1/20th of his Do Qi. And even when factoring in the earth flame's consumption, it amounted to merely 1/10. I am more enduring now, Xiao Yan rejoiced. With a decisive step forward, he took the initiative to attack. The sight of a Do Ling suppressing a Do Wang was a spectacle the onlookers had never witnessed before. Xiao Yan wielded the Xian Zhong staff with abandon, unleashing fearsome techniques, while the black-robed elder could do nothing but defend. The powerful figures of the Gamma Empire exchanged glances, unsure whether to intervene. Should they refrain, the defeat of the elder would be a significant embarrassment for their royal family. Yet assisting him could provoke his ire if he managed to withstand the assault. Many turned their gaze toward Jia Xingqian, the foremost expert of the Gamma Empire. But he appeared quite uncharacteristic, seemingly enjoying the duel, nodding in approval at Xiao Yan's impressive attacks. As the tension mounted, the black-robed elder could no longer endure the immense pressure exerted by Xiao Yan. With a sudden flourish, he unfurled light blue wings of Do Qi from his back and soared into the air. Damn it, floating above, how will you strike me now? He looked down at Xiao Yan from his elevated position, a mocking gleam in his eyes. No matter how outstanding you are, without reaching the Do Wang realm, you cannot fly, and without flight, you are merely a target. However, before he could fully bask in his arrogance, he was taken aback to see that Xiao Yan had also sprouted a pair of azure wings behind him. With a slight tremor, Xiao Yan's figure transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself towards the black-robed elder, the Xian Zhong staff poised for a powerful strike. By the heavens! Do Qi wings? The onlookers on the ground were utterly astonished at the sight of Xiao Yan's massive wings unfurling behind him. Good heavens, is this fellow a Do Wong powerhouse? No wonder he has been overpowering old you. Should we assist? Approaching would be akin to delivering ourselves as a meal. As the crowd fell into disarray, Xiao Yan's strike landed squarely upon the black-robed elder, this time without holding back. For the first time, the sea heart flame revealed its true form, conjuring towering waves in the sky that engulfed the black-robed elder, incinerating and dissolving him until not a trace remained. The spectators were horrified by this terrifying spectacle, most quickly discerning that the colossal waves were not ordinary water, but a manifestation of extraordinary fire. As Xiao Yan descended slowly, none dared to approach. The death of the black-robed elder had left them in shock, compounded by the baffling presence of Jia Xingtian, their royal guardian, who remained detached and observant. Well done, Xiao Yixian, stepping beside Xiao Yan. Yet, her gaze drifted past him to the still figure of Jia Xingtian. Perceptive as she was, she sensed something amiss. The pale flame flickering in his eyes seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of someone very close to her. After a moment's contemplation, she cautiously greeted Jia Xingtian. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a warm smile and reciprocated her greeting. Indeed, it is the Soul Emperor, Xiao Yixian thought, relieved. Although she was uncertain how the Soul Emperor had gained control over Jia Xingtian, it was clear that their safety was assured. In the Soul Palace branch of the Gamma Sacred City, the Soul Emperor gradually opened his eyes, surveying the assembled members of the Soul Palace standing respectfully before him. Ming Sheng, Qing Hun, Gu Yu, and Qiu Di, each renowned for their strength across the continent, were merely subordinates in his presence. Ming Sheng, how long have you been the head of the Soul Palace? The Soul Emperor inquired coolly. Lord, this year marks the 1317th year. Ming Sheng replied, cold sweat trickling down his back. While ordinary individuals might not grasp the gravity of the situation, only those like him, who had accompanied the Soul Emperor for centuries, understood that the brevity of his words signified his rising ire. The Soul Emperor nodded, lapsing into silence as he pondered deeply. Yet, that succinct utterance, reduced to a mere syllable, caused Ming Sheng's cold sweat to intensify. He understood that his position as head of the Soul Palace might soon be in jeopardy. Turning to Qing Hun, he found the same sympathetic gaze reflected back at him, their eyes conveying unspoken words, resigned to their fate. Strictly speaking, the complications arising from their mission were beyond their control. Who could have predicted that the esteemed Void Master would suddenly cease operations? After all, how could a 5-star Dosheng like Ming Sheng dare to issue commands to a 9-star Dosheng? I recall that your Soul Palace has a vacant position for a protector in the Gamma Empire, bestowed upon Xiao Yan. The Soul Emperor spoke after a pause. Yes, as you command. Ming Sheng quickly complied, instructing Qiu Di to fetch the protector's token. Chapter 47, Flame Protector. In the Gamma Sacred City, following Xiao Yan's defeat of the black-robed elder, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Countless gazes from all directions were fixed upon him, some filled with joy, others with exhilaration, while many were steeped in fear. Yet, one pair of eyes reflected profound astonishment. Is that Xiao Yan? On the rooftop, Nailan Jie nearly lost his balance and fell, having been afflicted by the poison of the mark and bedridden for years. He had forced himself to rise and witness the clash between two Do Wong-level powerhouses. Yet, he could hardly believe that one of them was Xiao Yan, the grandson of the friend he had rejected in marriage over a year ago. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. He recalled the contract, not as a dissolution of marriage, but as a declaration of expulsion from the Xiao family. From this day forth, Nailan Yinran would have no ties to the Xiao clan. In just over a year, the boy burdened by the title of Waste had emerged, endowed with the prowess of a formidable warrior, arriving at the Gamma Sacred City. Nailan Jie reflected on the words he had heard from Nailan Yinran, recalling their 3-year agreement. If Nailan Yinran were to emerge victorious, the past would be rendered null and void. Conversely, should Xiao Yan triumph, Nailan Yinran would become a servant, subject to his whims. Yet, from the present perspective, how could Nailan Yinran possibly possess any chance of victory? It is important to note that although half of the 3-year agreement has passed, Nailan Yinran is merely an 8-star Do fighter, while Xiao Yan has already demonstrated the ability to vanquish seasoned Do kings with formidable strength and has even mastered the mysterious flame. In just over a year's time, his granddaughter Nailan Yinran might ascend to the rank of a Grand Do Master, but what heights would Xiao Yan reach? The prospect is simply unimaginable. Should I intervene and extinguish Xiao Yan in his infancy? Yunlan Sect pondered momentarily before releasing his tightly clenched fists, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Alas, Yunran, one must ultimately pay for their transgressions in life. The manner in which you concealed your actions to annul the engagement was excessively radical, bringing untold trouble and disgrace upon the Xiao family. Over the past year, my ailments have prevented me from leaving the Yunlan clan. When the time comes, I may have no choice but to implore my nephew for assistance, even at the expense of my own life. Yunlan Sect chuckled ruefully, his complexion growing increasingly pale, the dark aura around his eyes intensifying, clearly indicating that his time was running short. Sigh, Shaolin, your grandson ultimately outshines us, the older generation. Yunlan Sect's myriad thoughts coalesced into a profound sigh. Had he been in the prime of his life, such an absurd 3-year agreement would never have transpired. A temporary spatial passage appeared beside Xiao Yan and the little healing fairy, and they exchanged glances before stepping inside. After a moment of disorientation, they found themselves back in the Soul Hall branch of Gamma's sacred city, the very place where the Soul Emperor had previously brought them. However, to Xiao Yan's astonishment, several figures had materialized in the previously empty Soul Hall branch. Their auras were calm and unruffled, presenting themselves as ordinary individuals. Yet, one could not fathom how those who could enter the Soul Hall branch could possibly be mere commoners. Just as Xiao Yan was taken aback, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar face, Han Mieshing. Hee, Xiao Yan, you're not dead after all. It seems my preparations for your female Do Zone corpse were in vain. Han Mieshing's sinister voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ears, sending shivers down his spine. Ben Mieshing, the Hall Master. Xiao Yan froze in place, his eyes betraying his fear. Han Mieshing had indeed prepared a woman's body for him. Uncle Mieshing, you're always so inappropriate. The little healing fairy frowned, clearly displeased. I was merely jesting, Miss Wearer. How could I possibly engage in such acts? Hun Mieshing responded, though his gaze held a teasing glint directed at Xiao Yan. Isn't that right, young Master Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan found it challenging to continue the conversation, managing only a nervous chuckle. Observing this, Han Mieshing ceased his teasing and produced a token from his storage ring, tossing it to Xiao Yan. The token, crafted from an unfamiliar black metal, was adorned with various intricate formations whose purposes were unclear. The front bore the character for flame, while the back read Guardian. What is this? Xiao Yan examined the token closely, harboring an inkling of speculation that he kept to himself. The clan leader was quite displeased upon witnessing your embarrassing incident in the streets. So he instructed me to find you a vacant position in the Soul Hall. A guardian from the Gamma Empire has been reassigned to the Soul Realm to tend to pigs, and you shall fill his role. With this token, throughout the Do Chi continent, aside from a few select powers, no one dares to lay a hand on you, Han Mieshing explained. A guardian of the Soul Hall? Indeed. Xiao Yan thought to himself, astonished. He had long understood from the little healing fairy the nature of the Soul Hall. It was one of the most formidable forces on the Do Chi continent, comprising 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions, with the Soul Hall being a prominent entity among them. Moreover, the Soul Hall was filled with formidable individuals, according to the little healing fairy. The minimum strength required for entry was the Do Zone realm. Those below this threshold could only serve as peripheral members, indicating a remarkably high barrier to entry for the organization. It is worth noting that the Do Zone realm, anywhere on the Do Chi continent, would suffice to establish a sect, yet within the Soul Hall, it merely rendered one a lowly guardian. However, do not get ahead of yourself. Until you reach a certain level of power, I cannot truly entrust the branch's affairs to you, Han Mieshing said, clapping his hands, summoning a reluctant figure from behind him. Known as Blood River, one of the 4 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Hall. This individual, Blood River, will temporarily oversee the branch's matters. Once you ascend to the Do King realm, the authority will be transferred to you. Do you understand? Understood. Xiao Yan grasped the Soul Hall Guardian token tightly, exhilaration coursing through him. From this moment forth, he would be a person of status in the world. Soul Hall Guardian, Xiao Yan, look at your smug demeanor. Han Mieshing shook his head, then retrieved another token and jade slip from his storage ring, handing them to the little healing fairy. Miss Wearer, this is your token and jade slip. The slip contains the usage instructions for this token. Please use it with caution. All right, the little healing fairy nodded, accepting the token and jade slip, stowing them away in her storage pouch without allowing Xiao Yan a glimpse. At this moment, however, Xiao Yan, he should now be referred to as Guardian Yin, was no longer concerned about such matters. Today's turn of events is unlikely to repeat, Guardian Yin remarked. Chapter 48. My son Xiao Yan actually possesses the potential of a Do Emperor. What? My son Xiao Yan actually possesses the potential of a Do Emperor. In the Xiao family hall, Xiao Yan abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, his legs trembling with excitement. The elders stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to utter a single word. The revelation was simply too shocking. A Dou emperor? Wasn't that a legendary realm? Xiao Yan, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor behind the Soul Emperor, felt a mixture of pride and shyness within. The latter's praise was indeed excessive. Since attaining the status of a Soul Hall Guardian, the Soul Emperor had resolved to take him on a journey, and as they were to embark on a lengthy excursion, it was only natural to inform his family. After all, during his previous departure, he had merely stated he would be away for a month. And if he were to exceed that duration without returning, one could not guarantee that Xiao Yan would not suspect something amiss. With the assistance of the Soul Emperor, the vast distance from Gamma Sacred City to Wutan City was traversed in the blink of an eye, though this swift journey encountered some unforeseen complications. Upon opening the spatial passage above Wutan City, Xiao Yan was astonished to discover that an enormous barrier had inexplicably appeared in the skies above Wutan City. Coupled with the earlier attack by the ancient clan's half-saint, his unease reached new heights. Fortunately, such a barrier was akin to a mere illusion before the Soul Emperor, who effortlessly shattered it with a wave of his hand. It appears this barrier serves but one purpose: to prevent one from directly opening a spatial passage into Wutan City. A petty trick from the ancient clan, Han Mieshing remarked disdainfully. Upon meeting Xiao Yan, the Soul Emperor unexpectedly engaged him in conversation, much to Xiao Yan's astonishment. And upon Xiao Yan learning of the Soul Emperor's identity, he became exceedingly apprehensive. A 9-star Dou Saint, capable of calmly conversing with a Grand Dou Master? In Xiao Yan's mind, this was simply unimaginable. Thanks to his grandfather, Xiao Yan, who was a Dou Ling, he had encountered numerous powerful individuals since childhood. Those Dou Ling experts were all exceedingly proud, while the Douang strongmen prided themselves as lords of their realms. And few could engage in calm discourse with those of the same realm, let alone someone whose strength was worlds apart from their own. It is no wonder that such individuals, who stood as top-tier experts on par with the ancient clan leader Gu Yuan, were able to treat others with respect, showing no disdain for someone as humble as a great Dou Master. Alas, the Xiao clan's fateful ties with the Gu clan had been severed, and the Soul clan, having harbored old grievances against them, could potentially take Xiao Yan as an apprentice merely for the sake of the ancient imperial jade, only to discover that he had already bestowed it upon the Gu clan. One could only wonder if they would retaliate out of embarrassment. Although Xiao Yan appeared exceedingly excited on the surface, he maintained a semblance of rationality within. The patriarchs of the Xiao clan throughout the generations were well aware of their family's glorious past and the existence of ancient clans. While most of the previous clan leaders merely regarded these age-old secrets as tales, the ancient imperial jade had been passed down as an ordinary heirloom, with historical instances of wayward descendants pawning it for quick profit, causing quite a stir. Yet, all these legends seemed to find validation in Xiao Yan's generation, beginning with the arrival of the legendary ancient clan leader who entrusted his daughter to him, followed by the Soul clan leader expressing a desire to take his son as a disciple. The intricacies of these events were numerous, and, as merely a great Dou Master, Xiao Yan could not hope to untangle them. However, he understood one thing clearly. What these ancient clans coveted most was the ancient imperial jade. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face as he began to dismiss the crowd from the hall. All of you, please leave. I wish to discuss matters regarding my son Xiao Yan with the Soul clan leader. Although several elders of the Xiao clan were reluctant, they dared not openly defy his commands, especially as his influence within the family had grown. Thus, they rose to depart. The Soul clan leader merely cast a glance at Xiao Yan, recognizing his intent, and with a light chuckle, waved his hand, prompting Soul Mieshing and others to vanish into the void. Such a display of power was truly terrifying. It was evident that none among the Soul clan were below the rank of Dozun. Despite Xiao Yan's limited strength, his extensive experience allowed him to grasp that any one of the Soul clan members present could easily obliterate the entire Gamma Empire. Yenner, you two must withdraw. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's reluctance to leave, Xiao Yan's voice turned stern. Father, Xiao Yan began, but seeing his father's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to comply. What's this? Not in a hurry to meet your little girlfriend? Or are you waiting for her to come see you? I suppose I'll have to excuse myself then. Outside the hall, having been ushered out, Xiao Yan stood alongside the little doctor, who teased him upon observing his distracted demeanor. Sunner has probably already left, Xiao Yan murmured, staring at his toes and leaning against the wall. Why? Is it because you returned home, and she didn't rush to see you? The little doctor questioned, her expression one of surprise. It's merely an intuition. Reflecting on it now, when Sunner gifted me that beast fire map, it seemed she intended for me to leave. She appeared quite disinclined for me to linger at home during that time. Xiao Yan recalled the scene he had witnessed in the underworld, where Sunner raised her sword against him for the sake of the ancient imperial jade. In hindsight, her visit to his home seemed solely motivated by the desire to acquire that jade. What then was the significance of their years spent together? Was it all just a fleeting dream? Your melancholic demeanor is utterly unappealing, the little doctor remarked, shaking her head as she reached out, pinching Xiao Yan's face and forcing him to look up. I implore you to exhibit some semblance of a future Dou emperor. She is merely your first love, after all. It's hardly the end of the world. As Xiao Yan contemplated her words, the little doctor's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she released her grip on his face, turning away. You can always find another later. Seeing your sister, Xiao Yan said, gingerly touching his sore cheek, gazing at her with newfound seriousness. What is it? The little doctor turned back, her expression seemingly impassive, though the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Your grip is quite strong. Are you seeking death? Just as Xiao Yan and the little doctor engaged in playful banter, Xiao Zhan's conversation with the Soul Clan leader came to a close. The current patriarch of the Xiao clan, once one of the ancient 8 clans, stood atop a platform, gathering all clan members to announce a significant development. Our Xiao clan will soon relocate to a new domain, where we shall be allocated a city as our territory. Xiao Zhan proclaimed with a beaming smile to his clan members. Those who were astute recognized the tides of change. What do millennia of enmity and blood-soaked grievances matter compared to the continuation of our family? Xiao Zhan was a realist. Since the Soul Clan leader had made the suggestion, it was wise to acquiesce. As for whether there might be ulterior motives at play, the current strength of the Xiao clan seemed to preclude such considerations, leaving them with no choice but to accept their fate passively. Chapter 49. The journey to seek the 9 Nether Wind Flame. Preparing for the Xiao clan's relocation would take considerable time, and Xiao Yan could not afford to remain idle at home. His training must persist. Next, they intended to venture into the vast desert to search for the Green Lotus Earth Heartfire. The Soul Clan leader had little interest in accompanying Xiao Yan to seek out those lesser-ranked exotic fires, which held limited efficacy for his current high-tier burning decision. Even the addition of 2 exotic fires ranked outside the top 10 would hardly elevate it to a low-tier heavenly grade. To further advance the burning decision, the least they required was the 9 Netherwind Flame, which was born in the depths of the extreme Een realm's endless abyss, where the chilling winds blew unceasingly. And the flame took form in the most turbulent areas of wind. It emitted a peculiar sound, and when this sound reached the ears, it could provoke a sense of restlessness, stirring emotional turmoil within a person. Currently, only the Medicine Clan publicly possessed a 9 Netherwind Flame, held by their prodigy, Yao Xingji. The Soul Clan leader had no intention of resorting to force. Indeed, the vast majority of exotic fires on the Doqi continent were not unique in existence, particularly those born from celestial phenomena, which often yielded multiple instances throughout the continent's extensive history. Thus, Xiao Yan was to embark on a journey with the Soul Clan leader in search of the 9 Netherwind Flame. Where's the endless abyss? Xiao Yan inquired, standing on the deck of the spatial ship alongside the little doctor. This was a colossal spatial vessel measuring 33 zhang in length and 13 zhang in height, resembling a luxurious and elegant tower ship. Its interior was even more extravagant, having been transformed into a small world spanning 10 kilometers, capable of storing vast amounts of supplies and even housing several servants tending to medicinal fields. I have only heard tales of it, the little doctor replied, leaning against the railing, gently fanning herself with a small round fan. The legendary Endless Abyss does not actually reside within the Doqi continent, but is located somewhere in the void beyond. It is exceedingly difficult to reach without coordinates. Even a Dozun would easily become lost in that vast emptiness unless they possessed powerful artifacts. Typically, only Doxing experts can traverse the void. The void, you say? Xiao Yan not only recalled the remnants of the battle between the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan on the back mountain of the Xiao clan, where spatial rifts fragmented the entire space in a disarray, but beyond those fissures lay the void itself. He had often heard from Yao Lao about the perils of the void, where even Yao Lao, with his formidable strength, dared not venture too deeply. He could only orbit the edges of the Doqi continent. For mere encounter with spatial turbulence could easily lead to one's demise. As the spatial vessel ascended slowly, a colossal spatial passage appeared before them, the dark entrance resembling the gaping maw of a void monster, hungry for souls. Xiao Yan leaned over the deck, gazing down at the surface, where a few figures had shrunk to mere specks. Xiao Zhan, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, the Third Elder, and Xiao Ning and his son. Yet, conspicuously absent was Xiao Xun. Indeed, she had departed, taking with her the ancient imperial jade of the Xiao clan. It would be disingenuous to claim that Xiao Yan felt no emotion regarding this. However, what dominated his heart was silence. For when they met again, it was likely to be with blades drawn. Regardless of whether Xiao Zhan and the others could perceive him, he waved goodbye to his father below. The Xiao clan's relocation to the Soul Realm might be a fortuitous event for Xiao Yan, for in this moment, he had become one with the Soul Emperor, eliminating any possibility of betrayal. Only with the Soul Clan thriving could the Xiao clan prosper alongside it. Retracting his hand, Xiao Yan steadied himself on the deck as the spatial vessel gradually entered the passage. The mysterious and terrifying void finally revealed its true nature before his eyes. It was pitch black and hollow. Despite having been forewarned, Xiao Yan was still taken aback by the sight. There was no material presence in the void, and thus no light, rendering the surroundings an abyss of darkness. Were it not for the illumination provided by their vessel, the oppressive darkness alone would have driven one to madness. Turning around to gaze back towards the Do-Chi continent, he found nothing but emptiness. Stop looking, little Yanzi. We have a long journey ahead. Why not come and learn the secrets of the Soul Palace with me? Yao Lao's voice drifted beside Xiao Yan, but there was an unsettling chill to it. When Xiao Yan turned to look, he beheld Yao Lao's spirit draped in a black robe adorned with the emblem of the Soul Palace, presenting an unmistakable visage of a villain. Master, you have indeed joined the Soul Palace, Xiao Yan said, pinching the bridge of his nose, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he struggled to find words. I am now a guest celestial of the Soul Palace, little Yanzi. From now on, we can stride across the Do-Chi continent unopposed. Yao Lao exuded an air of complete assimilation with the Soul Palace, his laughter echoing ominously. But master, weren't you ambushed and killed by the Soul Palace? Wouldn't it feel strange to join them? Xiao Yan found the situation both humorous and bewildering. Little Yanzi, today I must impart to you an important life lesson. Yao Lao's expression grew suddenly serious, prompting Xiao Yan to abandon his jest and listen intently, eager for his master's wisdom. Those who recognize the shifting tides are the true talents. Time aboard the spatial vessel stretched interminably, yet was not entirely devoid of activity. The Soul Emperor had intentionally allocated a space from the small world for teaching Xiao Yan some secret techniques of the Soul Clan. The Soul Lock is the most fundamental and core technique of the Soul Palace, known to nearly all. It primarily consists of 3 types of runes. So to master the secret art, you must first grasp the essence of runes. The Soul Emperor conjured a pitch-black chain, a sight that would surely evoke painful memories for Yao Lao. As the most emblematic and elementary combat technique of the Soul Palace, Xiao Yan had to commence his studies from the most basic level. Runes are constructs that our Soul Clan has painstakingly developed over eons through formations. Each rune can be viewed as the simplest manifestation of a formation's function. The more complex the rune, the more formidable its power. These runes can be applied in both formation construction and weapon forging. Thus, an exceptional blacksmith is often also a skilled formation master. The Soul Emperor elaborated, slowly unfurling a brand new cultivation system before Xiao Yan's eyes. The 4 realms of runes, the 8 ultimate runes. This is a cultivation system uniquely belonging to the Soul Clan, albeit incomplete. The 8 ultimate runes represent the 8 ultimate forces of the world. Xiao Yan was utterly astounded by this arcane system. Indeed, but the 8 ultimate runes cannot be condensed within the Do-Chi continent. The Soul Emperor's typically serene gaze dimmed slightly. Why not? Since the theory is complete, you should be able to attempt to restore the Zheshi runes yourself, Xiao Yan queried, puzzled. In his estimation, his master, the Soul Emperor, possessed ample theoretical knowledge and was a 9-star Dosheng. How could he possibly fail to restore the so-called 8 ultimate runes? My inability to restore the 8 ultimate runes does not stem from a lack of theory, but rather from the incompleteness of the world, the Soul Emperor replied, shaking his head after a moment's contemplation. Xiao Yan, what is the most respected profession on the Do-Chi continent? One with a thoroughly established lineage. Perhaps an alchemist? Xiao Yan ventured, for in his limited experience, alchemists were the pinnacle of professions, eclipsing others such as blacksmiths, formation masters, and beast tamers. Indeed, it is the alchemist. This profession has a long history on the Do-Chi continent and boasts a remarkably complete lineage. Since its inception, the Alchemist Association has been an organization spread across the entire continent, and sects formed by alchemists have never fallen from the ranks of the continent's foremost powers. Other professions, however, do not share this fate. Blacksmiths are not only scarce in number, but it has been ages since a high-grade blacksmith emerged. Formation masters are also few and far between, with their lineage often being directly fragmented. Only within our soul clan exists a relatively intact heritage, while beast tamers are merely a minor sect, lacking any prominence. Have you ever pondered why this is so? For the first time, Xiao Yan observed the Soul Emperor speaking at such length, and in that moment, he seemed less like the exalted sovereign of the Soul Clan and more like a scholar seeking the ultimate truths of the universe. No, Xiao Yan answered honestly. People tend to take for granted what they have possessed since birth, and Xiao Yan was no exception. He had always known that alchemists were the most revered profession, and thus he never considered why other professions had fallen into decline. This is all due to the incomplete rules of the Do-Chi continent. Our world is but a small fragment among countless worlds in the universe, and thus the rules of the Do-Chi continent are merely a small piece of the greater cosmic order. Beyond the Do-Chi continent, other worlds exist, and I suspect there is a central world that encompasses all rules, where all professions possess complete lineages. As Xiao Yan listened to the Soul Emperor's words, he suddenly found himself in a daze. Was this not the concept of the myriad worlds? The myriad worlds, the middle worlds, the small worlds. In the vast expanse of the universe, the Great Thousand World embodies the entirety of celestial principles and serves as the cosmic epicenter, whereas the middle thousand and small thousand worlds possess only fragments of these celestial doctrines, existing in dependence upon the Great Thousand World. The martial prowess within the latter two realms is decidedly inferior to that of the Great Thousand World. Upon reaching a certain level of enlightenment, a formidable being in these realms can only ascend, for otherwise they would be deemed incompatible with the heavens and earth. Is our world truly as such? The Soul Emperor gazed at Xiao Yan's dazed expression, pondering whether this knowledge might weigh too heavily upon him. In any case, take your time to digest this information. If it proves perplexing, do not overly obsess. The 3 runes I have entrusted to you should be thoroughly studied, with the aim of comprehending them before we reach the endless abyss. After issuing these instructions, the Soul Emperor turned and vanished from Xiao Yan's sight. The journey continued, with Xiao Yan contemplating the 3 runes while diligently learning alchemical knowledge from Yao Chun. With the assistance of his formidable spiritual force, everything unfolded seamlessly. 3 months later, the spatial vessel had traversed an unfathomable distance through the void, finally revealing the endless void before the group. It was an area where the void had suddenly collapsed, devoid of physical substance, yet emanating a terrifying gravitational pull that absorbed everything within its vicinity. The endless void. Xiao Yixian furrowed her brow, gazing into the abyss. A colossal planet was slowly descending into the endless void, being relentlessly torn apart by the immense gravitational force. Even the smallest fragments far exceeded the size of their spatial vessel. Can we truly find a 9 nether wind flame within this? Xiao Yan felt it was absurd. The endless abyss resembled a black hole, and could one really enter and emerge alive? Yao Chen also felt apprehensive, even at his peak strength. Escaping such an abyss would leave one severely battered, if not dead. The Soul Emperor frowned as well, observing the shattered planet and realizing that his initial plan to lead Xiao Yan and the others into the abyss for training was no longer feasible. There is no need for you to proceed any further. I shall retrieve the 9 nether wind flame and return directly. With that, the Soul Emperor abruptly surged from the spatial vessel, casting several prohibitions around it before soaring into the endless void. The lengthy distance passed in the blink of an eye. The gravitational force of the endless void and the catastrophic energy from the planet's fragmentation had no effect on him as he penetrated through. Upon entering the endless void, a violent gale assailed him. In that moment, even a semi-saint with lesser strength could be gravely injured. The Soul Emperor stood resolute amidst the gale, closing his eyes to absorb the sensations before continuing deeper into the abyss. The further he ventured, the more ferocious the gale became, with even void creatures floating amidst it. These beings possessed immense power, the weakest among them at the Dozun level, while the strongest boasted a cultivation of 6-star Doshang. Yet, unlike the exuberant recklessness of past challengers, they suppressed their auras, wary of being detected by the Soul Emperor, navigating smoothly to the depths of the endless abyss. The 9 netherwind flame appeared before the Soul Emperor. Beside the extraordinary flame stood a void creature with at least 8-star Do-Shang cultivation, fixating on the Soul Emperor for a considerable time before slowly retreating, willingly relinquishing the 9 netherwind flame. The Soul Emperor refrained from pursuing a ruthless course of action. After securing the 9 netherwind flame, he intended to depart from the endless abyss. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something deeper within the abyss. A tome crafted from an unknown material floated languidly. The Soul Emperor's pupils constricted, and he was reminded of the moment he acquired the book Do Patsang Xiong. Once again in the void, it had inexplicably appeared, marked with the same 4 grand characters. Chapter 51, The Book of Return. The Soul Emperor gently beckoned towards the tome, which swiftly flew to him. With an impassive expression, he examined the cover, revealing 4 gilded characters. Wu Dong Qian Kuan. What being is repeatedly bestowing such tomes upon me? The Soul Emperor's figure surged with penetrating force, remaining undisturbed even amidst the raging winds of the endless abyss. At that moment, should any entity be observing him, they would undoubtedly hear his words. Standing amidst the gale, the Soul Emperor closed his eyes, fervently probing every inch of the endless abyss with his spiritual power. However, the abyss was vast, and even his imperial-level soul could not thoroughly scour its entirety. Since you choose not to reveal yourself, then I shall have no need for this book. The Soul Emperor's tone turned icy, his gaze darkening as he cast the tome into the endless abyss. Then, in a swift motion, he retrieved the 9 netherwind flame and made his way out of the abyss, entirely dismissing the notion of keeping the book. A mere quarter of an hour later, the Soul Emperor emerged from the endless void, the immense gravitational force having no bearing on him. In a final moment before departing, he glanced back at the entrance to the endless void, still voraciously devouring planets. The anticipated interception did not occur. A shadow loomed over the Soul Emperor's countenance. He sensed that matters were not as simple as they seemed, that a far more powerful entity was orchestrating events behind the scenes. That being must surpass the Do Emperor realm, for even the ancient Do Emperor could not evade his scrutiny. As the leader of the Soul clan, his soul realm was unmatched by any Do Emperor. Casting aside Wu Dongqian Kuan was not an impulsive decision. The mysterious individual who repeatedly presented such destiny-like tomes to him surely found him of significant utility. Yet, he could not remain entirely passive in this arrangement. He needed to probe the true intentions of the mastermind behind the curtain. Without further delay, the Soul Emperor returned to the spatial vessel, where Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, and Yao Chan awaited on the deck, entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired in the endless abyss. This is the 9 netherwind flame. Once consumed, it will aid the alchemist in reconstructing his corporeal form. I trust you have not neglected your alchemical studies during this time. Otherwise, possessing 3 extraordinary flames would merely elevate your burning decision to the lower tier of the heavenly grade. The Soul Emperor handed the sealed 9 netherwind flame seed to Xiao Yan, offering this admonition. Understood, Master. Xiao Yan accepted the 9 netherwind flame, his heart surging with excitement. The appearance of the 9 netherwind flame closely resembled that of the void devouring flame, both a deep black, yet fundamentally distinct in their powers. While the void devouring flame could consume all, the 9 netherwind flame could influence the mind. Though it had yet to reach the level of manipulating hearts, it could still incite emotions and obliterate souls. Having learned from his prior experiences, Xiao Yan approached the consumption of the extraordinary flame with practiced ease. He enveloped the restrained 9 netherwind flame seed with his Do Chi and swallowed it in one swift motion. The burning decision activated automatically, and the 9 netherwind flame began to be refined through his meridians. However, this refinement would not unfold as smoothly as it had with the heart flame. Ranked 10th on the extraordinary flames list, the 9 netherwind flame still possessed sentience. As the refinement progressed, the Soul Emperor's restrictions gradually unraveled, and the 9 netherwind flame began to reveal its own powers. Restlessness and fear. The emotions that surged within Xiao Yan were suddenly magnified countless times, nearly interrupting the operation of the burning decision in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, his formidable spiritual power effectively suppressed this inexplicable emotion, and the refining process continued, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Yan's realm of the soul must surely be at the mid-stage of the spirit realm. After all, it is merely the spirit-fighting realm, truly terrifying indeed. Yao Chun, observing from the side, was fully aware and couldn't help but express his astonishment. Xiao Yan had mentioned that he had devoured a significant number of soul bodies in the underworld using the void-devouring flame, many of which presumably possessed considerable strength. The little medical fairy, with a cheerful smile, glanced at Yao Chun, her gaze implying something, then playfully stuck out her tongue. Devouring soul bodies. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Yao Chen's expression darkened instantly. He had only heard a vague recounting from the little medical fairy regarding Xiao Yan's experiences in the realm known as the underworld, but the details eluded him. The revelation that his beloved disciple could actually devour soul bodies left him utterly disconcerted. The little medical fairy covered her mouth in a light laugh as Xiao Yan's refining process reached its final stage. Damn it, another one. Godi. With Xiao Yan's soul sensing the frantic roar of the void devouring flame and the sound of slaps echoing in his mind. The devouring of the 9 netherwind flame finally came to an end. Upon opening his eyes, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief, meticulously sensing the quality and strength of the fighting energy within him. He understood that, at this moment, the burning decision had once again completed its evolution. Burning decision, low-level heavenly rank. Thus, the conditions for Yao Lao's revival had fully matured, requiring only the selection of an auspicious day to commence the body refining process. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor, after confirming that Xiao Yan had completely fused with the 9 netherwind flame, decided to return to his secret chamber to ponder the bizarre events that had transpired earlier. Master, I wish to carve out a dedicated space within the spacecraft for the purpose of refining Yao Lao's body. The previous area designated for alchemical studies is far too cramped. The refining of a Do Saint's body will generate excessive phenomena, rendering that space insufficient. Xiao Yan approached to seek guidance. Agreed. The Soul Emperor nodded and casually tossed a token for controlling the spacecraft to Xiao Yan before turning back toward his secret chamber. The secret chamber of the Soul Emperor was nestled in a concealed corner of the internal space of the spacecraft, further obscured by multiple spatial folds, ensuring that even a Do Emperor would find it challenging to locate it momentarily. However, upon returning to the chamber, the Soul Emperor was taken aback by the sight before him. His previously tidy desk was now cluttered with books, and a cursory glance revealed no fewer than 18 volumes, the topmost of which was none other than the previously discarded martial movement in the universe. The Soul Emperor approached the desk slowly, picking up martial movement in the universe, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. It seems you are insistent on compelling me to intervene in certain matters. He slowly flipped open martial movement in the universe, and as he anticipated, it was indeed a novel featuring a protagonist named Lin Dong. Chapter 52. Entering martial movement in the universe. Martial movement in the universe. Protagonist, Lin Dong. The narrative tells the tale of a young man from Qingyang Town, once deemed a waste, who, by fortunate happenstance, acquires a mysterious stone talisman and befriends a spirit named Little Diao, embarking together on the path to power. As the Soul Emperor turned to the last page of the book, he discovered a navigational chart, the starting point resembling the Duki continent, while the destination was a small world he had never encountered before. Just as the Soul Emperor pondered the implications of this navigational chart left by the unseen instigator, it suddenly shimmered with a hazy golden light, enveloping the entire spacecraft in a mysterious aura. At that moment, on the deck of the spacecraft, Xiao Yan, holding the operation token, was trying to create a substantial area within the cabin for body refining, with Yao Chun and the little medical fairy standing beside him. Suddenly, the spacecraft shook violently, then began to accelerate gradually. Xiao Yan, stop operating the spacecraft. Look at what you've done. Yao Chun helplessly patted Xiao Yan's head, pointing at the rapidly increasing speed of the spacecraft beneath their feet. The spacecraft velocity surged, causing the previously nearby endless abyss to shrink rapidly, ultimately becoming a mere black dot at the edge of their vision. But I'm not controlling it, Xiao Yan exclaimed, trembling as he raised the token, insisting he had not manipulated the spacecraft. Instantly, the three on the deck exchanged anxious glances. This time, in the clan competition, I must secure a top 3 finish to obtain the 3rd-grade spirit medicine known as the blood-condensing vermilion fruit. In the Dian dynasty, within a secluded forest in Qingyang Town, a diminutive figure dangled from a sturdy tree branch. Upon closer inspection, one would notice several heavy iron weights hanging from his arms and ankles, sweat streaming from his clothes, rendering the weights damp. This short figure was none other than the protagonist of the martial movement in the universe world, Lin Dong. Sweat trickled into his eyes, the stinging sensation maddening, yet he did not pause his training for a single moment. He could not afford to stop. He dared not to cease. He bore the weight of his ancestors' grudges and the expectations of his family. Lacking talent and resources, he could only rely on hard work. Thus, if he were to halt, he could not forgive himself. Yet, such training had its limits. After fully digesting the remaining red ginseng left by his parents, he finally seized the tree trunk, swinging his body fiercely before landing on the ground. Not bad. Lin Xiao stood by, watching his son with satisfaction. Father, Lin Dong exclaimed in delight. Now that you've reached the 3rd level of body refinement, I shall teach you Lin Xiao had yet to finish his words when a piercing scream echoed from the sky. Senior sister, hold on tight. The Dookie wings in this other world don't seem to work very well. Lin Dong and his father, Lin Xiao, looked up in confusion, only to witness a scene that would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. A young man clad in white, with enormous wings unfurled behind him, descended rapidly from the sky, tightly clutching a purple-haired girl in his arms. The purple-haired girl in the white-clad youth's embrace screamed incessantly. The young man, despite possessing a pair of massive wings, found himself unable to fly, relegated to merely gliding. What in the world is this? Lin Dong stared in astonishment at the sight, the aura radiating from the winged youth appearing immensely powerful in his eyes. A powerhouse of the three realms of creation. Lin Xiao, having once been a formidable figure, immediately recognized the white-clad youth's strength and quickly pulled Lin Dong away, fleeing down the mountain. Yet, fate is unpredictable. The winged young man crash-landed right before Lin Dong and his father. Boom! The ground was struck, creating a deep crater and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Suddenly, the wind picked up, dispersing the dust to reveal the gaping pit below. I can't believe this. What on earth is happening? The young man clad in white emerged from the depths of a pit, his body drenched in blood. This individual was none other than Xiao Yan. The little medical sage also climbed out of the chasm, her injuries relatively minor thanks to Xiao Yan's protection. The peculiar manner of their arrival was entirely due to the spatial ship undergoing rapid acceleration, ultimately collapsing upon crashing into the spatial barrier of this world. The two found themselves suddenly suspended in the sky above a dense forest, plummeting downwards. Xiao Yan intended to employ a flight technique to save himself, only to discover that what could be deemed an advanced flight skill in the Doqi continent was rendered utterly ineffective in this realm. Merely activating the technique required an immense effort, and even once initiated, flight was unattainable. Sensing the sluggishness of his internal Doqi, Xiao Yan, having received a higher education in his previous life, swiftly grasped that the laws governing this world diverged significantly from those of the Doqi continent. Consequently, many abilities that were formidable in the Doqi continent would likely falter here. Had it not been for the defensive formation inscribed on the soul token bestowed upon the little medical sage by the Soul Emperor, they would have perished upon their descent. However, the crux of the matter lay in their disconnection from the Soul Emperor and Yao Chun. It seemed that their high levels of power had catapulted them to an unknown location within this world, a detail beyond Xiao Yan's knowledge. Fortunately, the strange fires remained usable in this realm. Xiao Yan summoned the Sea Heart Flame, enveloping both himself and the little medical sage in its embrace, cleansing them of the dust and grime that clung to their forms. He then turned with solemnity to the two indigenous individuals before him, extending his right hand. Greetings. I am Xiao Yan, and this is my senior sister, Hanyu. May I inquire your names? The father and son, Lin Xiao and Lin Dong, regarded Xiao Yan's outstretched hand with a momentary daze, before Lin Xiao finally clasped it in greeting. I am Lin Xiao from the Lin family of Qingyang Town, and this is my son, Lin Dong. Xiao Yan scrutinized the two before him. Lin Xiao, appearing to be around 30, was a Do master but heavily injured, thus only capable of exhibiting the strength of a Do practitioner. His son, Lin Dong, looked to be about 15, possessing merely the third stage of Do Qi, a talent rather pedestrian. They were an unremarkable pair, akin to any common passerby, relieved to have encountered a lesser faction. Xiao Yan pondered the implications had they encountered a more substantial power, where their incongruities with this world might have betrayed them. Sir, we currently have no place to stay. May we impose upon your hospitality for a night? The little medical sage inquired, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Chapter 53. Lin Dong, member of the Outer Soul Palace. This world was indeed peculiar. Flight techniques were rendered useless, and even ordinary techniques felt obscure and greatly diminished in power. Grasping the heavy Xian ruler, Xiao Yan stepped forward and struck forcefully. The overwhelming Do Qi mingled with the raging strange fire, crashing fiercely into the ground, causing the earth to tremble as a shockwave surged through the forest, only dissipating after a considerable distance. Observing the gouge he had carved into the earth, Xiao Yan rested the heavy Xian ruler upon his shoulder, muttering in dissatisfaction. Had he unleashed such force in the Doqi continent, its impact would have been at least 30% greater. With a sigh, he reflected on the 4 days that had elapsed since their arrival in this world and their encounter with the Lin father and son. During this time, the little medical sage had attempted various means to contact the Soul Emperor, all to no avail. The reason was that the formation of the Soul Clan had inexplicably malfunctioned in this realm, no matter how Xiao Yan and the little medical sage tried. Crucial symbols within the formation seemed damaged and unable to function. Thus, if they wished to reach out to the Soul Emperor in Yaochun, they would first need to repair the formation. Unfortunately, although the little medical sage possessed some knowledge of formations from her studies with the Soul Emperor, her understanding of the runes was only slightly superior to Xiao Yan's, rendering her incapable of mending them. Consequently, their primary objective was to survive in this world and attempt to either locate the Soul Emperor or await his discovery of them. This task posed little difficulty for Xiao Yan. While techniques were diminished in power, alchemy remained a viable skill in this realm. Furthermore, in the small town where they had landed, no formidable figures resided. Even the head of the Lin family, with whom they were temporarily staying, was merely at the Dome Master level, on par with the Wan Yao Pharmacy of Qingshan Town. However, the Lin family in Qingshan Town was subordinate to a more powerful main family, preventing Xiao Yan from directly seizing control of this minor faction. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards Lin Dong, who stood transfixed by the ravine left by Xiao Yan's earlier strike, his eyes brimming with a longing for power. "Heh, young lad, do you yearn for strength?" Xiao Yan sheathed the heavy Xian ruler, standing with an air of detachment, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent being. Lin Dong lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, remaining silent. This response caused Xiao Yan to feel a twinge of impatience. He initially wondered if their brief acquaintance was the reason for Lin Dong's distrust. Yet, Lin Dong slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolute. "I crave strength, and I desperately need it. What is the price?" His eyes fixated on Xiao Yan. The determination in the 15-year-old's gaze was tempered with a hint of barely perceptible trepidation, quickly overshadowed by a readiness to exchange everything for power. Such a mature youth, Xiao Yan mused, observing Lin Dong. He recalled his own helplessness when rejected by Nailan Yunran, mirroring the desperate thirst for vengeance. Regrettably, the boy's aptitude was rather dismal. Xiao Yan assessed Lin Dong. At 15, he had just broken through to the third stage of Doqi. Such talent in the Xiao family would never qualify for continued training, destined instead to be relegated to menial tasks after the adulthood ceremony. This was despite the boy's unwavering determination. Xiao Yan had personally witnessed Lin Dong's relentless training over the past 4 days, yet the results were negligible. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's initial thoughts shifted. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I have not properly introduced myself until now. I am the protector of the Soul Palace, Xiao Yan. You may call me Protector Yan." "Protector Yan," Lin Dong replied, clasping his hands in a formal bow. Xiao Yan nodded and continued. "I happened to traverse here, but fell victim to treachery, sustaining significant injuries. I seek to recuperate at your Lin family for a period. However, I have observed your diligent efforts in training these past few days, and thus, I am inclined to recruit you as an outer member of the Soul Palace. Do you consent?" "I do," Lin Dong replied without hesitation. Perceiving Xiao Yan's presence as an opportunity he must seize at all costs. "Very well," Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. As Xiao Yan was about to continue speaking, he suddenly noticed Lin Dong kneeling down with a loud thud, exclaiming, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." "Wait, get up." Xiao Yan hurriedly pulled Lin Dong up from the ground, his face flushing with embarrassment as he cleared his throat. "I haven't even graduated myself. I can't take on a disciple." Disappointment was evident in Lin Dong's eyes. Xiao Yan understood what Lin Dong was thinking and let out a wry smile as he continued. "Since I have taken you into our soul hall, I will naturally provide assistance in your cultivation. What I need from you is to help me gain control over the Lin family in Qingyang Town and gather some intelligence." "I understand, Protector Yan." Lin Dong nodded earnestly. Xiao Yan looked at his first little brother before him, satisfied as he patted Lin Dong's shoulder. He was quite sturdy, with his help as an alchemist. He might one day become one of his right-hand men. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan lamented inwardly. The boy's talent was rather poor, and it seemed unlikely he would achieve great success. Thus, the next step was to replicate the path that the medicine elder had taken to help him restore his strength. Xiao Yan and Lin Dong returned to Lin Dong's dilapidated home, where he specifically set aside a room as a potion-making space. He took out the alchemy furnace and prepared the medicinal materials, transforming his fighting energy into the unique black flame of the void's swallowing flame. An incredibly smooth alchemy process commenced. At this moment, Xiao Yan was at his most serious. Every action was executed with meticulous care and consideration, and his focused demeanor instantly captivated Lin Dong. "Is this the power of the strong?" Lin Dong watched in awe as the medicinal materials danced within the flames of the furnace, his heart filled with longing. Until now, he had merely been an ordinary youth from a small town. At this moment, he was already an outer member of the mysterious organization, the Soul Hall. With a protector-level powerhouse, Protector Yin, employing mysterious alchemy techniques to concoct pills for him. The future appeared exceedingly bright. In a moment of reverie, Lin Dong envisioned himself significantly increasing his cultivation, avenging his father by eliminating Lin Langtian, and then formally joining the Soul Hall, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yan as a new protector. Protector Lin? Or perhaps Protector Dong? No, it was far too early to ponder such things. He needed to swiftly enhance his strength and secure first place in the family competition 6 months hence, contributing to Protector Yan's foothold in Qingyang Town. Chapter 54. Lin Dong, am willing to go through fire and water for the Soul Hall, without hesitation. It was done. A vibrant green liquid was drawn from the alchemy furnace, then divided in mid-air into several portions, each landing in a small vial. Indeed, what Xiao Yan had concocted for Lin Dong was the foundational spirit liquid that had assisted him in breaking through to the fighter realm over the course of a year. Although he was uncertain whether the pills of the fighting spirit continent would yield the same effects in this world, Xiao Yan astutely recognized the differences in this realm. Here, the corresponding stage to fighting energy was referred to as the body refinement stage, where individuals could rapidly absorb and refine the medicinal properties through rigorous training, allowing them to process medicinal materials or pills at a speed several times that of the fighting spirit continent. If it were not for the apparent lack, or rather the scarcity of alchemical inheritance in this world, this fact alone would enable people from this continent to cultivate at an astonishing pace. No wonder the old adage states that one must sacrifice something to gain something. After handing the 5 vials of foundational spirit liquid to Lin Dong, Xiao Yan began to concoct healing medicine for Lin Xiao. Though his injuries were severe for Xiao Yan, healing him was a simple task, as healing medicine was considerably easier to concoct than ordinary pills in the fighting spirit continent. In just a short span of 15 minutes, a healing pill was successfully created. When Lin Xiao returned home to take it, his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, amidst the tearful embrace of the family. It was only then that Xiao Yan learned of Lin Dong's frail sister, Qing Tan, a beautiful young girl. However, Xiao Yan found himself unable to remedy her ailments. I, Lin Dong, am willing to go through fire and water for the Soul Hall, without hesitation. Lin Dong shouted, his eyes reddened, clearly moved. At that moment, Xiao Yan appeared as a beacon of light amidst the darkness, illuminating Lin Dong's shadowy world, bringing hope and salvation. Unable to bear such an emotional scene, Xiao Yan accepted Lin Dong's gratitude and quickly sought an excuse to leave. Upon stepping out of the dilapidated house, he gazed at the clear sky, ready to stroll through the town and perhaps seek out the little medicinal fairy. In fact, during the past few days at the Lin residence, the two of them had often gone out to scout, aiming to quickly understand the news of this world. After all, in Xiao Yan's view, Lin Dong and Lin Zhao's strengths were not formidable, and they might be unaware of much information. The trading market, located at the northern square of Qingyang Town, had been observed over the past few days to be situated at the intersection of numerous small forces. This independence made it the ideal place to gather intelligence. Upon entering, the market was filled with various stalls displaying all manner of trading goods, many of which were offered by local forces, while others came from surrounding villages or even bandit groups, creating a chaotic mix. However, this suited Xiao Yan's intentions perfectly during the initial phase. They sought different pawn shops or auction houses, using some medicinal materials from his storage ring as spiritual medicines to sell, successfully earning a substantial amount of initial capital. The Yang Yuan stone, one of the basic currencies in this world, differed significantly from the gold-backed currency of the fighting spirit continent, as the monetary units here were exceedingly chaotic and not fixed. Many transactions even relied on bartering, making them highly inconvenient. As he navigated through the various stalls, he glanced left and right, touching this and that. He bought anything that piqued his interest: martial arts, techniques, spiritual medicines, weapons, everything to study, especially books, whether travelogues or legendary tales. If he deemed them useful, he would purchase them outright, taking them back to seek useful information. In no time, Xiao Yan became a target of interest for several unscrupulous factions, with a few sellers clutching dubious items preparing to approach him for a chance. Yet, before they could make their move, others had already beaten them to it. 2 burly men in black hats from the Earth Origin Realm blocked Xiao Yan's path. The Earth Origin Realm roughly equated to the fighter level of the fighting spirit continent, representing a respectable strength in the small locale of Qingyang Town. Young master, would you be interested in visiting our underground trading house? The goods we have here are far superior to what is openly sold. One of the burly men said in a low voice, extending a wooden token towards him. This token bore no special powers but was inscribed with the characters VIP. "Oh, what is this?" Xiao Yan asked, intrigued. "This is our underground trading house S token. With it, you can enter at any time without waiting in line," the man explained. "Interesting." Xiao Yan took the token and casually stored it in his storage ring. It was palpable that Xiao Yan's maneuver momentarily startled the two burly men, leading their tone to become increasingly respectful. "Young master, do you require us to guide you?" inquired the first man, his voice laced with flattery. "However, I have not prepared a hat. Entering such an underground establishment may not be prudent, as it could easily draw attention," Xiao Yan replied, his expression betraying a hint of dilemma. "We shall provide one for you," declared one of the burly men, gesturing for Xiao Yan to follow, while the other hastily retrieved a hat for him. Once adorned with the hat, the two men escorted Xiao Yan to the imposing edifice at the end of the street before taking their leave. Standing before the black door, he observed a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting, and with measured steps, he too ventured inside. Beyond the grand entrance lay an elongated corridor punctuated by numerous closed doors, seemingly designated for transactions, with only a few ajar. Momentarily uncertain of which room to enter, Xiao Yan noticed a cloaked figure resembling a staff member stationed at the corridor's edge. Approaching him, he produced the token handed to him by the burly man and presented it. The cloaked figure merely glanced at it, nodded, and gestured for Xiao Yan to follow, leading him deeper into the passageway. Eventually, they halted before an ancient wooden door, where the cloaked individual rapped 3 rhythmic knocks upon its surface. In due course, the door creaked open, revealing an expansive showcase filled with a myriad of items, most of which bore no price tags, indicating a preference for barter. Upon entering, the wooden door closed automatically behind him. Clearly, this was the true underground marketplace. Chapter 55, The Terror of the 9 Nether Phoenix Flame and the Ancient Wood. "How much for this?" Xiao Yan inquired after surveying the underground market, stopping before moss-covered ancient wood, upon which he discerned vague runes that seemed to resonate with his spiritual energy. A similarly cloaked figure approached, lifting his hat slightly, and replied in a tone devoid of inflection, 2 specimens of 4th-grade spirit herbs. In this realm, spirit herbs referred to a special classification of natural treasures categorized by grade, akin to the continent of Do-Chi. However, the absence of alchemist heritage rendered the 2 worlds' applications vastly different. Surprised, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, re-evaluating the ancient wood. 2 4th-grade spirit herbs were but a trifling sum for someone like him, who had received extensive training resources from the Soul Emperor. Yet, it was curious that such a humble piece of wood could command such a price. Interesting, he mused, but that price seems rather steep. Xiao Yan deliberately poked at the black-robed figure, attempting to elicit further discourse. However, to his dismay, the figure simply spread his hands in indifference, leaving Xiao Yan momentarily speechless. Do all sellers in this world possess such idiosyncrasies? He wondered, rubbing his temples in frustration. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he reopened them, the 9 Nether Phoenix flame danced within, its dark embers resonating with an otherworldly fervor. "Will you not provide an explanation?" he prompted. The cloaked figure, this time not ignoring his query, responded with a mocking tone, "Young master, since you are interested in this ancient wood, you must be aware that it is most likely related to talisman masters. If there were no talisman masters in Qingyang town, would I display for sale here?" The black-robed individual shrugged, continuing, "Buy it if you wish. If not, kindly refrain from disturbing my business." Talisman masters. Could this be a form of power in this world? Xiao Yan pondered, intrigued by the mention of such a lineage, as it was the first time he had encountered this power system during his time here. It seemed to relate to runes, and he wondered if there existed methods to repair the communication array. The 9 Nether Phoenix flame, his eyes surged with vigor as he continued. "What exactly is a talisman master? Are you jesting with me, young master?" The black-robed man laughed, his tone dripping with disdain. "The Talisman Master Guild is widespread, and the prowess of talisman masters is known to all. If you don't intend to purchase, then kindly move aside." Evidently, this power system bore similarities to that of alchemists on the Do-Chi continent, possessing a broad heritage in this realm as well. Xiao Yan concealed the 9 Nether Phoenix flame, his gaze returning to a calm demeanor, while the black-robed individual remained oblivious to the tempest of emotions swirling within him, merely feeling increasingly irritable at the presence of this seemingly insufferable youth. "I'll take that," Xiao Yan declared, pointing at the ancient wood inscribed with indistinct runes, extracting 2 specimens of 4th-grade spirit herbs from his storage ring with a smile. "Now it will be 3, the black-robed man raised 3 fingers. "Agreed," Xiao Yan replied without hesitation, producing another herb. 4. The tone of the black-robed figure was laced with mockery, openly provoking Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's hand froze mid-air, his expression darkening instantaneously. It seemed the power of the 9 Nether Phoenix flame had been overexerted. Although he had reined it in, its effects continued to influence the black-robed man, who found himself engulfed in a wave of unease that ultimately shattered his rationality. Seeing the black-robed man resolutely refusing to entertain the idea of selling him the ancient wood, Xiao Yan realized he had misjudged the potency of this 10th-ranked strange fire. Perhaps I overstepped, he sighed. Meanwhile, the dark flames flickered anew within his eyes. Still the 9 Nether Phoenix flame, but this time the emotion conjured was one of dread. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan emanated the formidable aura of a Douling. Pressing down upon the black-robed man as he spoke, "Do not push your luck." The pressure of Douling instilled a sudden tremor of fear within the black-robed man, and the 9 Nether Phoenix flame magnified that fear exponentially, obliterating his mental defenses in an instant. In a heartbeat, the black-robed man collapsed to the ground, his hat falling away to reveal an exceedingly youthful visage, though his features were now contorted in terror, eyes vacant, frothing at the mouth, and trembling uncontrollably. With a mix of emotions, Xiao Yan placed the 3 herbs beside the quivering figure, then seized the ancient wood and turned to depart. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others in the underground market, and several burly men of considerable strength rushed towards the scene. However, Xiao Yan was swifter, darting through the market to the wooden door, pushing it open and swiftly traversing the corridor, vanishing into the throng. What on earth transpired here? The overseer of the underground market gazed in shock at the black-robed man, and as he turned to summon others to apprehend Xiao Yan, he realized the latter had already fled. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the overseer hastily summoned a higher-ranking official, an elderly figure of considerable prowess in the Tianyuan realm, a notable master within Qingyang town. However, as the elder meticulously examined the situation of the cloaked figure, beads of sweat began to pour from his brow, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "An evil spirit, indeed an evil spirit," he muttered, uttering incomprehensible words that sent chills down the spines of those around him. With great trepidation, he slowly rose to his feet, casting fearful glances around to ensure no unfamiliar faces lurked nearby. Only when he confirmed the absence of strangers did he stammer, "Quickly prepare the carriage. We must depart from Qingyang town at once." Yet, the person in charge of the marketplace was taken aback, entirely at a loss regarding the elder's meaning. Instinctively reluctant to forfeit the hard-won benefits in Qingyang town, he attempted to interject. "If you wish to perish, then stay behind. I shall not compel you." The elder admonished sharply. "Hurry, prepare the carriage." Realizing the elder was not jesting, the marketplace leader suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly commanded his subordinates to ready the carriage. Meanwhile, the evil spirit's guardian, Yan, had discreetly removed his hat in a secluded corner, revealing an expression of profound regret, before vanishing like a wraith with light footfalls. He resolved that the use of the notoriously difficult-to-control 9 Nether Phoenix flame should be curtailed. Chapter 56. The Soul Lock of the Life, symbol back in the humble abode of Lindong. Xiao Yan declined the invitation to dinner from Lindong's mother and retreated directly into the room prepared for him by Lin Xiao, shutting the door behind him. After a day of rigorous training, Lindong was anxiously pushing his rice around in his bowl, hesitating as he observed Xiao Yan's silhouette. He could not suppress the urge to reach toward his chest, where a mysterious stone talisman hung quietly. "I wonder if this talisman possesses any extraordinary abilities? I should ask Yan for his insight," Lindong pondered, unaware of the potential calamity that could ensue if others discovered the remarkable stone talisman he had obtained from the back mountain. Inside the room, Xiao Yan meticulously wiped away the moss from the ancient wood, revealing the faint runes etched upon its surface. Despite this, the runes remained indistinct. Upon a cursory comparison with the symbols given to him by the Soul Emperor, Xiao Yan noted with certainty that these runes bore numerous similarities to those he had been taught. After a period of contemplation, he resolved to engrave these runes in his mind. His spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the ancient wood as he prepared to begin the engraving process. However, the moment his spiritual energy made contact with the wood, it quivered slightly. Frowning, Xiao Yan realized that a subtle barrier of spiritual energy existed within the wood. One that had evidently been in place for an extensive duration. The one who established this barrier was on par with him in terms of spiritual realm. With a slight exertion of his spiritual force, the barrier crumbled instantaneously, causing the wood to emit a soft golden glow. A beam of light coalesced in midair, merging into Xiao Yan's brow. Ancient Xian talisman, the method of condensation. In mere moments, these two phrases flooded Xiao Yan with an abundance of information, a smile curving at the corners of his lips as he inwardly rejoiced. This, astonishingly, is a method for a talisman master to condense their symbols. Moreover, it contained a wealth of knowledge regarding runes and the existence of a talisman master's life symbols. To Xiao Yan, life symbols were akin to a pill master's innate flames. The potency of these flames determined the quality of the pills produced and the combat prowess of the alchemist. The effects of life symbols were similarly significant, but operated within the realm of the mind, enhancing a talisman master's control over their spiritual energy while also serving to train and solidify that energy. I wonder where my spiritual power stands in this world. Xiao Yan mused, recalling that the old alchemist had mentioned his spiritual power had reached the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. He wondered how it compared to the celestial talisman masters of this world. According to the information gleaned from the ancient wood, the talisman masters of this realm were classified into 6 distinct stages: Talisman Master, Spirit Talisman Master, Celestial Talisman Master, Immortal Talisman Master, Talisman Sect, and finally, the Divine Palace stage. This classification diverged significantly from the 4 realms of the Doqi continent: Mortal, Spirit, Celestial, and Emperor, indicating a greater emphasis on spiritual power in this world. Unbeknownst to him that he had inadvertently usurped a chance from Lin Dong, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly. This method of condensation also elucidated another of his queries. Why flight techniques were ineffective in this world. Here, individuals could only achieve flight through the mastery of talismans until they reached a certain realm. It was clear he needed to condense a life symbol. Otherwise, relying solely on his legs would severely limit his mobility in this world. After thoroughly contemplating the method of condensation, Xiao Yan focused his mind, allowing his spiritual energy to begin rotating slowly within his consciousness. Although the choice of condensation appeared somewhat hasty, he held absolute confidence in his spiritual strength, utterly unconcerned about the possibility of failure. The sound of rushing water echoed, a manifestation of his spiritual energy spinning at incredible speed. As the sound intensified to a level audible in the present realm, he began to modulate his pace rhythmically. The fluctuating vortex of spiritual energy adhered to a specific pattern, one that resonated with the method inscribed upon the ancient Xian talisman. This peculiar pattern, in Xiao Yan's eyes, seemed to harmonize with some celestial principle, likely a summation of the rules of this world by those gifted with exceptional talents. As the vortex of spiritual energy maintained its rhythm, a gentle pulling force emanated from its center, reminiscent of the Doqi vortex he had formed when ascending to the Doja realm. Condense, Xiao Yan called out, directing the vortex of spiritual energy to compress inward. Though the vortex soon reached its breaking point, emitting a mournful cry before erupting explosively. From the center of the explosion, countless tiny beams of light shot forth, piecing together the fragments of spiritual energy that had previously scattered, rapidly coalescing into a wondrous talisman. This talisman appeared exceptionally dark, its form reminiscent of the 3 runes taught to him by the Soul Emperor amalgamated into one. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several illusory chains encircling the talisman, akin to the signature technique of the Soul Palace, the Soul Lock. Moreover, these chains appear to be manipulable. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Yan conjured the chains from the talisman into reality, grasping them in his hand as if they were tangible entities, exuding an unsettling aura. Pointing out the window toward a passing bird, the Soul Lock shot forth like an arrow, not harming the creature, but instead penetrating its flesh. With a sharp tug, the Soul Lock swiftly returned, revealing the bird's soul still flapping its wings, blissfully unaware of its current status as a spiritual entity. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan approached the window, gazing down at the lifeless body of the bird on the ground, still warm, while its soul resided in his grasp. Drawing a sharp breath, Xiao Yan gazed at the Soul Lock in his hand, which was no thicker than a finger, and let out a wry chuckle. Stirring emotions and extracting the very essence of a being's soul, why do I feel as though I am increasingly veering towards the path of a villain? Shaking his head, he reflected that he was now a guardian of the Soul Palace, an institution notorious for its malevolent reputation across the Doqi continent, a quintessential embodiment of a villain. In a conventional narrative, would not such forces be obliterated by a righteous protagonist? Yet, there was no denying that the Soul Palace was indeed characterized by this very nature. Chapter 57. The Mysterious Emergence of the Rune Master Guild. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in Qingyang town remained unremarkable, with minor factions squabbling among themselves, leaving Xiao Yan disinterested in participation. During this time, he diligently honed his Doqi, The successive fusion of the void-devouring flame, the sea heart flame, and the 9 nether phoenix flame brought about a conspicuous enhancement in his cultivation, were it not for his conscious restraint. The mere augmentation in power from the fusion of these extraordinary flames would have easily propelled him into the Do Wang realm. However, Xiao Yan was reluctant to jest with his foundational cultivation. The Do Qi energy, accumulating above the Do Ji rotation in his Dantian, gradually coalesced into a Do Qi crystal, periodically unleashing violent storms of Do Qi that rendered his hard-earned stability once again ephemeral. If only he could contact his 2 revered masters and seek the fallen heart flame. Ranked 13th on the list of extraordinary flames, this incessant struggle to refine his Do Qi with no progress was quite unbearable. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan extended his palm, scrutinizing his slender fingers in lament. At this pace, you might very well attain the rank of 2-star Do Ling within a few days. Sitting on a stool beside the bed, the petite Yao Yao held a rune master manual she had acquired from a nearby city's rune master guild. Upon hearing his words, she lifted her gaze to Xiao Yan, a delicate smile gracing her lips. Perhaps 2 days, or maybe 3, yet it cannot exceed that duration. I find myself compelled to exhaust my Do Qi daily before I dare to rest, but each time I barely manage to pause for half an hour. My Do Qi replenishes itself, albeit at a mere fraction of the needed solidity, unable to keep pace with the dispersal of the Do Qi crystal. Xiao Yan shook his head. When the Soul Emperor and Yao Chan were by his side, this situation was less pronounced. The 2 masters could stabilize the Do Qi crystal in mere moments each day, allowing him to solidify his foundation with ease. The Fallen Heart Flame, a flame capable of assisting combatants in solidifying their Do Qi and fortifying their cultivation, had become a pressing necessity for him. Do not fret. I have reviewed numerous rune manuals over the past few days and can now attempt to repair the communication array. Yao Yao buried her head back into the book. Unbeknownst to her, she too was experiencing a phase akin to Xiao Yan's. The poison body was a constitution capable of devouring toxins to enhance strength. It was also prone to losing control, particularly after a sudden surge in power. This explained why, despite their time together, Yao Yao had yet to advance her abilities. That is good. Xiao Yan reclined on the bed, having just concluded an intense session of cultivation, his body drenched in sweat, hair slick with moisture. Such was the routine they had grown accustomed to. Even the relatively fastidious Yao had developed a degree of tolerance for the situation. As they did not share the same bed, time continued its steady passage, and just as Xiao Yan was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a series of rapid knocks at the door jolted him awake. Yao closed the manual and rose to answer the door, revealing Lin Dong's youthful visage peeking in. The 15-year-old boy, upon seeing the solitary Yao, shifted his gaze to the sweat-drenched Xiao Yan lying on the bed and stumbled back in alarm, his face flushing crimson. I'm sorry. I may have come at an opportune moment. At his words, a blush crept onto Yao's cheeks, and she swiftly wrapped Lin Dong's head with her delicate hand. What are you thinking? Xiao Yan, disturbed by the commotion, struggled to his feet and approached the door, only to find Lin Dong clutching his injured head, looking as though he might weep. What troubles you, Lin Dong? Xiao Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Typically, at this hour, Lin Dong would be training in his family's rear mountains. Guardian Yan, Lin Dong exclaimed, relief washing over him at the sight of Xiao Yan, and hurriedly divulged his purpose for visiting. I intended to explore the underground trading post in Qingyang town for martial arts, but to my surprise, I discovered a multitude of black-cloaked figures wearing hoods. They possess formidable strength, unlike the townsfolk. Following this statement, Lin Dong cast a nervous glance at Xiao Yan. His implication clear. He feared these individuals were targeting Xiao Yan, the guardian of the Soul Palace. Thus far, the Soul Palace had conjured an image of a sinister force lurking in the shadows within Lin Dong's mind. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, recalling the trouble he had stirred at the underground trading post with the 9 nether phoenix flame. Surely this was a ripple effect from that incident. Observing Xiao Yan's reaction, Lin Dong realized that those figures indeed had their sights set on the guardian. What is their level of strength? Xiao Yan questioned. I do not know, but I happened to notice one of the black-cloaked individuals bearing a mark of the Rune Master Guild sewn into his sleeve. It must be affiliated with them. Lin Dong exhibited impressive observational skills, catching even the minutiae. Very well, I understand. Here, take this and focus on your training. Xiao Yan nodded, retrieving a vial of healing medicine from his storage ring and handing it to Lin Dong. This medicine would aid Lin Dong in alleviating the internal injuries accumulated from his training, enhancing his cultivation efficiency, essentially a reward. Thank you. Lin Dong accepted the healing potion, his heart racing with excitement. With this, he would draw closer to the Earth origin realm. If you obtain any further information, do let me know, Xiao Yan instructed. Of course, Guardian Yan. Lin Dong nodded, clasping his fists in respect before slowly retreating. Xiao Yan and Yao Yao closed the door behind them. The nearest city to Qingyang town was named Flame City. Although this proximity was relative, it was a city built upon shifting sands, incomparable to Wutan City. Being a city, it naturally housed a rune master guild, from which Yao Yao had procured her rune manual. However, akin to the alchemist guild on the Doqi continent, the rune guild was a relatively loose organization, rarely involving itself in the conflicts among major factions. Thus, why would they arrive in Qingyang town due to a minor inconvenience caused by Xiao Yan? This was indeed a perplexing question. After all, during Xiao Yan's time on the Doqi continent, he had never heard of the alchemist guild organizing any activities beyond competitions. How strange, how strange. Chapter 58. It's over, it's over. The thrill of controlling hearts is becoming addictive. Xiao Yan resolved to venture forth, preparing a conical hat and a set of utterly unremarkable garments. After erasing his cultivation aura with the black flame, he set off to return to the underground trading post. However, midway through his journey, he abruptly turned back, seeking out Xiao Yixian for a communication array disk and requesting paper and ink from Lindong, meticulously sketching the ineffective runes from the communication array. "Where you up to?" Xiao Yixian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Xiao Yan diligently replicating the runes. Unable to comprehend his intentions. "I'm testing the capabilities of the rune masters in this world. Perhaps they could discern why the runes on this communication array have ceased to function," Xiao Yan replied, brandishing the paper triumphantly. Yet, Xiao Yixian shook her head, a look of regret clouding her features. "I have consulted several rune masters from the Rune Master Guild, and none have encountered these runes devised by the Soul Clan. Some even boldly stated that these runes do not align with the operational principles of this world. It is highly probable that we must rely on our own knowledge, integrating the wisdom of both realms. Do not harbor too much hope," she cautioned. "We must try, for there is no loss in doing so. What if among the rune masters we encounter, there exists one far superior to those I have previously met?" Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, reasoning that attempting it would not cost him anything. Exiting the Lin family estate and weaving through the crowd, Xiao Yan approached the grand edifice that stirred a sense of familiarity within him. He traversed the entrance and entered the lengthy corridor, where the doors lining either side remained as he remembered, some ajar, others closed. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy swept over him, lingering briefly before vanishing. Xiao Yan's gaze instantly locked onto a figure clad in a black robe standing at the corridor's edge. The source of that spiritual energy emanated from him. This is a rune master, Xiao Yan realized, confirming Lin Dong's assertions that the black-robed individuals frequenting the underground trading post were likely affiliated with the Flame City Rune Master Guild. However, a sense of relief washed over him, for the rune master stationed in the corridor possessed a spiritual strength not particularly formidable, roughly equivalent to his own at the onset of his cultivation journey. He should pose no significant challenge. Yet, while this brought him comfort, a tinge of disappointment accompanied it. It seemed, as Xiao Yixian had suggested, that presenting the communication array to these rune masters might indeed yield no fruitful results. Disregarding the man, he proceeded deeper into the corridor, where the innermost wooden door creaked open, stepping into the most luxurious underground trading post. He was immediately met with the piercing scrutiny of numerous spiritual energies crossing over him, leaving him quite uncomfortable. They seem to be searching for me, relying solely on their spiritual scanning. Surely they are unaware of my appearance, he mused inwardly. Among the several spiritual energies, one particularly powerful presence caught his attention. While the others were merely at the initial stages of their cultivation, this one had already approached the threshold of the late stage of the mundane realm, marking them as a distinguished individual among rune masters. Suppressing the urge to unleash his formidable spiritual power upon those who were scrutinizing him, he feigned casualness and meandered through the marketplace as if merely perusing potential purchases, all the while discreetly observing the rune masters. Currently, there were approximately 17 rune masters within the marketplace, some masquerading as stall owners, while others mingled as customers, idly wandering like Xiao Yan, including the sentinel in the corridor. That made 18 individuals, most of whom possessed spiritual strength comparable to that of a first-tier alchemist, with a few matching the second tier, and only one whose spiritual power grazed the threshold of a fourth-tier alchemist. To state it plainly, if these individuals were to discover Xiao Yan's identity, collectively, they would likely be unable to withstand a single strike from his flame separation destruction measure. After completing a circuit of the marketplace, Xiao Yan feigned an intention to depart. None of the rune masters made any move to obstruct him, as if he were not their target at all. Could it be that they're truly not searching for me? Even Xiao Yan began to harbor doubts. Perhaps these rune masters have come to Qingyang town for reasons completely unrelated to me. Their pursuit might be for another. With such suspicions swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan approached a black-robed figure manning stall. As he stood before the stall, he distinctly sensed the rune masters scanning him once more with their spiritual powers, reaffirming that he bore none of the characteristics they sought before retracting their energies. The black-robed figure at the stall was, of course, the rune master whose spiritual power had touched the threshold of a fourth-tier alchemist. Pick what you fancy, the elder's voice, aged yet resonant, commanded, revealing him to be a formidable figure. I possess an item that I wish for you to examine, Xiao Yan stated, retrieving the sketched runes from his pocket and offering them to the elder. Simultaneously, the dark flames of the 9 nether phoenix ignited once more behind his hat-clad eyes. One more time, truly the last time, I shall manage my control. Xiao Yan's actions instantly alerted the elder. But soon an insatiable curiosity compelled him to accept the paper and delve into its contents. Indeed, this time his control was significantly improved compared to the last, and he assured himself that this would be the final attempt. The elder became engrossed in the designs of the runes, his left hand grasping the paper while his right hand busily sought something in the surroundings. Understanding his intent, Xiao Yan discreetly produced a charcoal pencil from his storage ring and handed it over. Upon receiving the pencil, the elder promptly began to illustrate upon the paper. These runes are truly peculiar, resembling those I have encountered in ancient texts. It should be like this, no? It should be adjusted to that. The elder's voice grew increasingly frantic. His fervor soon attracted the attention of surrounding rune masters, who turned their curious gazes toward Xiao Yan's location, whispering amongst themselves. What has become of Master Yan? A mere ordinary person presents runes for his examination? Isn't that a demon? He lacks any such aura. How could a demon possibly evade Master Yan's four-mark rune master's spiritual scrutiny? Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Xiao Yan hastily concealed the 9 nether phoenix, restoring his eyes to their tranquil state. Meanwhile, the so-called Master Yan, after a quarter of an hour of modifications, had finally completed the runes, but he had yet to relish his masterpiece. Hand it over. Suddenly, Xiao Yan reached out, snatching the modified runes from him. Just like last time, he made a swift getaway, all the while lamenting internally. This is it. This sensation of manipulating others is becoming increasingly addictive. I truly might become the villain. Chapter 59, The Life and Death Ancestor Rune. In the Chaos Demon Sea, the sacred ground of the undying Sacred Whale clan, Mu Lingshan anxiously surveyed her surroundings, her pale visage tinged with an unnatural flush, her terrified eyes reflecting a profound and bone-chilling fear. She, the embodiment of the life and death talisman from the revered martial movement in the universe, a princess of the immortal Holy Whale clan, found herself ensnared in a perilous predicament. No, this cannot be real. How could this possibly be true? Murmured Mu Lingshan, her words tumbling forth in a disjointed manner. Surrounding her was a delicate layer of protective formations. Though it appeared as fragile as gossamer, it was, in fact, remarkably resilient. Even the full force of the Holy Whale clan's patriarch, a being of the first reincarnation realm, failed to shatter it. The clan members encircled Mu Lingshan in concentric rings, a barricade that left no room for escape. Strangely, those who were once her beloved kin now turned into strangers, engaging in brutal conflict amongst themselves. Only a handful of Talisman's masters remained lucid, yet their numbers were insufficient against the frenzied onslaught of their brethren, falling one by one. Meanwhile, the remaining clan members relentlessly offered her to the sacred ground of the Holy Whale clan, seeking a glimmer of hope. Alas, hope did not materialize. The eyes of the maddened clan members glowed with an eerie milky flame, their mouths emitting incoherent roars, as if their very souls were in torment. Father, please, wake up. It's me, Fayer. Don't do this. A talisman master, unable to escape into the formation, was seized by several deranged clan members, his voice filled with terror. Mu Lingshan recognized him. Mu Fei, one of the most gifted talisman masters of the Holy Whale clan in a century, renowned for his formidable mental prowess and skill in formations, typically responsible for their maintenance within the sacred ground. Sadly, in his attempt to activate this formation, he was captured by his own kin. In the shared gaze of horror between Mu Lingshan and Mu Fei, the latter's father, an elder of the Holy Whale clan in the reincarnation realm, approached, his eyes flickering with that unsettling milky flame. He brandished a bloody trident, evidence of recent slaughter. Wake up, father. Mu Fei's tone shifted from terror to pleading, Yet he could only watch helplessly as his father drew closer, slowly raising the trident. With a sickening plunge, the trident pierced through Mu Fei, blood trickling from his lips as he incredulously glanced downward at the weapon embedded within him, his life force ebbing away. Pain contorted his features, yet he reached out, yearning to touch the father he once revered. His eyes brimmed with sorrow and confusion. How could the stern yet caring man, who took pride in him, turn against his own flesh and blood? Ultimately, his hand never reached his father's face. His arm fell limply as he succumbed to the finality of death. The elder's gaze was chillingly indifferent, as if stripped of all self-awareness. Yet in that moment, a single tear escaped from the corner of his eye, the milky flame within his pupils quaking violently, a manifestation of his soul's desperate rebellion. Suddenly, the fire within his eyes expanded rapidly, his body contorting in agony. He opened his mouth to scream, but instead, the inferno within him erupted outward, incinerating his entire being. The flames did not linger long. The elder was reduced to ashes in a final, futile struggle. A gust of wind swept through, leaving behind only a wisp of lingering spirit. Soft, rhythmic footsteps echoed, and the surrounding members of the Holy Whale clan parted to make way for a man clad in white, his expression devoid of emotion. He approached the formation, his cold gaze fixated on Mu Lingshan as if she were merely an object. This man was none other than the Soul Emperor. Had you been willing to accompany me from the beginning, such tragedy could have been averted. The Soul Emperor's tone bore a hint of reproach towards Mu Lingshan's perceived obstinacy, yet it lacked fervor, as if the human catastrophe did not sway his emotions in the slightest. You manipulative fiend. Mu Lingshan longed to vociferate at the Soul Emperor, but in that moment, she realized the inadequacy of her vocabulary to encapsulate the cruelty and indifference before her. Soon, an even more devastating turn of events unfolded. The Soul Emperor raised his hand gently, and the remnants of the elder's soul drifted slowly into his palm, whereupon he closed his fingers around it. A sound, audible only through spiritual resonance, echoed as the elder's soul was crushed. The Soul Emperor rubbed the remnants of the soul between his fingers, a satisfied smile emerging for the first time, despite the apparent disparities in their spiritual forms. The essence of life in this realm bore striking similarity to that of the Dochi continent. Perhaps the life and death talisman could indeed be wielded there, he mused, redirecting his gaze to Mu Lingshan within the formation. Life and death talisman, submit to me. Mu Lingshan collapsed to her knees, her heart embroiled in turmoil. To submit, or to perish alongside the Holy Whale clan. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she arrived at her conclusion. If I submit, will you spare the members of the Holy Whale clan? She asked, her voice trembling. Certainly, the Soul Emperor affirmed with certainty. Very well. With her resolve solidified, Mu Lingshan dispelled the formation activated with Mu Fei's life, exposing herself entirely to the Soul Emperor. Her body began to dissolve, culminating in the formation of a talisman imbued with the essence of life and death, which the Soul Emperor swiftly claimed. In an instant, he erased the talisman's sentience, merging it within himself, as he felt the power of life and death coursing through him. A smile of satisfaction broke upon his lips. He hurled the blood blade of the War Emperor into the air, unleashing a tremendous force that ignited the pure lotus demon fire within the clan members, turning the sacred ground of the Holy Whale clan into an inferno. Countless souls and life essences spiraled upward, devoured entirely by the blood blade of the War Emperor. Suddenly, the Soul Emperor felt the communication array within his storage realm resonate. He picked it up, and on the other end was Xiao Yan. No doubt the protagonist, he chuckled. Chapter 60, A Year's Time. Greetings, Master. I finally reached you. Xiao Yan leaned toward the communication array, waving at the Soul Emperor's image. Meanwhile, the petite healer beside him, squeezed to the edge, attempted to nudge his large face away, only to sigh in exasperation when she realized it was futile. Have you truly attained such understanding of runes? I had presumed it would take at least 6 months to repair this communication array, the Soul Emperor remarked, an affectionate smile gracing his features. This is a matter I must discuss with you in earnest. Xiao Yan recounted their recent experiences in meticulous detail to the Soul Emperor, emphasizing the emergence of a member named Lin Dong in Qingyang Town. Although his diligence in cultivation was commendable, his lack of innate talent was a concern. Nevertheless, it presented an opportunity for the Soul Palace to establish a foothold in this realm. Once I resolved certain matters, I could come over to refine his essence. The Soul Emperor remarked, nodding in agreement with Xiao Yan's strategy. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor engaged in conversation with Xiao Yan, primarily regarding the uncertainty of their return to their own world. Returning to the Duki continent should pose no issue. Every Do sage, while traversing the void, anchors coordinates to the Duki continent. As long as those coordinates remain, returning is entirely feasible, so you need not worry, he reassured them. His confidence alleviated the anxiety that had gripped Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan, allowing their hearts to finally settle. Within a year, we shall be able to return, he declared before vanishing from the projection. A year, huh? That's ample time for a child to be conceived, Xiao Yan mused, shrugging helplessly before casting a contemplative glance at Xiao Yan. She likely cherished the thought of children, given their past life memories revealed in the 3 Lives Stone, where it seemed they had a child annually. Xiao Yan, sensing an ominous undertone in Xiao Yan's gaze, instinctively placed her delicate hand over her heart and stepped back. What are you planning? She inquired. Nothing much, he replied, scratching his nose and turning away. In the days that followed, though Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan's lives were hardly tranquil, they were devoid of serious peril. After an exhaustive month of fruitless searching, the enchanters from the Flame City Guild finally departed from Qingyang Town. A new overseer, not an enchanter, was appointed to the underground trading post. With Xiao Yan's assistance, Lin Xiao and his son Lin Dong made remarkable progress in their cultivation. Lin Xiao ascended from the Heavenly Origin Realm to the Yuandan Realm in just 5 months, ultimately assuming leadership of the Lin family amidst astonished gazes. What surprised Xiao Yan even more was Lin Dong, the seemingly talentless youth, who exhibited astonishing advancements. Despite the assistance of Xiao Yan's medicinal pills, his progress was extraordinary and defied logic. Within 5 months, he elevated from the 3rd layer of body tempering to the Yuan realm, a feat even more outrageous than Xiao Yan's 11-month journey from the 3rd stage of Do Qi to a Do Master. Is this truly a waste of talent? Xiao Yan pondered. Lin Dong, I see potential in you to become a guardian. Once I apply to the organization, you shall be appointed as the guardian of the Great Flame Dynasty, he said, patting Lin Dong on the shoulder earnestly. Thank you, Guardian Yan, exclaimed Lin Dong, who had grown taller and more mature, far removed from the immature boy Xiao Yan first encountered. To Xiao Yan's astonishment, he discovered that Lin Dong possessed an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts. He swiftly mastered various Do techniques, often infusing them with his unique insights, transforming the mundane into the remarkable. These signs indicated that Lin Dong had encountered some fortuitous event during the time Xiao Yan was unaware. Space system. As a traveler, Xiao Yan immediately thought of these common narrative devices in novels, secretly lamenting his own lack of such advantages during his own transmigration. Was Lin Dong the destined protagonist of this continent, while he himself was not the main character of the Do Qi continent? This conundrum plagued Xiao Yan for quite some time until he could no longer contain his curiosity. What comes next after strange changes are not constant? He asked Lin Dong during a moment when they were alone. Strange changes are not constant? Lin Dong's eyes reflected confusion, completely oblivious to what Guardian Yan meant. You don't know? Are you perhaps academically challenged? Xiao Yan found it hard to accept that Lin Dong was not a fellow transmigrator. The bright moonlight before my bed. What follows? He recited a line from a classic poem that even elementary school students should know. Yet Lin Dong's bewilderment deepened, and it was evident he was not pretending. Guardian Yan, I don't know. Very well. Xiao Yan sighed in resignation, feeling it was profoundly unfair that even the natives possessed advantages while he, a transmigrator, did not. Lin Dong was undoubtedly a child of destiny. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yan heightened his attention towards Lin Dong, frequently presenting him with various Do techniques from the Do Qi continent for analysis, which yielded impressive results. For instance, the flame-dispersing wave technique, initially classified as a low-level Earth grade technique, was elevated to near mid-level Earth grade under Lin Dong's analysis. However, Xiao Yan speculated that the advantage Lin Dong possessed in martial arts and technique analysis had its limitations, likely constrained by energy. After completing his analysis of the flame-dispersing wave technique, Lin Dong was unable to analyze new martial arts for an extended period. This situation persisted until Xiao Yan provided him with a substantial quantity of spirit-replenishing medicinal pills, alleviating the issue. In the following days, Xiao Yan enjoyed a delightful life of reaping rewards, as both of his primary combat techniques underwent upgrades. Flame-dispersing wave technique, from low-level Earth grade to mid-level Earth grade. Earth Flame, from high-level profound grade to low-level Earth grade. Yet soon, he would have to depart. Wishing he could have Lin Dong analyze more techniques, or hoping for more encounters with such fortunate individuals in the future. Time flew swiftly, and it was unfortunate that someone like Lin Dong, a child of fate, would not remain surrounded by the ordinary. Just as Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian prepare to leave, news spread throughout the Great Flame Dynasty. A long-forgotten ancient tomb was set to be opened in the Tianyan mountain range, bordering the Flame City and several nearby cities. This tomb, said to belong to a powerful being who had attained the Nirvana realm, piqued Xiao Yan's curiosity, as the Nirvana realm was roughly equivalent to a Dou emperor on the Douqi continent, akin to Yunlan's level of strength. Surely, within such a powerful being's dwelling, countless intriguing treasures awaited discovery. Chapter 61. The Opening of the Ancient Tomb. The Tianyan mountain range, nestled at the confluence of Flame City and two neighboring cities, bore a striking resemblance to the beast forest of the Douqi continent, albeit slightly smaller in scale, spanning nearly half of the Tiandu prefecture under the Great Flame Empire. Nevertheless, the mountain range remained exceedingly perilous. According to Lin Dong, several creation realm experts had met their demise within its depths, and few dared to venture inside aside from highly specialized adventure teams. However, with the news of the ancient tomb's opening spreading like wildfire, countless ambitious souls and young prodigies from across the Great Flame Dynasty flocked towards the Tianyan mountain range, relegating the mountain's ferocious beasts to a position of weakness. In midair, Xiao Yan soared through the skies atop the Xuanzhong ruler, a unique ability bestowed upon those who became enchanters in this world, allowing them to fly using their soul power, reminiscent of the sword flight depicted in Xinxia novels. Xiao Yixian, too, stood upon the Xuanzhong ruler, her delicate hand gently encircling Xiao Yan's waist as she occasionally gazed down, seemingly captivated by the exhilarating experience. Lin Dong did not accompany Xiao Yan and the others in their endeavor. As previously mentioned, the Lin family of Qingyang Town is merely a subsidiary branch, while the Lin family in question is one of the four great clans of the Great Yan dynasty. Its patriarch is a formidable figure at the level of transformation, roughly equivalent to the Dou emperor realm in the Douqi continent. According to rumors, with the opening of the ancient tomb, the four great clans have established an agreement that prohibits the veteran powerhouses of the Great Yan Empire from intervening. Each clan can only designate one individual as their protector. Thus, the most compelling spectacle of this ancient tomb's unveiling lies in the competition among the so-called four prodigies of the Great Yan dynasty. At this moment, the youthful talents of the four clans, along with ambitious individuals from all corners of the Great Yan dynasty, had already arrived at the site of the ancient tomb. Only Xiao Yan and the little medicinal sage chose to delay their departure, intending to allow the forerunners to traverse the dangers of the Tianyan mountain range first, thus ensuring a safer journey for themselves later. Indeed, as Xiao Yan had anticipated, he and the little medicinal sage soared above the periphery of the Tianyan mountain range for quite some time without encountering any demonic beasts, only descending as they approached the core zone. However, what took Xiao Yan by surprise was the realization that, despite believing his audacious flight around the Tianyan mountain range was impressive, there was someone even more ostentatious than he. A crimson light cut through the air, summoning the elemental forces of heaven and earth with an astonishing presence. Xiao Yan looked skyward to see a streak of red swiftly descending from the horizon, an enormous eagle, entirely crimson and remarkably majestic, upon whose back stood a figure. The individual donned a flowing azure robe, standing with hands clasped behind, their long hair billowing slightly, exuding an aura of nonchalance and elegance. This person and their eagle entered the depths of the Tianyan mountain range without losing speed, heading directly toward the ancient tomb, soon vanishing from Xiao Yan's sight. Could it be that this individual was even more arrogant than Yunyan? Judging by his aura, this person was merely at the Dou Wang, or the Qi creation stage of this world. It seems that this must be a peculiarity of their realm. Xiao Yan, look at the enormous eagle beneath him. It must be a manifestation of the elemental forces of this world, yet it carries a hint of a true eagle's essence. That is why he dares to fly so recklessly above the Tianyan mountain range, the little medicinal sage remarked, her brows furrowing slightly as she pointed in the direction the figure had departed. That seems plausible. I noticed it too. It appears that the techniques possessed by cultivators from different worlds vary greatly. We have been confined to the small place of Qingyang Town, so we have not witnessed the true capabilities of the powerhouses of this world. Xiao Yan nodded, agreeing with the little medicinal sage's observation. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan did not dwell on these matters too heavily. The initial stages of cultivation in this world are divided into several major realms: body refinement, earth element, heaven element, elemental Dan, form creation, Qi creation, transformation, and nirvana, corresponding to the Douqi continent's ranks of Dou Qi, Dou Shi, Dou Master, Grand Dou Master, Dou Spirit, Dou Wang, Dou Huang, and Dou Zong. A cultivator at the Qi creation realm, or Do Wang level, would be exceedingly difficult to defeat without the cooperation of 3 or more individuals. With his possession of 3 distinct flames, he was indeed challenging to measure against ordinary standards. So confident are we, Xiao Yan. Should you be defeated by a prodigy of this world, the opportunity to reclaim your honor may prove elusive, and you might even succumb to inner demons. The little medicinal sage cautioned, observing Xiao Yan's self-assured demeanor. Senior sister, please refrain from discouraging me in such moments, Xiao Yan replied with a hint of exasperation, raising his hands in surrender. Let us proceed, the little medicinal sage said cheerfully as she led the way, occasionally teasing Xiao Yan, which resulted in their slow pace of progress. Upon their arrival at the ancient tomb, they found themselves just in time to witness the 4 great clans uniting to break the seal of the ancient tomb. In the sky above, 5 figures hovered, each standing upon different types of spiritual treasures, 3 men and 1 woman, among whom was the previously observed arrogant young Do Wang. Each of these 4 individuals possessed distinct characteristics, and based on intelligence gathered from Lin Xiao, Xiao Yan recognized 3 of them. The exceedingly arrogant young Do Wang was Lin Langtian of the Lin clan, who had once severely injured Lin Dong's father, Lin Xiao, during a past competition, bringing long-lasting humiliation to the Lin family and marking Lin Langtian as Lin Dong's greatest adversary. Opposite him, standing upon a long spear, was Wang Yin of the Wang clan, who was known to have a contentious relationship with Lin Langtian. The young man in a blue robe, standing atop a phoenix lawn bird, was named Qin Shi, a prodigy of the Qin clan, easily identifiable for his androgynous appearance. The remaining figure was likely a prodigy of the Huangpu family, but what surprised Xiao Yan was that this woman was not among those mentioned by Lin Xiao. Moreover, it was evident that this woman was at the realm of transformation. A Do Huang, clad in a light-colored simple dress, her figure was alluring, with eyebrows resembling emerald feathers and skin as fair as snow. Even with a thin veil obscuring her face, her pair of crystalline eyes rendered the surrounding world instantly dim. Xiao Yan thought that, although her visage was hidden, her aura alone made it difficult for any other woman to compare. I believe that the woman in the simple dress truly embodies the essence of a prodigy. The other 3 are, in comparison, rather lacking. To call them the 4 great prodigies is indeed a misnomer, Xiao Yan remarked, shaking his head and turning to the little medicinal sage. Indeed, the little medicinal sage replied, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the woman in the simple dress, her fists tightening slightly. In terms of aura, she felt overshadowed. As the offensive from the 4 approached, the sky above began to exhibit severe spatial distortions, followed by the sudden appearance of a somewhat shattered energy shield before the spectators, inscribed with numerous runes that suggested its extraordinary nature. Had it not been for the damage on this shield, even with the combined strength of the 4 prodigies, it would have taken considerable effort to breach it. With a thunderous crash, the protective barrier shattered instantaneously, yet before anyone could express their joy, a white phantom surged forth from the ancient tomb like a bolt of lightning. Kik, I have finally emerged. Yao Lao. Chapter 62, The Unsealed Yao Lao. Kik, I have finally emerged. With this resounding declaration, the crowd before the ancient tomb became tense, and the 4 prodigies swiftly retreated, panic evident in their eyes. The white phantom was a soul entity, appearing exceedingly ancient, with a head of white hair and countless illusory chains entwined around its form, giving it an eerie demeanor. At the moment this phantom appeared, Xiao Yan instantly recognized it. Wasn't this Yao Lao? Yao Lao? Master! Xiao Yan and the little medicinal sage exclaimed in unison, their eyes locking in a shared astonishment. Over the past year, after contacting the Soul Emperor, they had been attempting to reach Yao Chun, but regrettably, they had been unable to do so. The Soul Emperor believed that Yao Chun was trapped in some secret realm or space, assured that he was in no danger, which is why they had not rushed to search for him. However, they never anticipated that Yao Chun had been confined within an ancient tomb just hundreds of kilometers from their current location. Of course, Yao Chen's sudden appearance shocked not only Xiao Yan and the others, but also the indigenous powerhouses of this realm. What on earth is that? Wasn't that Nirvana-level powerhouse supposed to be dead? No, wait, that appears to be the spirit of a talisman master. What realm is this? The talisman master is merely at the beginning stage, and he may even be a member of the Talisman Sect. Does that not imply he is a formidable being of the Cycle Realm? With their cultivation in the Cycle Realm, Talisman Sect masters can easily annihilate even those in the Nirvana realm, including soul bodies. It is no wonder that the crowd is in such a state of panic. Senior, we were unaware that this is your cave dwelling. We deeply apologize for the disturbance, a sin deserving of death. Several guardians from the four great families hastily ascended into the air to confront Yao Chun. However, Yao Chun simply bypassed them, gazing instead at Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian standing at the back of the crowd, and then chuckled, This is not my cave dwelling at all. Rather, I should thank you for helping me break the seal." Without further ado, Yao Chun cast a wary glance at the woman in the plain dress, and with a surge of soul power, he vanished in an instant. As the soul body of Cycle Realm expert departed, chaos ensued among the remaining individuals, many of whom began to retreat. After all, who would dare enter an ancient tomb that might have once contained a Cycle Realm powerhouse? Yet, the members of the four great families had different thoughts. Wang Yin was the first to break through the air into the ancient tomb, followed by Lin Langtian and Qin Shi. The woman in the plain dress looked thoughtfully in the direction Yao Chen's soul had vanished. But she did not ponder for long before her azure lotus floated towards the ancient tomb, becoming the fourth to enter. With the four great prodigies leading the way, the remaining individuals gradually mustered their courage and entered the ancient tomb in batches. At this moment, a map appeared in Xiao Yan's mind, meticulously detailing all the passages and hidden doors within the ancient tomb, even indicating the locations of precious herbs and treasures. It was evident that this map had been left for him by Yao Chun. Although he was unsure why Yao Chun seemed somewhat apprehensive of the woman in the plain dress, leading him to not reveal himself, the map clearly indicated an intention for Xiao Yan to scour the valuable items within. Rare herbs, Yang Yuan Dan, spirit treasures, magical garments, and what is this? Xiao Yan noticed that a specific location on the map was marked with a heart symbol, the meaning of which was ambiguous. But the placement suggested it was in the main burial chamber, likely indicating some extraordinary item. It seems I should expand the storage space of the Black Ring for Yao Chun. It would be splendid if you could simply pack up the items for me. He mused, rubbing his temples and unable to suppress a sigh. What's wrong? Xiao Yixian queried, looking at him in confusion. Xiao Yan used his soul power to create a copy of the map sent by Yao Chun and transmitted it to Xiao Yixian, who was astonished. Yao Chen's soul must be residing within a spirit-concealing item, right? Those spirit-concealing items can store living beings, unless a Dou Saint intervenes to reconstruct the internal space. The available storage capacity is limited, Xiao Yixian explained. No wonder Yao Chen seldom possesses anything of value, Xiao Yan remarked irreverently. Before the ancient tomb, most individuals had already entered, leaving only a few hesitating at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian joined the throngs entering. The entrance to the ancient tomb was a stone door located at the peak of a mountain. Upon stepping through the stone door, several passages lay before them. As they entered, an overwhelming aura from a Nirvana realm expert, tinged with the passage of time, washed over them. Many of those who had just entered felt their bodies grow heavy, with some of the weaker ones even collapsing to their knees. Xiao Yan maintained a serene countenance, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that enveloped both himself and Xiao Yixian, shielding them from the oppressive force. Take the fifth passage on the left. We shall proceed straight to the end without concern for the others. After entering the ancient tomb, Xiao Yan no longer concealed his strength, and the two continued to hasten deeper into the tomb. Along the way, Xiao Yan observed numerous greedy individuals scavenging for burial goods in the stone houses flanking the passage. Yet he paid them no heed. Even as he passed a stone house filled with the rare pure Yuan Dan, he did not pause. This frenetic pace continued for a quarter of an hour, as Xiao Yan consistently compared the route on the map, adjusting his direction with Xiao Yixian. Eventually, what seemed like an endless passage began to widen, leading them out into an expansive hall. Thanks to the guidance of the map, their progress was remarkably swift, and only 3 individuals were present in the hall: Lin Langtian, Wang Yin, and Qin Shi. Above them, a severely damaged light barrier hovered. It was evident that Yao Chun had shattered it prior, yet due to the limitations of the spirit-concealing item S storage, they could only watch the treasures within without being able to take them. The items once protected by this light barrier were 6 spirit treasures, artifacts forged by the talisman masters of this world, each boasting formidable functions that dwarfed the weapons of the Doqi continent. A small flag, a knife, a sword, a spear, a flute, and a half-finished item whose nature was indiscernible. These 6 spirit treasures were also prominently marked on Yao Chun's map, clearly categorized as items that must be acquired. At this moment, Lin Langtian, Wang Yin, and Qin Shi conferred, deciding to directly divide the 6 spirit treasures among themselves. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yan retrieved the Xian Zhongqi from his storage ring, stepped forward, and unleashed a strike with the flame-splitting wave. These 6 spirit treasures shall all belong to me today. Chapter 63. The three great prodigies are not so impressive after all. Lin Langtian, Wang Yin, and Qin Shi had just been preparing to divide the 6 spirit treasures when a fierce attack abruptly interrupted their plans. The three dispersed to evade the strike. Turning to the entrance of the passage, where they beheld a man and a woman standing there, exuding an aura of the Qi creation realm. Upon seeing that their assailants were merely 2 individuals from the Qi creation realm, Wang Yin, one of the prodigies, could hardly endure such an insult. "You're looking for death." Wang Yin brandished a spear, launching himself furiously toward Xiao Yan. "How foolishly reckless. You nearly ruffle my hair." Qin Shi remarked disdainfully as he pulled out a mirror to tidy up the disheveled locks from earlier chaos. Lin Langtian dismissed Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixin entirely, believing that although Wang Yin was hot-headed and lacking in intellect, he was still formidable enough, with the enhancement of the spirit treasures. He could easily handle 2 mere Qi creation realm cultivators. His gaze shifted back to the 6 spirit treasures, ultimately fixating on the small flag. This was a formation flag. Though merely a low-tier spirit treasure, it possessed a strangely peculiar design, resembling a banner more than a flag. Under normal circumstances, such a low-tier treasure would not capture his attention. Yet in this moment, he felt an irresistible allure towards this formation flag, compelling him to reach out and touch it. Alas, fate had other plans. In mere moments, the previously charging Wang Yin was sent flying back at 3 times the speed at which he had advanced, slamming into the wall of the hall with a resounding crash, leaving a massive dent. Wang Yin, drenched in blood, was overtaken by profound fear, his body barely intact, with scarcely a whole bone remaining. Immediately, several ebony chains soared from the distance, plunging directly into Wang Yan's body, only to retract abruptly, extracting a soul entity that was indistinguishable from Wang Yan himself. Lin Langtian turned his gaze away with an air of indifference, while Qin Shi's countenance paled considerably. On the other side, after employing the soul lock to forcibly extract Wang Yan's soul, Xiao Yan gazed in astonishment at this life talisman. Was it a skill that fused the combat techniques of the Duki continent with the innate talisman of this world? Truly terrifying. Senior sister, why don't you go to the main tomb chamber and retrieve that crucial item that medicinal elder insists on taking? I will engage them here, Xiao Yan suggested, producing a jade box to seal Wang Yan's soul, which was writhing in agony. Very well. The little medicinal sage nodded, her expression chilling as she observed the scene. After determining a direction, she turned to leave, unimpeded by Lin Langtian and the others, who were fixated on Xiao Yan. Leave behind those 6 spiritual treasures, and I may spare you. A myriad of chains encircled Xiao Yan, creating an eerie spectacle. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's androgynous visage grew even paler. He had not anticipated such a formidable presence lurking in the shadows during the opening of the ancient tomb. He immediately cast a pleading glance towards Lin Langtian. Your martial arts are quite intriguing, reminiscent of a certain supernatural ability from the alien evil clans. Some talisman smiths within the Talisman Masters Guild have attempted similar feats. Yet it does not imply you can deceive me, Lin Langtian declared, a wave of his hand unleashing a torrent of immense elemental force that coalesced behind him into the form of a colossal eagle. Deceive? What have I deceived? Xiao Yan found Lin Langtian's words baffling. He had long held a fascination for the so-called alien evil beings that the populace spoke of, as the name alone suggested a presence of boss-level significance. Lin Langtian's eyes glinted with disdain as he pointed a finger at Xiao Yan. The massive crimson eagle behind him screeched before launching itself forward. Such bravado in your actions and speech. Let me see how much skill you truly possess. Xiao Yan scoffed coldly. Earth flame arise. Flame-splitting wave. A crescent-shaped shock wave of fighting spirit, mingled with blue-black otherworldly flames, collided with Lin Langtian's giant eagle, resulting in a terrifying explosion of power. Seeing this, Qin Shi hastily erected a barrier before him, but it shattered instantaneously. The fearsome shockwave, coupled with the otherworldly flames, sent him hurtling backward like a ragdoll, leaving him nearly bare of hair. Struggling to rise, Qin Shi stared at Xiao Yan in horror. He had assumed Lin Langtian, who had ascended to the vitality realm at a mere 20 years of age, was a prodigy. Yet this individual was even younger, possessing only the forming realm cultivation, and could contend evenly with Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian, too, abandoned his usual composure, gazing at the considerably younger Xiao Yan with a newfound seriousness. This was absurd. He had always been the one to challenge others beyond his rank. When had he ever been challenged by someone of a lower tier? This is impossible. Lin Langtian gritted his teeth. His invincible mentality, built over years, was on the verge of shattering. an uncomfortable sensation washing over him. Great Phoenix Seal. Lin Langtian initiated the strongest martial art of the Lin clan, his hand gestures weaving through intricate seals. The elemental forces within the tomb surged violently, coalescing above his head into a massive silver phoenix silhouette measuring several dozen feet in size. Regardless of your genius, do not harbor delusions of defeating me. Lin Longtian's expression darkened as he regarded Xiao Yan, who had far surpassed his expectations in both strength and talent. However, it was imperative to strike hard against such a genius, to eradicate him once and for all before he could grow. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's eyes flared with dark brilliance. Against Lin Longtian's full-on assault, he merely gripped the handle of the Xian heavy ruler tightly, seemingly preparing to withstand the blow. Fool! Lin Langtian sneered. As the great Phoenix Seal descended with a thunderous crash, intent on delivering a fatal strike to Xiao Yan. Boom! The entire hall began to crumble beneath the weight of this catastrophic attack, fissures rapidly spreading across the ground. Observing such destructive force, Qin Shi, who had taken refuge, trembled in fear. Too powerful, utterly overwhelming. How can someone among us be referred to as one of the four great prodigies? Yet Lin Langtian is clearly on an entirely different level from the rest of us. Qin Shi could only wish to inch closer to the hall, aware that even a fraction of the residual force from this attack could severely injure him, given his forming realm cultivation. Such a formidable attack should have obliterated him, right? Lin Langtian, who had forcibly unleashed the great Phoenix Seal, was now pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He was in a state of considerable weakness, but that was inconsequential. It was worth it as long as he could slay that prodigy. I must say, your temperament leaves much to be desired. An unfamiliar voice echoed from behind, causing Lin Langtian to widen his eyes in disbelief as he turned to confront a pair of eyes ablaze with dark flames. Chapter 64. The 10,000 Souls Banner of the Alien Evil. Several soul locks instantaneously pierced Lin Longtian's body, violently tearing his soul from his corporeal form. Xiao Yan observed Lin Longtian's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, the dark flames in his eyes gradually dissipating. This adversary of Lin Dong was indeed an exceptionally gifted prodigy. However, Lin Langtian possessed a glaring flaw. His nurturing environment had been far too smooth, and he encountered so-called geniuses among his peers either by annihilating them in an instant or easily defeating them. Thus, when he finally faced a true prodigy, the turmoil and fear within him became fertile soil for the 9 underworld phoenix flame, making it exceedingly easy to exploit. Who would recklessly unleash their full power at the onset, especially against an opponent who was still at full strength. A normal Do Wang could evade such an attack. Xiao Yan disdainfully collected Lin Longtian's soul. He then turned towards the location of the 6 spiritual treasures, preparing to inscribe spiritual imprints on each treasure following the methods of the world's talisman smiths before claiming them all. However, at that moment, he was drawn to one particular spiritual treasure, much like Lin Langtian had been. Could there truly exist a small space within this? Xiao Yan mused, lifting a rudimentary spiritual treasure that appeared as a dull, ordinary banner, yet contained a hidden small space. Could be a storage spiritual treasure? But that didn't quite fit. Who would craft a storage treasure in the form of banner? Typically, such items were rings or pouches. At the very least, they would be belts. How peculiar! Xiao Yan inspected it from left to right, attempting to discern its purpose, yet remained baffled by this rudimentary spiritual treasure. However, upon raising it, a sudden immense gravitational force emanated from the banner, aimed directly at Lin Longtian's nearby soul. The soul of Lin Langtian, previously ensnared by the soul locks, trembled. Had Xiao Yan not been binding him with the soul locks, he would have been absorbed into the banner already. In the next moment, Xiao Yan released the soul lock. Lin Longtian's soul was instantly consumed by the banner, and Xiao Yan distinctly sensed that as Lin Longtian's soul entered the banner, all his memories and consciousness were obliterated, transforming him into a dazed essence. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded into Xiao Yan's mind, even with his mid-level spiritual realm. It took him a while to comprehend before he regained his senses. The quality of the main soul used for refining souls in the Wanhun banner affects the quality of the Wanhun banner. The higher the quality, the more souls it can accommodate, and the stronger its combat power. Xiao Yan's eyes gradually went from shock to numbness. He looked at the Wanhun banner in his hand, which looked like a formation flag. He never expected that it would be a treasure left by evil spirits outside this world. So the demons outside this world are actually cultivators from other worlds? Although I don't know how this 10,000 soul banner was obtained by the tomb owner, If that's really the case, the world will have a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I have to leave soon. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to come into this world in the future. Xiao Yan murmured to himself. And suddenly his finger suddenly pointed to his side, causing the soul lock to quickly fly away. On the other side, Qin Shi, who was already scared to the point of liver and gallbladder rupture, was trembling and crawling on the ground, praying that Xiao Yan, who was watching the Lingbao over there, would not notice his movements. But his idea is clearly redundant. How can the soul power in the middle stage of the spiritual realm not be used for two purposes at once? The soul lock directly penetrated Qin Shi's body and extracted an incredibly dim soul. Don't. Qin Shi's soul still had the strength to struggle. And it seemed that he had also practiced as a talisman before, but his soul power was far inferior to Xiao Yan's. The soul of Qin Shi, along with the sealed soul of Wang Yan before, was also thrown into the 10,000 soul banner, seeing 3 souls floating in the small space. Xiao Yan roughly estimated that there could be about 7 souls in this 10,000 soul banner. That is to say, the lowest level 10,000 soul banner can only store 10 souls. If you wanted to accommodate more souls, you can only refine one main soul and gradually cultivate it. When the main soul strength increases in the future, it can accommodate more souls. Although it is of no help to me now, it is still a growth-type spiritual treasure worth cultivating. However, it is a bit difficult to determine the main soul candidate. After all, once the main soul of a 10,000 soul banner is determined, it cannot be changed anymore. Xiao Yan unconsciously turned his gaze to the soul of Lin Langtian in the space of the 10,000 soul banner, but then shook his head fiercely. Although the souls of the 4 great heavenly heroes of the Great Flame Dynasty were good, they were almost meaningless no matter what. After all, Lin Langtian's soul is only at the level of Do Wang. If he continues to cultivate it, it would already be a great achievement to reach the Do Sect. However, the significance of a soul at the Do Sect level is not significant. It cannot be said that this rare growth-type spiritual treasure can only be used for a period of time, right? So it's best for the main soul to be a genius with excellent talent, preferably a son of luck, who may be able to add some special functions to the Wanhun banner. In the future, when he faced the enemy, he would step on the Xuanzhong ruler, use the Wanhun banner in his left hand, use the Fury Lotus of the Buddha in his right hand, wrap himself in soul locks, and have the 9 Abyss Wind Flame and Yin Wind Gusts. It was obvious that he was a master from the Soul Hall. I'm afraid it's not impossible for the enemy to surrender when the time comes. Xiao Yan put away his wild imagination and the 10,000 soul banner from an evil demon outside the realm. He decided to discuss with the Soul Heavenly Emperor how to maximize the effectiveness of this spiritual treasure. Next, we're going to meet up with the little medical immortal. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the various passages leading to the main hall. At this moment, people had already begun to arrive at each entrance one by one, but due to the terrifying momentum of their confrontation, he dared not move forward. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, and a strange fire rushed out of his body, forming a wall of fire that covered the sky and sun. After concealing his whereabouts, he ran wildly towards the direction of the main tomb chamber. Stepping through a broken gate, what caught my eye was a mess, with many severed limbs of puppet guards remaining on the ground, looking like they were left behind by the little medical immortal's previous encounter. However, Xiao Yan keenly sensed a slight deviation. Little medical immortal's attack methods were mostly sword and poison, but some of the damage marks on the ground were completely different from Little Medical Immortal's attack methods, suggesting that other people had also entered. Is it the unknown female Tianjiao with the power to fight against the Emperor? Xiao Yan's face darkened, indicating that it was not just them, but another person who knew the situation here like the back of his hand. Suddenly, his speed increased more than twice, and he was able to directly activate the Dian Blessing to increase his speed. A light curtain appeared in front of him without any hesitation, and Xiao Yan stepped in with one step. In an instant, a terrifying clash wave came towards them. In mid-air, 2 women were fighting each other, and they were moving at lightning speed. After a fierce struggle, they quickly pulled apart. One of them was the woman in a plain dress that Xiao Yan couldn't recognize. She was standing on a green lotus, wearing a veil, with eyebrows as green as feathers and skin as white as snow. The aura around her was terrifying, completely different from a normal power of a fighting emperor. The other person had a slightly weaker aura, but behind her lay a pair of snow-white wings, her long white hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her figure was perfectly curved. At the same time, her slender waist like a weak willow could be easily grasped. The most important thing is that there is a hint of the charm of a little medical fairy between the eyebrows and eyes of the white-haired woman. But what about the little doctor fairy? Chapter 65. I love the beauty of adulthood. It's a very strange physique, capable of refining poison to increase one's cultivation level. It's truly terrifying. The woman in the plain dress covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, looking at the white-haired woman with an interested gaze. This gaze made the latter extremely uncomfortable, with a hint of instability in his aura, as if he had just broken through and his realm had not yet stabilized. Originally, I felt a bit regretful because you were one step ahead of me in merging the Nirvana heart, but now looking at your state, I feel fortunate instead. Is that man in white over there your companion? Then I won't disturb your good thing. A spring night snack is worth $1,000. The woman in plain dress led Qinglian towards the exit, and before leaving, she blinked at Xiao Yan who had just entered. On the other hand, the white-haired woman seemed to be unable to support her body anymore and fell from mid-air after the woman in the plain dress left. Damn it. The tomb owner didn't speak in her kind voice, but Xiao Yan still recognized it as her senior sister soul immortal. But at this moment, little medical fairy's condition was extremely abnormal. Her hair had changed from purple to white, and she was sitting on her knees weakly, trembling all over her body as if enduring something extremely painful. At this moment, Xiao Yixian also noticed Xiao Yan walking over, her cheeks instantly turning red, and she hurriedly stepped back with her hand on the ground. No, don't come over. The little doctor waved his hand in panic, but his eyes became increasingly blurred. Xiao Yan suddenly paused his figure and looked at the appearance of Xiao Yixian at this moment. Suddenly, he had some bad thoughts in his heart. Could it be Xiao Yan awkwardly turned his head and his gaze fell on the coffin wall of the main tomb chamber, where there seemed to be some small characters. His soul power immediately scanned away. Throughout my life, I have achieved nirvana through the power of yin and yang, consolidating what I have left behind. To achieve this, I need to reconcile yin and yang, and if yin and yang are harmonious, I will reap the fruit of burning my body. Based on his understanding of this passage, the tomb owner must have been a strong practitioner of the dual cultivation of yin and yang during his lifetime. After his death, he left behind a certain kind of inheritance here. When the little medical immortal and the unknown Tianjiao competed for this inheritance, he first refined it, but did not want to fall into the path of this powerful nirvana. At this moment, the delicate skin of the little healer, exposed to the air, had taken on a faint rosy hue. Within her, an intense struggle was waging against the inherited power, as if a flame were rising from the depths of her soul. Yet this flame was not searing, but rather imbued with an extreme chill and coldness. I need warmth, she murmured, her lips trembling pale. Extending her hands, the purple flames she had previously refined surged forth from her palms. However, these flames offered her not a shred of warmth. After a brief flicker, they dissipated into her hands. At this moment, the little healer found herself unable to channel the energy within her smoothly. Beneath her rosy skin lay a body that felt the biting cold to an agonizing degree. She craved heat. Thus, she cast a longing gaze toward the only male present, causing Xiao Yan's face to twitch slightly. He took a couple of steps back and pointed at the bronze door behind him, saying, "That's senior sister. Though the legacy left by that lecherous scoundrel causes you distress, the door remains ajar. It would not bode well if others were to stumble upon us in such a compromising situation." The little healer nodded in agreement and reached for her storage ring. Retrieving a compass, she then infused it with her spiritual power and handed it to Xiao Yan. Use this compass to seal off the various entrances within the hall. Although the array of the Soul Clan has diminished in power in this realm, or is entirely unusable, this array can still fend off attacks from those below the Dozone level, she stated coldly. Her gaze toward Xiao Yan was complex. Although the Soul Emperor had constantly encouraged her to interact more with this junior brother, the thought of surrendering her first experience so hastily to a man was difficult to accept. Surely, it should be in a more romantic setting, at least. As this thought crossed her mind, the little healer's anger flared, and she summoned a surge of fighting energy, hurling it toward the coffin of the tomb's master. With a resounding crash, the coffin shattered into pieces, and the corpse within was reduced to ashes. A Nirvana-level expert had been utterly obliterated by the little healer's wrath. Xiao Yan, with a wry smile, was about to comply with her request to seal off all entrances to the main tomb chamber when, upon witnessing the destruction of the tomb master, his gaze sharpened. The soul banner appeared in his hand, its aura wrapping around him, locking onto a foul presence amidst the rubble of the shattered coffin. Its aura was not particularly strong, yet it was indeed connected to the Nirvana-level expert. A figure emerged from the debris, ethereal in form but not quite a soul. It resembled a special item crafted from fragmented souls through some arcane method. This apparition appeared as a refined and amiable middle-aged man, adorned in a gray robe that billowed without wind, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Hee, what a fiery temper for such a young girl. I merely sought to aid your transition into adulthood. Why must you reduce my remains to ashes? The elegant man smiled gently, shaking his head at the trembling little healer. You are the master of this ancient tomb? Xiao Yan's expression changed upon hearing this. Fear not, young friend, I have long since passed. What stands before you is merely a fragment of my primordial spirit, though you have reduced my corpse to ashes. I hold no interest in harming you. The refined man chuckled lightly. Despicable scoundrel, a flower thief. The little healer desperately summoned her fighting energy, attempting to extinguish this primordial spirit. Do not move. The elegant man raised a hand, and with a flick, the chilling energy within the little healer erupted. An extreme coldness surged forth like a tide, instantly freezing her fighting energy and the purple flames alike. Matters of intimacy are part of the natural order. Where is the despicability? Where is the shame? If both parties are willing, is it not a joyous occasion? After subduing the little healer, he began to expound upon his grand philosophies, revealing that, despite being a mere primordial spirit, he still possessed the power to overwhelm them. However, Xiao Yan withdrew the soul banner, producing the Xian heavy ruler. His aura instantly retracted, resembling an arrow drawn taut, aimed at the refined man. Even if the union is consensual, the decision of where and when it occurs should rest with us, not you. Stepping forward, he unleashed the 3 different flames intertwined upon the Xian heavy ruler, charging towards the elegant man. With a cataclysmic force, the impact shook the very earth. Yet, the refined man remained unfazed, raising a hand as a barrier suddenly manifested before him. Meanwhile, he continued to speak, but I am one who delights in facilitating such unions. Xiao Yan's strike crashed against the barrier, producing a violent explosion, yet the barrier remained unscathed, while the refined man was sent reeling backwards. From the perspective of someone in the shaping realm, your strength is commendable. However, we are separated by 3 major realms, even with your exceptional talent. You cannot bridge this chasm. The elegant man waved away the barrier, then pointed again, sending forth a red light that pierced into Xiao Yan's body. As Xiao Yan struggled to regain his footing, the moment the red light entered him, he felt a surge of sinister fire rising from his lower abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. With a loud thud, the Xian heavy ruler fell to the ground as he desperately fought to suppress this malevolent flame. Yet before he could manage it, the little healer's previously exposed skin became increasingly flushed, her once dreamy gaze now clouded by a pink mist, her body overwhelmed by the frigid energy that craved a warm embrace. The pure yang energy emanating from Xiao Yan now appeared to her as an inviting furnace, and slowly, she began to inch closer to him, her garments nearly slipping away in the process, revealing even more of her alabaster skin. All things have their cause and effect. Had you not merged with my nirvana heart and destroyed my coffin, I would not have manifested. However, now that I have appeared, we must adhere to my rules. The refined man laughed heartily, his hands forming seals. All the entrances and exits of the grand hall were sealed by rising boulders inscribed with intricate runes, impervious to brute force. The refined man flicked his sleeve, turned his back, and discreetly gave Xiao Yan a thumbs up before gradually dissipating into the air. Having engaged in such a tumultuous sequence of events, this nirvana-level expert's so-called primordial spirit could no longer maintain its existence. Just as Xiao Yan stood speechless, gazing at the direction in which the refined man had vanished, a pair of delicate arms suddenly encircled his neck. The little healer's ethereal form nestled into his embrace, her fragrant essence wafting toward him. In an instant, Xiao Yan's rationality was nearly swept away. Xiao Yan, you will take responsibility, won't you? She inquired, her flushed face drawing nearer, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears amidst the pink mist. Without thinking, one of Xiao Yan's hands encircled her slender waist while the other cradled her head. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. In the grand hall, the atmosphere thickened with a spring-like fervor as their figures entwined closely. In that moment, the principles of yin and yang manifested vividly in the mortal realm. After 2 hours of fervent commotion, the hall finally fell silent, and the two succumbed to a deep slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy awakened, their prior fervor replaced by an awkward reticence. After donning their garments, they found themselves hesitant to meet each other's gaze. Xian'e? After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan tentatively called out. In response, he was met with a glare from the little medical fairy. No, that is not right. It should be senior sister. Let us stick with Xian'e. The little medical fairy's cheeks flushed once more as she added. I suppose I can permit you to call me that. It's not too much to ask. Chapter 66, The Arrival of Soul Destroyer. After considerable effort, Xiao Yan managed to locate a mechanism amid the rubble. and after turning it a few times, the restrictions within the grand hall gradually dissipated. The practitioners who had ventured into the ancient tomb had long since departed, leaving the vast structure thoroughly plundered, with even the puppet fragments before the bronze door meticulously cleaned. As if locusts had swept through, Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy retraced their steps, encountering countless corpses and numerous lingering souls along the way. After some contemplation, he brandished the soul-gathering banner towards the sky. A multitude of bewildered souls surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling the banner. He selectively absorbed for seemingly intact souls, while the remainder were sent back to the realm of existence. The little medical fairy regarded this peculiar spiritual treasure with astonishment, her delicate brows furrowing as if contemplating something. However, before she could voice her thoughts, the communication array in her storage ring suddenly trembled violently. Taking it out, a voice echoed from afar. "Return to Qingyang Town." The terse yet commanding 4 words left Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy momentarily stunned, for the voice belonged neither to the Soul Emperor nor to Yao Chun, but to the master of the Soul Palace, Soul Destroyer. Could it be that they were allowed to return? Upon exiting the ancient tomb, Xiao Yan promptly retrieved the heavy Xian pen and, using his mental energy to manipulate it, leaped onto it alongside the little medical fairy. The wind howled as the heavy Xian pen propelled them towards the heavens like a shooting star. The little medical fairy condensed her fighting spirit into a gigantic eagle that enveloped them, ensuring they encountered no attacks from magical beasts along the way. The journey of 100 miles vanished in the blink of an eye. As Xiao Yan gazed down upon Qingyang Town, he noted numerous changes from its former self. Foremost among them was the palpable aura of blood and the vengeful spirits that swirled above the town. As they navigated through the vengeful spirits, they landed steadily on the ground. In an instant, they found themselves surrounded by numerous members of the Lin family, brandishing swords and knives, their bodies smeared with blood, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. However, the leader of the Lin family soon came to his senses, loudly commanding his kin to lower their weapons, before rushing to Xiao Yan to apologize. This man was Lin Xiao, the father of Lin Dong and the current head of the Lin family in Qingyang Town. "Guardian Yan, my sincerest apologies. We were merely acting upon the orders of the palace master. We must continue to eradicate the remnants of other families. And the palace master has instructed us to inform you that he awaits you in our discussion hall." Lin Xiao clasped his fists, his gaze toward Xiao Yan filled with gratitude and respect. Xiao Yan nodded, realizing that the Lin family's actions were indeed commanded by Soul Destroyer, aimed at eliminating other factions in Qingyang Town to establish the Lin family as the sole authority under the Soul Palace. "Truly, the palace master is more ruthless than I anticipated," Xiao Yan mused, shaking his head. In the discussion hall of the Lin family, Xiao Yan once again encountered his nominal superior, the master of the Soul Palace, Soul Destroyer, who sat in a black robe upon the main seat, with Yao Chun's soul floating behind him. "It seems you two have engaged in some noteworthy endeavors," Soul Destroyer remarked, his signature laughter filling the air as he squinted at them. Yao Chun wore a cunning grin, winking at Xiao Yan. In that instant, Xiao Yan comprehended why Yao Chun had hastily departed after breaking the seal of the ancient tomb, leaving the map devoid of any indications of what lay within the main burial chamber. He was not wary of that female prodigy. This was a trap, a bloody trap. Truly disrespectful, Xiao Yan silently chastised. "Little Yan, if you manage to win over this soul fairy, we shall have a stronghold in the Soul Clan," Yao Chun lamented, unable to contain his admiration for Xiao Yan. Among those present, only the little medical fairy blushed, casting a glance at the 2 old men teasing her before hastily retreating, not forgetting to pinch Xiao Yan's waist as she left. Gritting his teeth to suppress the pain, Xiao Yan managed a smile. "All right, enough jesting. Let us discuss serious matters." Soul Destroyer's countenance shifted, adopting a frigid demeanor. "To speak frankly, I am quite disappointed in you. A year has passed, and not only have you failed to cultivate sufficient allies within the Lin family, but you have also not eliminated a single opposing force. How can you call yourself a member of the Soul Palace?" Soul Destroyer's reproach rendered Xiao Yan speechless. He wished to offer an explanation, yet the facts were indisputable. Reflecting on the past year, it indeed seemed that he had been overly preoccupied with stability. Even after garnering the attention of some of the world's major powers, he should have sought to unify Qingyang Town after the tempest had settled. To say the least, within a year, he ought to have taken full control of the Lin family and developed various levels of subordinates. Yet, in truth, he had accomplished none of this. At this point, even Yao Chun could not bear to remain silent, interjecting, "Little Yan has only recently begun his cultivation and has been laying the groundwork. He simply hasn't learned these things yet. When I was his age, I had already blood sacrificed a third-rate sect. Soul Destroyer shook his head, lamenting that the newcomers to the Soul Palace were indeed growing weaker with each generation. Upon our return, I shall assign you the third-rate sect, known as Yunlan Sect, to manage, as a form of training. As Xiao Yan quietly exited the discussion hall, nearly rendered speechless by the chastisement, he looked up at the sky, his mind plagued with doubts about his own shortcomings. At that moment, Yao Chun followed him out. He reached out and ruffled Xiao Yan's hair. Little Yin, don't let Soul Destroyer's words weigh heavily on your heart. He is merely vexed by the thought of you eventually taking command of the Soul Palace, and thus he seeks to make things difficult for you. Though the ancient families possess the bloodline of the Do Emperor, they too must train like ordinary people until they awaken. He likely hadn't even reached Do Ling before he turned 20. Yao Chun shrugged. So he hasn't blood sacrificed a sect either? Xiao Yan asked, surprised. Oh well, that might actually be the case. Yao Chun's soul flickered, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Never mind that. Master, when will he arrive? Within 3 days. Then let us take this time to assist in your resurrection. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun's soul trembled again, and, as the two locked eyes, Xiao Yan sensed the excitement emanating from Yao Chun. Excellent. Let us prepare. The resurrection site shall be chosen in the back mountains of the Lin family. Agreed. Xiao Yanzi. I really didn't read you wrong. The voice of Yao Lao choked up as he spoke. Chapter 67. Return to Duki Continent. 3 days later, with a loud shout from Xiao Yan, the Do Sheng corpse in front of him, which had been tempered by 3 different types of fire for 3 days and 3 nights, finally began to undergo a major transformation. At this moment, it is completely blue and black, and has been trained to the best moment of fusion. Yao Lao didn't waste his words. With his sharp eyes, he naturally knew when was the best time. He took out a freshly refined bone hemolysis pill from the jade bottle, swallowed it into his soul, turned it into a light and shadow, and rushed into the corpse. Boom! A strong horizontal energy spreads out from the center of the corpse, forming a circular shockwave. At the same time, the corpse trembled violently, and the flesh and blood on its already unrecognizable face wriggled together, forming a face that was 7/10 similar to Yao Lao's. Then, the 2 newly born eyeballs in the originally hollow eye socket spun around a few times before finally coming to a stop. Medicine is old. Looking at Yao Lao, who had already begun to merge with the corpse, Xiao Yan's heart was also a bit nervous. He immediately pinched him and made the gentlest Hai Xin Yan even more vigorous, fully helping Yao Lao to merge his body. This burning lasted for 10 hours, and even when the Soul Heavenly Emperor arrived behind Xiao Yan, he did not notice it. The Soul Heavenly Emperor looked at the scene in front of him thoughtfully, then turned his head and went to find Lin Dong, the son of destiny in this world. 3 minutes later, Lin Dong looked at the Soul Heavenly Emperor in white clothes in front of him and quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Do you crave power? Do you yearn for talents beyond ordinary people? Young man, the gentle voice of the Soul Heavenly Emperor had an extremely powerful allure in Lin Dong's ears. Lin Dong's face changed 3 times. He didn't even know that Lin Langtian was already standing on Xiao Yan's 10,000 soul banner. He gritted his teeth and decided to walk down the path of the Soul Hall until it was dark. I appreciate you very much, and you deserve real help as well. The palm of the Soul Heavenly Emperor caressed Shanglin Dong's head, and a massive amount of pure fighting energy rushed into his body, washing away every impurity in his body and widening every meridian. The excruciating pain almost made Lin Dong faint, but at this moment, the faces of his sister Qingtan and parents kept flashing in front of him, which gave him great strength and courage. The washing and marrow cutting did not last long, and after half an hour, it had already ended. The Soul Emperor drifted away. Lin Dong lay on the ground, feeling his body turning upside down. He couldn't help but turn over and laugh loudly at the sky, saying, Jia, I, Lin Dong, must become the strongest in this world. Everything is done, and Yao Chen has completed the initial fusion of his new body. Although he can barely move, it will take a long time for complete fusion. Soul Annihilation helped Xiao Yan establish a branch of the Soul Hall in Qingyang Town, appointing Lin Dong and Lin Dong's father Lin Xiao as the left and right guardians of the Soul Hall branch. They also passed on a large number of Soul Hall secrets to the Lin family and trimmed a large space teleportation array underground, so that even in Duki Continent, they could find the coordinates of this world in the future. Xiao Yixian has received the inheritance of the ancient tomb mansion and is currently rapidly improving in strength. However, his strength is facing a fatal problem, which is the unstable foundation. Xiao Yan obtained a destiny rune, possessed another means of confronting enemies, and also obtained a 10,000 soul banner that could grow. He only needed one main soul to start cultivating it, and his strength was promoted to 2-star fighting spirit. His problem, like that of a small medical immortal, is that his rapid growth has made his foundation very unstable. The acquisition of fallen heart inflammation is an urgent matter that must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. As for the harvest of the soul Heavenly Emperor, no one knows. In the sky above Qingyang town, space was torn apart, and a spaceship several times larger than the previous one emerged from the crack. But just this bow left a huge shadow on the ground, completely obscuring Qingyang town. The soul Heavenly Emperor used his fighting spirit to drag a few people onto the board of the spaceship, and the spaceship began to slowly retreat back into the void. After that, the space crack that divided the sky into 2 parts also began to slowly heal. It was the void where he couldn't see his fingers. Xiao Yan looked around and felt a sense of loneliness. Only the spaceship he was stepping on could give him a sense of down-to-earth security. After the operation of soul extinction, the spacecraft turned its direction and aimed at a direction that had already been anchored, then fully activated the formation on the spacecraft. The speed of the spacecraft is getting faster and faster, and soon it turns into a beam of light and runs at high speed in the void. Gamma Empire. On the Yunlan Sect. This day is bound to be a highly anticipated one, all because of a bet that shocked the Gamma Empire. A 3-year agreement. Nailin Yinran stood in front of the gate of Yunlan Sect in a pink dress, holding a thin sword in her hand and scanning around with sharp eyes. If someone observes up close, they will find that her expression at this moment is very ugly, because she felt she had been tricked. Xiao Yan, who had promised to make a 3-year appointment 3 years ago, did not come on this day when he should have kept it. How dare not come? Cowardly. You're just a big talker. You actually moved away, and 3 years ago, you were completely playing with me? Nailin Yinran's body began to tremble, and now she finds it funny to think of Xiao Yan's heroic aspirations back then. 30 years to the east of the river. 30 years to the west of the river. Do not deceive young people into poverty. This contract is not a contract to dissolve the marriage, but a letter of leave from my young master to expel you from the Xiao family. From now on, you, Nailin Yinran, have no further connection with my Xiao family. Xiao Yan came to her with the pain of his long sword piercing through his body, gritting his teeth and making a bold and ambitious declaration, still in front of Nailin Yinran's eyes. But how could he not only him, but also the people around him began to discuss it one after another? That Xiao Yan actually didn't come. Seriously? Didn't I hear that he regained his talent after the young patriarch's divorce? Why don't you dare to come yet? Restoring talent is just a matter of innate ability. Who knows what level he can reach in 3 years? The young master is already at the level of a great fighter, and even among his peers in the entire Northwest continent, it is a rare existence. Yeah, Xiao Yan? In 3 years, I think it would be great if he could be promoted to Doja. Doja can have a fight with a great Dosher. Yes. Probably because I thought I couldn't beat him, so I decided not to come. Shame on me. If I were him, this matter would probably become a lifelong obsession. Yinyan also walked up to Nailin Yinran and advised her beloved disciple. All right, Yinran, that Xiao Yan is probably afraid of embarrassing himself and dare not come. We don't need to wait here either. No, I have to wait. Nailin Yinran's tone was very resolute. A person who can say that kind of thing will never break their promise. Chapter 68. 3-year agreement. That Xiao Yan is probably afraid to come. Gu Hepin sat on the ground, gently shaking his head. In front of him was a pill stove, in which a pill was faintly visible in the flames. Danwang Guha, a 6th-grade alchemist, a strong fighter king, a guest of Yunlan Sect, and the first alchemist of Gamma Empire. Let Yinran return. This batch of elixirs is on the verge of completion. Once refined, she shall have the opportunity to showcase the might of our Yunlan Sect's younger generation at the borders. Ancient he instructed the attendant by his side, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the alchemical furnace. However, the attendant hesitated, caught between words. What is it? Ancient he furrowed his brows, casting a puzzled glance at the attendant. The young sect master declared that if Xiao Yan fails to honor the 3-year pact, he would seek him out and render him into a cripple. The attendant spoke, cautiously raising his eyes to meet Ancient He's, noticing the growing discontent etched upon his face, prompting him to hasten his words. Of course, the young sect master must have been speaking in anger. Yet, that Xiao Yan, if he dare not come, he could at least send word, and not keep the young sect master waiting in vain. Preposterous! Ancient he exclaimed in fury, rising to his feet and striking the alchemical furnace with a resounding clap, releasing a fragrant aroma of elixir as a 3-patterned pill landed squarely in his palm. After securing it in a jade box, a pair of Do-Chi wings unfurled from his back, and as he took flight, the gust of wind knocked the attendant to the ground. The Pill King, Ancient He, raced through the air above the floating island, soon spotting a pink figure stationed at the mountain gate. Upon landing, he strode forward swiftly, ignoring the hurried bows of the gate disciples who were left in his wake. How long do you intend to act recklessly? Ancient, he reprimanded as he confronted her. Showing no regard for Naylan Yinran's dignity as the young sect master of Yunlan Sect, drawing the attention of onlookers nearby. Master Gu, Naylan Yinran, turned to face Ancient He. Her delicate features set with stubborn resolve. She was acutely aware of the purpose of his visit. The 3-pattern Qingling pill, he continued, although merely a 4th-tier elixir. The highest grade of the 3-pattern Qingling pill possessed the potential to rival 6th-tier elixirs, serving solely to aid Doshi in advancing to the Doshi or significantly enhancing the power of the Doshi. Logically, this 3-pattern Qingling pill should have been one of Pill King Ancient He's exclusive techniques. However, the reality was otherwise. To concoct such an elixir of the utmost quality, one required 3 distinct flames. It is known that for an ordinary alchemist to acquire even one type of beast flame or exotic fire is a formidable challenge, let alone 3. To this end, Yunlan Sect's leader, Yun tirelessly traversed the Gamma Empire, seeking to gather the 3 beast flames for Ancient He, in order to forge the 3-pattern Qingling pill for Naylan Yinran. This endeavor had even left her severely injured at the hands of the 6th-tier magical beast, the Amethyst Wing Lion King. Reluctantly, they were forced to lower their heads and negotiate with the Gamma royal family for the beast flames, paying a steep price to barely assemble the 3 types of fire necessary for Naylan Yinran's elixir. With Yunyun's injury, the Gamma Empire found itself increasingly disadvantaged in its struggle against several other empires for the exotic flames along the borders. It was only a week ago that Yun emerged from her long seclusion, and the Gamma Empire promptly demanded that Yunlan Sect fulfill their agreement regarding the exchange of exotic flames, insisting that Yun lead Yunlan Sect into battle. But what was Naylan Yinran doing now? Neglecting her master's painstaking efforts, she obsessively sought to fulfill a 3-year pact with a worthless individual whose whereabouts were unknown. Truly a foolish endeavor. That Xiao Yan is but a waste, hiding away who knows where. You must hasten the refining of the 3-pattern Qingling pill and then accompany the sect master and me to the borders. In this upcoming alliance, you must overpower the prominent young talents of various sects to secure our position in obtaining the exotic flames. Ancient, he declared, unwilling to waste further words, tossing the jade box toward Naylan Yinran before coldly snorting. Catching the jade box, Naylan Yinran understood that it contained the 3-pattern Qingling pill. With it, and her innate talent and accumulated experience, she could ascend to a 9-star to Doshi in no time. Yet, would Xiao Yan truly not come? Naylan Yinran clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling with agitation, evidently infuriated by Xiao Yan's actions. Imposter. She finally admitted her complete disappointment in Xiao Yan. The notions of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and do not underestimate the youth and poverty, were merely the delusions of a young man unwilling to succumb to humiliation. The real Xiao Yan had long since perished beneath her sword that fateful day, succumbing to an infection from his wounds. Naylan Yinran pocketed the 3-pattern Qingling pill and turned to walk toward the mountain gate. The young sect master has finally let go of her obsession. This is splendid. Indeed, once the young sect master refines the 3-pattern Qingling pill, she will undoubtedly seize the title of the foremost youth at this alliance, securing the Qinglian Earthfire for our Gamma Empire. It is a certainty. As she listened to the murmurs of those around her, Naylan Yinran's heart grew increasingly frigid. She knew she could no longer indulge in her whims. The 3-year pact was nothing but a farce. Suddenly, Naylan Yinran heard a faint sound of something slicing through the air behind her. Puzzled, she turned to gaze toward the distant horizon. There, a black streak of light was hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. The sound of its approach grew louder and more intense until the black streak reached the skies above Yunlan Sect, reaching a crescendo. The disciples of Yunlan Sect stared upward in shock, their gazes riveted upon the black streak. What is that? Pill King Ancient, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the black streak, far exceeding his own. In an instant, the protective array of the Yunlan Sect activated in response, but it merely delayed the inevitable for a moment. The black streak pierced through the shield and plunged deep into the heart of Yunlan Sect. Boom! The sound of impact resonated alongside the alarm bells of Yunlan Sect, as countless disciples armed themselves and converged upon the plaza. The expansive plaza bore cracks resembling a spider's web, and at its center stood a young man clad in white. His features were handsome, yet his expression was devoid of emotion, wielding an enormous weapon resembling a ruler. For a moment, none dared to take the initiative and strike first. Several elders of Yunlan Sect assessed the aura surrounding the young man, exchanging glances, each hesitant to act. But the youth moved, his previously indifferent demeanor shifting to one of extreme arrogance. He raised his bizarrely large weapon and bellowed at the gathered crowd. Kakik, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Yunlan Yan, I, Xiao Yan, have come to honor the 3-year pact. Step forth. The resounding declaration echoed throughout the skies above Yunlan Sect, causing the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. What? He is Xiao Yan. The overwhelming presence emanating from him was that of a Do Wang. No, approaching the level of Do Huang. He was at the pinnacle of Do Wang. How terrifying. Wasn't Xiao Yan supposed to be a waste and never show up? Am I dreaming? In just 3 years, he has advanced from the 3rd stage of Do Qi to Do Wang. Such fearsome prowess. The surrounding disciples of Yunlan Sect began to murmur among themselves, their eyes wide with disbelief. Regarding Xiao Yan, most of them only knew hearsay, labeling him as a waste, yet they were utterly astounded by his remarkable strength. How could he be deemed a waste? He was clearly a prodigy. As for the elders, their shock was palpable. Their understanding of the intricacies of the 3-year agreement far surpassed that of the ordinary disciples. Indeed, at the time of the agreement, Xiao Yan was merely at the 3rd stage of Do Qi, a fact beyond dispute. However, the level of his cultivation 3 years later was astonishing. Instantly, 2 seasoned elders retreated slowly behind the crowd, opting for self-preservation. Yet, one individual was an exception. This person advanced rather than retreated, calling out loudly, "Brothers and sisters, and esteemed disciples, let us swiftly form the cloud smoke covering sun array and eliminate this scoundrel." The speaker was Yunling, one of the elders of the Yunlan Sect, possessing the strength of a Do Wang. He had previously accompanied Yunlan Yan to the Xiao family to annul the engagement, and Xiao Yan recognized him immediately. With a sudden stomp on the ground, he launched himself at Yunling like a cannonball. In an instant, he delivered a fierce kick. With a sickening thud, Yunling spat blood, flying backwards. Had it not been for a quick-witted elder intervening, he would have met his demise from that single blow. Form the array. Another elder shouted, observing Yunling, who was gasping for breath on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Upon hearing the elder's command, many disciples of the Yunlan Sect exhibited hesitation. Yet faced with a formidable enemy, they dared not disobey. They summoned strands of white energy that spiraled towards the sky. Wait! Yunlan Yan rushed onto the scene, breathless and clearly having exerted herself to reach the Sect's plaza near the peak in such a short time. Given her status as a great Do Master, she bent over, panting, her incredulous gaze fixed on Xiao Yan at the center of the plaza, her thoughts swirling tumultuously like a tempest-tossed sea. In just 3 years, what had he endured? Xiao Yan cast a fleeting glance at the hurriedly arriving Yunlan Yan, and, upon realizing her strength was merely that of a 5-star great Do Master, chose silence, turning instead to gaze at the heavens. Yunlan Yan's command did not halt the assembly of the cloud smoke covering sun array. In fact, it was beyond stopping, a significant drawback of such a powerful protective formation. The cloud sea swirling above suddenly oscillated violently, compressing and merging until it formed a white energy spiral ball nearly a yard in diameter at its center. Now, the white energy spiral shot towards Xiao Yan at an alarming speed. With a smile gracing his lips, Xiao Yan raised his right hand, unleashing a blue-black fire lotus towards the spiraling orb. Boom! Chapter 69. The cloud smoke covering sun array is invincible. Flames engulfed the sky. The massive shockwave caused all present from the Yunlan Sect to pale in shock, while several elders managed to withstand the onslaught. Some weaker disciples coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, their fates uncertain. The technique employed, a combination of 2 distinct flames. The Pil Kingu, he struggled to maintain his position in midair, gazing towards the eye of the explosion. There, azure and pitch-black flames raged with ferocity. At the heart of the conflagration stood Xiao Yan, his white garments unblemished, a radiant token at his waist emanating a soft glow. Was this truly the means of the Yunlan Sect? Xiao Yan's voice resounded above the Yunlan Sect. Such words were akin to trampling upon the very face of the sect. Yet, the response was sparse. How could this be? Many disciples were gripped by fear. The cloud smoke covering sun array, as the sect's protective formation, was undeniably formidable. At this moment, it was activated by 6 Do Wang experts in conjunction with numerous disciples, making it a challenge even for an ordinary Do Huang to withstand. How could Xiao Yan possibly shatter it with a single blow, if not witness firsthand? No one would dare to believe such a feat. Xiao Yan stepped forward, causing the disciples to instinctively step back, creating a comically absurd scene. Just then, the previously incapacitated Yunling, having consumed a healing pill, miraculously stood with the support of his disciples. Disciples, let us reform the cloud smoke covering sun array. Despite the blood still staining his lips, Yunling shouted, his fervent expression suggesting that another formation would surely lead to Xiao Yan's demise. In his mind, the cloud smoke covering sun array was invincible. Enough! Nalan Yinran's reprimanding voice rang out from behind the crowd, prompting the disciples to scatter, clearing a path as she stepped forward. Isn't this enough humiliation? The 3-year agreement concerns Xiao Yan and me. I ask that you withdraw. A slender sword glimmered with a cold light as Nalan Yinran approached Xiao Yan, her eyes, filled with disbelief, locked onto him. 3 years, only 3 years. How had he ascended from the 3rd stage of Do Qi to stand now, rivaling Do Huang? Secret technique? Bloodlines? Or perhaps a unique constitution? Such absurdities would be dismissed even by the storytellers beneath the bridge. Initially, she had presumed Xiao Yan would breach their agreement, and she had voiced some terrifying declarations as a result. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Yan arrive at the Yunlan Sect with his Do Qi wings, she realized her grave misjudgment. How could a 5-star great Do master contend against a being resembling a Do Huang? Who could teach her how to face this? Meanwhile, Xiao Yan scrutinized Nalan Yinran. This being the 2nd time he observed his former fiancée at such close range. The first had been on the day she called off their engagement, the pivotal moment in his life, a day of humiliation. But today was different. Xiao Yan's aura erupted fully. With the heart of the sea flame, the 9 nether wind flame, and the black flame swirling around him, the terrifying heat distorting the very air. Nalan Yinran, I ask you, have you ever regretted your decision? Nalan Yinran found herself nearly breathless beneath the weight of his presence, her long legs trembling slightly as she exerted every ounce of strength to resist kneeling under Xiao Yan's oppressive force. His inquiry reverberated within her, akin to thunder striking her very soul, relentlessly interrogating the question that had lingered in her heart for 3 years. Did she regret the annulment? Over the past 3 years, countless tales of Xiao Yan had reached her ears. For instance, after the 3-year agreement was set, he had not left his home for an entire year, or that he had regained his strength, shattering the strongest of the younger generation of the Xiao family in the adult ceremony. For instance, Xiao Yan has ventured into the magical Beast Mountain range, entangled with a violet-haired beauty, and has even slain her distant cousin. All news regarding him abruptly ceased upon his entrance into the mountain range. She had conjectured numerous times about the possible outcomes of their 3-year agreement, doubting whether her initial decision to break off the engagement was too extreme and contemplating whether, upon defeating Xiao Yan, she should offer an apology. Yet, when faced with Xiao Yan's overwhelming strength, clarity surged within her heart. No, I will not. Form the cloud, smoke, sun, covering formation. Yunlong bellowed at the surrounding elders and disciples. Beside him, witnessing Xiao Yan effortlessly overpowering Nalan Yinran, he was left utterly speechless. He simply could not comprehend how the waste who had been unable to utter a word under his pressure 3 years prior could now assault the gates of the Yunlan Sect. This was unacceptable. The annulment of the engagement, which he had orchestrated, was due to the fact that Nalan Yinran had grown up under his watch. How could he endure the thought of her marrying a worthless individual? Indeed, he was baffled as to how Xiao Yan had, in just 3 years, ascended to such terrifying heights of power that he dared to confront the Yunlan Sect to fulfill their 3-year pact. Nevertheless, this did not grant him the right to threaten Nalan Yinran or trample upon the dignity of the Yunlan Sect. The cloud smoke sun covering formation is invincible. Form the formation. No. Nalan Yinran's incomplete words were swallowed as she anxiously glanced at Yunlong, hoping to halt the formation. It was over. Xiao Yan's gaze was cold as he regarded Yunlong, who was hastily forming hand seals like a ninja from a village, with his left hand extended. The Buddhist Fury Fire Lotus, composed of the Sea Heart Flame and the 9 Nether Wind Flame, rapidly took shape, its petals brimming with formidable power. He planted the Xianzhong stick into the ground and touched the jade pendant at his waist. This was a parting gift from the little medicinal sage upon their return to the Do Qi continent, said to be an unparalleled defensive treasure, impervious to anything below the Dosheng level. It was not some token of affection. It was merely a precaution to ensure he wouldn't be struck down in a single blow. Let there be no misunderstanding. The blushing visage of the little medicinal sage lingered in his mind. In any case, should another attack come, Xiao Yan would remain unscathed. But Nalan Yinran before him was far less certain. Could a great dome master withstand the Buddhist fury fire lotus or any aspect of the cloud smoke sun covering formation? The answer was painfully evident. Yunlan soon grasped this reality. He ceased his hand movements, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Above the heads of the Yunlan Sect disciples, the churning sea of clouds writhed, failing to coalesce into the white energy spiral due to the absence of the primary controller. Just as both sides reached an impasse, a powerful Do Huang aura surged from deep within the Yunlan Sect, piercing the heavens. Chapter 70. Be their slave or servant at your disposal. Absurd. From the depths of the Yunlan Sect, a figure shot into the sky, resembling a streak of azure light as it raced toward them. In an instant, she arrived above the sea of clouds. With a mere gesture, the tumultuous clouds rapidly compressed into a small orb that she cradled in her palm, sealing it away. Clad in a simple gown that accentuated her voluptuous form, her hair styled into an elegant phoenix headdress, her serene and enchanting visage belonged to Yun, who once shared a bond with Xiao Yan. She descended gracefully, shielding Xiao Yan behind her. It was only then that the Pill King Gu he descended from the sky, forcibly taking Xiao Yan away. Xiao Yan regarded the voluptuous and noble woman before him with apparent indifference, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Yet, Yun was evidently not as composed as Xiao Yan. Gazing upon his familiar face stirred a myriad of emotions within her. Was this not the mysterious Do Huang who had rescued her in the magical Beast Mountain range over a year ago? Although he had not treated her with kindness, his visage had persistently haunted her dreams, refusing to fade away. She never anticipated that he would end up as her disciple's fiancé. She was well aware of the 3-year agreement and had previously confined Yan because of it. To her, this was nothing short of farce. However, it appeared that this farce had spiraled beyond control. Is it you? Yun was the first to speak, her initially calm gaze now filled with anticipation. Who are you? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. His response elicited a quiet laugh from Yun. At that moment, she beheld Xiao Yan in his white robes, with sharp brows and starry eyes, his limbs long and his expression imbued with a mixture of aloofness and disdain. She recalled his words, stating that once they left the magical Beast Mountain range, they would become strangers. If that was the case, Yun's gaze transformed into one of tranquility. After all, she was the leader of a sect. This farce should be brought to an end by her. Yan is clearly no match for you. Allow me, as her master, to fulfill the 3-year agreement on her behalf. Regardless of victory or defeat, Yan will receive that letter of divorce, Yun declared solemnly. On what grounds? Xiao Yan chuckled at her words. The original terms of the 3-year agreement stipulated that if Yan triumphed, he would publicly annul the engagement. However, if you were to win, Xiao Yan paused, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Yan shall be at my disposal. Even if it means serving as a slave or maid, she shall not resist. Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. While the ordinary disciples and elders were somewhat aware of the specifics of the 3-year agreement, none could fathom that Xiao Yan would dare declare before all of the Yunlan Sect that he intended to make their young sect master, Yan, a slave or servant. Absurd. This was indeed preposterous. Lord, let us slay this scoundrel. We must not allow Yan to fall into his malevolent grasp. Yunlan's roar echoed in their ears, yet Xiao Yan paid no heed to his thoughts. He merely locked eyes with Yun and, with deliberate enunciation, uttered words akin to those of a demon. How about this? You fulfill the 3-year agreement on Yan's behalf. If you win, I, Xiao Yan, will submit to your will. You may kill or maim me as you please. However, if you lose, you and Yan shall serve me as slaves or maids. What say you? At this proclamation, even the most vociferous among them, Yunlan, was rendered speechless. Yun's face flushed crimson, her voluptuous form trembling. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, utterly incensed by Xiao Yan's audacity. He what? Our esteemed sect master of the Yunlan Sect, a 7-star Do Huang, dares not accept the challenge of a mere 2-star Do Ling? Xiao Yan taunted mockingly. A 2-star Do Ling? The disciples of the Cloud Mist Sect gazed wide-eyed at the figure in white, Xiao Yan, whose terrifying aura was such that one could easily believe he was a Do Emperor. Was this truly merely a 2-star Do spirit? My lord, you truly possess a sense of humor. Yun trembled as she spoke. You and Yan are of the same age. She is but a 5-star great Do master. Yet you have already ascended to the rank of Do Emperor, becoming a formidable force. Could it be that the tale of your complete loss of Do Chi at the age of 12 was merely a fabrication? Perhaps it was a ruse orchestrated by the power behind you to shield you from harm. Yunlan's gaze seemed to pierce through the truth. As she began recounting tales of Xiao Yan, stories even he was unaware of. A 12-year-old fighter, a 19-year-old Dou emperor, and now at 20. You must surely be among the strongest of Dou emperors. Thus, you have the audacity to challenge me and the Cloud Mist Sect. However, I must inform you that even so, you may not be our match. In her hand, a slender sword appeared, reminiscent of the one held by Yunlan, yet sharper and far more lethal. This 3-year agreement, I shall take on behalf of Yunlan. Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly, realizing that the leader of the Cloud Mist Sect, Yun, had conjured an entire narrative of his growth in her mind. Yet, it mattered little to him. Very well. Xiao Yan pulled the Xin Zhongqi from the ground, aiming it at Yun as his aura surged ever higher. Simultaneously, the burning decision within him began to operate once more, as he prepared to forcibly summon the power of the void-devouring flame. The battle was about to commence. For Yun Shan, the shadowy figure behind the Cloud Mist Sect, today was undeniably a significant day. Just moments ago, he had received the latest news from the Soul Palace. An individual known as the Flame Guardian, a key figure of the Soul Palace, was set to arrive and take charge of the Cloud Mist Sect. The very mention of the Flame Guardian had kept Yun Shan pondering for 3 days and 3 nights. This person was said to be no more than 20 years old, yet possessed immense strength. More importantly, he was closely associated with a mysterious family behind the Soul Palace, someone whose influence could shake the entire Doqi continent. With such a person coming to oversee the Cloud Mist Sect, I must make a profound impression upon our first meeting, and then cling to his coattails. Preparing for a future formal entry into the Soul Palace, Yun Shan mused. Such a significant figure, deemed important even by the celestial lords of the Soul Palace. How could one possibly encounter him casually? Yet, here he was dispatched to our Cloud Mist Sect for training. Yun Shan could almost envision a future where he clung to this great figure's leg, receiving rewards, joining the Soul Palace, entering the Central State, and ultimately stepping into the exalted realm of the Dozun. The time should be upon us. This welcome must not falter. With a wave of his hand, the door to the chamber slowly opened, and he stepped out, inhaling the long-forgotten fresh air. Suddenly, he frowned. Why was it so noisy outside? Chapter 71, Void-Devouring Flame. I borrow your power. A raging gale swept through the air, engulfing it in flames, as a blue figure wielding a 3-foot sword rapidly advanced toward Xiao Yan. The might of its sword far exceeding that of the strike he had faced in a monster mountain range. Xiao Yan swung the Xin Zhongqi. The two forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Both were sent flying backward. Yun stabilized herself after being propelled 3 zhong away, while Xiao Yan skidded across the ground for dozens of zhong before finally coming to a halt. The disparity was immediately evident. Witnessing Yun gaining the upper hand in their initial clash, the morale of the Cloud Mist Sect disciples, who had been disheartened by consecutive defeats, surged once more. Our leader shall vanquish him. Let him understand the might of the Cloud Mist Sect. Fellow brothers and sisters of the Cloud Mist Sect, let us hastily form the cloud, smoke covering sun formation to aid our leader. Can you kindly shut up? I feel like my Doqi is being drained dry by your incessant chatter. Yun surveyed the excited disciples of the Cloud Mist Sect. Her slender sword pointed at Xiao Yan, offering him one final chance. Withdraw from the Cloud Mist Sect now, and the 3-year agreement shall be nullified. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of past kindness. Xiao Yan slowly rose from a pile of rubble, the surroundings in disarray, yet curiously, his white attire remained unblemished. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? How much ridicule and scorn my father endured due to Nalan Yenran's broken engagement. All of this is because of your precious young sect master, Nalan Yenran. The Xiao Yan of the past is no more. You may annul my engagement, but you shall never humiliate my family. Today, I stand here solely to seek justice. Xiao Yan raised the Xin Zhongqi once again. Torrents of Doqi flowing from his dantian. The ground flames were being pushed to their utmost limits. Within his dantian, the 9 Netherwind Flame and the Sea Heart Flame, cornered by the Void-Devouring Flame, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. At the center of the Doqi vortex, the spirit of the Void-Devouring Flame was suddenly enveloped by an invisible force, and tendrils of dark flames were drawn away from its being. These strands of flame emanated an overwhelming energy, rendering ordinary strange flames feeble by comparison. The already sentient 9 Netherwind Flame felt an acute fear as it clung to the Sea Heart Flame, both inching toward the edges of the dantian. Yet, the confines of Xiao Yan's dantian were limited, and soon the two strange flames found themselves trembling in a tight embrace against the boundary. Damn it, not again. I've shown you enough respect. Haven Ti. The roar of the void devouring flame echoed within Xiao Yan's dantian. It was exasperated, attempting to contest Xiao Yan for the sparks being forcibly drawn from it. Yet such efforts were in vain, even with the strength of a 9-star dose saint. The void-devouring flame, being Xiao Yan's innate fire, could not withstand the initial stages of the heavenly-level burning decision, coupled with the control of the earth-level ground flames. Void-devouring flame, though I do not comprehend your reluctance to engage with me, today I shall surely borrow your power. Neither you nor anyone, not even Jesus, will be able to stop it. Xiao Yan's voice resonated within the consciousness of the void-devouring flame. Who is Jesus? The void-devouring flame momentarily paused, then began to curse. This isn't borrowing. You're robbing. Oh, you responded to me? Xiao Yan, caught off guard in his pose, was taken aback. This was the first time the void-devouring flame had ever replied to him. I merely wished to strike a pose. Why must it be so arduous? The anguished voice of the void-devouring flame echoed within Xiao Yan's mind, and then fell silent. Void? No response. Suddenly, the dual-colored blue-black flames swirling around Xiao Yan quivered violently, before being replaced by pure black flames. The void-devouring flame. In Yunlan's eyes, Xiao Yan underwent a transformation. The young man in white straightened his back, his gaze shifting from a cold aloofness to one of arrogance, madness, disdain, and an air of superiority. A strong and imposing aura erupted from Xiao Yan's body. He looked coldly at Yunlan, and the Xianzhong ruler in his hand was already poised to take off. Is this the power of the void-swallowing flame? Just a little bit of Mars has already surpassed the ordinary Emperor of War. Behind Xiao Yan, the eagle's wings spread out, and the pitch-black wings slowly lifted him into the sky. Yunlan was like facing a great enemy, and her blue fighting wings quickly lifted her into the sky. Hoping to maintain a safe distance from Xiao Yan with the unique combat advantage of wind fighting chi in the sky. At the same time, even the disciples of Yunlan Sect with low strength around them could tell at a glance that Xiao Yan was extraordinary at this moment. What a terrifying strange fire. This seems to be the third type of strange fire, right? How can a normal person achieve 3 types of abnormal fire that do not explode in their body? Brothers, let's quickly settle the clouds and cover the sun. Shut up, you're the one who talks too much. Xiao Yan moved, and under the sudden flapping of eagle's wings, he instantly broke through the sound barrier and rushed to Yunlan's body, lifting the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand. Flame-divided wave ruler. At this moment, the flame-devouring wave ruler, driven by the void-swallowing flame, has already exerted its power that does not belong to the Earth stage fighting technique. It seems to be about to devour everything it touches, no matter what it is. Extreme wind, meteor kill. Yunyan's expression was solemn, and she also unleashed her own unique skills. The long sword in his hand trembled suddenly, and a deep light that was almost the size of a thumb burst out in an instant. Boom! The 2 colors of fighting energy, blue and black, intertwined in the sky, and the violent winds mixed with nothingness and devouring flames spread wildly around, some even splashing onto the ground. Many disciples of the Yunlan Sect who couldn't escape were affected by the aftermath of this battle. Those who were pierced by the strong wind could still struggle in a pool of blood, while those who were touched even a little bit by the void-swallowing flame were already scattered with ashes. Quickly hide. I'm not fighting anymore. Everyone, hurry up. Yunling old dog, worry your mother. The battle in the sky quickly led to a winner, and a figure quickly fell from the sky, then smashed a huge pit on the ground square. Dust is flying. Xiao Yan looked down at Yunlan Zong, who was already in disarray below, with no sympathy in his heart. His gaze was constantly searching for Nailan Yunran. Defeating Yunyan is not the main goal. He wants Nailan Yunran to apologize, personally admit her mistake 3 years ago, and wash away his shame with his father. Finally, Xiao Yan discovered Nailan Yunran beside Danwang Guha, and his eyes immediately turned cold. Danwang Guha saw Xiao Yan's cold gaze towards him and immediately understood that all he wanted was Nailan Yunran. Immediately, he pushed Nailan Yunran forward, while he himself, after retreating, stretched out his fighting wings and headed towards the outer peach of Yunlan Sect. Chapter 72, Defeated Cloud Rhyme. Jean Nailan Yunran? At this moment, Nailan Yunran seemed to have been abandoned by everyone. After Danwang Guha pushed Nailan Yunran out, he spread his wings and escaped. He was already just a guest minister of the Yunlan Sect, and he himself was a 6th-grade alchemist. Wherever he went, he had a lot of strength to win him over, and he had no obligation or idea to coexist with the Yunlan Sect for survival. Looking around, the disciples of Yunlan Sect were dying and escaping, and those who were willing to stay and live or die with the sect were also extremely desperate. Can't even the patriarch contend with Xiao Yan? We're also going to die. Dear fellow disciples, for the last time, trust me, for the last time, we will form a formation of clouds and smoke covering the sun, and we will definitely be able to slay Xiao Yan under the horse. Yunlan lay on the ground, tightly embracing an elder of Yunlan Sect who wanted to escape. Elder Yunlan finally pulled out his leg and went up to give Yunlan a kick. Form formations every day. Form formations every day. If you spend half of your time studying that formation-breaking technique on cultivation, you might end up fighting against the emperor. Pooh! After spitting on Yunlan's face, the elder spread his fighting wings and fled towards Yunlan's zone. The tree fell and the macaques scattered. Even the leader of the seven-star Do Emperor, Yun, was no match, and there were few elders at the Do Wang level willing to fight desperately. The two elders who had previously retreated behind the crowd were almost escaping to the Warcraft forest at this point. Xiao Yan descended from the sky and walked step by step towards Nalan Yinran, exerting a powerful pressure on every nerve of the latter. Do you regret it? Nalan Yinran. The boy and the girl had their eyes facing each other. They were once unmarried couples, but now they were facing each other with swords and knives. The wind blew, and Nalan's beautiful 3,000 green threads floated up, and a thin sword appeared in her hand. The aura of a mere master of martial arts erupted from her body, pitifully resisting Xiao Yan's mountain-like and sea-like pressure. I forced myself to look directly at Xiao Yan, but I couldn't do it at all. After Xiao Yan suddenly exerted pressure again, Nalan Yinran could no longer hold on and knelt down. Her head was pressed tightly against the ground, as if performing a kneeling ceremony. I apologize, I'm sorry. Nalan Yan's trembling voice sounded. Oh, after I defeated Yunlan Zong, do you finally feel that you were wrong? Xiao Yan looked playfully at Nalan Yinran under his feet, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Nalan Yinran fell silent for a moment, then spoke again in a trembling voice. I apologize because I feel that my way of divorcing was wrong. But I never felt wrong about the matter from beginning to end. My life should be in my own hands, not in a tight marriage where I marry a stranger to spend the rest of my life together. I can't do it. Nalan Yinran's words shocked everyone. And what other disciples of Yunlan Sect did not expect was that even under the threat of death, she still refused to give in. You're doing well. Xiao Yan's mouth curved into a smile. He slowly lifted the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand and aimed it at Nalan Yinran. In the deep pit in the center of the square, Yun, covered in blood, struggled to climb up from the ground, and her proud long sword had already broken. Throwing away half of the sword hilt in her hand, she looked at Nalan Yinran under Xiao Yinshuan's heavy feet, feeling extremely desolate in her heart. Yinran Yunyan looked around and saw that only 50 of the disciples of Yunlan Sect were still persevering on the square. Danwang Guha was missing, and several elders were missing. Only one Yunlong, whose abdomen was covered by the lingering waves of his own strong wind, stood there trembling and trembling. Is this her Yunlan Sect? Being able to have half of the disciples willing to live or die with the sect is actually not a failure for me, as the sect leader. Yun smiled bitterly as she picked up the fine steel sword that was thrown by an unknown disciple on the ground and walked unsteadily toward Xiao Yan. Yunlan Zong may be destroyed today. Yun suddenly looked up at the deepest part of Yunlan Sect. Master, if you are really still alive, I hope to see this tragic situation after passing through the customs and not blame my disciple for his incompetence. Xiao Yan didn't care about Yunyan's sadness in spring and autumn. The Xuanzhong ruler in his hand had already fallen towards Nalan Yinran. If nothing unexpected happens, fresh blood will splash onto his face next. Yinran! The heavy, ethereal measuring rod descended, splattering blood in all directions, with a drop of crimson staining Xiao Yan's visage. He extended a hand, slowly wiping away the blood, leaving a faint imprint on his face. His cold, indifferent gaze fell upon the dismembered flesh upon the ground. The deceased was not Nalan Yinran, but Yunlong. The half-body of Yunlong, after uttering his final words, drew his last breath. In the final moment before Xiao Yan's measuring rod struck, the trembling Yunlong had exerted every ounce of strength to push Nalan Yinran away, sacrificing himself beneath the weight of Xiao Yan's weapon. Several soul locks emerged from behind Xiao Yan, shooting forth towards Yunlong's body, extracting a soul from the mass of flesh. Moments later, the soul-devouring banner was summoned from Xiao Yan's storage ring, erasing all consciousness of that soul and casting it into the internal space of the banner. Nalan Yinran, in disbelief, beheld the scene before her. Her mentor, who had nurtured her since childhood, was slain and his soul extracted right before her eyes, condemned to eternal unrest. He had been irksome, arrogant, and from an outsider's perspective, utterly detestable. Yet Xiao Yan, as he stowed the soul-devouring banner away, fixed his gaze upon Nalan Yinran, and remarked, "One cannot deny his unwavering loyalty. He traded his life for yours, allowing you to live." Trembling, Nalan Yinran crawled to Yunlun's side, cradling his head in her hands. "You might as well have killed me," she lamented. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, brushing his nose as he replied, "I am quite principled, you know." Suddenly, numerous figures adorned with battle wings materialized around the Yunlan Sect. They were formidable warriors from Gamma, Sacred City. The tumultuous commotion had undoubtedly drawn attention, as many were curious to witness the audacity of the one who dared disrupt the Yunlan Sect. Yet, none anticipated the horrifying spectacle that unfolded before them. How could the esteemed Yunlan Sect, the foremost sect of the Gamma Empire, be so effortlessly obliterated? The head of the Mu family, Mu Chun, gasped in shock. The might of the Yunlan Sect was deeply ingrained in the hearts of every citizen of the Gamma Empire. Yet on this day, that formidable image lay shattered, and the one who shattered it appeared to be merely a youth in his early 20s, clad in white, a notion utterly incomprehensible. Suspended in midair was Jia Xingtian, the royal guardian, whose battle wings remained unfurled behind him. His eyes flickered with the faint glow of milky white flames, indicative of his mastery at the Dozone level. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura rising from the depths of the Yunlan Sect, one that resonated closely with his own. What on earth was transpiring? Chapter 73. Bow to me, Yun Shan. An overwhelming aura, akin to a dragon awakening, enveloped the Yunlan Sect, rendering the world momentarily still. This force emanated from the innermost sanctum of the sect, instilling reverence in the hearts of the disciples remaining in the square. They fell to their knees, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The old sect master is alive. It's the old sect master. We are saved. Wavering, Yun could no longer maintain her stance. Tattered and worn, she knelt upon the ground, gazing skyward as a solitary tear slipped from the corner of her eye. "Master, you have returned." Xiao Yan too lifted his gaze to the heavens, yet his eyes bore none of the anticipated dread from the Yunlan Sect's disciples. Instead, he sheathed the measuring rod and produced a small token. "Prepare to meet your fate," shouted a Yunlan Sect disciple at Xiao Yan. The appearance of Yun Shan invigorated their spirits. The difference between Do Huang and Do Zong was but a single word, yet the disparity in power was insurmountable. A piercing cry erupted from the depths of the Yunlan Sect, as a figure clad in simple white robes materialized in midair, exuding an ethereal grace. Strangely, this old sect master, thought to have passed hundreds of years ago, appeared untouched by time, his long white hair billowing in the wind, resembling a gentle young man of 27 or 28. Indeed, this was the venerable Yun Shan. Waves of spatial ripples emanated from beneath Yun Shan's feet as he took a single step, covering dozens of feet in mere moments, arriving above the square. What was happening here? Though his tone was calm, the concealed fury beneath was palpable. His gaze locked on Xiao Yan. For the first time in all these years, my Yunlan Sect has been so thoroughly ravaged. It was evident that Yun Shan held Xiao Yan accountable for this calamity. "What audacity you possess!" A long sword materialized in his hand, the surrounding winds howling as they coalesced toward the blade, forming a terrifying vortex. "Do you have any final words?" Yun Shan's voice was icy. "I have nothing to say. Rather, what about you?" Xiao Yan retorted, seemingly unfazed by Yun Shan's threat, throwing the question back at him. The atmosphere grew tense, descending into a chilling silence. Yun Shan's facade of calm shattered, his fury boiling over as he raised his sword and declared to Xiao Yan, "Had it not been for the arrival of significant figures of my Yunlan Sect today, I would have captured you, that despicable wretch, and tormented you for 3 days and nights. But alas, you must die now. Extreme of wind, fall and kill." The same technique wielded by Yun and executed by Yun Shan manifested as a vastly different battle skill. The sword gathered the might of heaven and earth, unleashing a deep ray of light capable of tearing the heavens apart, distorting the very fabric of space. This strike, if it landed on an ordinary Do Huang, would surely be fatal or leave them grievously wounded. Boom! The raging winds swept through, mercilessly shredding everything in their path. As the disciples of Yunlan Sect beheld Xiao Yan engulfed by the tempest, their cheers erupted. "We have won. We have triumphed. That scoundrel, no matter how talented, cannot rival the old sect master. Ha ha!" Yet amidst their jubilation, Yun Shan's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on the ground, shifting between joy and despair. Extreme of earth, fallen blue sky. With a cold snort, the dense earth-type Do Chi on the Yunlan Sect square surged violently, entirely blocking Yun Shan's wind-based Do Chi, failing to harm Xiao Yan in the slightest. An elder clad in gray stood resolute before Xiao Yan. His overwhelming earth-type, Do Qi, and elevated stance unmistakably signifying his status as a Dozong. The royal guardian, Jia Xingtian. Xiao Yan lowered the hand holding the token, casting a puzzled glance at the gray-clad elder, uncertain of his intentions. Jia Xingtian turned his head, the milky white flames of the pure lotus demon fire blazing in his eyes. And with a grin, his raspy voice echoed across the skies of the Yunlan Sect. The old servant Jia Xingtian pays respects to Protector Yan. Master's soul, the fire slave? Xiao Yan suddenly understood, and at the same time he grasped the reason why, when he had slain the royal Do Wang in Gamma Sacred City. This so-called royal guardian had done nothing and let him go. Good heavens, I was even thinking of putting on a show. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and gave a wry smile. Jia Xingtian, you must stop. Wait, Yan Protector? Yun Shan's furious voice had just begun to rise when it was abruptly interrupted. Yun Shan gazed at Xiao Yan in disbelief, while the latter looked back at him with an indifferent expression, offering no reaction. The wind of extremes, setting sun. The fighting technique was half congealed, yet he was uncertain whether to continue its release. Yan Protector, this appellation was exceptionally familiar to him, for he was indeed the great figure Yun Shan had been anxiously awaiting for several days. However, why was it that this esteemed individual's first act upon arriving at his Yunlan Sect was to bring about such devastation? Wasn't he here to take control of my Yunlan Sect? Yun Shan's gaze fell upon the token held by the white-clad youth, which bore a striking resemblance to the token of the Soul Palace. Could it be that he truly is a guardian of the Soul Palace? At that moment, Yun Shan's eyes shifted to the ragged and bloodied Yun kneeling on the ground, her appearance causing him immense heartache. Yunner, what has happened? Master Yun Shan. Yun looked up at Yun Shan, then glanced at her disciple, Nalan Yunran, her heart filled with sorrow. She recounted the entire chain of events to Yun Shan, detailing how Xiao Yan had lost all his fighting spirit and been rendered a waste, the subsequent withdrawal of Nalan Yunran from their engagement, and how this had led to the 3-year agreement, culminating in Xiao Yan attacking the sect's entrance. In less than 10 minutes, Yun had narrated the whole affair, leaving Yun Shan feeling utterly dazed, nearly toppling from a dare. He gazed incredulously at his granddaughter, Nalan Yunran. As an elder sect master who had spent most of his time in seclusion, he had scarcely seen her. Yet, he could hardly believe that this Nalan Yunran had dared to sever ties with a figure from the Soul Palace and had been assaulted at the sect's entrance, nearly obliterating the foundation of Yunlan Sect built over centuries. Just then, Xiao Yan raised the Soul Palace token in his hand, making it clear for all present. Yun Shan, why are you not kneeling? In a state of panic, Yun Shan hastily interrupted his fighting technique, the backlash of his own power causing him to spit blood. Yun, what kind of disciple have you found? Nalan Yunran is expelled from Yunlan Sect effective immediately, and her cultivation shall be abolished. In the center of the hall, Yun Shan's expression turned frigid as he cast a cold glance at Nalan Yunran, issuing this merciless decree. Nalan Yunran knelt on the ground, her head bowed silent. Before her, the slender sword she had once taken pride in lay shattered, mirroring her own pride now in ruins. Xiao Yan sat in the grand hall of Yunlan Sect, observing Yun Shan's futile performance with a bemused expression. Beside him, Yun, now clad in clean garments, stood attentively, her elegant dress enveloping her figure, her brow lowered, entirely devoid of the pride characteristic of sect master. On the opposite side stood Jia Xingtian, his eyes burning with a milky flame, yet devoid of spirit. Since uttering his first words, he had rarely spoken again, only responding to Xiao Yan's commands. There is no need for such theatrics. Xiao Yan waved his hand, completely uninterested in Yun Shan's attempts at damage control. Yan Protector. Yun took a deep breath, closing her eyes as tears streamed from the corners. I said I would fulfill Yunran's 3-year agreement, and if I lose, I shall be your servant. Never breaking my word. Xiao Yan scoffed, derisively replying, to be my servant for losing just one match. What a truly enticing proposition. Yun's expression tightened, her delicate hands gripping her skirt tightly. She believed herself not lacking in beauty, yet was it still insufficient to catch his eye? Reflecting on their first encounter, he had indeed been cold and distanced, showing no regard for her. Overwhelmed by grievance, Yun mustered the courage to meet Xiao Yan's gaze, only to be met with his indifferent eyes, 3 parts coolness and 7 parts apathy. It became painfully clear that she truly held no significance. Ignoring Yun's despairing gaze, Xiao Yan rose and slowly descended the steps. In the center of the hall, Yun Shan raised his hand, preparing to strike Nalan Yunran in the abdomen. However, This blow was intercepted by Xiao Yan's hand. As he felt Xiao Yan grasp his arm, a hint of servile smile emerged on Yun Shan's otherwise icy face. The old sect master of Yunlan Sect, who had only managed to reach the Do Zone realm through the Soul Palace's backing, held a kneeling heart toward all matters concerning the Soul Palace. The sect, his daughter, his granddaughter, all these were secondary to his own survival. Were it not for the Soul Palace, he would have long since perished in the secluded depths of Yunlan Sect. Yin Protector. This girl is excessively vile and unaware of her own limitations. It would be better for me to abolish her cultivation, and she could serve you as a warm bedmate in the future, Yun Shan suggested obsequiously. What use do I have for an ordinary person as a maid? Xiao Yan retorted with a sneer. Yun Shan hesitated, glancing at the bowed, silent Yun, torn by internal conflict. Yun is after all my disciple, and also my adopted daughter. Yin Protector, could you possibly let her go? Ultimately, familial bonds triumphed over his yearning for survival, and Yun Shan offered a pained, unappealing smile and supplication. Xiao Yan shook his head, his gaze fixed on Yun Shan, which began to feel increasingly oppressive. Sectmaster, you have misunderstood. The one of use to me is you. Xiao Yan produced a token, one specifically designed by the Soul Palace to control servants, and within Yun Shan's body. The previous restrictions set by the Soul Palace's protector, Jiao, still lingered. Serve me, Yun Shan. Chapter 74. The Dark Auction. The piercing pain stimulated every nerve in Hai Buodong's body, his pale face a portrait of defiance. He was confined within an iron cage, 2 chains piercing through his ribs, rendering his tattered attire a pitiful sight. A man clad in foreign garments approached, pushing the iron cage containing Hai Buodong toward a large door with a handcart. Despair and humiliation flooded Hai Buodong's mind. Yen Luotian, he roared, struggling fiercely, yet the serpentine markings on the chains behind him emitted a dim green glow, preventing him from harnessing even a trace of fighting spirit. Without the enhancement of fighting spirit, even a Do Huang's physique could not break free from this iron prison. Do not waste your efforts, Ice Emperor. The man behind him mocked with a sharp, piercing laugh. This is a unique restriction from the Tianxi mansion, hailing from the legendary Central Continent. Even if you were to emerge from seclusion with augmented strength, you could never break free. You beasts of the Golden Yen sect will come to regret this, whether it be you or that Yen Luotian. One day, you will kneel before me in tears. Before Hai Buodong could finish, the serpentine markings on the chains flared with light, and he let out a pained howl. The defeated shall eat dust. Shouting and screaming will only bring about your demise. Hai Buodong. The grand door creaked open slowly, revealing a blinding light, while cacophonous sounds emanated from beyond the threshold. 1,500,000 gold coins. Going once. 1,500,000 gold coins. Going twice. 1,500,000 gold coins. Going thrice. Sold. Thus, the Serpent Race's holy maiden was acquired by the Mulan Valley for the sum of 1,500,000 gold coins. Outside the door, standing at the center of the auction stage, Yufei donned a resplendent red qipao, her voluptuous form tightly enveloped. Clutching the auction hammer, her eyes were reddened, tear streaks betraying her unwillingness. Behind Yufei, a serpent maiden, no more than 17 or 18, was shackled by an iron chain, kneeling upon the ground. At the moment the hammer fell, 2 burly men ascended the stage and forcibly escorted her away. Following this auction, the serpent maiden would be handed over to the Mulan Empire as a slave, subject to their whims. After the defeat and capture of Queen Medusa, the tragic fate of the serpent race was sealed. For 3 years, serpent maidens had become the most sought-after commodities in the neighboring empires. Yufei, marry me. Miss Yufei, I love you. Look this way, look this way. Below the stage, men cloaked in black robes indulged their basest instincts. Whistling at the young lady from the Maitel family of the Gamma Empire, Yufei forced a grim smile. Her former composure from Yunlan City entirely vanished. Ever since the Xiao family withdrew from Yunlan, the status of this peripheral city within the Gamma Empire plummeted, rendering the Maitel auction house barely sustainable. Thus, she was dispatched to oversee affairs in a border city, yet no one anticipated that as the tide of war turned against the Gamma Empire, this city would fall. She was thus compelled to preside over this nefarious dark auction. Next up for bid, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, the Ice Emperor Hebedong. As Yufei's voice resonated, a cage containing Hebedong, pushed by a man clad in exotic attire, was brought forth to the auction stage. Instantly, 3 beams of light illuminated the cage, making Hebedong the focal point of the entire event. Hebedong, bloodied and ragged, appeared emaciated. Had he not been present at this grand dark auction, one might mistake him for an elderly beggar. The title of Ice Emperor was well known. He stood as one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, having lived in seclusion for many years. Rumors circulated that his strength had greatly diminished, compelling him to hide from vengeful foes. However, 3 years prior, he re-emerged in the Great Desert, contesting the ethereal flame known as the Heartfire of the Earth with Queen Medusa. Though he faced defeat, his displayed prowess far surpassed that of his seclusion. Subsequently, 4 nations waged war in the Great Desert, leading to the annihilation of the serpent race and the capture of Queen Medusa by the Tian Snake Mansion. Hebadong, having offended a notable figure of the Tian Snake Mansion, was also taken captive, and today he would be auctioned off, with all proceeds directed towards rebuilding the homes of ordinary people displaced by war. Thus, the starting bid was set at 10 million gold coins. Yafei lightly tapped the auction hammer, and a chorus of uproar erupted from the crowd. Is this a joke? The serpent maiden sold for 1,500,000. Yet this old man has a starting price of 10 million? How many maidens could that buy? Though the tribal maiden may be of little worth, this Hebadong is undeniably overpriced. How old is he? Even if bought, how many years of service could he provide? 1,100,000. Despite the many complaints, numerous bids followed. Yafei dared not glance back at Hebadong. Who could have imagined that one day she would auction off the elder of the Maitel family? From this moment forth, the Maitel family would likely have no place for her. 1,300,000. A group of bidders mocked the purchase of an aged figure, questioning the practicality. I'll bid 1,700,000. 2,150,000. As the bids began to dwindle, the Northwest region was indeed impoverished, and not every faction could afford to pay over 20 million for a Dohuang servant. 2,300,000. A nonchalant voice emerged, belonging to a young man shrouded in a black robe, his features obscured. Upon his utterance, all other bidding ceased, as if the crowd understood his identity, refraining from provoking his ire. 2,300,000 once. 2,300,000 twice. 2,300,000 thrice. Sold. With a decisive strike of the hammer, the 2 burly men ascended the stage once more, carting Hebadong's cage away. Hatred filled Hebadong's gaze as he glared at the black-robed youth who had purchased him, his gums nearly bloodied from clenching his teeth. You little wretch of the Tian Snake Mansion, just wait. Yet the youth offered not a glance at the captive he had acquired. Instead, he stood and whistled at Yafei on the stage. Miss Yafei, should I secure the top position at this assembly, would you consent to be my concubine? Laughable. The young lord possesses the body of the demonic I. Who could rival him? Everyone lavished praise upon the black-robed youth, while Yafei lowered her head, gripping the fabric of her qipao tightly, her eyes brimming with resentment. Yafei had encountered many prodigies, yet none possessed the innate talent of this newly appointed young lord of the Tian Snake Mansion. If all went as expected, this assembly would undoubtedly see him claim the top spot. Did she truly have to become his concubine? Regardless of who it might be, she pleaded silently, "Please, save me." Tears fell, leaving a trail of moisture upon the auction stage. Chapter 75. The Assembly's Prize. The Assembly? Xiao Yan stood clad in white at the peak of Yunlan Sect's mountain, the gentle breeze brushing against his cheek, bringing with it the morning's dampness. This marked his 3rd day at Yunlan Sect, and Yun Shan would report to him daily. However, today's news was somewhat unusual. Indeed, Master. Since the war 3 years ago, our coalition has achieved a series of victories on the battlefield, yet significant conflict have arisen over the distribution of spoils. Hence, this assembly was convened to determine the allocation of the prize. Yun Shan explained cautiously the significance of Yunlan Sect's attendance at the assembly in the Great Desert. In truth, he had learned of this from Yun. During the wars of the 4 nations against the Great Desert, he had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the Dozong realm, thus missing the conflict entirely. What spoils are there? Xiao Yan inquired with a hint of interest. If his memory served him correctly, the war had originated from a unique flame known as the Heartfire of the Earth. The Heartfire of the Earth, ranked 19th on the list of extraordinary flames, was born from the molten lava beneath the earth, taking 10 years to gain sentience, a century to form, and a millennium to mature. When fully developed, it bore a bluish hue and could incite volcanic eruptions, its power unfathomable. Of course, compared to the likes of Xihua Tunyan, Jiu Fengyan, or even He Xinyan, it was somewhat lacking. The spoils of the alliance consist primarily of 4 items. The 4th-place winner will receive the right to command the Tagore Desert, while the 3rd-place victor will be awarded the companion Qinglian of the Earth Heartfire, which originally had 11 lotus seeds, but now only 7 remain, an exceedingly rare alchemical treasure. Oh, Xiao Yan expressed his surprise, turning to look at Yun Shan. It is quite unexpected that these two items would be the prizes for the third and fourth places. If the first place prize is indeed the Qinglian Earth Heartfire, what could the second place prize possibly be? No, the first place prize is not the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. At this juncture, a hint of disbelief flickered in Yun Shan's eyes. The Qinglian Earth Heartfire is the prize for the second place. As for the first place prize, it is a serpent. A serpent? Yes, a serpent, reputed to be the queen of the snake people, Medusa. According to Yun Air, the queen of the snake people, Medusa, ascended to the Do Zone level after consuming a foreign fire, but was ultimately defeated by the combined might of Yen Luotian, the sectmaster of the Yunlan Sect, and other Do Huang powerhouses from the three great empires, exhausting her Do Qi and transforming into a diminutive pink serpent. A serpent of Do Zone caliber? No wonder it surpasses the Qinglian Earth Heartfire to become the first prize. Xiao Yan nodded. Although beast tamers are exceedingly rare in the Duki continent, the art of beast taming is widely practiced. For instance, the Gamma Empire possesses a national guardian beast. If any sect were to secure first place in this alliance, they might acquire a Do Zone-level guardian beast to protect their mountain. However, one must ponder whether the snake people can truly command their beasts through this technique. He found this notion somewhat dubious. So your intention is for me to allow you and Yun to attend the alliance? Xiao Yan turned to Yun Shan. Indeed, master. Yun Shan lowered his head, not daring to meet Xiao Yan's gaze. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled. This seems rather intriguing. Count me in. This master. Yun Shan abruptly lifted his head, meeting the keenly interested gaze of Xiao Yan, momentarily at a loss for words. Not acceptable. Xiao Yan's tone turned icy. I dare not. I shall dispatch someone to prepare a flying magical beast at once. Yun Shan quickly replied. No need for that. Xiao Yan raised his hand to halt him. He clapped his hands, and Jia Xingtian emerged from the shadows, standing respectfully at the side. Prepare accordingly. At your command. After receiving the order, Jia Xingtian produced a jade slip and crushed it, sending a wave of spatial fluctuations towards the distant Gamma Sacred City. Shortly thereafter, a resounding melody echoed from the Gamma Sacred City, and a serpentine dragon, dozens of meters in length, soared from the palace, unfurling 5 pairs of wings as it flew towards the Yunlan Sect. The dragon's body was entirely black, its head as large as a building, and its enormous azure eyes emitted a faint glow of blue flames with each breath. The Yuhai Serpent Beast, a 6th-tier magical beast. We shall ride this serpent. Xiao Yan beamed with pride at the sight of the guardian beast of the Gamma Empire. Riding this creature is far more dignified than any other flying magical beast. Yun Shan nodded eagerly and then excused himself to make the necessary arrangements, as the Yunlan Sect was currently in a phase of reconstruction and required reliable personnel. Half an hour later, he returned with Yun and a rather unfamiliar disciple of the Yunlan Sect. Where's Nalan Yinran? Xiao Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Her grandfather is gravely ill, and she has gone back to the Nalan family to be by his side. Today, Yin donned a pale green robe, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Yet, even this could not conceal her voluptuous figure. Xiao Yan nodded, not paying much attention. He assumed that the current Nalan Yinran lacked the courage to appear before him, hence her absence upon hearing of his departure. As for Nalan Yinran's grandfather, Xiao Yan recalled having seen him a few times during his childhood, but that was long ago. Since the death of his grandfather, Shaolin, he had not seen him again, and he had heard rumors that he had fallen victim to some peculiar poison, the veracity of which remained uncertain. However, the unfamiliar disciple of the Yunlan Sect was merely at the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Shi level, noticeably inferior to Nalan Yinran, and would be hard-pressed to compete with the top prodigies from other sects at the Alliance. Even within the Gamma Empire, he would not rank among the top 5. It was unfortunate that after Xiao Yan created a ruckus at the Yunlan Sect, half of the disciples were either dead or fled, leaving only this one 9-star Do Shi disciple unscathed. How can we hope to triumph at the alliance with someone of such caliber? Xiao Yan frowned, causing Yun Shan to feel a weight in his heart. The latter quickly asserted, Protector Yin, this disciple is already the strongest among the current young generation of the Yunlan Sect. The strongest, and this is their level? Xiao Yan facepalmed. This old servant deserves to be punished. Yun Shan internally sighed, pondering who was responsible for this situation. Did this Protector Yin not have a sense of awareness? Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands. This disciple may return. Xiao Yan waved his hand, dismissing the individual. Yes. The Yunlan disciple, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, was relieved at the realization of his own limitations and understood that his only fate would have been to receive a beating. Hearing that he was not needed, he hastily took his leave. If the master were to take action personally, that would be most splendid. Yinshan bowed his head. If the master intervenes, then the Queen Medusa will undoubtedly be in our grasp. Jia Xingtian also seized the moment to flatter. Xiao Yan merely shook his head, leaping onto the back of the Yuhai serpent beast and gazing towards the direction of the Tagore desert, chuckling. The vision is too narrow. I shall take it all. Ha. Chapter 76. The Heavenly Serpent Manor. A surge of pure Do Qi ascended from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones, gradually amplifying before returning to the Do Ji rotation, causing it to expand slightly. After circulating through 49 cycles, an invisible barrier emerged within his dantian, obstructing the further expansion of the Do Ji rotation. However, this resistance was far too feeble for Xiao Yan at present. A crisp sound resonated. The barrier shattered instantaneously, and the Do Ji rotation surged forth by 30%, amplifying Xiao Yan's aura. 3-star Do Ling slowly. Xiao Yan opened his eyes, seated atop the Yuhai serpent beast. As the fierce winds howled and his robes billowed, yet he remained unmoved. The breakthrough in his realm did not evoke any sense of joy. As he ceased to deliberately suppress the Do Qi crystallization within his dantian, his realm was soaring at an astonishing pace of 1 star every 7 days. Based on his estimations, the Do Qi he had failed to refine while consuming the Haixin flame and Juyo wind flame was sufficient to elevate him to the Do Wang realm. Of course, the downside of this was that the quality of the Do Qi within him would significantly diminish, and without a means to remedy this, it could take over a decade to return to normalcy. However, this was of little consequence, knowing that the fallen heart flame resided within the Jialan Academy. He could retrieve it after settling matters here. Indeed, the master is a prodigy, achieving breakthroughs even while on the road. Yinshan timely offered his praise. Does this need to be pointed out by you? Xiao Yan cast a nonchalant glance at Yinshan. This former sect master of the Yunlan Sect bore the visage of a refined gentleman, and when it came to flattery, he was quite adept, which explained why the previous protector Jiao would assist him in breaking through to the Dozone realm rather than Jia Xingtian. With genuine admiration, the young one could not help but marvel at the presence of their master, a paragon of celestial grace, exuding an undeniable aura of sovereignty that compelled unwavering respect. Yinshan, unfazed, continued to lavish praises. Beside him, Yun felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at her mentor's behavior, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. She frequently glanced at Xiao Yan, who sat cross-legged at the forefront, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. Is he truly a protector of the Soul Palace? With such a status, it is no wonder he looks down upon forming connections with someone like me. Yet, if I dedicate myself to relentless cultivation, might there come a day when he acknowledges my worth? Just as Yun's thoughts spiraled, the words of Jia Xingtian abruptly pulled her back to reality. The city of Mo had arrived. Under the scorching sun, a vast yellow city emerged before them, with waves of heat rising into the air. Perhaps due to its proximity to the desert, the region was rich in fire and earth attributes, even igniting a flicker of excitement within her own unique flames. It was no surprise that such a place could harbor the extraordinary blue lotus earth heart flame beneath its surface. 3 figures unfurled their wings of combat, soaring into the sky from the city of Mo, blocking the path of the sea serpent. Halt! The energies radiating from the trio surged forth, revealing that one was a 5-star Do Huang, while the other 2 were of Do Wang level, clad in matching uniforms adorned with a golden wild goose emblem. They stood resolutely, impudent. Jia Xingtian's Do zone pressure erupted, enveloping the skies above the city of Mo. The 3 blocking figures trembled violently in midair, nearly plummeting to the ground. When did the city of Mo become part of the Golden Goose Empire's territory? Who do you think you are to obstruct me? Before the trio could stabilize themselves, Jia Xingtian had already launched another attack. This was the first time Xiao Yan witnessed the fury of the fire slave. Usually, he maintained a composed demeanor before Xiao Yan, leading him to believe that the fire slave of the pure lotus demon fire was devoid of emotions. Earth's extremity, mountain cleaving axe. Jia Xingtian unleashed a lethal strike, clearly enraged by the Golden Goose Empire's encroachment upon his nation's borders. In an instant, the 2 slightly weaker Do Wang opponents were annihilated, and the Golden Goose Empire's Do Huang was not much better off, barely managing to withstand the blow before hurtling toward the ground. Suddenly, a powerful aura, equal to that of Jia Xingtian, erupted from the city of Mo. Xiao Yan gazed at the rapidly ascending figure below, realizing that this individual was most likely Yan Luotan, the leader of the Golden Goose Sect. A Dozong master on the northwestern continent is undoubtedly a formidable figure, yet Xiao Yan knew little about this individual. However, this was quite normal. The northwestern continent was vast, and even a mere great Dome master could reign supreme in ordinary cities. For instance, his father, Xiao Yan, the strongest in Wutan City, was merely a great Dome master. Many powerful beings boasted resounding titles within their territories, but outside those realms, they often went unrecognized. Yin Luotian left Xiao Yan with an impression of superficiality, not regarding his cultivation level, but rather the frailty of his physical form. Though he was a Dozong, his body was out of balance, severely lacking in yang energy, clearly a lecherous individual who had spent too long indulging in the company of women. As he faced off against Jiaxing Tian, his gaze frequently drifted toward Xiao Yan, evidently fixated on Yunyan behind him. Yinshan, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. Here, Yinshan replied, his expression mirroring displeasure. Teach him a lesson, as you command. With a cold smirk, Yinshan stepped forward, positioning himself beside Jia Xingtian to flank Yan Luotian. Have you both ascended to Dozong? Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Yan Luotian observed the two standing in midair and felt a sense of foreboding. It is solely due to our diligent efforts. Yet you, Yan Luotian, remain at a mere one-star Dozong after all these years, Yinshan mocked, brandishing a slender sword that pointed accusingly at Yan Luotian. Stop wasting time. Eliminate him and present the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame along with that Medusa Queen to our master. Jia Xingtian had no intention of engaging in idle banter with Yan Luotian. He swiftly formed hand seals, causing the Earth attribute energies to converge around him violently. Earth's extremity, falling blue sky. Wind's extremity, meteoric kill. As the two Dozong simultaneously struck, Yan Luotian displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he sneered, producing a long flute and beginning to play. Simultaneously, he tossed a spirit beast pouch forward, for which a small green serpent emerged, rapidly expanding until it reached a length of 100 feet. The colossal serpent emanated a formidable aura, possessing at least the strength of a two-star Dozong. That's the serpent taming technique of the heavenly serpent manner, Yun exclaimed, her concern directed toward her recently ascended master, Yinshan. The heavenly serpent manner? Xiao Yan had never heard of this faction. Had Master Yao been by his side, he could have discreetly consulted him for insight. But now he could only cast a puzzled glance at Yunyan. The Heavenly Serpent Manor is the most powerful force within the Heavenly Serpent Empire, claiming to be the sole, first-rate faction in the northwestern continent. They are quite active throughout the entire northwest, though I'm uncertain of their specific strength. However, it is rumored that they possess more than one Dozong, Yunyan explained, recognizing that Xiao Yan, having cultivated for a short time, likely knew little about the various factions on the northwestern continent. Most of the techniques of the Heavenly Serpent Manor pertain to serpents, and their serpent taming technique is their unique skill, akin to beast taming, yet with an extraordinary control over serpentine magical beasts. Even those with divine bloodlines cannot resist. Is that so? Xiao Yan nodded. What level might their Dozong reach? Do they have any at the peak? Well, probably not. Yun hesitated in her response. Even with the Dozong now, the Yunlan Sect is merely a second-rate force in the northwestern continent. Prior to having a Dozong, it was only considered third-rate. How could Yun possibly comprehend the secrets concerning Dozong? Understood. Xiao Yan ceased his inquiries. In his view, the Heavenly Serpent Manor likely did not have a peak Dozong, for if they did, they would have long since begun unifying the entire northwestern continent and would not have allowed the Soul Palace to infiltrate it like a sieve. From what Xiao Yan knew, the number of protectors active in the northwestern continent under the Soul Palace was significant, and they even had a celestial Dozong among them, with countless subordinates. Ultimately, the resources of the northwestern continent were too meager. Even if they fully supplied a single faction, it would be challenging to produce a renowned powerhouse on the continent. In midair, Yinshan, Jiaxing Tian, and the Green Serpent were entangled in fierce combat, while also needing to contend with Yan Luotian's disturbances, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position. Yun watched anxiously, her heart racing, but with her cultivation level, she found it difficult to contribute meaningfully to the battle. Xiao Yan had intended to rise and assist with the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, but just then, a voice echoed in his mind. He, Xiao Yan. How about we strike a deal? The voice was eerie and low, lacking the qualities of a human. Who are you? Xiao Yan looked around alertly. But on the back of the Yuhai Jiao Shou, apart from him and Yun kneeling there was no one at all. What do you think? The voice was mixed with dissatisfaction, as if angry that Xiao Yan didn't recognize it first. Suddenly, Xiao Yan remembered who the owner of this voice was, and he looked incredulously into his body. In his dantian, the pitch-black void of swallowing flame emerged from the nascent spirit and hovered over the doji spiral. In the corner, Jiuyo Fengyin and Haixin flame curled up together, unable to move at all. Transaction, you are the flame of my life. What transactions can we make between us? And why have you been ignoring me before? Xiao Yan felt that the words of nothingness swallowing yin were somewhat ridiculous. It was unheard of for him to trade with his own fire of life. I can let you use my power. Void swallowing flame directly avoided Xiao Yan's question and gave him an irresistible condition. Do you want to use my power? Chapter 77. Master Yunlan. You don't want anything to happen to your master, do you? Using your power? What is the cost? Xiao Yan frowned, feeling that this void swallowing flame suddenly came to him, and there must be nothing good about it. I need you to help me find a container to hold my child fire and help me regain the ability to walk in the world again. The conditions for void swallowing inflammation are very special. What kind of container? Xiao Yan had some speculations about the conditions for the void swallowing flame. A person's strength should ideally be above that of the Emperor Do, and their talent should be higher, so as not to have to reshape their body. Nothingness swallowed the flames and laughed uncontrollably, as if pointing at something. Xiao Yan turned around and glanced at Yunyan kneeling behind him, causing goosebumps to appear on her snow-white and smooth skin. Flame Protector, what's wrong? Yunyan tightened her tight, fitting dress and dared not meet Xiao Yan's gaze. Xiao Yan did not answer, but turned his head back. Yunyan, who did not receive a response, immediately became nervous. She looked at Yunshan and Jia Xingtian, who were fighting against Yin Luotian in mid-air, and then at Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the back of the Yuhai gyro beast without any intention of making a move. The five flavors mixed together. Do you want to break away from me and become independent? Xiao Yan sneered coldly. Do you think I could do it? Nothingness swallowing Yin asked Xiao Yan in return. How should I know? Void swallowing flame fell silent, with a bitter smile in his heart. After spending a long time with the Soul Heavenly Emperor, he felt that some secrets were well known to everyone. The source of my life is with you. You don't need to worry. Can you explain to me why you haven't responded to my call since you returned to my body? Even if I wanted to mobilize your power, I was repeatedly rejected by you. Do I have to use my fighting skills to forcefully mobilize your power? Xiao Yan's words made Void swallow Yin furious. Return to your body. Return to your big-headed ghost. If it weren't for that olding pussy of the Soul Heavenly Emperor, could labor and management take a liking to you, a useless fighter who isn't even a saint? But obviously, such words cannot be spoken to Xiao Yan. Although the void swallowing flame didn't know why the Soul Heavenly Emperor had set his sights on this young man of the declining Xiao clan, he understood that since the Soul Heavenly Emperor dared to plot himself into Xiao Yan's body, he had never been afraid to tell him the truth of the matter. If one were to cause trouble and be discovered, their current host strength would only be a fighting spirit, and killing them would only be a matter of eye contact. At that time, it would also be extinguished with its soul. This is also where the void swallowing flame fears the most. In the past, although he was only in the early stage of the 9-star fighting saint, with the blessing of the Emperor's soul realm, he was on an equal footing with the Soul Heaven Emperor, even with its ability to devour the bloodline of the Do Emperor obtained after devouring the ancestor of the Swallowing Spirit clan. It has received much higher support from the Do Saint elders within the Soul clan than the Soul Heavenly Emperor. It is not an exaggeration to say that during the years when the Soul Heavenly Emperor was healing his wounds, the person in charge of the Soul clan was not the young leader Soul Wind of the 2-star fighting saint, but this empty adult. But after entering Xiao Yan's body, everything changed. No matter how strong his strength is, can Xiao Yan still climb the ranks and fight against the saints? That void swallowing flame can only sigh at the power of fighting against the Emperor. In summary, this sense of insecurity was one of the reasons why the void swallowing flame initially collapsed. But recently, since the Soul Heavenly Emperor took Xiao Yan on a trip to another world and returned, the world has changed. Many previously non-existent laws suddenly appear, and in the eyes of void swallowing flame, this is the world being completed. Some things that were originally impossible to do on Duki continent can now be achieved. Especially in the field of life and death, I don't want to explain this to you, so I'll ask you if you want my power. The tone of emptiness swallowing inflammation became impatient. If you want it, then give it to me. To the surprise of the void swallowing flame, Xiao Yan readily agreed. My conditions, you probably won't break your promise, right? Nothingness swallowing flame asked cautiously. As for the container, there is a ready-made one here. It's not a big deal to let you run away, but you can't run too far. If I find it, I will retrieve your fire at any time. It's a deal. Just as Yunyan was worrying about whether Yunshan and Jia Xingtian would not be able to hold on, more than 10 figures flew up from the desert city below, with fighting wings spread behind them. Obviously, all of them were strong fighters at the level of Do Wang or Do Huang. Yun couldn't sit still anymore at this moment. She suddenly stood up, brandished a long sword, and wanted to join the battle. But what she didn't expect was that Xiao Yan, who had always been indifferent before, also stood up. Xiao Yan walked up to Yun with a strange smile on his lips, then leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Master Yun, do you also not want your Master Shan to be in trouble?" "Yes, what's wrong, Flame Protector?" Yun wanted to keep her body away from Xiao Yan, but she didn't have the courage. The warm airflow between Xiao Yan's breath swirled in Yun's ear, making the latter extremely uncomfortable. "After dealing with the current situation, when we get together, you should come to my room alone and not be discovered by others." At this moment, Xiao Yan's voice surrounded Yun's ears like a devil's whisper. "Go to Xiao Yan's room alone. Don't let anyone discover you." The combination of these keywords instantly made Yun's complexion pale, and her complexion turned pale. She lowered her head in panic. Although she had been prepared for this kind of thing after losing Malin Yanran's 3-year contract, she instinctively became afraid when it really happened to her. Heart knows that Yun is probably a twisted Xiao Yan, speechless for a moment, but he didn't explain anything. After tapping Yun's head 3 times with his hand, he spread his eagle wings and soared into the air, heading towards the group of fighting kings and emperors who had arrived at the bottom of the desert city. Between the flips, Xian Chongqi had already appeared in the palm of his hand, with a pitch-black flame covering the surface of the ruler. He did not use the flame-splitting wave ruler, nor did he use the earth flame blessing. Xiao Yan only relied on his strange fire and his own fighting spirit to strike at a fighting king who was charging forward. As the Do Wang of the Golden Goose Sect ascended into the sky, he was met with immediate obstruction, prompting him to act with utmost urgency. Brandishing his long sword, he unleashed a strike infused with a low-level Xian-tier Do technique. The two forces collided instantaneously. However, contrary to the Do Wang's expectations of a formidable clash, his technique dissipated like early spring snow upon encountering the enigmatic black flames. The renowned blade, crafted by a master artisan, fared no better. Severed as effortlessly as butter yields to a hot knife. It is impossible. Chapter 78, The Power of the Void, Devouring Flame. The two entities passed each other in a fleeting moment, and the body of the Golden Goose Sect's Do Wang was swiftly engulfed by the raging inferno, leaving not a trace behind. A pure essence of Do Qi and an equally pristine force of soul energy were returned to Xiao Yan by the void-devouring flame, coursing through his limbs and flowing into his dantian, thus causing the Do Qi crystal above the Do Ji Xian to swell in size. The other energy surged directly into his Naiwen palace, absorbed by his innate runes, elevating his soul's realm and further thickening his soul lock. What do you think, kid? Am I not far superior to that old man who previously accompanied you? The sinister laughter of the void-devouring flame echoed nearby. My assessment is that you fall short of expectations. Are you truly among the top 5 alchemists in the Do Qi continent? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, feeling the surge of his own strength, yet dismissing the void-devouring flame's taunts. Although Yao Lao had absorbed 3 years' worth of his Do Qi, the wisdom imparted upon him was something many could only dream of after 3,000 years of cultivation. Thus, respect for Yao Lao remained steadfast, irrespective of his ascent to any lofty rank, be it Do Sheng or the legendary Do Di. The principle of once a teacher, forever a father would not waver. Naturally, this sentiment also extended to his other mentor, the Soul Emperor Tian. Should you dare utter such words again, I shall seal your lips. With a sudden opening of his eyes and a cold smirk, Xiao Yan's wings of the eagle trembled as he charged towards the other Do Wang and Do Huang of the Golden Goose Sect. You scoundrel! The void-devouring flame was momentarily at a loss for words. Using my power, and yet you adopt such an attitude? A blazing inferno ignited the sky, the terrifying devouring force of the void-devouring flame rendering most Do Wang no match for Xiao Yan. Even the Do Huang had to unite their strength to withstand it. No, please. Another Do Wang from the Golden Goose Sect fell victim to the void-devouring flame, his body and everything he possessed transmuting into energy that fed back into Xiao Yan's dantian and Naiwen palace, continuously augmenting his strength. Witnessing the dire situation, the powerful members of the Golden Goose Sect huddled together, forming a formation to restrain the inferno's onslaught. That flame is unusual. It does not resemble beast fire. It must be an extraordinary flame, yet I have never heard of a black, extraordinary flame before. Surely, there are flames apart from the blue lotus earth heart fire, but such knowledge eludes us. Let's strike together. Agreed. The elite members of the Golden Goose Sect launched an assault from all directions toward Xiao Yan, employing various weapons. Yet their Do Qi intertwined with a hidden rhythm. High above, Yin Luotian, engaged in battle with Yinshan and Jiaxing Tian, cast a sardonic glance at the two and remarked, "It seems you have summoned a helper, but it appears that helper is now preoccupied." "A helper?" Yinshan and Jiaxing Tian exchanged glances, each discerning the other's mockery. "Is that not the case?" Yin Luotian narrowly evaded a strike from Yinshan and resumed playing his flute. Instantaneously, the azure serpent let out a blood-curdling cry, its attacks growing increasingly ferocious, driving Jia Xingtian into a retreat, even though they understood that Yun Yun's engagement with the sea serpent would not alter the tide of battle. Yinshan and Jia Xingtian were compelled to allow her participation. "Yinshan, you put me in a difficult position. Should we inadvertently harm the beautiful sect leader Yun Yun in the fray, I would be heartbroken." Yin Luotian feigned distress. "Less chatter. Extreme wind, meteor strike. Extreme wind, meteor strike. Extreme earth, falling blue sky. Roar." In an instant, four formidable Do techniques surged towards Yin Luotian, yet he remained unperturbed. "I have long asserted that you remote empire warriors are pathetically lacking. Not even a respectable Do technique to your name. Here you are at the Do zone level, yet still wielding mere advanced Xiantier techniques. You might as well try my own." Yin Luotian's aura suddenly contracted as he swept his blade forward. In an instant, the four combatants felt as though space itself had been cleaved asunder. Earth Tier Beginner Do Technique, Horizon of the Long Sky. A picturesque scroll unfurled before the onlookers, depicting an eternal expanse of time and fleeting life in a state of exquisite harmony. The four Do techniques fell into the scroll, causing merely a ripple before vanishing without a trace. "Do you see? This is what true Do technique looks like." Yin Luotian's display was nothing short of astonishing, simultaneously intensifying the pressure on Yinshan and the others. Outmatched in strength and technique, how could they possibly contend? "Ha ha ha, it appears you are truly confident. However, your Do technique still pales in comparison." Yin Luotian frowned, searching for the source of the voice, only to find the previously erratic youth in white halted beneath him, a slowly rotating black flame emitting a faint aura from his hand. "A mere Do Huang dares to speak so arrogantly? What advanced Do technique can your Gamma Empire even offer? Meteor Strike and Falling Blue Sky are merely appealing names. Can they truly serve as trump cards?" Yin Luotan mercilessly mocked, leaving Yinshan, Yun Yun, and Jiaxing Tian somewhat chagrined, for his words held a ring of truth. Despite the grandiose names of their techniques, they were indeed all Xiantier. After all, Earth-tier techniques were scarce even among second-rate powers in the Do-Chi continent, often regarded as treasures of the sect. It was inconceivable for less established sects like the Gamma Empire or Yunlan Sect to possess them. "Ha ha ha, should your Do technique match your arrogance, you might have a chance of withstanding my next move." Xiao Yan had no intention of continuing idle chatter as he slowly tossed the black fire lotus from his hand. Understanding the nature of the black fire lotus, Yun Yun and the others immediately retreated in a frenzy. "Stop with the theatrics," Yin Luotian scoffed, retracting his aura and sweeping his blade forward once more. The scroll unfurled, once again showcasing the eternal expanse of time and fleeting life in perfect harmony. Earth-tier Beginner Do Technique, Horizon of the Long Sky. The black fire lotus soared toward the scroll, and just as it was about to make contact, it erupted violently. In a fleeting moment, the black, extraordinary fire enveloped the scroll. Yin Luotian's expression shifted dramatically. "What?" Chapter 79, Battle with Yin Luotian. The pitch-black flames swept across the heavens, devouring the azure sky and claiming the lives of numerous powerful warriors from the Golden Goose sect. Should a seventh-tier alchemist be present, they would be astonished to discover that the all-consuming dark flames were not merely a singular entity. Amongst the gaps of the black flames flickered strands of cerulean fire, revealing the true nature of a tricolored fire lotus. The void-devouring flame consumed the protective Do-Chi of all surrounding formidable foes, while the nine nether wind flame disrupted their willpower, and the presence of the ocean heart flame elevated the effects of both to an even higher echelon. Xiao Yan gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before him, a faint, translucent membrane extending from the jade pendant at his waist, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Over a dozen soul locks surged forth, intercepting those Golden Goose sect warriors who sought to escape the explosive radius of the Buddha's wrath lotus. "Master, save me. What on earth is this?" Even the green lotus earth heart fire pales in comparison to such power. Despite hearing the cries for help from the sect elders, Yin Luotian was too preoccupied to assist. He finally comprehended why the few individuals from the Gamma Empire had distanced themselves upon witnessing the arrival of that black fire lotus. This strange flame harbored peculiarities. The long knife, once held by Yin Luotian, melted away the instant it came into contact with the black flames, compelling him to summon another weapon in an attempt to break free from the enigmatic chains that ensnared him. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Though these bizarre chains appeared tangible, they could not be severed by any weapon, and even Do Qi proved ineffective against them. Soul power. Yin Luotian unleashed a surge of Do Qi, forcefully dispelling a wave of soul locks before sprinting towards the green serpent, narrowly escaping the encirclement before the locks were formed. Yet, the green serpent, possessing the strength of a two-star Do zone, was equally drained by the void-devouring flame, manipulated by secret arts that prevented it from fleeing, relying solely on its ceaseless Do Qi to fend off the encroaching flames. At this moment, it stood as a shield for Yin Luotian. Futile effort. Xiao Yan exhaled softly, his left hand gesturing as an ancient banner materialized in his grasp. With a gentle shake, wails echoed across the skies of the desolate city. The green serpent was suddenly inundated with a torrent of chaotic images, of predation, courtship, rage, and joy, an overwhelming surge of emotions erupting all at once, causing it a splitting headache. In truth, it was not alone. The other Do Wang and Do Huang who had managed to hold on until now finally lost their composure, their Do Qi barriers shattering one after another, consumed entirely by the void-devouring flame. A vast influx of Do Qi and soul power surged toward Xiao Yan, whose Do Qi realm could still be forcefully subdued. However, his soul realm was steadily ascending, nearing the late stages of the spiritual realm. Regrettably, the soul realms of the Do Wang and Do Huang present were merely of the mortal level, significantly inferior to the soul entities encountered in the underworld. It would take at least a couple of hundred souls to elevate him to the late spiritual realm. Seal your hearing. Ha Xingqian suddenly bellowed, seemingly aware of the 9 nether wind flames' capabilities, directly channeling his Do Qi to block his senses. Yet, the milky flames in his eyes flickered violently, as if eager to assert their superiority over the 9 nether wind flame in manipulating human emotions. Yin Yan, what are you doing? After sealing his own hearing, Yin Shan noticed Yun Yun standing by, lost in a daze as she gazed at Xiao Yan, prompting him to furrow his brow. Yin Yun offered no reply, tears streaming down her cheeks, clearly affected by the 9 nether wind flame. Uncertain of why Yun Yun was crying at the sight of Xiao Yan as if she bore some unfathomable grievance, Yin Shan hastily performed a series of hand seals, pressing down on the crown of her head. The forceful Do Qi surged into Yun Yun's body, sealing all her meridians and acupoints, barely rescuing her from the brink of chaos. Have you lost your mind? Yin Shan reproached Yun Yun, but she remained silent. After a lengthy pause, Yun Yun slowly raised her head to meet Yun Shan's gaze, her expression signifying a resolute determination. The flesh of the green serpent continued to be consumed by the void-devouring flame, its smooth and pristine form devoid of any blood. As a 7th-tier magical beast comparable to a 2-star Do zone, the green serpent's intellect had been significantly developed. It understood that if this continued, death was the only outcome. Yet, Yin Luotian showed no sign of retreat, hiding behind the green serpent, his hands weaving intricate seals, seemingly preparing some form of restriction. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, oblivious to Yin Luotian's actions concealed behind the green serpent, frowned as the number of soul locks behind him surged once more, targeting the remaining Do Huang. As one after another Do Huang succumbed to the flames of the void-devouring flame, their screams gradually subsided. An overwhelming torrent of purified Do Qi and soul power surged towards Xiao Yan's body. In that moment, he could finally exert his full strength against Yin Luotian and the 7th-tier magical beast, the green serpent. 24 soul locks shot towards the beleaguered green serpent, instantly embedding themselves within its body, the agony piercing its soul, eliciting a mournful cry. Xiao Yan then forcefully retracted the soul locks, binding the green serpent's soul securely, attempting to extract it from within. This method of attack defied all common knowledge, even surpassing what Yun Shan had witnessed from the esteemed Soul Hall Guardian. According to Yun Shan, even the high-ranking Do Zone Guardian could only use such soul locks to bind wandering souls. To directly insert soul locks into a living being and strip their soul away? What kind of sinister Do technique was this? Xiao Yan intensified his grip, the combined soul power of several Do Huang rendering his soul locks even more formidable. Ultimately, the ethereal soul of the green serpent, stretching over dozens of feet, was forcibly extracted by Xiao Yan. Its essence, bereft of the protection of its corporeal form, could not endure even for a fleeting moment under the devouring might of the void-devouring flame. instantly shattering into oblivion. With the loss of its soul, the once mighty serpent body became powerless, collapsing after losing a significant portion to the flames, leaving only its head to crash down towards the ground. Damn it! Yin Luotian, having reached the final stages of his restriction, found himself exposed before Xiao Yan, unprotected by the green serpent. Yet he no longer cared. A triumphant smile graced Yin Luotian's face as he regarded Xiao Yan, taunting, "I know not your name, boy, but perhaps you are indeed talented, mastering such a level of strange fire at such a young age for your own use. However, you have yet to mature fully. Perish." Chapter 80. Come and move yourself. Heart-wrenching goose. A colossal restriction enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters silently manifested above the city, emanating a golden aura that seemed capable of isolating all. Hee, Xiao boy. An ancient restriction. Do you think you can withstand it? The voice of the void devouring flame echoed in Xiao Yan's mind once more, revealing that this grand move concocted by Yin Luotian had indeed captured the attention of the second-ranked strange fire on the list. You cannot refine this restriction? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued as he gazed up at the intricate barrier in the sky. The surface of the barrier was adorned with a multitude of esoteric and complex runes, resembling, to some extent, the soul runes imparted to him by the Soul Emperor. Does this barrier originate from the soul runes? Xiao Yan inquired. No, the soul runes derive from it, Shuhuan Tunyan retorted with a mocking sneer. You seem quite knowledgeable about such matters, Xiao Yan remarked, feeling a twinge of curiosity. My existence has spanned far beyond your imagination, Shuhuan Tunyan stated cryptically, declining to elaborate further. This left Xiao Yan staring at the maniacally grinning Yin Luotian. Suddenly, the golden barrier plummeted toward Xiao Yan, judging by the runes inscribed upon it. It possessed a targeting ability designed to imprison and disrupt the flow of Do Qi, affecting weapons as well. Consequently, Xiao Yan, feeling apathetic toward evasion, allowed his Do wings to beat behind him, remaining suspended in mid-air, facing the golden barrier head-on. Of course, to prevent any damage to the ancient heavy ruler gifted by Yao Lao, as well as the 10,000 souls banner he had acquired through fortuitous circumstances, he prudently stowed these two items away. Xiao Yan had always been quite protective of his possessions. However, this action was perceived quite differently by the others. So capable of such feats? Yin Luotian stood agape, a grin frozen on his face, his exasperation evident as he extended his right hand, pressing down forcefully. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. The descent of the barrier quickened, enveloping Xiao Yan in mere moments. Meanwhile, Yun Shan and Jia Xingtian were thrown into a state of panic. Jia Xingtian's orders were to protect Xiao Yan, while Yun Shan feared losing the vital connection he had established with the Soul Palace due to this unforeseen event. Both acted in unison, unleashing lethal strikes. Great grief, rending wind hand. White clouds returned to the abyss. Though these techniques did not reach the level of initial Earth rank, they were undoubtedly among the elite of advanced mystic tier Do techniques. When executed by two Do Zong, they exuded an overwhelming force, akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. They refrained from attempting to intercept the barrier, knowing it was futile. Their aim was Yin Luotian. As long as they dispatched the leader of the Yunlan Sect, the barrier would be easily dismantled. However, the three were all one-star Do Zong, and Yin Luotian, being a seasoned powerhouse, possessed a deeper foundation. Although he could not contend against two, he could withstand for a moment. He is doomed, I assure you. No one could stop him, Yin Luotian proclaimed confidently. Amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, the golden barrier descended upon Xiao Yan, instantly radiating a blinding light that enveloped his form. A pallor washed over Jia Xingtian's face. If anything were to befall Xiao Yan, what value would his existence as a fire slave hold? Meanwhile, Yun Shan persisted, believing that after eliminating Yin Luotian, he could still rescue Xiao Yan. He could not fathom that the Soul Palace would be unable to dismantle a mere barrier of the Yunlan Sect. Ha! This barrier is far from simple. Yin Luotian cackled, repelling Yun Shan with a palm before turning to flee. Indeed, Xiao Yan's voice, indifferent yet resonant, echoed in Yin Luotian's ear. The latter turned in disbelief, only to find Xiao Yan, trembling yet unwavering, closely trailing beside him, seemingly unaffected by the barrier's influence. How is this possible? Yin Luotian gasped, his internal Do Qi becoming unstable. Your barrier is intriguing, but it holds little significance in the face of absolute defense, Xiao Yan declared, retrieving the ancient heavy ruler from his storage ring. Enveloped in Shuhuan Tunyan's energy, he unleashed the flame, devouring wave ruler towards Yin Luotian. Damn it! Yan Luotian's eyes burned crimson as he clashed with Xiao Yan. The immense force sent Xiao Yan hurtling backward, yet he swiftly regained his footing, surprisingly unscathed by the attack that far exceeded his own capabilities. At that moment, even the most oblivious observer noticed the jade pendant adorning Xiao Yan's waist. A rare defensive artifact. Yan Luotian comprehended that Xiao Yan must belong to an exceedingly powerful faction, and he was undoubtedly a significant young prodigy within that force. The Gamma Empire and the Yunlan Sect have secured a powerful ally. Die for me. Xiao Yan surged forward once more. Under the combined assault of 24 soul locks and the ancient heavy ruler, Yan Luotian, already severely depleted of Do Qi, finally lost all capacity to resist. Blood splattered. Young master, it seems there is a commotion outside, Yafei remarked with concern, glancing up at the ceiling. Merely a trivial matter, replied the long-haired youth seated before her. His raven green hair framed a visage where serpentine pupils hinted at his extraordinary constitution. Lu Nan, the newly appointed young master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, possessed a demonic-eye constitution and, at merely 25 years of age, had already attained the cultivation of a 4-star Doling, marking him as a prodigy of the Northwest continent. They were currently in the VIP room of the Middle Auction House's MO City branch. Lunan's initial purpose for visiting MO City was to aid the Golden Yin Empire in winning the Alliance meeting and to bring back the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan for proper training at the Heavenly Serpent Manor. However, he anticipated a rather unexpected acquisition. The enticing Yafei, swathed in alluring fabric, evoking primal instincts even in him, the young master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought, to possess Yafei beneath him and indulge in her completely. Miss Yafei, he began, maintaining an exterior of charm and grace as he extended his hand to grasp her delicate hand. Yet, Yafei deftly evaded his advance. Young master, we have only just met, she replied, shifting uncomfortably. Yafei had always regarded herself as a woman who would stop at nothing for success, but that did not imply she would willingly surrender her body, let alone become a mere concubine or plaything. However, Lu Nan appeared provoked, his expression chilling as he reclined on the sofa, loosening his belt. Yafei, it is a privilege for you that I have taken interest in you. Come here willingly. I want to offer you a second chance. Before Lu Nan could finish his sentence, the ceiling above them shattered violently, a massive serpent head crashing down, creating a gaping hole in the roof and landing squarely in the VIP room. With a splat, Yafei felt something splatter onto her face upon wiping it with her hand. She discovered it was blood. Chapter 81. Can I, Hai Buodong, be a little sinister? What in the world? Lu Nan struggled to push the serpent head off him, rising from the debris in disarray. His left arm hung limply, likely broken, and blood trickled from his mouth. Had it not been for the slight cushioning provided by the Middle Auction House's ceiling and the timely activation of his Do Qi armor, he would have likely been in far worse condition. Casting a disdainful glance at the serpent head that had rolled aside, he was stunned. Is this the 7th-tier magical beast? The Azure Serpent, gifted by the Heavenly Serpent Manor to the leader of the Golden Yin Sect? Who could have slain it? Young master, your pants. Above the gaping hole in the head of Green Nan, Yafei trembled as she clutched a pair of trousers, leaning over the edge. The plight of this beleaguered beauty, an auctioneer, stirred a tumult of emotions within her. She feared for Green Nan's life, dreading that the disciples of the Golden Goose Sect in the desolate city would treat him as a mere plaything, subjecting him to their cruel whims. Yet, she was equally apprehensive about the prospect of his survival, knowing that she too would be ensnared in the ensuing chaos. Green Nan, his face flushed with embarrassment, thought that even if death awaited him, he must first don the trousers. To perish bare-bottomed would be an unbearable humiliation. He was not afraid of being shattered into pieces, but he longed to maintain some semblance of dignity in this world. Alas, that sliver of dignity was soon to be lost. After Xiao Yan vanquished Yan Luotian and consumed both his body and soul, he sought the serpent's head that had fallen into the city. The Azure Serpent was a 7th-tier magical beast, and it was well known that the higher the tier of a magical beast, the greater the likelihood of possessing a magic core. A 7th-tier magic core held immense value and was seldom found in circulation, let alone available for purchase. This was why, during his earlier confrontation with the Azure Serpent, he refrained from incinerating its head with the void-devouring flame. The Mitre Auction House was indeed omnipresent. Xiao Yan, maneuvering his wings of the hawk, gently descended above the Mitre Auction House, only to furrow his brow at the scene before him. Yafei, an old acquaintance from Wutan City, was sprawled beside the gaping pit created by the serpent's head, holding up a pair of trousers. At the bottom of the pit lay a youth, whose looks were only a fraction more handsome than Xiao Yan, devoid of pants and possessing the strength of a 4-star Do spirit, yet capable of fighting above his level. Am I interrupting something? Xiao Yan's teasing voice echoed in Yufei's ears. The enchanting beauty of the Miter family turned in disbelief towards the sky, where Xiao Yan hovered, his expansive wings stretching outwards, his eyes glinting with mischief. Xiao Yan, Yufei murmured in astonishment, her hands falling limp in disbelief, causing the trousers to drift down and land atop Green Nan's head. It is I, Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod, slowly descending to Yufei's side. He retrieved a bottle of healing medicine from his storage ring and knelt beside her. Opening the vial, he poured out some powder and evenly applied it to the wounds on her legs. A sharp, piercing pain caused Yufei to involuntarily let out a soft gasp. It was only then that she noticed the shards of ceiling debris embedded in her legs, remnants of the earlier chaos. Can you stand? Xiao Yan asked, pulling out the fragments before stowing the healing potion away. Yufei made an effort to rise, but her entire body swayed, her legs devoid of strength and unable to support her. After another falter, she instinctively leaned to the side, only to find herself in a warm embrace. Miss Yufei, while encountering an old friend in a foreign land is indeed a delightful occurrence, the current circumstances seem rather untimely, Xiao Yan remarked with a gentle sigh. Feeling the man's broad chest beside her, Yufei blushed, yet she was no naive girl. Once Xiao Yan regained his balance, she turned to him and said, "Could you take me away? The person down there is Green Nan, the young master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor. He is extraordinarily powerful, a 4-star Do spirit who can fight beyond his rank. Even the peak Do spirits are no match for him." Yufei glanced at Xiao Yan, who was somewhat of an old acquaintance. 3 years ago, in the Gamma Empire, she had often hosted him at the auction house. Though their relationship had never evolved beyond mere acquaintance, they still shared a bond of friendship. Now, with Xiao Yan's sudden appearance and his unfathomable strength, wielding what appeared to be a form of flight Do technique, it was evident he had encountered some fortuitous event during his time away. However, Yufei did not believe Xiao Yan could stand against Green Nan. Even she, having witnessed many prodigies, had to concede that Green Nan was a standout talent in the northwestern region. Moreover, the Heavenly Serpent Manor was the foremost power in the northwest continent. Though she had speculated about a formidable master behind Xiao Yan during her time in Wutan City, she could not wager if that master could rival the legendary Dozun within the Heavenly Serpent Manor. "I can take you away, but first, I must retrieve the magic core from the serpent's head," Xiao Yan replied, nodding as he drew a long sword from his storage ring. This sword, a standard weapon of the Yunlan Sect, was instantly recognizable to Yufei, and she suddenly understood why Xiao Yan had appeared in the desolate city at this moment. "You are here to participate in the alliance with the royal family in Yunlan Sect?" Yufei gasped, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Perhaps there was a chance for her salvation after all. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded, then gestured for Yufei to remain quiet. "There is no need for excessive chatter. We can discuss matters once we have dealt with the situation." Xiao Yan leaped down into the pit, and a massive serpent's head tumbled to the ground, its eyes wide open, seemingly suffering greatly in its final moments. Green Nan had not fled. Having donned his trousers, he stood nearby, casting a venomous glare at Xiao Yan, his limp left arm hanging at his side. His confidence stemmed entirely from an ice-blue-haired Do Huang who had appeared by his side, unbeknownst to him. This elder, clad in a simple pale blue robe, bore an air of dignity, yet his eyes were devoid of life, while a serpent-shaped mark on his neck indicated his status as a slave. It must be said that after acquiring Heibadong, Green Nan had indeed ensured he was well-groomed for public appearance, lest he face embarrassment in a disheveled state. Who would have thought that the Do Huang's servant he purchased not long ago would come in handy so swiftly? Green Nan sneered, pointing his intact right hand at Xiao Yan, commanding, "Kill him, Heibadong." Yet Heibadong remained motionless, the serpent mark on his neck radiating a powerful green light, curiously accompanied by a gradual return of clarity to his eyes. Just as Xiao Yan intended to resolve the hindrances before him, he suddenly felt a tremor within his sea of consciousness. His innate runes surged violently, and a soul lock shot forth from within him, piercing through Heibadong. A soul mark was forcefully extracted from Heibadong's ethereal form, causing his complexion to turn ashen, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he knelt, his eyes regaining lucidity. Green Nan's expression shifted dramatically as he recoiled in disbelief. However, Heibadong suddenly broke into laughter, raising his gaze to Xiao Yan. "Heavenly Guardian Yan, the Lord has been waiting for you for quite some time."